I actually traveled into the Donghuang World and even managed to usurp the body of Tongtian Jiaozhu. In Kunlun Mountain, Chu Feng looked utterly bewildered. Not long ago, he was simply reading a Donghuang novel, and after a nap, found himself transported to the Donghuang era. What an astounding opportunity. Tongtian Jiaozhu, what a magnificent figure he is. One of the Sanqing transformed from Pangu Temple, endowed with tremendous fortune and destined to become a heavenly Dao sage. The sage, whose Yuanshan embodies the heavenly Dao. As the saying goes, the heavenly Dao is indestructible, and the sage is immortal, standing supreme at the pinnacle of the Donghuang food chain. Now the great calamity of ferocious beasts has passed, and the three clans of Longfeng and Qilin have only just risen with minimal conflict among them. Meanwhile, Luo Ho lurks in the west, yet to stir up any trouble. Hong Jun is huddled within Yujing Mountain, diligently pondering over the Zhaohua jade disc, not having attained sagehood yet. Having usurped the body of Tongtian Jiaozhu, it signifies that his journey commences at its pinnacle. A sage ordained by heaven. Yet though the heavenly Dao sage stands exalted and imperishable through myriad tribulations, it does not necessarily assure benevolence. For once one's Yuanshan is entrusted to the void of the heavenly Dao, one becomes nothing more than a puppet of the Dao, compelled only to conform, unable to rebel. There is no escape from it. Only by becoming a Dao sage of the Great Way can one truly liberate oneself. Yet in the Donghuang era, with the perfection of the heavenly Dao, attaining the status of a Dao sage of the Great Way is exceedingly difficult. The oversight of the Donghuang heavenly Dao is fearsome. I have become an unauthorized trespasser, and should the Dao detect me, the consequences. Indeed, one would immediately be reduced to ashes. Gritting his teeth, Chu Feng swiftly made a decision. The Great Way reigns supreme. From today onward, there shall be no Chu Feng in this world, only Tongtian Daoren. Bam! A resounding boom erupted within Tongtian's mind as the Great Way answered Chu Feng's vow, thereby affirming his existence. From today onward, all that has come before is but a bygone past. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the transmigration and binding the system. The system has arrived. Tongtian's spirit shuddered. What system are you? And what functions does it offer? This system is the Invincible Check-In System. As long as the host completes the check-in tasks, invincible rewards shall be bestowed. Spirit treasures, bloodlines, martial arts, Dao power, spiritual roots. Everything within the myriad heavens and worlds is at your disposal. There is nothing you can imagine that this system does not possess. Truly, this system is formidable, though one may wonder if it is merely boasting. Just as Tongtian was about to speak, the system's alert rang out once more. Ding dong. For your first foray into the Donghuang, a newcomer gift pack is hereby awarded. Would you like to open it? Tongtian's eyes immediately lit up. This system was remarkably considerate. Open. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward of the Xiantian Dao Tai. Congratulations to the host on receiving a reward of 1,000,000 portions of the Dao Gongda. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward of the unsurpassed weapon, the Luo Sword Tai. The reward has been dispatched to the system repository, available for your retrieval. A series of alert tones rang in succession, filling Tongtian with instant elation. Xiantian Dao Tai bloodline. It is the top-tier bloodline in a certain Xuanhuan world, in harmony with the Dao, naturally attuned to it, enabling the utmost comprehension of the Great Way's principles, truly the favored one of the Dao. The Dao Gongda, surpassing even heavenly Dao Gongda in refinement. Following the creation of the Donghuang, the birth of the heavenly Dao and the subsequent retreat of the Great Dao, it has become exceedingly difficult to obtain the Dao Gongda. Take the Sanqing, for instance. By initially obtaining Pangu's Kaitian de Dao Gongda, their legacy runs deep, thus earning them a qualification as a heavenly ordained sage. Later, when Nuwa created humanity and her virtues ascended her to sagehood, the merit obtained was nothing more than heavenly Dao Gongda. And as for the Luo Sword Tai, it is the proof instrument of the Dao for the Arhut of a certain Xuanhuan world, immensely powerful. With a single sword strike, he cleaved through the endless river of time and space, shattering the boundless primordial chaos. Upon accessing the system repository and extracting the Xiantian Dao Tai bloodline, a unique power infused itself into Tongtian's very being. Instantly, Tongtian felt that the principles of the Great Way had grown exceedingly close to him. With merely a modicum of focus, the corresponding tenets of the Great Way would manifest within his mind. Tongtian had been cultivating the Sword Dao principles. Under the blessing of the Xiantian Dao Tai, the Sword Dao tenets immediately revealed themselves. Intricate divine inscriptions of the Sword Dao materialized upon his body, assembling an awe-inspiring divine map of the Sword Dao. In every gesture and movement, it was as if the force of the Sword Dao principles were at work. Astonishingly formidable. Such a constitution is nothing short of a cheat. With a sigh of admiration, Tongtian extracted the Luo Sword Tai. The fearsome sword aura surged forth, signaling the emergence of a Hotian treasure. In the Honghuang, magical treasures are classified as either Xiantian or Hotian. Xiantian spirit treasures are those that exist before heaven and earth, nurtured by the cosmos itself, imbued with an imperishable primordial radiance. For example, the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, and the Hun Dun bell, among others. In contrast, Hotian spirit treasures are man-made or forged through other means. Take, for instance, the 33 Heavens, Xianhuang Treasure Pagoda, and the Hongming Measure of the Heavens. Naturally, this does not imply that Hotian spirit treasures are inferior to their Xiantian counterparts. Consider the Hotian defensive masterpiece, the 33 Heavens, Xianhuang Treasure Pagoda, whose unparalleled defense renders even Xiantian treasures difficult to breach. Furthermore, the Hongming Measure of the Heavens, acclaimed as the premier Hotian offensive treasure, possesses the might to shatter the Hongming, fracture time and space, and shatter even Xiantian spirit treasures as if they were trifling with even Xiantian treasures put to the test. The Luo Sword Tai is similarly formidable, matching the Hongming Measure of the Heavens, and can be deemed peerless in its lethality. Moreover, this Luo Sword Tai is perfectly attuned to Tongtian's own Sword Dao. The moment the Sword Tai emerged, it burst forth with boundless sword aura, instantaneously breaking through Kunlun Mountain and forming an ocean of sword energy in the void. Within that ocean of sword aura, a grim vision of a carnage of corpses and blood-stained mountains faintly materialized. The emergence of the Hotian treasure created such a commotion that Tongtian was taken aback. Meanwhile, both Lao Zi and Yuan Shi, who were deep in seclusion, were alarmed. The radiance of the treasure's emergence. Is it emanating from Third Brother's realm? Lao Zi and Yuan Shi promptly arrived outside Tongtian's cave dwelling. The fearsome sword aura compelled them to retreat, preventing any close approach. "It is a Hotian treasure," exclaimed Lao Zi in astonishment as a 33 Heavens, Xianhuang Treasure Pagoda materialized above his head, with Xianhuang energy descending to block the sword aura of the Luo Sword Tai and shield both him and Yuan Shi. "What an incredible opportunity our third brother has," Yuan Shi remarked, enviously, unable to suppress a tinge of jealousy in his heart. "A Hotian treasure. I have none of those. The Kunlun mountain is vast, and the Sanqing merely occupy but a portion of its expanse." Soon numerous Xiantian divine beings rushed over, intent on seizing the treasure. The allure of the Hotian treasure was irresistible. Even members of the nearest Qilin clan arrived. "This is the territory of our Sanqing, all of you get out." Taishang Laozi displayed an unmatched might, his formidable presence bolstered by the power of the 33 Heavens, Xianhuang Linglong Treasure Pagoda, causing an involuntary shiver of awe and fear. "Clad in pelage and armor, you damp, insignificant spawn dare to defy the dominion of my Pangu Sanqing. Cease your insolence, or I shall reduce you all to mere ashes." Yuan Shi bellowed in reprimand. Though the Sanqing had not yet divided their dominions, leaving scant room for discord, a tinge of envy stirred within him as he rejoiced in Tongtian's fortune. The treasured artifacts of one's own brethren could never be pilfered by outsiders. Faced with the overwhelming might of Laozi and Yuan Shi, the assembled innate deities had no choice but to retreat. The renown of the Sanqing had long spread throughout Kunlun Mountain. Having just transformed into golden immortals, they far surpassed their foes. Especially Laozi, who had now reached the mid-stage of Taiji Golden Immortal. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort rang out. Such imposing might, nothing my Kirin clan covets, has ever been withheld. Mo Bai stepped forth, his aura as a mid-stage Taiji Golden Immortal radiating fiercely as it collided Hedon with that of Laozi. Under mounting pressure, the gathered innate deities retreated step by step, with those of lesser might succumbing to the urge to flee. The dragons, phoenixes, and Kirins of the innate tribes had now made their mark on the primordial earth, their ranks teeming with experts. A Kirin at the Taiji Golden Immortal level was not one to be trifled with. "Surrender your treasured relics and submit to my Kirin clan, and I might spare your lives. You wretched beasts, insolent." Before Laozi could respond, Yuan Shi could bear it no longer. Among the Sanqing, Yuan Shi prized his reputation above all. Transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit and of noble lineage, he was truly a direct descendant of Pangu. Now this very Kirin sought to subjugate the Sanqing, a blatant trample upon their hard-won dignity. The 33 Heavens, Xianhuang Treasure Pagoda above Laozi's head trembled, its murderous aura boiling. Mo Bai drooled at the sight, exclaiming, "What a magnificent prize! To think it is the 33 Heavens, Xianhuang Treasure Pagoda, the preeminent defensive relic of later days. Ha ha ha, it shall be mine." Without hesitation, Mo Bai manifested a colossal hand, reaching out to seize the treasure pagoda. Yet in the very next moment, before Laozi could act, Mo Bai's expression changed abruptly as he recoiled instantly. In the void, the aberrant manifestation of sword energy dissipated, leaving only a piercing, lamenting wail. A bloodstained severed arm tumbled down. As the cave formation sprang to life, Tongtian emerged. Though the spectacle of his Luo Sword Embryo remained understated, none dared underestimate him. Mo Bai fixed his gaze unyieldingly on Tongtian. It was Tongtian's swift strike that severed his arm. Had his spiritual acuity not been so keen, that blow might have ended him instantly. A Taiji golden immortal in its initial stage? Laozi exclaimed in astonishment, while Yuan Shi's face tensed with envy, for he had only attained the complete golden immortal state. With boundless audacity, he could not allow himself to lag behind Tongtian. Being Tongtian's second brother, he resolved to return and train diligently, aspiring to enter the realm of Taiji golden immortals as soon as possible. Elder brother, second brother, we shall discuss matters later. For now, leave these fools to me. A bunch of insignificant rabble, perfect for honing my skills, he declared. Tongtian burst into hearty laughter. When he had traversed through, he was merely a mid-stage golden immortal. Yet he could not resist the extravagance of vast Dao merits. Having invested 200,000 units of Dao merit, he catapulted his strength directly to the initial stage of Taiji golden immortals. In the primordial era, Dao merit was as versatile as a golden elixir, employed to enhance power, transform spiritual energy, refine restrictions on divine treasures, or unravel the mysteries of the Dao. Very well, very well. How dare you assail me, provoking the Kirin clan? Your doom is sealed. Mo Bai roared in fury. Yet in the next moment, he swiftly retreated, producing a signal transmitter in his other hand to summon nearby members of the Kirin clan. Not only the 33 heavens, Xianhuang treasure pagoda, but also your divine sword. They shall all be mine. With both offensive and defensive treasures in hand, his prowess would become unrivaled, establishing an invincible position among the innate beings. Shut up. Tongtian sneered coldly as he swung his Luo Sword Embryo, unleashing boundless sword energy that resurrected a ghastly vision of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, instilling dread in all. Mo Bai was instantly overwhelmed and consumed, his enraged roars abruptly silenced. When the horrifying vision dissipated, only the corpse of a Mo Kirin lay on the ground. Whoosh! Witnessing the scene, the gathered innate deities scattered in terrified flight. The mid-stage Taiji golden immortal Kirins had all been decimated by a single stroke, leaving them utterly outmatched. Tongtian was overwhelmingly powerful, and that divine sword was exceptionally formidable. Even the mere emanation of its sword energy conveyed an unmistakable threat of death. Since you've come, then there's no leaving now. Swish, swish, swish. The Luo Sword Embryo struck repeatedly, unleashing surges of sword energy that obliterated every arriving innate deity, without exception. It was not merely Tongtian's ruthlessness, but the very law of survival in the primordial era, survival of the fittest. In this age of the innate three clans, the Kirin clan reigned supreme. Once news of his slaying of Mo Bai spread, the Sanqing would undoubtedly face retribution from the Kirin clan. When the great calamity of the Dragon Han era commenced, it would be inevitable for him to become entangled in its peril. Throughout the annals of the primordial era, the terror of the Dragon Han calamity was beyond measure. In these chaotic times of the innate three clans, where Dao and demon contended and sages sought enlightenment, the depths were fathomless. Once ensnared, even with a system at one's disposal, Tongtian could not guarantee a safe exit. The Dragon Han calamity claimed an incalculable number of deities. Even the innate deities and demons reborn from chaos had perished in droves. Moreover, those who sought to steal the treasures would soon find themselves fated to be struck down in return. Inside Tongtian's cave, as Laozi listened to Tongtian's rambling boasts, he sighed in admiration, envious of the fateful opportunities that Tongtian had encountered. This Luo Sword Embryo of yours can truly be regarded as the premier offensive treasure of the later era, rivaling even the Honghan Liangxianzi. However, the aura of this sword is perilously fierce. You must tread carefully lest it backfire and taint your primordial spirit. Tongtian nodded. For as long as the Sanqing remained united, Laozi naturally cared deeply for this third brother of his. Yuan Shi offered a few calm words before following Laozi back into the cave to commence his secluded cultivation. He too aspired to enter the realm of Taiji golden immortals. Without reaching Taiji, I shall never emerge. Once calm, Tongtian smiled as he produced 300,000 units of Dao merit, hurling them into his Luo Sword Embryo. The later era's treasures were guarded by a total of 48 restrictions, and only by completely refining them could one achieve full mastery. Tongtian had refined merely 9 layers within his Luo Sword Embryo, yet its might was already formidable. Centuries of cultivation slipped by unnoticed, eras flowed like water, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Luo Jiantai had already been refined by Tongtian into 36 layers of sealing. Ding dong. A novice task was announced. Sign in at Kunlun Shan to complete the task and receive the Sanqing Benyuan Qi. Sign in is valid for 3 days. Expired tasks will be voided automatically. Sanqing Binyuan Qi. Tongtian's spirit jolted. This was a true treasure. After the opening of the heavens when Pangu perished, his primordial spirit split into 3 Taiqing, Laozi Yuqing Yuanshi, and Shanqing Tongtian. If the 3 sources could be reunited, there would be a chance to restore Pangu's lost spirit. This signing gift was enormous. The system was generous. Tongtian then asked in puzzlement, I am already on Kunlun Shan. Why cannot I sign in? Kunlun Shan is divided into East and West. The host is currently in East Kunlun, the system explained. Tongtian understood at once. The Yuanshi Yushu Palace had arisen in East Kunlun, while West Kunlun was the domain of Shi Wangmu, the mother of myths in later ages. One had to set foot in West Kunlun to complete the task. Leaving a message for Laozi and Yuanshi, Tongtian departed his cave to make for West Kunlun. Only 3 days remained. He had to hurry. The Sanqing Binyuan Qi, he intended to seize it at all costs. Taiqing opened his eyes and sighed softly before resuming his meditation. Yuanshi ground his teeth and intensified his practice, probing the laws of heaven. In the primordial expanse, Pangu had cleaved the chaos and fashioned the world, melding 3,000 chaotic gods and demons. When he fell, his transformation was boundless. As one of the top 10 divine mountains of the Honghuang era, Kunlun Shan stretched beyond sight. Ancient trees and spiritual roots flourished within it, and many primal deities were born there. It was said that the first incarnate Wang of utmost, Shi Wangmu, emerged from this very mountain. The Kunlun of later ages could not be compared to the Kunlun of the Honghuang. Such was the gulf between them as a drop in the ocean. Tongtian pushed himself to his utmost, and after 2.5 days finally crossed into West Kunlun's domain. The moment he set foot on the ground, his legs buckled, he nearly fell. He was exhausted. As a Taiyi Jinxian, his cultivation had been drained many times on the journey. Only after using Dao Gongda to replenish his power did he manage to arrive. To replenish his strength with Dao Merit was extravagance beyond measure. Ding dong. Sign-in commencing. Please remain at the sign-in location to prevent interruption. Sign-in complete. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Sanqing Binyuan Qi. The Sanqing Binyuan Qi was in his grasp. Tongtian found a secluded spot, swung the Luo Jiantai, and soon carved out a small cave. He arrayed formations and retreated inside. From the system's storeroom, he extracted the Sanqing Binyuan Qi. Taiqing Yuqing Shanqing. 3 streams of sorseki, as if scenting blood, surged into Tongtian's body and plunged into his primordial spirit. In the next instant, the world before his eyes blurred, and he was cast into a scene of primal creation. A colossal figure wielded the heaven-splitting axe, battling 3,000 chaotic gods and demons. Pangu cleaved the void. Standing upon the chaotic lotus, the heaven-making jade disk above his brow, every swing of the axe wounded or felled a foe. Pangu's might was absolute. Though countless, the 3,000 chaotic beings could not match the one who wielded the law of force. In the end, most of the chaotic gods were slaughtered. A scant few escaped immediate annihilation by retreating into the boundless chaos, or by shedding their chaotic forms and falling into the newly opened Honghuang world. Today I open a realm, I shall name it Honghuang. The fledgling Honghuang was unstable, and Pangu took his body as pillar to sustain heaven and earth. The heaven-splitting axe could not withstand the strain, and shattered into 3. Its back became the Taiji diagram, the blade the Pangu banner, and the half the Chaos Bell. These 3 primal treasures were used to stabilize earth, water, fire, and wind, and to order the tangled fabric of space-time. Exhausted, Pangu perished, and was transmuted into all things. His eyes became sun and moon, his spine the Buzhou mountain, his breath wind, and cloud, his voice thunder, his meridians bones and blood became rivers, lakes, and mountain ranges. 12 drops of his essence mingled with the calamity of the opening and sank into the depths of Buzhou Mountain. Finally, his primordial spirit split into 3 and fused with the clearing airs of the opening, becoming Taiqing, Laozi Yuqing Yuanshi, and Shanqing Tongtian. Simultaneously, the chaotic lotus shattered into numerous treasures that scattered across the Honghuang land. The damaged heaven-making jade disk dissolved into a streak of light and vanished into the wilderness. Then a measure of Pangu's opening merit descended and fused with the post-opening Xianhuang maternal qi to form the 33 heavens, Xianhuang exquisite pagoda. Another measure fused with the Hongming ether to become the foremost martial treasure of the later age, the Hongming Liangtian ruler. Each of the Sanqing received a portion of the opening merit. The 12 ancestral witches claimed 2 portions, and the remaining 3 portions were scattered across Honghuang. The Hongming Liangtian ruler fled, and the Xianhuang pagoda was about to depart as well. At that moment, a clearness coalesced. Taiqing Laozi moved with sudden intent, wrapping the Xianhuang pagoda within a veil of qi, then approached Yuqing and Shanqing. From their two pale heirs, Taiyi extracted a filament of clear qi and absorbed it into himself. The three heirs instantly condensed into rays and sank into the vast Kunlun Shan. With a clamor, the vision of the opening shattered and Tongtian returned to reality, his face darkening. Taiyi lousy. Tongtian ground his teeth. Had he not received the Sanqing Benyuan Qi from the system and beheld the opening, he would never have known that at the moment of Pangu's spirit dividing into the three, Taiyi had taken from him and Yuanshi in such a way. Those filaments of clear qi were their root, an act of theft that rendered their origins incomplete. The consequence of an impaired root was self-evident. He could scarcely believe it. Taiyi had already birthed self-awareness at creation's dawn. He and Yuanshi had regarded Laozi as their elder brother, yet Laozi had acted otherwise. No wonder Taiyi's power in the myths of Honghuang towered far above Yuanshi and Tongtian. Logically, the three should have shared the same origin and aptitude. Such disparity ought not to exist. Now the reason revealed itself. One spirit into three. I understand. By claiming the filaments of their root qi, Taiyi had almost reunited a portion of Pangu's primordial spirit and thus could perform such arcane feats. The stratagem was ruthless. Tongtian smiled without humor. Laozi, our days are long yet. We shall have time to play. He set about refining the Sanqing Benyuan Qi, first restoring the fragment of his root that had been stolen, determined to complete what had been missing. Meanwhile, in the east, Kunlun, within the cave of the great Lord Laozi. What is happening? My essence has suddenly trembled. Does this signify that danger is approaching? Laozi pondered, filled with uncertainty. The tremor of his essence served as a warning of impending peril. At that moment, within Laozi's primordial spirit, three distinct streams of pure qi were evolving independently. These were the primordial energies drawn from the origins of Yuanshi and Tongtian, the three pure ones. After contemplating for a long while, without yielding any useful information, Laozi had no choice but to abandon his calculations. Yuanshi, in his secluded meditation, sensed a related aura, yet could not discern anything either. Filled with confusion, he resumed his retreat. Boom. In the west Kunlun cave, the moment the primordial energy of Shangqing was fully restored, the aura of Tongtian surged once more. Midstage Taiyi, golden immortal. He had ascended to a higher realm once again. This was merely the beginning. Tongtian's aura continued to erupt. Latest stage Taiyi, golden immortal. It showed no signs of stopping. Perfect Taiyi, golden immortal. Tongtian sensed the remarkable state of his newfound perfection. At last my essence is complete. Tongtian sighed, continuing his seclusion to refine the primordial energies of Taiyi and Yuqing. Returning. He would not return for the time being. In an instant, the scene of Pangu opening the heavens reappeared. Although this was not the first time Tongtian had witnessed Pangu, he remained immensely astonished. It seemed Pangu sensed something suddenly pointing toward Tongtian's location. Tongtian was taken aback. Could it be that the Father God has discovered my arrival? Everything went dark and Tongtian returned to reality once more. However, this time something new lingered in his mind. The complete version of the Nine Turns profound art. Tongtian instantly felt elated. The rewards from the three pure ones' primordial energies were immense, not only restoring his essence and revealing Laozi's scheme, but also granting him the cultivation method of the Father God Pangu. The Nine Turns profound art was possessed by all three of the pure ones, each holding a part. However, even when combined, they remained incomplete. They had long since communicated with one another and confirmed this fact. The missing parts were the most essential, the core of the Nine Turns profound art. Pangu proved his path through strength with both his physical body and primordial spirit unmatched. Otherwise, he could not have vanquished the 3,000 chaotic deities and opened the heavens. The Nine Turns profound art could be considered the embodiment of the law of strength, the most formidable method for cultivating both body and spirit in the primordial wilderness. In later generations, the Taoist sect's first protective divine art, the 8-9 profound art, was derived from the incomplete Nine Turns profound art. The powerful was merely the physical body, incomparable to the authentic Nine Turns profound art. It follows that the inheritance from the 12 ancestors of sorcery must also be incomplete concerning the Nine Turns profound art. Otherwise, the witch clan would not be unable to cultivate their primordial spirits. Although the earth's malevolent qi was terrifying, it could not impede the refining of the complete Nine Turns profound art. I can now be considered to have initially forged my Pangu primordial spirit. The fusion of the three pure ones' primordial energies significantly enhanced Tongtian's primordial spirit, granting him a portion of the capabilities of Taiyi and Yuqing. Great Lord Laozi, you likely never anticipated that I would have such an opportunity. Without hesitation, Tongtian began to cultivate the Nine Turns profound art. The cultivation in the primordial wilderness is divided into refining essence, into chi refining chi, into spirit refining spirit, into void earth, immortal heaven, immortal true, immortal Taiyi true, immortal Xian, immortal Taiyi, Xian, immortal golden, immortal Taiyi golden, immortal de Luo golden, immortal quasi-saint, and saint. The successful cultivation of the first turn of the 9 turns profound art grants the status of earth immortal. The second turn is Taiyi true immortal. The third turn is Taiyi Xian immortal. The fourth turn is golden immortal. The fifth turn is Taiyi golden immortal. The sixth turn is de Luo golden immortal. The seventh turn is quasi-saint. The eighth turn is saint. As for the ninth turn, even the great god Pangu never successfully cultivated it, otherwise he would not have met his demise upon opening the heavens. However, in Pangu's calculations, once the 9th turn is successfully cultivated, one could stand alongside the great Dao, truly impervious to calamity. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years later, Tongtian emerged from his seclusion. I have finally pushed the 9 turns profound art to the 5th turn. It was incredibly challenging. The 5th turn corresponds to the realm of Taiyi golden immortal relative to Tongtian's current level. For this, Tongtian exhausted all his accumulated resources from the past years, leaving even the remaining 500,000 portions of merit unrecovered. This was still under the enhancement of the innate Dao fetus, otherwise the difficulty would have been even greater. He finally understood why the 9 turns profound art was so challenging to cultivate. It consumed resources excessively akin to an insatiable black hole. According to his estimation, to successfully cultivate the 6th turn would require more resources than the total for the previous 5 turns, perhaps even doubling that amount would not suffice. Nevertheless, all these sacrifices were worthwhile. Now, relying solely on his physical body, he could shatter powerful beings at the early stage of de Luo golden immortal. This was the terrifying aspect of the 9 turns profound art. Once cultivated, battling beyond realms became as effortless as eating and drinking. With a single punch, even an average innate spiritual treasure could be shattered. Standing there, even if a Taiyi golden immortal attacked him, they might not be able to break through his defenses. Having been in seclusion for so long, I now possess the strength for self-preservation. It is time to venture out. The primordial wilderness is vast, and he longs to explore. In the current primordial wilderness, everywhere is filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, innate spiritual objects. Given the resource-intensive nature of the 9 turns profound art, he must swiftly gather resources. Otherwise, he would not know how long it would take to push the 9 turns profound art to the 6th turn. West Kunlun is expansive, filled with opportunities and fortunes. Tongtian did not hurry back. Instead, he wandered throughout West Kunlun. Upon seeing innate spiritual objects regardless of their quality, he collected them all. He could be said to have excavated the earth to great depths, leaving many innate deities in Kunlun dumbfounded, thinking a swarm of locusts had passed through, murmuring among themselves. Tongtian paid no heed to this. He was well aware that as the primordial world evolved, innate spiritual energy would gradually transform into postnatal spiritual energy, leading to a significant decrease in innate spiritual objects. Eventually, even a blade of grass on the primordial land would be considered a remarkable spiritual object during the 3 realms period. Let alone as depicted in the original text. After the Battle of Fengshan, the primordial world shattered, and all the saints refined the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, forging the 3 realms of heaven and earth. From then on, only postnatal spiritual energy remained within the 3 realms. Only in rare cave abodes, or within the sanctuaries of saints, would innate spiritual energy exist. Preparing early is wise, preventing disasters before they arise. Boom! A sudden thunderclap echoed. Tongtian looked up. A black tribulation cloud appeared ahead. Beneath the tribulation cloud, a manifestation of the utmost Yin energy was undergoing tribulation. Tongtian paused for a moment. Could it be that I have encountered the transformation of the West Queen Mother? In West Kunlun, the emergence of utmost Yin energy suggests a high likelihood of the West Queen Mother's presence. The heavenly tribulation quickly descended, manifesting as the 8-9 thunder tribulation. Transformation requires transcending tribulations. This is an immutable law of the primordial world, one that none can evade. Of course, if one possesses a treasure capable of shielding against the divine sense of the heavens, such as the Chaos Pearl, then it is indeed possible to bypass this fate. The heavenly tribulations consist of 72 stages, each more formidable than the last. When facing the 63rd thunder tribulation, the Queen Mother of the West found herself unable to endure any longer, her divine power nearly exhausted. Am I destined to fail my tribulation today, perishing here? She lamented, a deep unwillingness filling her heart. As the first embodiment of the ultimate Yin energy in the universe, she was naturally endowed with immense luck. The moment the heavenly presence arrived, she sensed it, and relieved to find no malice, allowed herself a breath of relief. During the transformation and tribulation, should one be targeted by others, the consequences would be dire. It seems I need to lend you a hand, said Tongtian, drawing the Luo Sword Embryo, and striking with a single decisive blow. The Queen Mother's heart raced. No, could that figure actually intend to attack me? The danger struck too suddenly. At this moment, engulfed in her tribulation, she had no means to resist. Swish! The sword energy pierced through the sky, sweeping across 30,000 miles. In a terrifying turn of events, the vast tribulation clouds were instantly cleaved in two. The Queen Mother stared in amazement, but the next moment it seemed as if the heavenly tribulation had been provoked, gathering once more. However, this time the target of the tribulation was not the Queen Mother, but Tongtian instead. Interfering with someone else's tribulation would undoubtedly bring calamity upon oneself. Just in time. Tongtian laughed heartily, sheathing the Luo Sword Embryo and leaping into the storm of tribulation clouds. Within the dense dark clouds it appeared as if a malevolent dragon was writhing, stirring up boundless winds and clouds. The Queen Mother transformed and emerged, staring up at the storm, utterly mesmerized. Who is this fellow Taoist to provoke the heavenly tribulation so boldly? It was incredibly audacious. Her heart filled with concern for Tongtian, for it was indeed because of her that he had become embroiled in the thunder tribulation. An hour later, the tribulation clouds trembled, and a figure burst forth from within. Instantly, the skyful of tribulation clouds shattered into fragments, disappearing entirely. Indeed, the energy within the heavenly lightning is abundant. If I endure a few more times, my 9 transformations, profound art, may even reach the 6th realm, Tongtian declared, thoroughly satisfied. Though he was struck by lightning repeatedly, the benefits were immense. I am the Queen Mother of the West. I greet you, fellow Taoist. Thank you for your timely aid, she said respectfully. I am Tongtian. It is my honor to meet you, Queen Mother, he replied, bowing his head. The Queen Mother's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. Tongtian, you possess extraordinary powers, able to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Truthfully, she was greatly astonished, still struggling to fully comprehend the events that had unfolded. Tongtian smiled and deftly shifted the topic, engaging in mutual flattery with the Queen Mother. The debt of gratitude for saving her life, coupled with Tongtian's heroic act of shielding her from the tribulation, had already left a profound impression in the Queen Mother's heart. She proposed that they discuss the Tao, to which Tongtian readily agreed. Following the Queen Mother, he entered her sacred ground. Soon he beheld a massive peach tree. Peaches of immortality, Tongtian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. The peaches, also known as the innate Ren water peaches, were one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots in the primordial world. They took 10,000 years to bloom, another 10,000 to bear fruit, and yet another 10,000 to ripen. It required a full 30,000 years to yield 36 innate Ren water peaches. Consuming just one would enable one to ascend, achieving the golden immortal realm. Moreover, these peaches could dispel the 5 declines of heaven and man, making them incredibly precious. Even for Quasi-saints, they had significant benefits, increasing one's divine power. The Queen Mother smiled. This is my companion's spiritual root, the innate Ren water peach tree. Tongtian marveled internally, recognizing that she truly embodied the auspicious fate befitting the future queen of the primordial world. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, your timing is impeccable. My peaches have just ripened. She plucked 2 peaches, handing one to each of them. Upon taking a bite, Tongtian found the flesh transformed into an exquisite nectar, flowing into his being and converting into surging divine power. After consuming 1 peach, he realized he had nearly increased his divine power by 3,000 years. Indeed, a primordial spiritual root, it is truly a marvelous treasure. The Queen Mother smiled, not hesitating to pluck 10 more peaches, which she offered to Tongtian. He accepted them without any reservations, and rather than displeasure, the Queen Mother felt a wave of relief and a hint of joy in her heart. The two then began their discussion of the Tao. With the fusion of the 3 pure ones, origin energy, the inheritance of Pangu, and his cultivation of the 9 transformations, profound art, along with the innate Dao Embryo, Tongtian's comprehension of the Tao far exceeded that of the Queen Mother. Rather than a mutual discussion, it was more akin to Tongtian imparting knowledge to the Queen Mother. Gradually, she entered a state of enlightenment, absorbing the profound principles of the ultimate Yin laws that coalesced around her, bubbling with joy. Noting this, Tongtian did not pause. Instead, he utilized the innate Dao Embryo's effects to elucidate the mysteries of the golden immortal realm for her in a clear and accessible manner. Boom. 100 years later, the Queen Mother emerged from her enlightenment, gathering the innate spiritual energy and refining it into divine power. Mid-Golden Immortal, thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist, she expressed, gratefully bowing deeply to Tongtian. First he had saved her life, and now he had imparted wisdom. The Queen Mother felt that her debts to Tongtian had become unpayable. Another 100 years passed, and Tongtian departed from the Queen Mother's sacred ground. Glancing towards the direction of Dong Kunlun, he chuckled coldly and made his way towards the abode of the three pure ones. The moment Tongtian returned, Laozi sensed it. Perfected Taiyi, Golden Immortal. Laozi's eyes widened in disbelief. Third brother, your cultivation. In merely 3,000 years, Tongtian had surged from the early stage of the perfected Taiyi, Golden Immortal to the pinnacle, crossing 3 minor realms in a single bound. In contrast, he himself had only improved from the mid-stage to the late stage of the perfected Taiyi, Golden Immortal over the same period. As the leader of the three pure ones, he had been surpassed by Tongtian. Laozi found it hard to bear. Tongtian smiled, offering no further explanation. In the past, he might have clarified his situation or even shared the fortuitous encounters he had experienced. In the original tale, Tongtian placed great importance on the brotherly bond shared among the three pure ones. It was only after the calamity of the Fengshen and the fall of the Jie sect that this bond was irreparably severed. However, he was no longer the Tongtian of old. As a transmigrant, he held no fraternal feelings for those who would ultimately betray him and had plotted against his elder brother since the dawn of creation. Ha ha ha, elder brother, I have finally broken through. A loud laugh echoed within the Sanqing Taoist temple. Yuan Shi soared into the sky, the aura of a Taiyi, Golden Immortal instantly radiating from him. At last I am no longer inferior to my third brother. However, he soon noticed Tongtian standing beside Laozi. What's wrong with my elder brother's expression? Yuan Shi, feeling pleased, was about to greet Tongtian, thinking he had now matched him in cultivation. Yet in the next moment, the expression on Yuan Shi's face froze. Third brother, your cultivation. He found it difficult to see through Tongtian, as if a layer of mist enveloped him. You've reached the perfection of the Taiyi, Golden Immortal realm. Tongtian feigned modesty, leaving Yuan Shi with an impulse to spit blood. Damn, why is the gap growing wider? The distinctions between the mid, late, and perfect stages of the Taiyi, Golden Immortal had suddenly transformed into 3 small realms of difference. He finally understood Laozi's feelings at this moment. No wonder his elder brother looked so grim. Tongtian paid no heed to the thoughts of Laozi and Yuan Shi and stated his desire to leave Kunlun Mountain to explore the vastness of the Honghuang world. It is so vast, or I wish to see it. Currently, the conflicts among the innate 3 clans had not reached the point of irreconcilability. He just needed to be cautious. The dangers weren't too great. Moreover, how could he gather enough resources without venturing out? Sitting idle on Kunlun Mountain, the pace of cultivation was far too slow. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, but one must strive to seize them. Although the Dragonhan calamity was perilous, it was also a significant opportunity. Did not Hongjun take advantage of this chance to achieve sainthood? Right now, Hongjun has not yet attained sainthood. According to the history of Honghuang, the number of Luo Golden Immortals among the innate 3 clans isn't too plentiful, and as for quasi-saints, there may not be any at all. The leaders of the 3 innate clans, Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shikolin, were likely all in the late stage, having become quasi-saints propelled by the fortune of the Dragonhan calamity. With his current strength, Tongtian could be considered part of the 3rd tier within the vast Honghuang realm. He could even contend with the Luo Golden Immortals from the 2nd tier. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Laozi immediately furrowed his brows, visibly displeased. Third brother, did we not agree to remain in seclusion within Kunlun Mountain? Now that chaos has emerged among the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, if you go out at this time, it could lead to a careless mistake could result in his downfall. Yuan Shi immediately shouted, indeed, heed elder brother's words. The fortune of the Honghuang realm on Kunlun Mountain is not trivial. Even if we do not venture out, it matters not. He then shifted the conversation, inquiring how Tongtian had managed to break through. Laozi raised an eyebrow, also keen to listen. How amusing, wanting to pry into my secrets. Tongtian nonchalantly replied, by venturing out to explore, I naturally encountered opportunities and successfully broke through. One cannot become a Luo Golden Immortal by being cloistered. Instantly, both Laozi and Yuan Shi turned a shade of red and green. Tongtian was openly mocking them. I have made up my mind, I will descend the mountain immediately. Tongtian did not give Laozi and Yuan Shi a chance to refuse. Stepping on the Luo Sword Embryo, he dashed out of Kunlun Mountain without looking back. As for whether Laozi and Yuan Shi would be angered, Tongtian didn't care in the least. It was said that Yuan Shi was an unparalleled schemer, but compared to Laozi the disparity was simply too great. Throughout the development of Honghuang's history, it appeared that Yuan Shi often acted as Laozi's hand. Whenever there was a matter, it was almost always Yuan Shi who took the lead. This fellow didn't even realize he was being used. Laozi could sit atop Kunlun Mountain because he had already obtained the essence of the Sanqing and reaped a portion of Pangu's legacy. What did Yuan Shi possess? As the Sanqing Taoist temple watched Tongtian's departing figure, Laozi's expression turned grim. Yuan Shi, in a fit of anger, shouted, "What does Tongtian mean by this? Does he no longer regard us as his elder brothers? I see he has grown wings and disregards his brothers." Yuan Shi, proud and concerned with lineage and decorum, was deeply provoked by Tongtian's actions, striking at his fragile pride. Laozi remained silent, but his expression revealed his inner turmoil. Why had Tongtian undergone such a sudden transformation? Ever since obtaining that Luo Sword Embryo, Laozi felt increasingly unable to comprehend Tongtian. Deep within his divine consciousness, the essence of the Sanqing continued to evolve. Gradually, it began to take on the form of Taiching Laozi. Suddenly, Yuan Shi instinctively turned his head, a look of uncertainty on his face as it fell upon Laozi. "Elder brother, Yuan Shi was on the verge of collapse. In that moment, Laozi's cultivation silently and unnoticeably broke through to the perfection of the Taiyi golden immortal realm right beneath his nose. Laozi was also stunned. Seeing the expression on Yuan Shi's face made him want to shout, "Second brother, let me explain." He hadn't anticipated that his breakthrough would come so swiftly, reaching the perfection of the Taiyi golden immortal realm in an instant. Observing the changes deep within his divine consciousness, Laozi felt overjoyed but kept a composed exterior. As for the flicker of displeasure and reluctance in Yuan Shi's eyes, the exhilarated Laozi failed to notice. Once outside Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian felt as if the sea was vast enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to fly freely. It was delightful. The Sanqing will eventually split. Today's events will undoubtedly leave a rift in Laozi and Yuan Shi's hearts. Then I need to find a new Taoist temple. He had no desire to return to Kunlun Mountain. Then let it be Jianao Island. In the history of Honghuang, after the Sanqing split, Tongtian became the master of Jianao Island, transforming it into his temple. Ding dong. Please proceed to Jianao Island for sign-in to receive the reward upgraded version of the 10,000 Immortals Grand Array. The system was indeed reliable. How considerate. What is the upgraded version of the 10,000 Immortals Grand Array? In the history of Honghuang, Tongtian had set up the 10,000 Immortals Grand Array with disciples of the Jie sect, all participating, centered around Quasi Saints, and many de Luo Golden Immortals, unifying to confront the three teachings of the West. However, they ultimately failed, leading to the downfall of the Jie sect. The upgraded version of the 10,000 Immortals Grand Array eliminates the hassle of requiring numerous participants. One person can set up the array, gaining the power of 10,000 Immortals, doubling its effectiveness. Oh, Tongtian's eyes instantly lit up, his breath quickening. This was truly a remarkable treasure. The original 10,000 Immortals Grand Array could directly confront a saint. The upgraded version would surely be even stronger. The power of 10,000 Immortals bestowed upon one individual was not merely a simple amplification of strength, but a qualitative transformation. Tongtian expressed immense anticipation. Jianao Island, according to the developmental timeline of the Honghuang world, isn't yet the time for it to emerge. However, in the Honghuang world, many things were fated by destiny. For instance, Jianao Island was destined to belong to Tongtian. Thus, there was an inherent causal connection between Jianao Island and Tongtian. Following that intangible connection, finding Jianao Island shouldn't pose a significant issue. With a single step, Tongtian headed towards the East Sea. That was the territory of the Dragon Clan, so he needed to be cautious. He would avoid conflict as much as possible. The innate three clans were destined to be swept into the annals of history. There was no need to clash with them directly. In the East Sea, the stronghold of the Dragon Clan dragons were a common sight. However, true pureblood dragons were scarce. Most were hybrids born of the union between dragons and other races. The saying, "dragons are inherently lustful," held more than a grain of truth, evidenced by numerous examples. Under the dominion of the Dragon Clan, countless primordial races had mingled with dragons, resulting in dragon-blooded offspring, such as the Jiao dragons, lobster dragons, and dragon carps. Everyone stay alert and patrol diligently. A black Jiao dragon commander bellowed, prompting a respectful reaction from the members of various dragon tributary races around him. "Commander, this is our Dragon Clan stronghold. Who would dare be so bold?" One dragon-blooded descendant chuckled. "Even the Feng and Qilin clans wouldn't dare to attack us." Although large-scale conflicts among the three clans had yet to erupt, there were already countless private skirmishes with bloodshed between them, a common occurrence. "Commander, look. There's treasure manifesting over there," a dragon shouted. In the east, a brilliant beam of treasure light shot up into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The potent fluctuation of innate spiritual energy was palpable even from a considerable distance. A tremendous opportunity. You all guard it while I report to the Lord. Here it is. After a month of searching in the east, Tongtian finally located the elusive Jun and Donghuang Island, a smile breaking across his face. The Luo Sword Embryo struck down fiercely. Boom. The void twisted and erupted with dazzling light as an innate formation emerged, blocking all the sword energy from entering Jun and Donghuang Island. Tongtian rejoiced, finally discovering it. However, the innate formation surrounding the island posed a challenge, one that would not yield easily. Let's hope you don't come to your doom. He cast a glance towards the Dragon Clan's direction, sneering, and focused on deciphering the innate formation surrounding Jun and Donghuang Island. The commotion caused by the emergence of the island would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Dragon Clan. It was impossible for them not to notice. I never expected it to be an innate island, a top-tier paradise. It rightfully belongs to my Dragon Clan. A golden dragon surged forward, accompanied by a throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, hybrid dragon offspring. Their overwhelming presence stirred unease among onlookers. Hey Taoist, get lost. The East Sea is our Dragon Clan's territory, and this island belongs to us. Ao Xing laughed heartily, transforming into human form and patting the black Jiao dragon's shoulder. This time I'll remember your great contribution. The black Jiao dragon beamed with joy, feeling that everything was worthwhile with such a promise. I would willingly brave fire and water for the Dragon Clan, regardless of the dangers. Though Ao Xing was merely a beginner in the Taiyi Golden Immortal stage, his father was a Daluo Golden Immortal Elder of the Dragon Clan, a pure-blood golden dragon of immense strength. At that moment, he felt he had secured a powerful ally. However, as the black Jiao dragon celebrated, Ao Xing's expression darkened. Tongtian had disregarded his words and continued to unravel the formation. Seeking death. In the Dragon Clan's territory, they were the undisputed rulers, and Ao Xing was born with the audacity that came from such power. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, the enraged Ao Xing launched an attack at Tongtian, his massive golden claws descending like an avalanche. The void twisted under the chilling pressure. The strength of the dragon bloodline was formidable. The physical prowess of the Golden Dragon Clan, the kings among them, was even more terrifying. With sheer strength, they could rend apart beings of equal rank. Enough. Tongtian snorted, releasing a sword energy that shot forth, piercing the void in an instant. Ao Xing let out a piercing scream, dragon blood raining down from the heavens as a claw fell, captured by Tongtian. A pure-blood golden dragon, its flavor should be exquisite. After all this time in the primordial realm, I've yet to taste dragon meat, he mused. As the saying goes, donkey meat is found on the ground while dragon meat is found in the skies. The flavor must be extraordinary. You dare? Ao Xing seethed with rage, realizing that in that fleeting moment, he had sensed an aura from Tongtian reminiscent of his father. Impossible. How could he be a Daluo Golden Immortal? The shrimp soldiers and crab generals stood frozen in shock. Lord Ao Xing had actually lost a claw to this Taoist. This island was discovered by me first. It rightfully belongs to me. Withdraw now, and I shall let this matter rest. He was on the Dragon Clan's territory, and should things escalate, it would not end well. Very well, I shall leave at once. Ao Xing swallowed his anger and retreated 3,000 miles with his bewildered followers. Then he produced a signal transmitter, a sinister expression crossing his face. You dare harm me? I will make you pay. A signal was released, visible for 10,000 miles around. Ao Xing had notified his father. If he couldn't win, he would call for parental assistance. The value of that innate island warranted his father's intervention. You're courting death. Tongtian's fury ignited. He had hoped to avoid escalating matters with the Dragon Clan, but now, the Luo Sword Embryo soared forth. Ao Xing, still gritting his teeth in furious laughter, suddenly felt a chill at his neck as a massive dragon head shot upwards, dragon blood spraying like a fountain, staining the ocean red. Oh, Lord Ao Xing is dead. After a brief moment of confusion, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals erupted into panicked screams, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just then, the Luo Sword Embryo unleashed boundless sword energy. Wherever the energy passed, every shrimp soldier and dragon-blooded descendant was cut down. Blood and bodies flowed into the sea, drawing the attention of deep-sea creatures that feasted upon them, granting them sudden power and transformation. It seems I couldn't avoid this outcome. Tongtian sighed, the Luo Sword Embryo coiling around the massive golden dragon corpse that fell into his grasp. Tonight's dinner would be roasted dragon meat. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, at the very moment of Ao Xing's death, Elder Ao Mo felt a sharp pain in his heart. My son. Aomo roared in fury, only to see Ao Xing's soul lamp extinguish. The loss of his only offspring drove Aomo to madness. No matter who you are, you shall die. Just as the frenzied Aomo attempted to charge out of the East Sea, he was intercepted. The elder of the Golden Dragon lineage intercepted Aomo. First, gather information to see what exactly happened. Soon news came back. An innate island has appeared over the East Sea. Lord Ao Xing went there, but was killed by someone. All details, including the distress signal sent by Ao Xing, were thoroughly investigated. The East Sea was the stronghold of the Dragon Clan. Although vast, it was easy for the Dragon Clan to probe for any information. Bang! Aomo crushed the armrest of his chair. Damn that Taoist with the nose of a cow. How dare he seize something belonging to my Dragon Clan? I will kill you and avenge my son. Without hesitation, Aomo rushed out, and this time the elder of the Golden Dragon lineage did not attempt to stop him and followed along. One Taiyi Golden Immortal was no match for Aomo. He was keenly interested in that innate island. In their eyes, Tongtian truly deserved to die. Anything that appeared on their Dragon Clan's territory rightfully belonged to them. Tongtian's actions were tantamount to robbing their treasures. Such a crime deserved the harshest punishment. Boom. Finally broken through. Tongtian sighed in relief. It had been quite difficult. If it weren't for the karmic connection with Golden Ao Island and the effects of the Luo Sword Embryo, he really wouldn't have been able to breach it. In an instant, a dense aura of innate spiritual energy rushed towards him. The next moment, just as Tongtian prepared to enter, he paused, furrowing his brows as he looked into the distance. They're coming so fast. He sensed the presence of the Dragon Clan along with a terrifying and chilling killing intent. They hit the young one, and now the elder is coming. Tongtian was speechless. They were truly a bunch of pesky nuisances. I don't have time to play with you right now. Entering Golden Ao Island was urgent. He would deal with the Dragon Clan later. With a single step, Tongtian entered the interior of Golden Ao Island. The passage behind him closed again, and the innate formation resumed its operation, automatically concealing itself within the endless void. Stop right there. Upon arriving, Aomo witnessed this scene and roared in fury, launching an attack towards Golden Ao Island, trying to force it out. Seeing this, the elder of the Golden Dragon lineage also exerted his strength. The innate island could not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, it would be challenging to find it again. Boom. A terrifying force erupted from Golden Ao Island, sending Aomo and the elder of the Golden Dragon lineage flying. By the arrangement of the heavenly Dao, Golden Ao Island had only emerged when Tongtian achieved sagehood. Tongtian arrived early due to their karmic ties. Now, with Golden Ao Island slipping back into the vast void, it was in accordance with the operation of the heavenly Dao. Wasn't it courting death for a Dragon Clan member to attempt to stop it? How powerful was an innate island? Aomo and the elder of the Golden Dragon lineage spat blood, their bodies torn apart, dragon blood scattering across the sky. It was a tragic sight. Damn it. Aomo growled softly, no longer daring to attack, watching helplessly as Golden Ao Island vanished into the endless void. His rage was so intense that it felt like his eyes would burst. The elder of the Golden Dragon lineage felt similarly, his mindset fracturing. They had gained nothing and instead suffered losses. We'll just wait outside. I refuse to believe he won't come out. The elder's voice was icy as he sat cross-legged in the void, beginning to heal his wounds. Aomo followed suit, recovering and waiting for Tongtian to emerge. Ding dong. The sign-in at Golden Ao Island has begun. Please do not leave midway to avoid sign-in failure. Sign-in time is 3 hours. As soon as Tongtian entered Golden Ao Island, the system notification chimed. He was in high spirits. The upgraded Wanshan Great Formation was about to be his. On Golden Ao Island, towering ancient trees, divine herbs, spiritual roots, and spiritual springs. Everything one could desire was present. In some areas, the dense innate spiritual energy had even liquefied, forming lakes of innate spiritual energy. No wonder it's ranked among the top innate islands in the wasteland. It's truly remarkable. Practicing in such an environment will surely yield twice the results with half the effort. If it were not so exceptional, Golden Ao Island would not have been suitable as the venue for Tongtian's teachings. A sage's venue was not something an ordinary place could support. The 8 Views Palace of the Taishang, the Yuanshi Kunlun Yushu Palace, the Nuwa Hua Huang Palace, and the 2 sages of the West stationed at Mount Simru. And the sage's master Hong Jun resided in the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. Each sage's venue was filled with myriad phenomena, not something commonplace could encompass. Many beings had also emerged on Golden Ao Island. However, not a single one had taken form. This should not be the case. In such an innate island with the dense innate spiritual energy after countless ages, it was impossible for there to be no beings taking form. Tongtian examined carefully and confirmed that indeed there was not a single one on the entire Golden Ao Island that had taken form. Some heavenly spiritual objects hadn't even developed the most basic self-awareness, knowing not how to cultivate it all. This is too strange. Tongtian felt that the reason for this was as if some force had suppressed it. I'll see what the cause is. However, Tongtian did not rush. Instead, he headed to the core of Golden Ao Island, preparing to refine it. This way he could perfectly control Golden Ao Island. The Bayou Palace. The central palace of Golden Ao Island, the future residence and teaching place of Tongtian. The three characters radiated immeasurable light written in ancient chaotic divine script. This was the script used for communication among the chaotic gods and demons during the primordial chaos. Every chaotic character possessed immense power, embodying a form of the Tao. The Innate Dao Embryo immediately began to analyze the profound meanings of the three chaotic characters of Bayou Palace. Soon Tongtian entered a state of enlightenment, and an aura similar to that of the three characters radiated from him. This was the terrifying aspect of the Innate Dao Embryo, capable of harmonizing with the Tao at any moment and entering a state of comprehension. After a long while, Tongtian opened his eyes, awakening from his enlightenment. His aura shifted again, his power surged, and he had drawn closer to the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. No wonder the chaotic gods and demons used this script. If I comprehend it more, I might grasp a portion of the great laws of the chaotic gods and demons. Laughing heartily, Tongtian pushed open the doors of the Bayou Palace and entered, soon locating the core pivotal stone tablet. Boom. At that moment, a blood-red light burst forth from the core pivotal stone tablet of Golden Ao Island, forming a blood-red barrier that sent Tongtian flying. A terrifying aura of malevolence emanated from it. There's even a chaotic god and demon aura. Tongtian was immediately astonished, recalling a rumor he had encountered in his previous life. According to legend, Junao Island was not a product of the primordial world, but rather the head of the chaotic deity, Junao, fused with a piece of primal chaos. At the dawn of Pangu's creation, it fell into the primordial realm, intertwining with the essence of the primordial heavenly path, which led to the evolution of Junao Island. Bayou Palace, on the other hand, is the location of the primordial consciousness of the chaotic deity Junao. It is precisely for this reason that it has become the core of Junao Island. Now I understand. Tongtian grasped everything. It made sense that the three characters of Bayou Palace were natural chaotic divine runes. No wonder the beings within Junao Island could not develop self-awareness. The source of it all lies here. The remaining consciousness of the chaotic deity, Junao, instinctively obstructed them. This is the primordial era, and you, a chaotic deity long swept into the annals of history, think you can create any waves. The blood-red barrier quaked, seemingly enraged by Tongtian's words. A colossal Junao manifested from within the barrier. How can you possess the aura of Pangu? The blood-red eyes of Junao fixed on Tongtian, astonished, before bursting into wild laughter. You are the manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit. This means that Pangu has fallen. Good riddance. Junao gritted his teeth. With Pangu dead, you as his descendant shall bear the debts he left behind. The Bayou Palace trembled as the blood-red barrier expanded, enveloping the palace in its grasp. The massive blood-red Junao opened its great maw and lunged at Tongtian. The chaotic blood suffused the air, causing Tongtian to feel suffocated. This chaotic Junao was immensely powerful. Its offensive capabilities had evidently reached the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. However, this was likely due to its suppression by the heavenly path within the primordial world. Defeated General dare speak of courage. In the past, my father did not manage to completely slay you, but today I shall send you to your demise. The Luo Sword Embryo vibrated, and the ominous imagery of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood reemerged, cleaving towards the chaotic Junao. If it had been the complete chaotic deity Junao, it would have turned and fled immediately. However, the current Junao was already incomplete. Under the suppression of the heavenly path, this creature likely did not dare to reveal its aura. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly face divine retribution. Tongtian was eager to test his own strength and see how far he had progressed. Bang! Tongtian was sent flying, crashing heavily against the walls of the Bayou Palace. However, he was not injured. The might of the 9 transformations' mystical art revealed itself at this moment. Your strength is useless if you cannot break my defenses. A postnatal offensive treasure. The chaotic Junao winced in pain from the sword energy, becoming even more enraged. At the same time, it was taken aback by Tongtian's formidable physique, gritting its teeth. It's actually Pangu's 9 transformations mystical art. Very well, very good. You remnants of Pangu deserve to perish. The chaotic Jiaozhu's fury escalated, and its attacks became more frantic. In this endless chaos, if one were to compile a list of enemies, Pangu would undoubtedly top the chart, followed by the 3 purities and the ancestral witches, the descendants of Pangu. Despite being suppressed by the heavenly path, the chaotic Jiaozhu's might remained indisputable. Tongtian relied on the power of the 9 transformations mystical art and the sharpness of the Luo Sword Embryo to repeatedly escape danger. However, he was gradually falling into a disadvantage, struggling to hold on as his body began to crack. After all, chaotic deities were not the same as the immortals of the primordial world. They possessed inherently formidable physiques and unparalleled combat prowess. Ding dong. Sign-in completed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the upgraded 10,000 Immortals Great Formation. The reward has been dispatched to the system warehouse, and the host can claim it at any time. Tongtian's heart soared with joy. The reward arrived just in time. Extract the reward. Boom. The upgraded 10,000 Immortals Great Formation transformed into a stream of light, instantly merging into Tongtian's body, becoming one with him. In that moment, the aura surrounding Tongtian surged dramatically, propelling him directly into the realm of a great Luo golden immortal. Tongtian could not help but exclaim, "System, is the upgraded 10,000 Immortals Great Formation really this powerful?" This is a temporary grant of power from the system, a benefit that comes with the upgraded 10,000 Immortals Great Formation. It is a one-time use item. Once depleted, it will be gone. Tongtian fell silent, recognizing the system's honesty. However, this was already more than enough. A great Luo golden immortal. You actually. The chaotic Jiaozhu was taken aback, witnessing Tongtian break through right before its eyes. It felt somewhat humiliated. Tongtian grinned. Now let me play with you for a while. He aimed to obliterate this chaotic Jiaozhu. With the upgraded 10,000 Immortals Great Formation enhancing him, not only did Tongtian's magical power surge, but his physical strength also escalated to a new level. Before long, the chaotic Jiaozhu found itself at a disadvantage. After all, it was no longer the complete chaotic deity. It had long been incomplete, its power reduced to a fraction of its former self. You want Jiaozhu Island? Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. In its final moments, the chaotic Jiaozhu went completely berserk. It could no longer see any hope of defeating Tongtian. Let's die together. The chaotic Jiaozhu prepared to self-destruct, causing Jiaozhu Island to tremble violently. It intended to detonate the entire island along with itself. After my death, let the floodwaters rise. Outside, Aomo and the Grand Elder of the Golden Dragon exchanged uncertain glances. What had transpired within? Jiaozhu Island, which had originally slipped into endless void, surprisingly re-emerged, clearly visible before them. An endless blood-red aura enveloped the entire island. Aomo and the Grand Elder of the Golden Dragon were horrified, sensing an immense crisis that made their scalps tingle. What on earth is happening inside? The sudden turn of events left them feeling as if this primordial island was about to explode. At this moment, they recognized Jiaozhu Island. Tongtian felt his scalp prickle. This chaotic Jiaozhu had truly lost its mind. However, if you want to die, you must seek my consent first. If I don't allow you to die, then you cannot die. A massive formation suddenly materialized, breaking through the blood-red barrier and enveloping the entire Bayou Palace. Come become part of my 10,000 Immortals Great Formation. With the chaotic deity as one of the focal points, the resulting power would be even more formidable. At the moment of integrating the upgraded 10,000 Immortals Great Formation, Tongtian grasped its operational principles. The original 10,000 Immortals Great Formation relied on numerous immortals as focal points, causing the power to be somewhat dispersed and ultimately discordant. In contrast, the upgraded version integrated wholly into a single individual. This meant that it required the strength of one person to condense the power of 10,000 immortal beings and sanctify the focal point. This is an enormous undertaking. Even a sage of the heavenly Dao would likely feel their scalp tingle at the thought. However, the benefits are equally immense. Imagine the strength of 10,000 great Luo golden immortals, or even the power of 10,000 Quasi-Saints concentrated within a single individual. Just in terms of magical energy, they could easily obliterate a sage of the heavenly Dao. This form of cultivation is infinitely close to the original principle of achieving enlightenment through sheer force. With overwhelming magical power, they could shatter all confines and suppress the heavens. The Chaos Golden Ao immediately sensed that it was being suppressed. What kind of formation is this? It exclaimed in shock. Tongtian laughed heartily. A formation capable of killing you. Boom. With a single punch, the Chaos Golden AO was instantly obliterated, leaving only a lingering roar of resentment echoing in the Bo Palace. I told you that you were nothing but refuse from the annals of history, yet you refused to believe it. Now you see the truth. In high spirits, Tongtian gathered all the magical energy from the deceased Chaos Golden AO and swallowed it whole. In an instant, 2 of the formation nodes in the upgraded 10,000 Immortals formation were divinized. A tremendous power erupted within him. As he threw a punch, the air itself seemed to explode with a thunderous roar. Even the Bo Palace trembled violently in response. So powerful, Tongtian marveled. And this is only the divinization of 2 formation nodes. If all 10,000 nodes were to be divinized. At that moment, he truly comprehended the terrifying aspect of the 10,000 Immortals formation. Truly, the Chaos Divine Demons are formidable. Even a mere fragment of their power can yield such horrifying effects. This was merely a fraction of the Chaos Golden AO's strength, with its greater power transformed into Golden AO Island now beyond his reach. Otherwise, Tongtian would have refined Golden AO Island to enhance the formation nodes. Only the power in one's own hands is truly one's own. Golden AO Island is merely one of many innate islands within the Primordial World. For instance, islands like Yingzhou Penglai and Fangzong are also quite remarkable. With such a trump card, even facing a great Luo Golden Immortal is not daunting. The Chaos Golden AO had erupted with the power of a great Luo Golden Immortal, yet it was still slain. Boom. At that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted in the void. Heavenly Dao Merits. Outside Golden AO Island, AOMO and the Elder Golden Dragon gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. The expanse of merit clouds was at least 1,000 miles in radius, leaving them drooling with awe. The place where the merit clouds descend must be Golden AO Island. What exactly did that Taoist do? Such a vast amount of heavenly Dao merit could only result from monumental deeds. Yet now they were utterly unable to enter Golden AO Island. The appearance of such a large expanse of merit clouds had stirred many powerful beings. The East Sea is the territory of the Dragon Clan, and many strong dragon figures were drawn to the scene, hastily gathering. In the southern volcanic region, a powerful figure of the Foam Clan stood in the void, gazing towards the East Sea. What did the Dragon Clan do to attract so much heavenly Dao merit? Nearby, the powerful beings of the Qilin Clan also looked toward the East Sea. With this descent of merit, the Dragon Clan is likely to gain another, or even 2 great Luo Golden Immortals. It wasn't just the innate 3 clans, all the mighty beings of the Primordial World were watching closely. After all, heavenly Dao merit is immensely useful, akin to a universal remedy. Even if not used to enhance cultivation, it can serve as a divine artifact of merit. With enough merit, even saints would hesitate to act against you. However, heavenly Dao merit cannot be seized, otherwise faced with such a bounty, these primordial powers would have long since fought to claim it. Now the strength of the Dragon Clan had become evident. No powerful beings of the Primordial World were willing to provoke the formidable Dragon Clan, leaving them to watch helplessly. Inside Golden AO Island, Tongtian paused for a moment, gazing at the descending merit clouds, and then quickly regained his composure. The Chaos Divine Demons were viewed as tumors by the heavenly Dao impurities that must be excised. After the creation of the world, fierce beasts arose, all remnants or manifestations of the Chaos Divine Demons intent on destroying the primordial realm. They were the parasites of the Primordial World. Yet after a great calamity of fierce beasts, most had been wiped out, leaving only a few to linger in hiding. The transformation of the Chaos Golden AO into Golden AO Island was undoubtedly a scheme. The heavenly Dao is just, and slaying the Chaos Divine Demons would only yield merit rewards. Tongtian stored the merit clouds, not using them to enhance his own power, but instead infusing them into the 10,000 Immortals formation. Instantly, the formation underwent another transformation, with 6 more nodes being divinized. Truly, heavenly Dao merit is incredibly useful. Tongtian couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. So much merit could elevate a Taiyi Golden Immortal to the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet for him, it merely divinized 6 formation nodes. Now he had successfully completed the divinization of 8 formation nodes in the 10,000 Immortals formation. While his realm had yet to break through, his magical power had ascended several levels beyond comparison. At this moment, I could probably shatter a great Luo Golden Immortal with a single punch. The increase in strength was astounding. Indeed, it was necessary to venture out and explore. If he had remained locked away, how could his strength have grown so rapidly? With the obstruction of the Chaos Golden AO removed, Tongtian swiftly refined the core stone tablet of Golden AO Island, fully mastering it. Perfect. Now that I have a solid foothold, it's time to venture out. His gaze turned toward the expanse beyond Golden Ao Island. At that moment, the waters surrounding Golden Ao Island were besieged by thousands of dragons. Various shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and dragon-blooded descendants swarmed the area, rallying for the dragon clan. Several pure-blooded dragons at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level hovered nearby, exuding a terrifying aura that pressed down upon the void. In the current primordial world, aside from a few ancient beings, Great Luo Golden Immortals were indeed the top-tier powers, and their numbers were scarce. The Dragon Clan had unveiled several of them, clearly illustrating their formidable strength. Everyone listen up. Form the 10,000 Dragons Great Formation. When that Taoist emerges, trap him at all costs. A pure-blooded dragon at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level roared, "Such an innate divine island has appeared in the East Sea. It is a gift from the heavenly Tao for our Dragon Clan, and no one can seize it." Roar. The numerous dragons unleashed a deafening roar, united in their thoughts. Everything within the Eastern Sea belonged to their Dragon Clan. Anyone daring to seize it would be their enemy. All deserved death. With the thunderous cries of the pure-blood Dragon Clan, a grand formation of 10,000 dragons materialized. However, this was merely a simplified version of the formation. The complete one required far more dragons than those present could muster. This time that arrogant Taoist is doomed. No one can save him. Aomo's voice was icy, a glint of cruelty flickering in his eyes. Once we capture him, I will flay him alive and extract his primordial spirit to light the lanterns of heaven. The bloodline of the Dragon Clan was formidable, making the birth of pure-blood offspring an arduous task. With his only son dead, how could Aomo not go mad? The elder of the Golden Dragon nodded, believing that Tongtian would not escape alive. Meanwhile, some powerful beings from the primordial realm had secretly arrived, hiding in the void and observing the unfolding events. No one dared to intervene. They had long learned the consequences of provoking the Dragon Clan. A sudden ripple surged through the void as Juneo Island activated and Tongtian emerged from within. The formation of 10,000 dragons immediately sprang to life, enveloping him. "You Taoist, for killing my son, prepare to die." Aomo was the first to lose patience. The aura of a Luo Golden Immortal radiated from him as he pressed towards Tongtian. "Father of Aoxing." Tongtian glanced at him, unperturbed despite being trapped in the formation. "It is the father's fault if the son is not taught. Aoxing awaits you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Family should stay united." The 8 divine eyes of the formation opened, and a surge of power instantly flooded his body as the 9 transformations' profound art operated wildly. Die. Boom. Before Aomo, a Luo Golden Immortal in the early stage, could react, darkness engulfed him, and his body uncontrollably transformed into a dragon shape before exploding dragon blood raining down in the void. Even the hardest dragon horn was shattered by a single punch from Tongtian. The flesh of a dragon at the Luo Golden Immortal level is truly a treasure. With a sweep of his hand, Tongtian collected Aomo's flesh. Dragon meat was highly nourishing, and the flesh of a Luo Golden Immortal dragon was even more so. Only the primordial spirit of Aomo remained, filled with terror as he fled frantically. "Elder, save me." He was a Luo Golden Immortal, yet he had been obliterated by that Taoist's punch. When did a Taiyi Golden Immortal become so powerful? Tongtian allowed Aomo's primordial spirit to escape without interference, as it was beyond his capability to stop. The elder of the Golden Dragon had already moved to save Aomo's spirit. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the elder and the other dragons momentarily stunned. Aomo had fallen too quickly. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant in the Eastern Sea. But you have chosen the wrong target. For anyone who harms my Dragon Clan and seizes our treasures today, I shall slay you. Offending our Dragon Clan means there will be no place for you in the primordial lands. The elder of the pure-blood dragon roared, and the formation of 10,000 dragons constrained him, directing wave after wave of attack at Tongtian. He was also shaken by Tongtian's formidable strength. Such an enemy must be eliminated quickly to prevent escape. If a Taiyi Golden Immortal could challenge a Luo Golden Immortal, how terrifying would he become if allowed to grow stronger? Since they had already offended him, they might as well eradicate him completely. How shameless. The primordial beings watching in the shadows couldn't help but scoff. The Dragon Clan was clearly grasping at straws. However, their overwhelming power left them powerless to act. Yet they were equally astonished by Tongtian's terrifying might. Tongtian's performance was dazzling, impossible to ignore. To challenge a Luo Golden Immortal as a Taiyi Golden Immortal was beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. What was this Taoist's true origin? But Having offended the dragon clan, especially on their home turf in the Eastern Sea, regardless of his background, he was likely doomed to die. Even if he defeated the Elder of the Golden Dragon and other members of the dragon clan, what of it? Reinforcements could continuously flow in from the dragon clan. And there was also the fearsome ancestral dragon. The strength of the dragon clan was indeed overwhelming. Moreover, the formation of 10,000 dragons still bound him. Even a simplified version should not be underestimated. Falling into it was akin to being fish on a chopping block. There will be no place for Tongtian in the primordial lands. Huh, dragon clan. Tongtian scoffed, throwing a punch. Boom. The two forces collided, erupting in a violent explosion. Tongtian stood firm like an ancient divine mountain, while the formation of 10,000 dragons trembled violently, as if about to collapse. The dragons within could only pale and spat blood. Impossible. All the dragons were shocked. The power of the formation of 10,000 dragons could not subdue Tongtian. The primordial beings were also wide-eyed in disbelief. This was beyond anything they had anticipated. This was no simple case of a lower power challenging a higher one. The dragon clan was likely to suffer a tremendous defeat this time. The formation of 10,000 dragons. Huh, today I shall break it. Tongtian laughed heartily. The dragon clan had come at just the right time for him to hone his skills. He unleashed punch after punch, his pure physical strength and magical power resonating. Boom. Dragons were sent flying, some with broken bones, others splattered, or their primordial spirits shattered. None could withstand the force of Tongtian's fists. One last journey for you. The Luo Sword Embryo appeared in Tongtian's hand, viciously cleaving down. Postnatal supreme treasure. No. The Elder of the Golden Dragon and the Pure-Blood Dragon Elder were filled with rage, desperately maintaining the formation of 10,000 dragons. But it was futile. The power of the postnatal supreme treasure combined with Tongtian's strength was too much for the simplified formation to withstand. Boom. The formation of 10,000 dragons exploded. Dragons were flung away, many reduced to ash in the process. Even the Pure-Blood Dragon Elder met the same fate, caught in the blast. The once fierce dragon clan was suddenly reduced to a state of utter disarray. Aomo's primordial spirit dimmed and filled with dread. What kind of monster had they provoked? Ah, you're still alive. Spotting Aomo's primordial spirit, Tongtian exclaimed in surprise, bringing down the Luo Sword Embryo. No, Aomo despaired. He could not escape the strike of the postnatal killing treasure. Bang! Aomo's primordial spirit shattered. The entire scene was engulfed in silence. Such an outcome was beyond anyone's expectations save for Tongtian. The dragon clan had not foreseen it, nor had the ancient powers secretly observing from the shadows. A storm is brewing, murmured an ancient being, his voice trembling slightly. To have slaughtered so many from the dragon clan on their own territory signaled an irreversible conflict. The wrath of the dragon clan could very well ignite the entire Eastern Sea. Oh, the Grand Elder of the Golden Dragon let out a heart-wrenching roar akin to a wounded beast. We will not rest until blood is shed. This time the losses for the dragon clan were catastrophic. 1,000 pure-blood dragons had perished, including their 3 Luo golden immortals. None had escaped unscathed. Some were gravely injured, while others had already met their demise. The remaining ranks, consisting of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, were similarly decimated, with only a few surviving. The greatest loss, however, was Aomo. The fall of a Luo golden immortal struck a painful chord even for the deeply rooted dragon clan. Not resting until blood is shed. Hell, wasn't that already the case? Tongtian seemed unfazed by the golden dragon's threats. Having offended me, it is only fitting to eradicate the root of the problem. Leave not a single one alive. His gaze was frigid. Even if he spared these dragons, reconciliation with the dragon clan was out of the question. Instead, it would lead to a relentless pursuit. Flee! The pure-blood dragon elder roared in fury. We must return for reinforcements. With 1 Luo golden immortal dead, and 2 others wounded, their chances were slim. The opposing force not only possessed formidable physical strength far exceeding their own, but also wielded a postnatal supreme treasure. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder of the Golden Dragon turned to flee, sending out a distress signal. Dear friend, peace is paramount. Heaven cherishes life. These dragons no longer pose a threat to you. Why not grant me a favor and spare them? It could help ease tensions with the dragon clan. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Just as Tongtian was about to act, an ancient power emerged from the void and blocked his path, urging for peace. Inwardly, Xian Yin Laozu reveled in his cunning. If I can save these dragons today, I may forge a connection with their clan, perhaps even join them, and soar to new heights. No one in the primordial realm was foolish. Oh, no one acted without benefit. Give you a favor. Tongtian's eyes turned icy, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. And who might you be? I am Xian Laozhu, a loose cultivator from the islands beyond the Eastern Sea. Sensing Tongtian's willingness to converse, Xian Laozhu exhaled in relief and continued. Tongtian, consider offering the Golden Turtle Island as compensation. I believe the Dragon Clan would be amenable to reconciliation. Tongtian's demeanor darkened. Bow to the Dragon Clan and offer an apology. Xian Laozhu nodded. Indeed, the Dragon Clan is the dominant race in the primordial realm. Submitting to them is not disgraceful. Oh, if that's the case, why did you not speak up when the Dragon Clan oppressed me? Wouldn't that have saved them some lives? Xian Laozhu faltered, sensing the chilling smile on Tongtian's face, and a surge of foreboding gripped him. Aye. Witnessing this exchange, the hidden ancient beings wasted no time fleeing the scene. They could see through Xian Laozhu's ulterior motives. However, it was far too blatant to show such favoritism to the Dragon Clan. Now Tongtian was the one in power. Since you wish to share the Dragon Clan's fate, then may you journey with them. The Luo Sword Embryo descended, and Xian Laozhu did not have time to scream before he perished, his body transforming into a dark toad sinking into the Eastern Sea. Boom. The Luo Sword Embryo flew forth, and before the Grand Elder of the Golden Dragon could escape, he was swiftly slain, his primordial spirit extinguished by the sword energy. Swish, swish, swish. Tongtian showed no mercy. In mere moments, he dispatched every visible dragon. The shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and dragon blood descendants were all annihilated without a single survivor. He collected all the corpses and dragon blood, exclaiming, "These are treasures. After refining them and extracting the primordial essence, I may even enhance several formations of the 10,000 immortals." Upon ascending to the earth immortal realm, one's entire being is composed of pure primordial essence devoid of impurities, perfectly aligned with Tongtian's desires. Such a commotion. I must make my exit quickly, otherwise when the true powerhouses of the Dragon Clan arrive, it will spell trouble. Concealing Golden Turtle Island once more within the endless void of the primordial realm, Tongtian turned and departed in another direction. The Dragon Clan's foundation was not as simple as it appeared. Besides the ancestral dragon, there surely existed top-tier powerhouses. If he attracted the attention of a later-stage Luo Golden Immortal, or even a fully realized one, it would spell disaster. Even worse, if he caught the notice of the ancestral dragon, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Tongtian vanished, a later-stage Luo Golden Immortal from the Dragon Clan tore through the void, his enraged roar echoing across the Eastern Sea. "Oh, no matter who you are, you shall die. I swear there shall be no refuge for you upon this land. The entire Dragon Clan will hunt you down." On this day, the Dragon Clan went wild, akin to unleashed hounds scouring for the culprit, causing chaos and despair among the scattered cultivators in the Eastern Sea. Countless wayward cultivators faced misfortune, venting their fury, yet few dared to resist. Provoking the Dragon Clan at such a time was clearly unwise. Simultaneously, Tongtian's name spread from the Eastern Sea across the vast primordial land. An image of a fierce figure emerged, one who had audaciously slain dragons on their own territory and emerged alive. The exploits of the Eastern Sea battle became the talk of many. The Dragon Clan has suffered a great humiliation, allowing a Taiyi Golden Immortal to successfully slay 3 Luo Golden Immortals in their own territory. This is simply. Yuan Feng shook his head upon hearing the news, though his heart was heavy with concern. The strength and potential of one who could defy Luo with a Taiyi body must not be underestimated. This will certainly give the ancestral dragon a headache. This battle had a tremendous impact on the Dragon Clan, leading many to question their perceived invincibility. If not handled carefully, it could even shake the foundations of their rule. Fortunately, that Tongtian Daoist did not come to my southern volcano. In the central Buzhou mountain, the Qilin clan rejoiced. Ha ha ha. I never expected such a sensational event would erupt within the Dragon Clan. What a delightful surprise. The primordial Qilin laughed wildly. Initially, I thought the descent of merit from heaven was a grand affair for the Dragon Clan, but it turns out that it was far from it. The primordial Qilin had not anticipated that the outcome would deviate entirely from his expectations. Tongtian Daoist, who exactly are you? To seize such immense merit all at once, and to defy the great Luo, while possessing a postnatal treasure for offense. This was unattainable without defying the heavens and possessing incredible luck. Especially the merit from the heavenly Dao, no one would ever consider having too much of it. However, the people of the Dragon Clan are not so easily killed. I hope you can escape the ensuing pursuit from the Dragon Clan. As one of the 3 innate clans, the primordial Qilin understood all too well the might of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, they could not have become one of the 3 hegemonic races of the primordial land, and indeed they were the strongest among the 3 innate clans. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the ancestral dragon had emerged from seclusion, his countenance dark, and his killing intent boiling, casting a heavy pressure over the entire palace. Many weaker aquatic beings trembled in fear, unable to stand. I have only just entered seclusion, and already such a significant event has occurred. You all truly disappoint me. The assembled dragons lowered their heads in shame, while simultaneously feeling overwhelming anger. Everything stemmed from that Tongtian Daoist. Lord Ancestral Dragon, I am willing to lead an army to hunt down that Tongtian Daoist and bring his head before you. Let us wash away the shame of our dragon clan. A burly dragon immediately stepped forward, garnering the support of many present. Shame could only be washed away with blood. The ancestral dragon did not respond, but instead said, Go. Convey my order to recruit that Tongtian Daoist. Let him submit to our dragon clan, and all past grievances will be overlooked. At this declaration, all the dragons present were stunned, gazing at the ancestral dragon in disbelief. Lord Ancestral Dragon, why must we recruit that Tongtian Daoist? He has offended our dragon clan and deserves to be tortured to death, his primordial spirit extinguished, ensuring he can never be reborn. Only then can we uphold the dignity of our dragon clan, making other races dare not underestimate or belittle us. Bang! The elder dragon who spoke was immediately sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood and falling into a daze. You only know how to fight and kill. What use are you to me? That Tongtian Daoist possesses almost unparalleled talent, and that postnatal treasure, the immortal sword, is likely his innate treasure. If we can subdue him, our dragon clan will gain immense support. Moreover, if we do not act, the Feng clan and Qilin clan will also attempt to recruit him. Besides, a sinister glint flickered in the ancestral dragon's eyes. What if we fail again? For geniuses, especially those who are powerful, even the three innate clans would regard them with utmost attention. Not to mention, possessing a postnatal treasure was exceptionally rare, even among the clan leaders of the three innate clans. When it came to geniuses, they often possessed great fortunes. Attempting to slay them was extraordinarily difficult. But what if that Tongtian Daoist refuses? An elder from the Golden Dragon lineage asked, his killing intent palpable. He longed to flay Chu Feng alive, reducing him to ashes. Their losses this time had been catastrophic. 2 great Luo Golden Immortals and 1 Taiyi Golden Immortal. All gone. The Golden Dragon lineage had been significantly weakened. Within the Dragon clan, numerous lineages existed, and the competition among them was fierce. This loss could very well cripple their Golden Dragon lineage, rendering them unable to partake in future internal struggles of the Dragon clan. This was a vendetta that could not be resolved. At this, a shocking killing intent erupted in the ancestral dragon's gaze as he fixed a deep stare at the elder from the Golden Dragon lineage. If he rejects, he will be our mortal enemy. Slay him on the spot and seize that immortal sword. Our dragon clan shall not obtain what the Feng clan and Qilin clan can also possess. Instantly, the assembled dragons realized what they needed to do. The elder of the Golden Dragon lineage harbored a chilling hatred. Tongtian Daoist, I hope you do not lack in wisdom. Furthermore, I shall now enter seclusion to strive for the Quasi-Saint realm. Unless there are significant matters, do not disturb me. Yes, the dragons shouted in unison, bursting with excitement. The ancestral dragon was on the verge of becoming a Quasi-Saint, which meant the day their dragon clan ascended to the pinnacle of the primordial world was not far off. They would surely sweep away the Feng clan and Qilin clan. As of now, there were no Quasi-Saints among the three innate clans. Following this, the ancestral dragon's orders spread throughout the dragon clan, recruit Tongtian. Upon hearing the news, the powerful beings of the primordial world were astonished. Was the dragon clan bowing their heads in submission? Their own had been killed, yet instead of seeking revenge, they were offering a significant price to invite the adversary. This was certainly unusual. However, many recognized the ancestral dragon's intentions, an astute strategy. If Tongtian accepted the recruitment, the dragon clan would not only eliminate a potential great enemy, but also gain an astonishing ally. Exchanging 3 great Luo Golden Immortals, 1,000 pure-blood dragons, and a multitude of lesser subordinates for such a powerhouse was a deal that no one would refuse. Even among the Feng clan and Qilin clan, similar measures would be undertaken. In this vast primordial world, the so-called grudges were easily overshadowed by the trade of interests. Amidst the bustling world, everyone sought their own gain. This was particularly evident in the primordial realm. If Tongtian refused, he would become the enemy of the dragon clan, facing relentless pursuit. At that time, it would not be too late to strike. Thus, public sentiment naturally shifted in favor of the dragon clan, portraying Tongtian as arrogant and ungrateful. It was merely a matter of words that could provide the dragon clan with an additional option. Quite advantageous. However, before these powerful beings could collect their thoughts from the shock, the Feng clan and Qilin clan also released their statements. They were willing to appoint Tongtian Daoist as a guest elder, offering generous treatment and the same powers as their clan elders. The goodwill from the three great innate hegemonic races immediately propelled Tongtian's reputation to new heights. News of the postnatal treasure for offense in Tongtian's possession also spread through whispers. Thus, many formidable beings in the primordial world began to secretly keep an eye on Tongtian. They wished to obtain that postnatal treasure as well. Kunlun Mountain. Elder brother, is that Tongtian Daoist actually our third brother? Upon hearing the news, Yuan Shi was momentarily stunned. He had merely stepped out for a moment, yet it felt as if the entire world had transformed. Was he still dreaming? When did his third brother become so formidable, earning such a remarkable reputation in the chaos? Laozi nodded. The treasure of postnatal assault, the Luo Sword Embryo, must undoubtedly belong to our third brother. Even Laozi felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Tongtian had only been gone for a short while, yet he had stirred up such a significant commotion. He had caused an uproar among the Dragon clan. Not only had he attracted the attention of the innate three clans, dragons, phoenixes, and Qilin, but he had also provided them with generous offers. Such treatment was something Laozi had never received. Unexpectedly, a tinge of jealousy arose within Laozi. As the elder brother, he found himself surpassed by his younger sibling. It was quite a slap in the face. Oomph! Yuan Shi suddenly snorted coldly. Third brother is simply causing chaos. How could the innate three clans be trifled with? Just after descending the mountain, he has already created such a stir. It's like putting us three pure ones on a roasting spit. He is far too selfish. The more Yuan Shi spoke, the angrier he became. If he refuses to accept the Dragon clan's surrender, he will surely provoke their full-scale pursuit. At that time, we three pure ones will be dragged into the fray. The three pure ones were one, all transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, inseparable from one another. Upon receiving the news, the Dragon clan would undoubtedly march to confront them. If he capitulates, how could I, the rightful heir of Pangu, bow to those who wear scales and claws, who breed in water? That would be trampling upon the dignity of Pangu's true lineage. Yuan Shi was particularly concerned about face and quickly discerned the adverse implications for himself. If Tongtian submitted, wouldn't that mean he and Laozi were also submitting to the Dragon clan? Yuan Shi could no longer contain his frustration. Regardless of how Tongtian chose, it would serve him no advantage. Unless Tongtian could defeat the Dragon clan's pursuit or force them to bow, but was that even possible? Among the innate three clans, the Dragon clan was the supreme overlord with countless powerful beings, including that ancestral dragon dominating the chaos. Their strength was likely already at the pinnacle of the Luo golden immortal realm. Even the combined might of the three pure ones could not match them. Yuan Shi secretly harbored a deep resentment toward Tongtian. Laozi felt the same. Though he appeared calm and untroubled, he had more thoughts swirling within than he let on. He too was increasingly dissatisfied with Tongtian's actions. However, Laozi chose not to voice his thoughts, letting Yuan Shi vent his frustrations. Seal the mountain. Until this matter is resolved, neither of us shall leave Kunlun Mountain. In the western region of Shumi Mountain, shrouded in demonic energy, a 12-petal black lotus manifested, upon which sat a figure cloaked in a black robe. A figure of such caliber has emerged from the east. How intriguing. Luo smiled coldly. A treasure of postnatal slaughter. I wonder how it compares to my god-slaying spear and the 4 swords of extermination. The god-slaying spear was forged from the 36th grade chaos blue lotus root, absorbing the chaotic and malevolent energies of the primordial, unparalleled in slaughter. It was a treasure of postnatal assault capable of harming the primordial spirits of saints, truly terrifying. The 4 swords of extermination. The most fearsome killing formation in the chaos, ruthless beyond measure, capable of trapping and killing saints, breakable only by the combined might of the 4 saints. They too were supreme treasures of postnatal slaughter. Though both were supreme treasures of slaughter, one was innate while the other was postnatal. It was no wonder Luo's interest was piqued by the Luo Sword Embryo. Come forth. A shadow of darkness immediately appeared, kneeling before him. Master of demons, go to the eastern lands and recruit the Tongtian Daoist. I want him to serve this master. Understood. The shadow vanished and Luo's voice turned icy. Tongtian Daoist, do not disappoint this master. On Yujing Mountain, a Daoist clad in a Tai Chi robe with the jade disc of creation above his head was engaged in divination, his brow furrowed in concern. The heavenly secrets of Tongtian have become chaotic. Even I cannot perform divination. Hong Jun found the situation troublesome. According to the predictions of the Jade Disk of Creation, Tongtian should currently be in Kunlun Mountain meditating alongside Laozi and Yuan Shi until the Dragon Han calamity concluded before venturing forth. However, this process had evidently encountered unforeseen circumstances. In the original trajectory of the heavenly path, Tongtian had not undergone these events. Yet now he seemed to be subtly entangled in the fates of the innate three clans. Possessing the Jade Disk of Creation, Hong Jun had always believed himself to be unparalleled in calculations, however he was at a loss. Through the predictions of the Jade Disk, he had a faint understanding that Tongtian would in the future become his disciple, possessing immense fortune and great merits, playing a crucial role in the development of the heavenly path in the chaos. Should I descend the mountain to persuade Tongtian to return to Kunlun before the Dragon Han calamity ends, refraining from further involvement with the chaos? Tongtian traversed the skies. Although the chaos was vast, the speed of information transmission was not slow. He had already received messages from the innate three clans. Quite the clever maneuver. The Dragon clan's call for surrender merely elicited a chuckle from Tongtian. This was clearly an insult. Let them revel now, once the Dragon Han calamity is over we shall settle the scores together. A thorough reckoning. As for the offers from the Phoenix and Qilin clans, Tongtian merely smiled, not intending to accept. The sincerity or deceit within those offers was debatable. Moreover, regardless of which clan he joined, he would offend the other two. With the Dragon Han calamity about to commence, it would be sheer folly to voluntarily plunge into the chaos. Let the three clans fight amongst themselves, I shall not partake in your games. However, as the end of the Dragon Han calamity approached, perhaps he could strike in the shadows. As a dominant figure in the endless chaos, there were plenty of treasures within the three clans' vaults. If I could seize all three clan vaults, perhaps my myriad celestial formation would achieve divinity and the issues would be resolved. Tongtian was already planning how to scheme for the innate three clans' treasures. Meanwhile, as Tongtian devised these plans, the ancestral dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin felt an abrupt jolt in their hearts. The heavenly path warned them. The clan leaders immediately began to deduce, but found no leads. Thus they collectively cast their suspicions on the other two clans. Unbeknownst to them, the innate three clans had inadvertently taken the blame for Tongtian. Wandering aimlessly, Tongtian was in no hurry. He paid little heed to the Dragon clan's revenge. The chaos was expansive, it was up to the Dragon clan to find him in time. Moreover, as his strength increased and the formation of myriad immortals continued to achieve divinity, it remained uncertain who would be hunting whom. During this period, Tongtian refined the collected Dragon clan corpses, transforming them into vast amounts of primordial energy, and completed the divinization of 3 formation eyes. Now he had only 11 divine formation eyes. Tongtian felt a sense of despair. He was still 9989 away from 10,000. There was much work to be done. In the chaos, time was the least valuable resource. As Tongtian journeyed, he gathered various heavenly materials, earth treasures, and divine roots. Wherever he passed, it was as if a locust swarm had ravaged the land, leaving nothing behind. I am doing this for the sake of the chaos. Once the Dragon Han calamity erupts, the 3 clans will slaughter one another and countless treasures will be destroyed. I am merely taking precautions in advance. Tongtian justified his actions, considering them a noble endeavor worthy of the heavenly path's praise. As Tongtian roamed, a colossal, ancient, divine mountain suddenly appeared in his sight. The Mountain of No Return. Ding dong. Please proceed to Buzhou Mountain to check in, and you will receive the reward of a Pangu Primordial Spirit along with 500,000 merits of the Heavenly Dao. Task failure incurs no punishment, but also no reward. Tongtian's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a considerate system. It offered exactly what he needed. The Pangu Primordial Spirit. This was truly a remarkable treasure. After integrating the essence of the 3 clear origins, his upper clear primordial spirit was gradually transforming into the Pangu Primordial Spirit. This was a process of reverting to the source. However, it was not a swift endeavor. The primary issue was the lack of sufficient 3 clear essence to catalyze the transformation. He could only cultivate slowly. Now, with the addition of a Pangu Primordial Spirit, he might instantly perfect his own primordial spirit into the flawless Pangu Primordial Spirit. The merits of the Heavenly Dao amounting to 500,000 would be enough to significantly enhance the core of the myriad celestial formation. Buzhou Mountain. I Tongtian am coming. As the pillar of the Honghuang World, Buzhou Mountain stood tall in the center of the primordial land. No matter where one stood in Honghuang, a glance upward would reveal the mountain soaring into the heavens. Its true size was beyond comprehension. It resembled an ant standing at the foot of the Great Wall, unable to see its end. Reflecting on the myth from his past life where Gonggong collided with Buzhou Mountain, Tongtian found it somewhat unbelievable. During the latter stages of the War of the Witch and the demon Gongong's strength, even at its peak, was merely at the level of a perfected quasi-saint. Could he really break Buzhou Mountain? Moreover, the witch clan disrespected the heavens and saints, only venerating the great Pangu. As a manifestation of Pangu's spine, Buzhou Mountain was regarded as a symbol of Pangu by the witch clan. No matter how furious Gongong was, he wouldn't dare to strike it. There was something sinister about this situation that made Tongtian feel as though a conspiracy was afoot. The depths of the waters in Honghuang are too profound. Though Buzhou Mountain appeared to be just a short distance away, a mere 2 steps, Tongtian took a full month to reach it. The phrase, "the mountain looks close but is far away," perfectly described his predicament. It can only be said that the Honghuang world is vast, as it is the pinnacle of the chaotic primordial realms. The expanse of the Honghuang world is beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Nonetheless, Tongtian was not anxious. After all, the task given by the system had no time limit, allowing him to take his time. There were plenty of treasures within Buzhou Mountain. The most famous of these were undoubtedly the innate gourd vine and the 36-grade green lotus. The 7 gourds produced by the innate gourd vine were divided among the mighty beings of Honghuang and later forged into magical artifacts that became renowned throughout the world. The 36-grade green lotus was transformed into the dragon soaring staff, the jade rui, and the Qingping sword, each belonging to the 3 clear. As for other treasures and spiritual roots, they were countless. Even saints might not know the exact number of treasures hidden within Buzhou Mountain. Wait, Tongtian suddenly halted. Isn't the territory of the Qilin clan located at the foot of Buzhou Mountain? The Qilin clan occupied the central land precisely within the range of Buzhou Mountain. Given the vastness of Buzhou Mountain, I shouldn't run into any members of the Qilin clan. He continued on his way. It wasn't that he feared the Qilin clan, he simply wished to avoid entanglement with them. The Dragon clan had been a necessity, but if a Qilin clan member appeared, he might truly be compelled to enter the Dragon Han Calamity. Once Calamity ensnared him and causal ties obscured his spiritual light, erroneous judgments would naturally follow, leaving him unaware of how he met his end. Otherwise, with the talents and vision of the leaders of the innate 3 clans, how could they have instigated the final Dragon Han Calamity that led to the mutual destruction of the innate 3 clans? I hope you won't force my hand. Tongtian murmured, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his eyes. If it came to it, he would have no choice but to unleash a massacre. Within him, the Luo Sword Embryo seemed to sense Tongshan's murderous intent, vibrating in response, and the ominous imagery of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood intensified. Above it, numerous remnants of dragon souls appeared. This sword embryo is truly an unparalleled weapon. Noticing this scene, Tongtian grew slightly vigilant. Those dragon souls were imprisoned within the Luo Sword Embryo after being slain, becoming part of the ominous imagery of the sea of corpses and rivers of blood, doomed to never transcend. A malevolent weapon can easily devour its master. In that mystical world, previous masters of the Luo Sword Embryo had not met favorable fates. Even the Emperor of Heaven, who traversed ancient and modern times and reversed the flow of the 3,000 great worlds, had perished beneath the Luo Sword Embryo. This won't do. I must refine this Luo Sword Embryo completely as soon as possible. Tongtian felt urgency throughout this journey. He had only managed to refine 37 layers of restrictions. He had only increased 1 layer. Fully refining a postnatal treasure was exceedingly difficult. The further one progressed, the greater the difficulty, increasing geometrically. That demon Emperor Donghuang Taiyi had died without fully refining the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Otherwise, the outcome of the War of the Witch and the demon might have been different. After all, if the full power of an innate treasure were unleashed, it would be equivalent to a heavenly Dao Saint. The 12 ancestral witches were strong, but after losing the Earth Mother ancestor, they could no longer form a perfect Pangu true body. Against an innate treasure equivalent to a heavenly Dao Saint, they would stand no chance. With 11 restrictions remaining to be refined after completing the check-in task at Buzhou Mountain and obtaining the merit of the heavenly Dao, I should be able to refine the Luo Sword Embryo. 500,000 merits of the heavenly Dao should suffice to refine the remaining 11 layers of restrictions, which posed no significant issue. The 33 Heavens Xianhuang treasure tower in my possession should still be incomplete in its refinement right. Tongtian thought instinctively. Unless he used his own merits of opening the heavens, it would certainly be impossible. However, the merits of opening the heavens were hidden deep within his primordial spirit, and even he could not draw them out now. In later generations, the 3 clear were only able to extract that portion of the opening heavens merit after establishing their own great teachings and receiving heavenly merits, successfully merging it with the primordial purple energy to attain sainthood. A glimmer of light flashed in Tongtian's eyes. The 33 Heavens Xianhuang Treasure Tower is a valuable item, if I could acquire it. It would complement the Luo Sword Embryo, perfectly placing him in an unbeatable position in the innate realm. However, obtaining the 33 Heavens Xianhuang Treasure Tower was not easy. Currently, the three clear had not yet separated, making it difficult for him to act. Let's wait a bit. The separation of the three clear is only a matter of time. The operation of the heavenly Dao will not allow them to remain united indefinitely. At that point, he could devise a plan to seize it. Meanwhile, in Kunlun Mountain, Laozi, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly felt a surge of trepidation, his primordial spirit leaping violently, causing the process of evolving the one Qi transforming into three clear to collapse. Who is plotting against me? Laozi was filled with indescribable rage. His plan to transform anger into clarity had reached a critical moment, yet it fell apart. He was so furious that thoughts of violence crossed his mind. However, no useful insights emerged from his contemplations. The sudden onset of heart palpitations came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. In the end, Laozi could only helplessly give up. Unbeknownst to Tongtian, his spontaneous impulse had unwittingly led to significant losses for Laozi. After nearly a century of intermittent travel, Tongtian finally arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. It had been an arduous journey. Fortunately, time was of little consequence in the primordial wilderness. A retreat could last a century. Otherwise, mere travel could have delayed countless matters. During this century, the territory of the Qilin clan had expanded considerably. Along the way, Tongtian encountered several groups of Qilin people, but skillfully avoided them. Occasionally, he overheard discussions among the Qilin about himself. Tongtian's expression turned peculiar. The dragon clan's persistence was truly remarkable. Over 100 years had passed, and they had yet to abandon their search for him. Clearly, the battle at Golden Ao Island had enraged them deeply, yet the taste of dragon meat was undeniably exquisite. Throughout his journey, Tongtian had indulged in barbecued dragon meat, which was extraordinarily delicious. He couldn't help but regret not leaving a few pure-blood dragons alive, instead of refining them all into vital energy. Well then, the next time I encounter the dragon clan, I shall slay a few more. The flavor of pure-blood dragons far exceeds that of mixed-blood ones. The dragon clan remained unaware that a formidable being had set its sights on them. Meanwhile, the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan had not abandoned their attempts to recruit Tongtian. Soon Tongtian ascended Buzhou Mountain. An overwhelming pressure, terrifying in its magnitude, suddenly bore down upon him, as if the very mountain itself were collapsing upon him. It was unbearable. Tongtian's knees buckled, his spine bent, and his entire body trembled, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. No, Tongtian roared within himself. I, Tongtian, shall never kneel. Even here, where Pangu's divine essence had transformed into sacred mountains, that would not be permissible. The 9 turns mystical art surged within him, devouring the innate spiritual energy emanating from Buzhou Mountain. Each step felt as though he were carrying the mountain itself, his meridians and flesh straining under the immense pressure, blood spurting from his pores and staining the ground crimson. Fortunately, Tongtian had cultivated the 9 turns mystical art, and his physical form had undergone a transformation. Otherwise, he would never have been able to withstand the enormous pressure from Buzhou Mountain and would have crumbled in an instant. As the supreme divine mountain formed from Pangu's spine, Buzhou Mountain had its own operational rules. The more one resisted, the greater the pressure one faced, ultimately leading to one's collapse. The Qilin clan, for example, did not entertain any thoughts of resistance as they approached Buzhou Mountain. Yet even so, they could not reach the summit. The original Qilin, in fact, did not ascend even 1/10 of the mountain's height. This alone illustrated the mountain's terrifying nature. The calamity of creation had only just passed, and the will of Pangu lingering atop Buzhou Mountain was still intensely potent. With every step, Tongtian found himself battling against Pangu's will. The pressure was unimaginable. However, this struggle was not without its benefits. The back and forth between collapse and creation allowed his physical strength to continually increase. Every inch of his flesh glimmered with a radiant sheen, brimming with boundless vitality. He appeared less like an immortal and more akin to the flesh of a chaotic primordial demon. Ding dong. Signing in at Buzhou Mountain has begun. Please do not leave to prevent interruption. Ding dong. Signing incomplete. Rewards have been deposited in the system warehouse. This was fantastic. Tongtian felt an immediate surge of joy. The rewards arrived precisely at the right moment. He promptly retrieved the Pangu primordial spirit from the system warehouse and ingested it into his own primordial spirit, initiating a fusion process bolstered by the pressure of Buzhou Mountain. I shall forge a complete Pangu primordial spirit. The three purities born from the Pangu primordial spirit inherently possessed a third of its original power. Although their essence was complete and unblemished through evolution, they could never compare to the true Pangu primordial spirit. The disparity was vast. One must understand that the strength of the Pangu primordial spirit was such that it could slay chaotic primordial demons with mere spiritual power. The three purities still had a long way to go. Even after attaining sanctity, there remained a significant gap. Once I transform into the Pangu primordial spirit, my foundation and potential will be greatly enhanced. At that point, the only thing left for him would be the bloodline of Pangu. During this process, Tongtian distinctly felt the pressure from Buzhou Mountains will diminish significantly, no longer as terrifying as before. Perhaps this is due to the nature of the Pangu primordial spirit. The shared origin allowed Buzhou Mountains will to open a back door, easing the pressure slightly. Tongtian exhaled in relief. He could not endure much more of this. This level of pressure is just right. A year later, Tongtian continued his ascent of the mountain. However, he appeared considerably more at ease, no longer the disheveled figure he once was at the beginning. On this day, while climbing, Tongtian suddenly trembled all over, a look of ecstatic joy illuminating his face. The Pangu primordial spirit has succeeded. A rumbling sound emanated from within his primordial spirit, and at that moment the essence of the three purities melded into one. His primordial spirit underwent a complete transformation adorned with a glimmering hue of chaos. The speed of the nine turns mystical art surged in that instant. Centered around Tongtian, a vortex of innate spiritual energy formed, which he voraciously consumed. Crack! Within Tongtian's body a seal seemed to have shattered. Continuous streams of magical power were birthed from within, filling his limbs and bones. In every gesture it felt as though he wielded the divine might of heaven and earth. In the next moment, a hazy river materialized in Tongtian's consciousness. Within the river flowed flowers, birds, insects, fish, and all things of heaven and earth. The waters flowed quietly without beginning or end. Tongtian even glimpsed his own figure within, but it quickly faded from view. He also saw Laozi Yuanshi, Zulong Yuanfeng, and the original Qilin all flashing by like scenes in a film. The river of fate. Tongtian roared, suddenly aware of what was happening. He was breaking through to the Deluo golden immortal realm. The term Deluo signifies transcending the three realms, stepping beyond the five elements, and leaping out of the river of fate. All beings exist within the river of fate, subject to its arrangements, drifting along without freedom. However, a Deluo golden immortal has already leapt out of the waters, able to reside on the riverbank. This distinction marks the difference of a Deluo golden immortal. Upon reaching Deluo, one becomes free from all constraints of time and space. Tongtian leaped into the air, his primordial spirit radiating boundless brilliance as he soared from the river of fate. Boom! The river of destiny surged violently, unleashing an immensely terrifying force that thwarted Tongtian's ascent. The currents of fate roiled, creating colossal waves that threatened to cast Tongtian's true spirit down into the depths. Escaping the river of destiny was no simple feat. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Today I, Tongtian, shall ascend the Dao, becoming a Deluo. Within the river of destiny, Tongtian roared in defiance, and the Luo Sword Embryo materialized before him, grasped firmly in his hand as he slashed downward with ferocity. Break for me! Endless radiant sword light erupted from within the river of destiny, blooming like a sword lotus. The nine turns mysterious art spun wildly, providing him with boundless power. Crack! In that instant, Tongtian felt as if something intangible had been severed in the void. A profound sense of freedom and liberation surged within him. The splashing waters of destiny paused, settling beneath Tongtian. With a leap, he landed on the riverbank, gazing down at the myriad of beings within the waters. I have become a Deluo golden immortal. With his true spirit returned, Tongtian was overwhelmed with excitement. The term Deluo signified eternal freedom across all time and space. It represented a life equal to that of the heavens, where neither the world nor the Deluo could perish. One would not fall due to the passage of time. However, if killed in battle, that would be a different story, like the true dragons of Aomo. Within the unending mountain, the storm of spiritual energy surged continuously, devoured by Tongtian and refined into his own magical power. The mountain was suffused with the will of Pangu, rendering every fragment of vital energy exquisitely pure, having been purified through Pangu's essence. The wandering will of Pangu seemed to sense something and actively gathered massive amounts of innate vital energy for Tongtian. In that moment, he was immersed in an ocean of primal energy. Within him, the focal point of the myriad celestial array was continuously being divinized. The abundance of innate energy accelerated the process of divinization. 123, 1030. As Tongtian broke through, an old man in a black robe hidden in a nearby cave suddenly opened his eyes wide. Someone is breaking through on the unending mountain. The aura of a Luo golden immortal in the early stage. Could it be a member of the Qilin clan? Furrowing his brow, the old man swiftly emerged from his dwelling. To break through to Luo here indicates an astounding opportunity. Oh, since I as the ancestor have encountered it, it is rightfully mine. By the time the storm of innate energy subsided, Tongtian's myriad celestial array had achieved a staggering 88 focal points of divinization. I am truly powerful. With the support of the myriad celestial array, Tongtian's strength had leaped to become one of the elite few in the primordial wilderness. This power, with a modicum of caution to avoid provoking those ancient beings from the dawn of creation, was already sufficient for him to roam freely in the primordial realm. Why has no heavenly tribulation descended upon me for my Luo attainment? At this moment, Tongtian felt puzzled, but quickly realized that he was on the unending mountain. Here the dense will of the great deity Pangu could shield him from heavenly perception, thus no tribulation would fall. However, upon leaving the confines of the unending mountain, he would still be subject to the heavenly tribulation for Luo. Today, having achieved Luo among the three pure ones, I Tongtian shall be the first. Tongtian burst into laughter. With his elevation in realm, even the pressure from the unending mountain seemed to lessen, allowing him to ascend more swiftly. I will continue my ascent, striving to reach the summit of the unending mountain as soon as possible. As he climbed, Tongtian simultaneously operated the 9 turns mysterious art to temper his physical body and true spirit. Upon completing his Pangu true spirit, he felt an enhanced affinity with the 9 turns mysterious art, as if it were custom-tailored for him. The so-called Pangu true spirit did not refer to the actual spirit of the great deity Pangu, but rather to the chaotic true spirit forged by Pangu, possessing only essence without will. Among the chaotic divine demons, the Pangu true spirit was undoubtedly the foremost. This was unquestionable. The 3 pure ones were in essence manifestations of the Pangu true spirit, thus achieving the Pangu true spirit could be seen as a return to one's origins. With my current mastery of the true spirit, I could likely slay a Taiyi golden immortal, relying solely on the power of my true spirit. Coupled with the strength of my pure body and the myriad celestial array, one could hardly predict how many opponents could stand against me in Luo. With various buffs accumulating, Tongtian's strength experienced a qualitative leap, propelling him skyward. Throughout his ascent, he did not slacken his efforts, producing 50,000 merits of heavenly virtue to infuse into the Luo Sword Embryo. Now he had fully refined the Luo Sword Embryo. Such a formidable weapon was best mastered as soon as possible. 100 years later, Tongtian had finally traversed 1/10 of the height of the unending mountain. It was immensely challenging. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure he endured. Ultimately, he faced the relentless washing of the will of the great deity Pangu. With Tongtian's physical strength and Pangu true spirit, it had become somewhat unbearable. A century of uninterrupted operation of the 9 turns mysterious art against the pressures of the unending mountain and the will of Pangu brought about significant mental fatigue, which was difficult to alleviate quickly. No wonder the Qilin of old could not reach the summit of the unending mountain. To achieve the peak, one would likely require the strength of the Quasi-Saint rank, and even then one must be among the strongest of the Quasi-Saints. However, this century was not without its benefits. Whether in body magical power or true spirit, he had been honed to an exquisite purity. During this process, the Luo Sword Embryo had completed its final refinement, and all 48 restrictions were firmly within his grasp. Yet the 50,000 merits of heavenly virtue had been entirely consumed. Merit may run low, but it can always be earned again. The rules of the heavenly path in the primordial wilderness are not yet perfected. Acquiring merit remains a relatively easy task. Unlike later times when earning merit became as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Otherwise, during the great calamity of the journey to the west, there would not have been so many deities and demons descending to participate. Gazing at the towering form of the unending mountain shrouded in endless mist, Tongtian decided not to continue his ascent. I will return to challenge it again once I reach the perfected realm of Luo Golden Immortal. The arduous process of climbing the unending mountain was indeed taxing, but compared to the benefits reaped thereafter, such discomfort was negligible. Buzz! At that moment, a hazy light rose before Tongtian, accompanied by an astonishing fragrance that permeated the air. Instantly, he felt invigorated. Even the previous weariness of his body and true spirit was significantly alleviated under that aroma. What a treasure! I Tongtian am truly favored by great fortune. A precious artifact has emerged. Without hesitation, Tongtian hurried toward the source of the treasure. Simultaneously, the old man in the black robe who had been following him from a distance also brightened with excitement and dashed forward. Divine Medicine. Translation. Mount Buzhou. A small tree no taller than 3 feet swayed gracefully in the wind, its branches twisting like coiled dragons. At the top of the tree hung a jade-green fruit about the size of a baby's fist. The rich fragrance wafted from that fruit. Heavenly Soul's spiritual fruit. Tongtian exclaimed softly, instinctively scanning the area around the Heavenly Soul fruit tree. Sure enough, a primordial serpent colored similarly to the tree was coiling around its trunk, its emerald green eyes fixed intently on Tongtian. If one did not look closely, it would be impossible to notice. Heavenly treasures are typically guarded by extraordinary beasts, and this Heavenly Soul fruit tree was no exception. The Heavenly Soul fruit. It was indeed a precious item that could aid in refining one's primordial spirit. Even for a Luo golden immortal, it would have significant effects. Leave now, I have no wish to take your life. Tongtian gazed at the guardian serpent, summoning the Luo Sword Embryo into his hand. This primordial serpent possessed the strength of an early Taiyi golden immortal. It would be a pity to kill it. After all, being born on Mount Buzhou meant it had some fortune. The terrifying aura emanating from the Luo Sword Embryo caused the guardian serpent's pupils to constrict, its forked tongue flicking nervously, revealing its agitation. It sensed immense danger. This Taoist was not an opponent it could contend with. However, it had guarded the Heavenly Soul fruit tree for 3,000 years, and it was on the verge of ripening. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, the guardian serpent lunged forward, spewing jade-green mist from its mouth, enveloping Tongtian. Simultaneously, a poisonous fang transformed into a sharp sword, rapidly turning black in the air, aimed straight at Tongtian's heart. Seeking death. Tongtian remained unfazed. With a wave of his power, the toxic mist was repelled. The Luo Sword Embryo trembled, and before that black fang could approach, it shattered in midair. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The guardian serpent was thoroughly alarmed, attempting to flee, but in the next instant a flash of sword light appeared, and the guardian serpent was cleaved in two. A Taiyi golden immortal level primordial serpent is indeed a fine source of nourishment. It would make a perfect serpent soup. Tongtian had developed a fondness for the ingredients in the primordial world. They were simply too delicious, all natural and uncontaminated. Dragon meat serpent soup. With such an array of ingredients, even after tens of thousands of years, he could hardly exhaust them. While I have already tasted dragon meat, perhaps I should try dragon liver and phoenix marrow next. I wonder how they taste. In his previous life, dragon liver and phoenix marrow were renowned as top-tier delicacies. Now he had the opportunity to savor the real deal. Collecting the corpse of the guardian serpent, Tongtian waited for the Heavenly Soul fruit to ripen. An hour later, the fragrance intensified to an extreme before suddenly dissipating. Ripe. Tongtian's eyes brightened as he stepped forward to pluck it. Whoosh. At that moment, a chilling, murderous intent locked onto Tongtian. Die, old ancestor. An old man in a black robe suddenly appeared, ruthlessly attacking Tongtian. The aura of a mid-Luo golden immortal instantly enveloped him, pressing down on Tongtian. The old man's gaze was fixated on the Luo Sword Embryo. A postnatal supreme treasure is not something a mere early Luo golden immortal like you should possess. It rightfully belongs to me. The old man believed his luck had come. The primordial world was vast, but postnatal supreme treasures were scarce. To stumble upon one was extraordinary fortune. Forced onto Mount Buzhou by the Qilin clan, he never expected such an opportunity to arise. With the postnatal supreme treasure, the Heavenly Soul spiritual fruit. Once he acquired the treasure, he would make the Qilin clan pay a heavy price for their actions. Tongtian's expression remained unchanged. Alas, I didn't expect you would be unable to resist striking. Since that's the case, I shall send you to your demise. The old man thought he was concealed well, but in Tongtian's eyes his presence had long been revealed. Boom. The myriad immortal array activated the power of countless immortals enveloping him. The 9 revolutions profound art began to circulate, his power surging as he turned and threw a punch. Bang! Before the old man could react, his body exploded, his primordial spirit floating in confusion in the void. The Luo Sword Embryo flashed past, and a wisp of his primordial spirit dissipated. The black-robed elder had perished. So I have grown this strong. Tongtian murmured to himself as he gathered the elder's shattered flesh. With a flicker of the upper clear divine fire, the flesh was burned, transforming into boiling essence, which he swallowed whole. Buzz! The myriad immortal array trembled, the 12 array nodes being divinized. Indeed, amid Luo golden immortal's essence is formidable. Tongtian felt a flicker of joy. The divinized array nodes had reached 100. If I could have a few more such gift-bearers, I wouldn't have to worry about the divinization of my myriad immortal array. He plucked the heavenly soul's spiritual fruit and consumed it, directly circulating the 9 revolutions profound art to begin refining it. Before long, Tongtian opened his eyes. The medicinal power of the heavenly soul's spiritual fruit had been completely refined, and his primordial spirit had evidently grown significantly. Observing the slightly wilted heavenly soul fruit tree, Tongtian pondered and decided to uproot it. Mount Buzhou is destined to collapse in the future. Leaving this spiritual root here would be a waste. It would be better to take it with me, preserving its life. In the future, it may even have the opportunity to develop intelligence and take form. Tongtian resumed his grand endeavor of plundering. Mount Buzhou was brimming with treasures. Even a mere stone could become a top-tier material for crafting in the future 3 realms era. On his ascent, Tongtian had endured immense pressure and had little mood for conversation. Now descending the mountain, the pressure had diminished considerably, no longer affecting him greatly. It was the perfect opportunity to thoroughly scour this area of Mount Buzhou. Good things must not be overlooked. As Tongtian commenced his plundering on Mount Buzhou, conflicts and frictions among the 3 innate clans on the primordial land began to escalate. Moreover, dark shadows lurked in the background, stirring up enmity among the 3 clans. Unbeknownst to them, a veil of calamity had subtly descended upon the realm. In the western Shumi Mountain, Luo Ho fixated on the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation at the base of Shumi Mountain, his expression fervent. Soon I will bury the 3 innate clans together, and the boundless malice generated will be enough to shatter Pangu seal, allowing me to forge the 4 swords of extermination once more. The 4 swords of extermination were incredibly fierce, having been sealed by the great god Pangu beneath Shumi Mountain after the opening of the heavens, serving as a means of suppression. Only the 4 saints could break the extermination sword formation. Once activated, he would possess enough trump cards to contend for supremacy in the primordial world. Pangu, you cannot stop me. In this life, I, Luo Ho, will once again prove the Dao through slaughter sweeping across the primordial realm. In Yuqing Mountain, Daoist Hongjun wore a troubled expression, setting down the creation jade disc in his hand. The calamity is rising again, affecting the 3 innate clans, and with the devil ancestor Luo Ho intervening, the lives of the primordial beings are in jeopardy. For the sake of the primordial beings, it seems I must descend the mountain. Before departing, Daoist Hongjun instinctively deduced Tongtian's fate. To his shock, he discovered that Tongtian had vanished. The path to the heavenly realm was lost. Upon realizing this outcome, Hongjun was so startled that he dropped the creation jade plate, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. Could it be that he had perished? This thought crossed his mind, prompting Hongjun to once again calculate, significantly amplifying his mystical power. After some time, the direction of my divination points to Buzhou Mountain. It seems Tongtian has entered Buzhou Mountain. Looking up, Hongjun beheld the towering Buzhou Mountain stretching high into the 33 heavens, and he felt relieved. As long as he was not dead. Buzhou Mountain, transformed from the spine of the Pangu great deity, was infused with the profound will of Pangu. It was understandable that he could not deduce anything from it, as the mountain could shield itself from the perception of heavenly Dao. The mere thought of Buzhou Mountain darkened Hongjun's face instinctively. Even he at the Quasi-Saint level had failed to reach its peak. There's a great secret atop Buzhou Mountain. Pangu, could it be that you still have hidden cards up there? That time in his attempt to ascend the peak, he had been quite the mess, ultimately failing to achieve his goal. Based on his speculation, perhaps only those who reached the Saint realm would have hope. Tongtian, can you accomplish this? He had learned that Tongtian was one of Pangu's incarnations imbued with Pangu's essence, and thus could be considered a true descendant of Pangu. If anyone in this era had the hope of reaching the summit of Buzhou Mountain, it could only be the offspring of Pangu. Sighing, Hongjun gathered his belongings and stepped out, departing from Yuqing Mountain. Time flowed endlessly, and a millennium swiftly passed. At last, Tongtian descended from Buzhou Mountain. This harvest is monumental, truly worthy of the artifact transformed from the spine of the Father God. Next time I come, I must visit the mountain's peak. Casting one last glance back, Tongtian left the mountain without a hint of nostalgia. In the span of 1,000 years, he had thoroughly scavenged every treasure he could find, be it spiritual roots or divine soil, even gathering some rather decent weeds. He was more voracious than a swarm of locusts. I am preserving resources for the future of the primordial world, planting seeds of hope. Surely the Father God would approve of my actions. Stop right there, Daoist. As soon as he descended, Tongtian was confronted by a Kirin blocking his path. It appears you have reaped considerable gains from Buzhou Mountain. Hand over everything you've collected. The black Kirin displayed an audacious demeanor, its eyes glistening with greed and fervor, showing no fear of Tongtian whatsoever. With the expansion and growth of the Kirin clan, many within had adopted an arrogant attitude, believing themselves to be paramount, disregarding others entirely. In their eyes, only the Dragon and Phoenix clans were worthy adversaries. As for the other powerful beings of the Primordial World, who were they compared to their patriarch, the Initial Kirin? The Initial Kirin had successfully broken through to the Quasi-Saint realm. Tongtian felt a wave of exasperation. This black Kirin was courting death. If I were you, I would leave here immediately. Otherwise what? The black Kirin mocked, gazing at Tongtian with contempt. This is the territory of our Kirin clan. Countless experts of my clan are stationed here. Do you truly intend to make a move? If you dare to kill me, there will be no place for you to hide, whether in heaven or on earth across the Primordial World. On its home turf, the black Kirin felt no concern that the Taoist Tongtian would dare attack, unless he possessed the confidence to escape the relentless pursuit of the Kirin clan. Throughout their expansion, the Kirin clan had exterminated more than a few races. Tongtian sighed. It was futile to reason with the doomed. The moment he stepped down the mountain, he sensed a faint aura of calamity lingering in the air. The Dragon and Han catastrophe had commenced. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Kirin, the three innate clans, had already entered the calamity. Under the influence of calamity, the arrogance of the black Kirin became more understandable. A fragile mindset makes one more susceptible to calamity, turning them into mere fodder. Boom. At that moment, a massive black calamity cloud gathered above Tongtian, casting a shadow over him. A terrifying aura of destruction erupted from the calamity cloud, crushing outward in all directions. The area affected by the calamity cloud marked the zone for transcending calamities. The Great Luo Golden Immortal's heavenly tribulation. The black Kirin instantly regained its senses, turning pale, and collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. It had just attempted to extort a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only then did it grasp the true meaning behind Tongtian's earlier words. Under the heavenly tribulation for a Great Luo Golden Immortal, how could a mere black Kirin at the Golden Immortal level hope to survive? It would surely be obliterated to the last speck of ash. The Kirin clan was indeed powerful, one of the three dominant races across the primordial lands. However, in the face of heavenly tribulation, status meant nothing. With a thud, the black Kirin knelt before Tongtian. Senior, I realize my mistake. I beg you to spare my life. I am willing to serve you as a mount to be by your side, uncomplaining. Tongtian sighed, glancing at the calamity cloud above. It's too late. Boom. Just as Tongtian's words fell, a bolt of black heavenly lightning descended from the sky, enveloping him. The black Kirin had no time to react before it was instantly turned to ash. The heavenly tribulation of a Great Luo Golden Immortal was not something a mere Golden Immortal could withstand. Moreover, this was Tongtian's Great Luo Golden Immortal heavenly tribulation. Its power was even greater. After one bolt of lightning, Tongtian gazed upwards. This power is still insufficient. The 99 Great Luo Golden Immortal Tribulation comprised 81 bolts of lightning, each more powerful than the last. The first bolt barely even scratched Tongtian's physical defenses. It was akin to a mere tickle. Boom. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be enraged. The second bolt of calamity lightning fell without any delay. Meanwhile, many powerful members of the Kirin clan had also detected the emergence of the Great Luo Golden Immortal's heavenly tribulation. Is someone from our clan about to ascend to the Great Luo realm? Who could it be? The elder Lin Huoyan of the Fire Kirin branch was instantly elated. Their Kirin clan was formidable, yet a Great Luo Golden Immortal was an invaluable asset. With frequent conflicts among the innate three clans, having an additional Great Luo Golden Immortal would be immensely beneficial. But the next moment he was taken aback by the type of heavenly tribulation. Is that a 99 Black Calamity Tribulation? Which clan member possesses such extraordinary talent? The strength of the heavenly tribulation signified the potential within. A strong tribulation indicated a high natural aptitude and solid foundation, promising great future achievements. Only a handful within the Kirin clan could boast such roots. There was no news of those few intending to ascend. The message soon spread, revealing no clan member was set to ascend to the Great Luo realm. Lin Huoyan's expression changed drastically as he seemed to connect the dots, immediately leading his group toward the calamity zone. This Great Luo Golden Immortal Heavenly Tribulation didn't seem like a novice entering the Great Luo realm. Could it be that the black-robed fellow descended from Buzhou Mountain? On Buzhou Mountain, the will of Pangu shielded everything, preventing the heavenly tribulation from manifesting. Once one broke through there, no calamity would descend. But upon exiting, they would quickly attract the calamity's attention with no way to evade it. 3,000 years prior, the black-robed figure clashed with their Kirin clan, ultimately being hunted into Buzhou Mountain, thus escaping calamity. A great Luo realm foe was not to be taken lightly. At that time, the black-robed figure was in the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. For this tribulation was at the mid or late stage. Above Buzhou Mountain, opportunities abounded, one could never predict when they might unexpectedly soar to greatness. That black-robed fellow harbored deep resentment towards their Kirin clan. If it truly were him, it would spell trouble. 99 Black Calamity, Heaven's Path truly regards me, Tongtian. This was a mutated great Luo Golden Immortal Tribulation where the Thunder Calamity destroyed the physical body while the Black Calamity annihilated the primordial spirit and extinguished magical power. It was terrifying beyond measure. A single misstep could lead to death, leaving no chance for a comeback. The tribulation of the great Luo was thus fearsome, devoid of reason. Survive if one could, pass, perish if one could not. The 981 Black Calamities were something that an ordinary great Luo Golden Immortal could hardly withstand. However, this did not include Tongtian, who had cultivated the 9 transformations profound art and the 10,000 Immortals formation. When 10 Black Calamity thunders struck down, even Tongtian's defenses could not be breached. Instead, he was harnessing the power of the heavenly thunder to continually temper his physical body and primordial spirit, growing ever stronger. This passive tribulation crossing is not my style. Gazing at the gathering storm of the 99 Black Calamity clouds above him, a thought arose in Tongtian's mind. Then let me venture into the calamity clouds once more. After all, it wasn't his first time doing so. Ding dong. Please proceed to sign in within the calamity clouds. Completing the task will reward you with the origin of thunder. Task failure results in no reward, no punishment. Tongtian's eyes lit up, finally a system that understands him. This sign-in task had come at the perfect moment, aligning with his intentions. The origin of thunder. It represented the essence of lightning. In the primordial chaos, boundless thunder converged within the thunder abyss, where the essence of thunder's principles gathered in an incredibly dense form. Mastering the origin of thunder meant mastering the great principles of thunder. Principles were the threshold to transcend the great Luo Golden Immortal and step into quasi sainthood. Whoosh! As the 11th Black Calamity thunder struck down, Tongtian leaped boldly into the calamity clouds. Boom! The tribulation seemed to be enraged, undergoing yet another transformation. A tinge of blood red spread deep within the calamity clouds. What the hell? Just arriving Lin Huoyin happened to witness Tongtian's leap into the calamity clouds, instantly stunned into silence. This was not that guy in the black robe. Lin Huoyin quickly made the correct judgment. That guy in the black robe would never have the courage to provoke the great Luo Golden Immortal Tribulation Heathen. Otherwise, 3,000 years ago, he wouldn't have led his troops to chase that person into the Buzhou Mountain. The members of the Qilin clan who followed closely were equally shocked by this horrifying scene. What a fierce individual. He isn't one of our Qilin clan, but... Lin Huoyin frowned, seemingly deep in thought. That figure seems somewhat familiar, it's as if I've seen it somewhere before. Lin Huoyin pondered for a long time, but couldn't recall. This great Luo tribulation once past might be even more powerful than me. Such a person must be befriended. The Qilin clan sought to dominate the primordial chaos, but did not wish to make enemies everywhere. They would not let slip anyone they could befriend or ally with. The more allies they had, the fewer enemies they faced. He would not be foolish enough to think that all the experts in the primordial chaos resided within the 3 innate clans. The primordial chaos was vast, where ancient relics might be hidden unknown to them. This was not something only the Qilin clan was doing. The Dragon clan and Phoenix clan were equally engaged. However, it seems this great Luo tribulation has mutated once again. As the blood-red hue spread, Lin Huoyin's expression changed, completely unable to suppress his astonishment. 99 Black Calamity Blood Tribulation. Although it only added the word blood, its power had increased more than double. Provoking the tribulation and offending the majesty of heaven's path must lead to such calamities. Lin Huoyin shook his head, sighing, not believing that Tongtian could safely pass this calamity. The 99 Black Calamity Tribulation, Lin Huoyin believed, even if he could withstand it, would leave him severely weakened. Let alone this mutated blood calamity, he himself could not endure it. That figure merely seemed to be at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He was doomed. The thoughts of befriending or allying faded away immediately. There was no need to care about someone destined to die. However, Lin Huoyin did not hurry to leave. Ding dong. Sign-in commencing. Please do not leave the calamity clouds to avoid interrupting the sign-in and failing the task. Inside the calamity clouds, Tongtian also sensed the mutation of the tribulation. 99 Black Calamity Blood Tribulation, do you really have to play this way? Tongtian roared, rapidly channeling the 9 transformations' profound art to absorb the energy within the calamity. They were trying to kill him. If that was the case, then he would first devour them. Without a source of energy, how could this blood calamity strike him down? In this moment, Tongtian fully committed to confronting the 99 Black Calamity Blood Tribulation. After all, his body was robust and his primordial spirit stable. It would be a contest of endurance. Outside, Lin Huoyan and the members of the Qilin clan stared in disbelief. Elder, is this calamity cloud going to collapse? In the void, the 99 black calamity blood clouds trembled, incessantly torn into various shapes, as if a giant was rampaging inside. The black calamity thunders erupting forth also fluctuated, sometimes powerful, sometimes weak. Lin Huoyan thought, how would I know if it will collapse? He had never heard of or seen such an occurrence. When did the great Luo golden immortal tribulation become so unceremonious? That figure, could he really pass this calamity safely? Lin Huoyan felt uncertain. The scene unfolding before him had exceeded his understanding. Inside the calamity clouds, Tongtian let the black calamity blood tribulation strike him without defense. There was no way to defend. Unlike Taiching Laozu, who possessed a treasure tower of 33 heavens, making this tribulation manageable, although he also had the innate treasure of the great Luo Sword Embryo, it was primarily offensive, with almost no defensive capability. When the 36th Black Calamity Blood Strike fell, Tongtian's defense was finally shattered. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips, and Tongtian's face instantly paled. As expected of the 99 Black Calamity Blood Tribulation, I could only withstand 36 strikes. Nevertheless, with the body of the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations' profound art at the Taiyi golden immortal level, enduring 36 Black Calamity Blood Strikes was already remarkable. Not enough. Tongtian growled softly, his gaze fixed on the depths of the Black Calamity Blood Tribulation clouds. Today I will push the 9 transformations' profound art to the 6th transformation. The 6th transformation represented the realm of the great Luo golden immortal in physical form. The true sanctification of the physical body. 10,000 immortals formation open for me. Boom. A terrifying power erupted from Tongtian's body in an instant, sweeping outward with the divine formation's cord, demonstrating an extremely terrifying devouring force. It swallowed the power of the tribulation. Thunder was also a form of energy. As long as the physical body could endure, it could be devoured and refined. The calamity clouds shook violently, and the surging thunder energy was forcibly stripped away by Tongtian, competing against the heavenly tribulation. This is what Tongtian is currently engaged in. The crowd of Qilin outside stands transfixed in astonishment, utterly numbed. It is the first time they have witnessed such an extraordinary tribulation experience, opening a new gateway into the world of tribulations for them. Who would have thought that one could approach the tribulation in this manner? Alliance. It is essential to forge an alliance. At this moment, Lin Huoyan has completely set aside his previous thoughts. He can naturally sense that the power of the 99 Black Shas blood tribulation is diminishing, its might waning. This is not due to the consumption of the tribulation itself, but because it is being devoured. Crossing the tribulation does not necessarily mean one must passively endure beneath the tribulation clouds. One can charge in as well. Whether shattering the tribulation clouds or devouring the heavenly tribulation, as long as one can succeed, both methods are valid. However, one must also be prepared to withstand the anomalies of the tribulation. Take this 99 Black Shas blood tribulation for instance. After its anomalies, it could kill even a Luo immortal far beyond what a newly ascended Luo golden immortal could endure. Devouring the energy of the heavenly tribulation, not even the clan leader would dare to do so. Lin Huoyan sighs. This is a true ruthless character, one who is harsh on themselves. For such an action, a careless mistake could transform a seemingly foolproof tribulation into a path leading to one's own demise. Amidst the chaotic tribulation clouds, Tongtian's physical form continues to be reinforced. The energy of the heavenly tribulation is exceedingly dense, perfectly suitable for forging the flesh. Ding dong. The tribulation cloud has been signed in, and the task reward has been issued to the system warehouse. Tongtian is elated, hastily extracting the Lei Zhe origin from the system warehouse. Buzz. In an instant, the Lei Zhe origin merges into Tongtian's body, with traces of innate Lei Zhe inheritance flowing into his memory. Lei Zhe, as the embodiment of thunder, holds the potential of the innate thunder god to wield thunder and lightning. Having refined only a portion of the Lei Zhe origin, Tongtian already feels the threat of the heavenly tribulation diminish. The damage from the heavenly thunder has been significantly reduced. Come on, Lei Zhe origin, I am the thunder god. All thunder of the heavens, heed my command, devour. Before merging with the Lei Zhe origin, Tongtian dared to forcibly swallow the heavenly tribulation. Now he is emboldened further. After the 99 Black Sha's blood tribulation unleashed 55 strikes, it descended into chaos. The heavenly tribulation arises from the operation of the heavenly laws of privilege that Tongtian cannot strip away. However, he can influence the trajectory of the heavenly thunder, reducing its harm to himself, and then seizing the opportunity to devour the thunder energy within. Crack, 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 bang, bang, bang. The boundless power of the 10,000 Immortals' great array filters the thunder's force, rendering it incredibly pure, flooding into Tongtian's body. His physical form undergoes rapid transformation. His vital energy surges and explodes. His veins and bones reorganize, while his acupoints resonate with the stars, drawing in the divine power of the celestial bodies and assimilating it. At a critical juncture, the operation of the 9 turns mysterious art suddenly halts abruptly. Ha ha ha, the 6th turn of the 9 turns mysterious art break for me. His body roars, unleashing an inexhaustible divine radiance that even the tribulation clouds cannot obstruct. Lin Huoyan and the other Qilin can clearly witness this scene. Ascended to the realm of Deluo, the body sanctified. Lin Huoyan growls, his eyes widening in astonishment. He cannot help but feel a sense of dread. He knows full well how difficult it is to sanctify the body. Their innate 3 clans possess extraordinarily strong physical forms, yet those who can achieve body sanctification are few and far between. How could it be so difficult? What is the background of this fellow Taoist? Lin Huoyan scours his memories, but finds no one who meets the criteria. Ha ha ha, the mysterious art is complete. You are of no further use to me. Break. The Luo Sword Embryo slashes forth its radiance, boundless, shattering the 99 Black Sha's blood tribulation clouds in an instant. A massive hand of Tongtian descends from above, gathering the tribulation clouds once more and swallowing them whole. Boom. In that moment, Tongtian is enveloped in arcs of lightning. Within him, the 10,000 Immortals' great array surges rapidly. Under the stimulation of the immense thunder energy, the divine array suddenly reaches over 200. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupts from Tongtian's body, crushing everything in its path. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the Qilin cannot help but kneel under this overwhelming pressure, trembling uncontrollably. Although Lin Huoyan does not kneel, he endures immense pressure, shaking and sweating profusely. How is this possible? How could this be? Lin Huoyan roars in his heart. As a mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal himself, he cannot withstand the aura of an early-stage Deluo Golden Immortal. This Taoist. Wait. Lin Huoyan's expression suddenly changes, his gaze fixated on the Luo Sword Embryo in Tongtian's grasp, gasping in shock. The postnatal offensive supreme treasure, the Luo Sword Embryo. In an instant, Tongtian's figure fuses with a vague memory in his mind. Tongtian Taoist. He recognizes him. Over 1,000 years ago, the innate 3 clans sought out Tongtian across the vast expanse of the Honghuang, yet none found him. Tongtian seemed to have vanished into thin air. Who would have thought that Tongtian was so close to their Qilin clan? Right on Mount Buzhou. Lin Huoyan chuckles ruefully. Taoist Tongtian, please retract your divine powers. Tongtian has already noticed Lin Huoyan and the others. Seeing this, he retracts his aura. I greet my fellow Taoists of the Qilin clan. I apologize, I just broke through and my aura is still unstable. I hope it does not cause you distress. Extending a hand to avoid offending, Tongtian displays utmost courtesy. Once again encountering members of the Qilin clan, the Qilin breathe a collective sigh of relief, feeling as though the mountain pressing upon them has suddenly vanished. They feel invigorated. Thus their gazes toward Tongtian shift, filled with an overwhelming sense of fear. The Qilin clan may be arrogant, but they know their limits. Facing someone they cannot provoke, continuing their arrogance would be courting death. Moreover, the name Tongtian Taoist awakens their dormant memories. He is the ruthless figure who once bloodily dealt with the Dragon clan in the East Sea. One cannot afford to make a mistake. Tongtian descends, bowing to Lin Huoyan, determined to leave soon. The Dragon Han Great Tribulation has commenced, and the tribulation energy pervades the Honghuang. He does not wish to become involved at this time. Taoist Tongtian is renowned across the Honghuang. I did not expect you to arrive at Mount Buzhou. Why not visit our Qilin clan? It would be my honor to extend my hospitality. Lin Huoyan earnestly invites him, having resolved to bring Tongtian into their Qilin clan. Tongtian is extraordinarily powerful. A Luo golden immortal with a sanctified body on the cusp of becoming a quasi-saint once he joins their Qilin clan strength will undoubtedly soar. Perhaps they might even overpower the Dragon and Phoenix clans in terms of higher-level combat prowess. The two conversed, each harboring their own thoughts, while Tongtian found an excuse to politely decline Lin Huayan's invitation. Lin Huayan expressed disappointment, and Tongtian breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, an icy chill ran down Tongtian's spine, an eerie sensation surging within him. Patriarch, Lin Huayan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before eagerly introducing Tongtian. Patriarch, I initially intended to invite my friend Tongtian to visit our clan, but alas, he has pressing matters to attend to. Lin Huayan sighed, causing Tongtian to inwardly curse. He had thought Lin Huayan was rather straightforward, but it seemed he had a cunning side. Tongtian pays his respects to the patriarch of the Qilin clan. Tongtian bowed deeply. Tongtian, you have truly opened my eyes, the Qilin patriarch remarked. Your physical body has attained the status of a saint. Your innate talent is something I find enviable. The patriarch's penetrating gaze sent a wave of unease through Tongtian, a palpable pressure that he could hardly bear. It was no surprise that a quasi-saint, especially the leader of the primordial Qilin clan, wielded such overwhelming power. Being scrutinized by such an ancient being was certainly no small matter. Tongtian's mind raced as he pondered how to extricate himself from this situation. He knew he was no match in a confrontation. The realm of quasi-saints had already touched upon the laws of the Great Dao, and they had traversed this path for quite some time. Though he had merged with the essence of Lei Zhe, he hadn't yet mastered it, and he hadn't even begun to grasp the laws of thunder. The disparity was significant. My king understands that you have conflicts with the Dragon clan. If you are willing to join our Qilin clan, I can resolve that concern for you. The Qilin patriarch exuded a commanding presence. As the leader of the Qilin clan, and one of the few quasi-saint powerhouses in the primordial world, he had the confidence to make such a proposition. He recognized Tongtian's potential, a physical body that had achieved sainthood. Such talent was exceedingly rare among the primordial three clans. Each individual was a cornerstone of their respective clans, possessing the qualifications to aspire to the status of quasi-saint in the future. Moreover, Tongtian was not merely a physical saint, his mastery of magical power was equally formidable. With the innate treasure, the Luo Sword Embryo, it was unlikely he would fall. Even the ancestral dragon with all its might was willing to forsake deep-seated enmity to recruit Tongtian, so the patriarch would not hesitate to extend an offer. As long as you agree to join, I can promise you a position as an elder. Should you reach the complete realm of Luo, you would become the Grand Elder, second only to me. The resources of the Qilin clan will be at your disposal. Patriarch. Lin Huayan was taken aback by the patriarch's words, left speechless. Tongtian felt similarly. The Qilin patriarch was making an extraordinary offer, leaving no room for pretense. This proposal was clearly designed to benefit Tongtian. If he accepted, his status within the Qilin clan would be one of power and influence. The conditions of becoming a latest-stage Luo golden immortal posed no real restrictions for Tongtian. It was too simple. As one of the three pure ones transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, he had already reached the Luo golden immortal stage. If he couldn't advance to the complete realm of Luo, he might as well find a rock to crash into. The primordial three clans dominated the chaos, and the resources accumulated by the Qilin clan over the years were unimaginable, surely stacked high. Once he agreed, the remaining divine transformation of the myriad celestial formation would be resolved in no time. It wouldn't take long to complete the divine transformation of all the formation nodes. Truthfully, a part of Tongtian was indeed tempted. The calamity of Longhan was only just beginning, and the chaotic energy in the primordial world was still sparse. It would be quite a while before the true explosion of the Longhan calamity. Even within 1 or 2 yuan meetings, a conclusion might not be reached. With such a lengthy time frame, utilizing the resources of the Qilin clan, Tongtian could have completed the divine transformation of the myriad celestial formation long before the calamity fully erupted. He might even have the opportunity to challenge the quasi-saint realm. At that point, no matter what calamity or confrontation arose, he could face it head-on. With this in mind, Tongtian fell silent, then spoke to politely decline, expressing gratitude for the Qilin patriarch's attention. Though the benefits were immense, the dangers were greater. Under the weight of calamity, chaotic energy pervaded, and even the heavenly mechanisms could become chaotic, leading to unpredictable occurrences. There was a possibility that he might fall victim to it. After all, in the original history, none of the three pure ones participated in the Longhan calamity. No one knew what changes would occur if he were to become involved. Lin Huayan was dumbfounded. He hadn't anticipated that Tongtian would unhesitatingly refuse such a significant opportunity. Before Lin Huayan could speak, he was interrupted by the Shiqilan Patriarch. You may leave. Once Lin Huayan was out of sight, the Shiqilan Patriarch fixed a deep gaze upon Tongtian. I wish to understand your reasons. I believe such treatment would not be offered by either the Dragon or Phoenix clans. Tongtian smiled. I believe that as well. After all, they were outsiders, even if the Ancestral Dragon and the Primordial Phoenix agreed others within their clans would not. Then tell me, why are you unwilling? With your roots and aptitude, and with the assistance of my Qilan clan, you could achieve the Quasi-Saint realm in no time. As he spoke, the Shiqilan Patriarch suddenly halted, as if realizing something, his expression subtly shifting. Tongtian, have you discovered something? Tongtian sighed. The Shiqilan Patriarch was indeed sharp-minded, as expected of a leader among the primordial three clans. Shiqilan, do you not perceive the chaotic energy that permeates the void of the primordial world? In an instant, the Shiqilan Patriarch's expression changed dramatically. Calamity. He fixed his gaze on Tongtian, then gave a wry smile. I understand now. As a leader of the primordial three clans, he was no fool. Earlier, he had merely been blind to the truth. Now, with Tongtian's subtle hint, he comprehended the situation. I did not expect that after the calamity of creation, a new round of calamity would arrive. Suddenly, a celestial eye opened on the Patriarch's forehead, gazing upon the ancestral land of the Qilan clan. Dense chaotic energy had already enveloped the ancestral land of the Qilan clan. Not only that, but the territories of the Dragon and Phoenix clans were similarly affected. Is this calamity intended for us, the primordial three clans? As Tongtian was about to respond, a thunderous boom erupted from the void, causing his expression to change instantly. A warning from the heavenly Dao. The Shiqilan Patriarch was startled. Patriarch Shiqilan, it is not that I am unwilling to speak, it is that I truly cannot. Tongtian had not anticipated that merely harboring a thought would provoke a warning from the heavenly Dao. Indeed, this was the primordial world where the heavenly Dao was omnipresent, its surveillance exceedingly stringent. Heavenly Dao intervened, and even the primordial Qilan understood that some matters were best left alone. Continuing to inquire would surely provoke a conflict with Tongtian, which was unnecessary. Even if Tongtian remained silent, he could discern from the earlier warning that this calamity was likely aimed at their three primordial clans. The calamity of creation had seen the great deity Pangu split the chaotic primordial realm, resulting in the deaths and injuries of nearly all the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons. Subsequently, as a continuation of the calamity of creation, the ensuing great beast calamity had obliterated the ferocious beasts throughout the vast wilderness. Only on this foundation could their three primordial clans hope to flourish. Whenever a calamity was involved, it invariably signified heavy casualties. Yet unexpectedly, the calamity had now turned upon them. At this point, I shall not invite you, Tongtian, the primordial Qilan sighed. If he were in Tongtian's position, he too would have refused. With a flick of his hand, a grotesque beast's head appeared in the primordial Qilan's grasp. This is the head of a chaotic beast I stumbled upon in the chaos after breaking through to Quasi-Saint. In its prime, its strength was likely on par with the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons of old. He extended the chaotic beast's head toward Tongtian, signaling him to accept it. Tongtian was taken aback. This is far too precious. Even reduced to just a head, a chaotic beast equivalent to 3,000 deities and demons held immense value. Within the head, Tongtian sensed a vast reservoir of energy. I understand that you do not wish to be entangled in this calamity, the primordial Qilan continued. I have a son still young and untainted by slaughter. I hope you can assist in taking him away and protecting him for a time. With the matter laid bare, Tongtian could no longer refuse. The objects targeted by the calamity were primarily those already embroiled in slaughter incompatible with the heavenly Dao. Since the primordial Qilan's young son had yet to be stained by bloodshed, offering protection should pose no significant risk. Very well, I shall accept this request, Tongtian replied, his heart stirring with excitement as he took the chaotic beast's head. The energy within was indeed profound. If refined, it could significantly enhance the formation of the myriad immortals. Upon reaching the ancestral grounds of the Qilan clan, Lin Huayan immediately spotted Tongtian. With a shout, he attracted a throng of Qilan clan members, all rushing to witness the guest, giving Tongtian the sensation of having entered a zoo. Disperse. With a single word from the primordial Qilan, the crowd hurriedly scattered. However, news spread swiftly within the Qilan clan. Soon all knew that the famed Tongtian, who had once caused a ruckus in the Dragon clan, was now a guest of the Qilan clan, invited by the primordial Qilan himself. This led many to speculate whether Tongtian was considering joining the Qilan clan. If that were true, it would indeed be a formidable alliance, significantly enhancing their power while simultaneously humiliating the Dragon Clan. Unbeknownst to Tongtian, the thoughts of the Qilin clan members were far from his mind as he followed the primordial Qilin into the Qilin cliff. An odd expression crossed his face. Could this cliff be the very place where the Taiji Laozi would one day suppress the clouds? Before long, Tongtian encountered the primordial Qilin's young son. This was a dark Qilin, but its appearance was peculiar. Its face resembled a horse, its antlers were like those of a deer, its hooves like those of an ox, and its tail like that of a donkey. Was this not the fabled four-symbol beast? Would this be the mount of Yuanshi Tianzuan in the future? Tongtian's expression grew even more peculiar. The three pure ones would end up devouring the remnants of the entire Qilin clan, leaving them in a pitiful state. Seeing Tongtian's confusion, the primordial Qilin took the initiative to explain. The four-symbol beast had been born with an otherworldly force that had entered its body, resulting in its unusual form. Moreover, due to this foreign power, its cultivation was exceedingly difficult, otherwise it would not have remained within the ancestral grounds of the Qilin clan for so long. Tongtian sighed. Its weakness was undeniable. As the young of the primordial Qilin, it had only reached the realm of Taiyi, true immortal. Compared to the Dragon Clan, this was a stark contrast. The 9 sons of the ancestral dragon were all immensely powerful. The four-symbol beast had heard of Tongtian's great name and knew that he was an ally against the Dragon Clan. An enemy of my enemy is my friend after all. Before entering, Elder Lin Huoyan had even recounted the tale of Tongtian facing the Daoist tribulation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, which made the four-symbol beast realize that Tongtian was far mightier than it had imagined. No wonder the primordial Qilin held Tongtian in such high regard. Four-symbol beast, you shall follow Tongtian from now on, the primordial Qilin declared. The four-symbol beast hesitated, but under the weight of the primordial Qilin's stern gaze, it could only nod in agreement. Tongtian let out a sigh. Primordial Qilin, since you have recognized this, why not withdraw voluntarily? Boom. The heavenly Dao roared once more as a black calamity cloud appeared above Qilin cliff, crackling with terrifying arcs of lightning, locking onto Tongtian fiercely. It seemed to convey a message: should you utter another word, I shall bestow upon you a taste of divine retribution. Tongtian was immediately incensed. He hadn't even spoken much yet, and the heavenly Dao had already sent forth punishment. How sensitive! The primordial Qilin chuckled wryly, pointing at the sky and then at himself. Once you enter, there's no turning back. He confessed that everything was for the fate of the vast wilderness. To dominate the wilderness would yield immense fortune, granting the opportunity to ascend beyond the Quasi-Saint realm. Neither their Qilin clan nor the Dragon or Phoenix clans would ever relinquish this chance. Tongtian inwardly acknowledged the complexity of the unfolding calamity. The Dragonhan calamity was indeed no simple matter. The depths of this situation were profound. The obfuscation of calamity energy coupled with Raha's secret manipulation and scheming was likely just one of many factors at play. With this realization, Tongtian pointed westward. Be cautious in that direction. I can say no more, so do not inquire further. The primordial Qilin's heart tightened deep in thought before producing a piece of jade and presenting it to Tongtian. This is my companion spirit jade, Qilin Jade. Consider it a gift. With that, the primordial Qilin instructed the four-symbol beast to escort Tongtian away. As they left Qilin Cliff, Tongtian felt an odd sensation. He hadn't anticipated that his relationship with the Qilin clan would develop to this extent. It must be said that the primordial Qilin truly knew how to handle people. The clouds of divine retribution above Qilin Cliff began to dissipate. Tongtian turned to the four-symbol beast. From now on, you will follow me. Since this is a request from the Qilin Daoist, you are not to return to the Qilin clan without my permission. In a realm where the essence of existence is intertwined with the threads of fate, the creature known as Si Bu Xiang, though burdened by the limitations of its physical form, possessed an understanding far beyond its struggles. The recent mysterious dialogue between the king and the enigmatic Tongtian Daorin, coupled with the sudden appearance of divine retribution, unmistakably indicated that the primordial Qilin was entrusting its legacy. Indeed, I comprehend. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over Si Bu Xiang. Tongtian nodded, affirming, since I have promised the primordial Qilin, I shall not go back on my word. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to seek guidance from me. Si Bu Xiang was adept at navigating the complexities of relationships. The head of the chaotic beast and the Qilin Jade possessed immense value. Having pledged to aid the primordial Qilin, merely offering protection without proper guidance would weigh heavily on Tongtian's conscience. Upon exiting the Qilin ancestral grounds, Tongtian suddenly recalled that the Wu clan, another descendant of Pangu, resided beneath the unyielding Mount Buzhou. Perhaps he could pay them a visit. At this stage, the 12 ancestor witches were likely still in gestation, yet to emerge into the world. It was only towards the end of the Dragon Han calamity that they would begin to walk the vast wilderness. Ding dong. Please proceed to sign in at the Pangu Temple for a reward of 3 drops of Pangu essence blood. Task failed, no penalties, no rewards. A surge of joy surged through Tongtian. The system's task arrived just in time. Pangu's essence blood was truly a treasure of immense significance. After the creation of the world, the 12 drops of Pangu's essence blood merged with the merit of creation and the malevolent aura of the earth, birthing the Pangu descendants, the 12 ancestor witches who revered only Pangu, disregarding the heavens and the saints. However, born without a primordial spirit, they failed to grasp the heavenly decrees, and under the machinations of the multitude of saints were reduced to ashes. I have now forged the Pangu primordial spirit. If I acquire Pangu essence blood, my cultivation in the 9 turns mystical art will surely flourish and ascend to greater heights. Yet after scouring the vicinity of Mount Buzhou extensively, Tongtian found no trace of the Pangu Temple, let alone the 12 ancestor witches. Deep down, he felt a certainty that the temple was indeed nearby, yet it eluded him. A century later, Tongtian had no choice but to concede defeat. System, is there a time limit for this task? If there was a deadline, he would helplessly watch the essence blood slip away from beneath his very eyes. The thought pained him. This task has no time limit. However, failure to complete the current task will affect the issuance of subsequent sign-in tasks. The host may also choose to abandon this task. Tongtian fell silent, realizing the predicament. Still, without a time constraint, he retained a glimmer of hope. Perhaps returning during the later stages of the Dragon Han calamity might offer a chance of discovery. As for abandoning the task, it was prudent to wait and prepare. Senior, are you searching for something? Would you like me to enlist the help of the Qilin clan? Si Buxiang, perceptive to Tongtian's emotional shifts, inquired. Tongtian shook his head. No need. The secrets of the heavens must not be divulged. Perhaps the time has not yet come. If the Wu clan were to emerge now facing the apex of the innate 3 clans, they would likely be crushed into dust. As a descendant of Pangu, Tongtian himself had been unable to locate the temple, let alone the Qilin clan. Looking up at the sky, Tongtian pondered, oh, perhaps there was a hand of destiny at play here. Si Buxiang, instinctively nodding, remained uncertain of his understanding. Not long after Tongtian departed with Si Buxiang, within a mysterious void beneath Mount Buzhou, a grand temple stood tall. 12 orbs of consciousness were gestating within, unmistakably the Pangu Temple and the 12 ancestor witches that Tongtian sought. Brother, is that Taoist outside also a descendant of the Father God? I sense a kinship with him. Indeed. I feel it too, an instinctive urge to connect. From his demeanor, it seems he has come specifically for us, as if he already knows of our existence. Yet we, the Wu clan, have never emerged, nor does the Qilin clan beside us have any knowledge of how he learned about us. The 12 ancestor witches exchanged thoughts, their minds racing for answers. Only the youngest Ho-Tu appeared contemplative. After a decade of travel, they finally exited the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. Under Tongtian's guidance, Si Buxiang gained some fortuitous encounters and broke through to the realm of Xianxian. This left Si Buxiang overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face, unaware of the immense effort he had exerted for this breakthrough, ultimately leading to failure. Even his father could not identify the cause, attributing it to external forces beyond their comprehension. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Si Buxiang understood the magnitude of this favor. Tongtian nodded. Through his observations during the journey, he had discerned the unique nature of the external force within Si Buxiang's being. While it hindered his cultivation, making breakthroughs challenging, it also bore advantages. Once he succeeded, his foundation would be exceptionally solid, likely unparalleled among his peers in the same realm. Yet the pace of his cultivation was painfully slow. You might consider refining the external force within you. If you can harness it, your future may hold boundless possibilities. Tongtian spoke sincerely. He too could not fully perceive the nature of the force within Si Buxiang. The external that Xiao Qilin referred to was the endless chaotic starry sky beyond the 33 heavens. Compared to the primordial land, the infinite chaotic void was more mysterious and perilous. For the beings of the primordial realm, it remained an uncharted territory. In ancient times, when Pangu opened the heavens, 3,000 chaotic deities and demons sought to thwart him, shattering countless entities within the primordial chaos. Even the 365 ancient chaotic stars were obliterated. After the creation under the design of the Great Dao, the remnants of shattered chaotic stars merged into the primordial realm, blending with the endless chaotic aura and the remains of chaotic deities and demons, forming the present infinite chaotic starry sky. There it was possible that formidable innate deities and demons still lay in waiting. Some of the mysterious powers from the chaos of yore and the wills of the gods and demons had not been entirely worn away. The external force within Si Buxiang might very well originate from this place. Once beyond the confines of the Qilin clan's territory, disputes across the primordial land had evidently intensified. The Dragon Clan, the Qilin clan, and the Phoenix clan were at war, while other primordial races were equally embroiled in conflict. The calamity of heaven and earth thickened in the air. Boom! Intense waves of battle reverberated, startling Tongtian. Female voices cried, fiercely dragons roared, and the sound of a zither clashed with the chaos. You Dragon Clan have gone too far. This treasure was discovered by my brother and me, and we have guarded it for over 1,000 years. How dare you come to intercept us? Nuwa rebuked, blood trickling from Fux's lips, his fingers trembling as they played the Fushi zither, yet he remained defiant against the Dragon Clan. Ha ha ha, you claim her as yours. If you have the guts, just shout and see if she responds. A Taiyi golden immortal of the Dragon Clan laughed, his gaze lewdly fixed on Nuwa. I could just as easily say she is mine. Why not submit to me? I would not mind giving you this spiritual treasure. You shameless fool. Nuwa was so enraged, she nearly spat blood. Fushi, her brother and a doting elder brother, shot a cold glance and struck back with the Fushi Qin. Another Taiyi golden immortal of the Dragon Clan countered, shattering the attack from the Fushi Qin with a pulse of energy. Nuwa Fushi, I advise you to surrender obediently and come with us. Otherwise, this day next year will mark your demise. 3 Taiyi golden immortal dragons stood strong and intimidating, and Fushi and Nuwa, who were not skilled in combat, were no match for them. Si Feng, unable to bear it any longer, shouted in anger, these dragons are utterly shameless, bringing disgrace to our innate 3 clans. Tongshan's expression twitched. The young Kirin was far too well protected, having never faced the harsh realities of society, filled with a misplaced sense of justice. Your Kirin clan is hardly different from the Dragon Clan now. One brother is enough to speak for the rest. He had already encountered them twice, once when the Luo Sword Embryo emerged, and once shortly after descending from Buzhou Mountain, where he was waylaid and robbed by another Kirin. Tongtian nodded. He still needed to maintain the image of his exalted predecessors. Such shameless behavior cannot go unchallenged. With righteous indignation, Tongtian stepped forward. Had typical of the Dragon Clan to perform such acts of bullying in broad daylight. One Taiyi golden immortal of the Dragon Clan immediately launched an attack. Who is this wild fox spirit daring to meddle in dragon affairs? Seeking death. Tongtian laughed heartily, effortlessly, sending the attacking Taiyi golden immortal flying, tearing through its body and showering the air with dragon blood. Big brother. The remaining 2 Taiyi golden immortal dragons howled, startled. You seek death. Another dragon roared, preparing to attack Tongtian, only to be stopped. Wait. Do not act rashly. Aoshu fixed his gaze on Tongtian. You are Tongtian Daoist. Recognizing Tongtian, Aoshu felt a surge of panic. In this vast wilderness, their Dragon Clan had searched for over 1,000 years without finding him, and now they encountered him as soon as they stepped out. The other 2 Taiyi golden immortal dragons were equally dumbfounded. Could it be that the infamous Tongtian Daoist was before them? This was disastrous. Even the Dragon Clan elders at the Luo golden immortal stage had been slain thrice. These 3 were merely at the Taiyi golden immortal stage. One finger from him could easily dispatch them. Fushi and Nuwa widened their eyes in disbelief. It was indeed the legendary Tongtian Daoist, known throughout the wilderness for a millennia. At last there was hope for the 2 siblings. Haha, I never expected that after over 1,000 years the Dragon Clan would still remember this humble Daoist, Tongtian remarked, causing the corners of Ao's mouth to twitch. How could they forget? The battle that had established Tongtian's fame was built on the humiliation of their clan. Aoshu dared not continue the conversation and hurriedly relayed the Grand Ancestor's invitation for Tongtian to visit the Dragon Clan. Glancing at Si Feng, who bore the aura of the Kirin clan, Tongtian contemplated the potential complications of this connection. No matter, he would first persuade Tongtian Daoist to join their clan. Once at the Dragon Clan, meeting the Grand Ancestor would surely restrain Tongshan's actions. Si Feng noticed the look in Ao's eyes and glared back, his disdain for the Dragon Clan growing even stronger. Predecessor, the Dragon Clan likely harbors ulterior motives. The Grand Ancestor has surely reached the Quasi-Saint realm. If you go, it could be. Si Feng voiced his concerns. If the invitation from their king, which was already so generous, had failed to gain Tongtian's acceptance, how could he agree to join the Dragon Clan? Besides, the Grand Ancestor had shown them little respect. Given the Dragon Clan's domineering nature, if Tongtian refused, they would surely not allow him to leave. I believe it is the Kirin clan that harbors true malice. Predecessor, you must not listen to his fabrications. Our Dragon Clan has sincere intentions, and I can guarantee it. Aoshu quickly explained, inwardly resenting Feng intensely. Once Tongtian was at the Dragon Clan, he would find an opportunity to eliminate this Feng. Tongtian suddenly smiled, his expression meaningful. You bear the intent to kill. It appears your words do not match your heart. Ao's expression changed. Predecessor, let me explain. In that instant, Aoshu suddenly unleashed 3 thunder orbs from his hand and dragged the other 2 Taiyi golden immortal dragons into a frantic escape. Run. Boom. The 3 thunder orbs exploded, and Aoshu, without looking back, felt elated. 1 heavenly thunder pearl can kill a complete Taiyi golden immortal. With 3, I doubt this Tongtian Daoist can withstand it. At the same time, he took out a signal device intending to alert nearby dragons to hurry over. Finding Tongtian Daoist was a monumental achievement. Haha, why run so fast? A mocking voice echoed behind them, sending chills down Aoshu and his companions. Since you Dragon Clan harbor ill intent, then you 3 shall remain here. Before Aoshu could react, he saw the heads of his 2 brothers fly into the air. Then he felt his own head separate from his body. A flash of sword light became the last image he saw. With 3 thuds, the decapitated dragon corpses fell to the ground. Feng inwardly marveled at Tongtian's decisiveness in killing. Collect the dragon corpses. Tonight's feast shall be roasted dragon meat. It had been over 1,000 years since he had tasted dragon meat, and he felt a strange nostalgia. By the way, let's prepare some dragon liver too. I would like to sample its flavor. Feng. He glanced at the 3 dragon corpses, lamenting their tragic fate, even in death. However, he had indeed never tasted dragon meat. He wondered if it was as exquisite as rumored. I am Fushi from Fenkishan, and this is my younger sister Nuwa. We thank you, Tongtian Daoist, for saving our lives. Fushi and Nuwa, recovering from their shock, hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Tongtian. If Tongtian had not arrived in time, they would surely have perished. Pangu Sanqing Tongtian Daorun, I have met friends Fushi and Nuwa. These are indeed Fushi and Nuwa, renowned figures throughout the ages. One is the ordained saint of heaven, the mother of humanity, who molded clay to create mankind, amassing immeasurable merit and forging the brilliance of the human race. The other is the heavenly emperor, one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity, who deduced the innate 8 trigrams, transforming them into the postnatal 8 trigrams, establishing the calendar and dividing the seasons, a name that echoes through eternity. However, today they had narrowly escaped perishing at the hands of the dragon race in the realm of Taiyi. It must be said that the calamity of the ages is truly terrifying. Even an ordained saint destined to be one of the future 3 sovereigns of humanity could meet with demise. Tongtian resolutely decided that until he possessed absolute strength, he must never directly intervene in the calamity of the Dragon Han. Otherwise, he might truly face disaster. Pangu Sanqing. So you are indeed of the true lineage of Pangu, Fushi exclaimed in astonishment, quickly regaining his composure and inhaling sharply. No wonder Tongtian's power was so formidable. He possessed such an extraordinary background. The true lineage of Pangu, one of the incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Such a title was monumental. After all, the entirety of the primordial world was opened up by the great deity Pangu himself. In a sense, the Sanqing could be regarded as one of the inheritors of this primordial realm. Nuwa's beautiful gaze fell upon Tongtian, equally surprised by the profound origins of Tongtian. Subsequently, Tongtian took the initiative to introduce the 4 uniques. Upon learning that the 4 uniques was the young offspring of the first Qilin, both Fu, Shi, and Nuwa were profoundly shocked. The young of the first Qilin was a prince of the Qilin clan, destined to be the future king of the Qilin race. Now it seemed that the 4 uniques held a deep respect for Tongtian. However, upon observing the cultivation level of the 4 uniques, Fu, Shi, and Nuwa were momentarily taken aback. A Xianxian. The young of the first Qilin is merely at the Xianxian realm. This cannot be true. The bloodline of the first Qilin could not possibly be so feeble. The 4 uniques remained calm. He had encountered such astonished expressions countless times, from initial rage to his current tranquility. He believed that one day he would catch up to others step by step. As Tongtian explained, the gaze of Fu, Shi, and Nuwa towards the 4 uniques took on a shade of pity. Such a pity indeed. As the young of the first Qilin, he was in such unfortunate circumstances. Influenced by external forces, his future was uncertain, and they truly did not know what to say. Even the first Qilin could not solve this. In their eyes, the 4 uniques' future would likely be dim. Boom. At that moment, a radiant light suddenly shot skyward, blossoming into a long sword. An innate spiritual treasure. The 4 uniques' eyes sparkled. Innate spiritual treasures were precious items. Fu Shi chuckled bitterly. It was precisely because of this innate spiritual treasure that the 2 siblings had nearly met their doom. This innate spiritual treasure, the Tian K sword, I ask for you to accept it, Tongtian Daorun. Fu Shi said, willingly offering it as their lives had been saved by Tongtian. An innate spiritual treasure was little in comparison. Tongtian did not hesitate. He conjured a large hand with his mana and enveloped the sword. Swish, swish, swish. The innate spiritual treasure, possessing its own indestructible divine light, was full of spirit and naturally resisted being captured by Tongtian, unleashing sword energy to counter him. Merely a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure dares to be so unruly. With a surge of power, the Tian K sword let out a mournful cry, its sword energy retracting as it obediently fell into Tongtian's hand. After examining it, Tongtian displayed a look of disdain and tossed it to the four uniques. This Tian K sword is yours for now. I'll make use of it, and when you find something more suitable in the future, you may exchange it. The four uniques was overjoyed. An innate spiritual treasure was no trivial matter, and even within their Qilin clan they were rare. Fu Shi and Nu Hua were also taken aback. They had not expected Tongtian to so casually dispose of an innate spiritual treasure. However, realizing that Tongtian still possessed a postnatal supreme treasure, the Luo Sword Embryo, they understood. Compared to a postnatal supreme treasure, a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure like the Tian K sword was indeed rather insignificant. Tongtian Daoren, four uniques, why not come to my Fengqi mountain, where we can converse on the Dao? Fu Shi extended an invitation, which Tongtian naturally accepted. Not long after they departed, a group of dragons arrived. We are too late. That Tongtian Daoren has already left. There is a lingering aura of the Thunder Pearl in the air. Ao Su was forced to take action. There is blood from Ao Su and the others on the ground, indicating they have fallen victim to Tongtian Daoren. After a round of analysis, the dragons were incensed. That Tongtian Daoren is truly arrogant, daring to repeatedly kill our dragon kin. It is utterly unforgivable. Now the dragon race was undeniably the overlord of the primordial realm, and Tongtian's actions were undoubtedly slapping them in the face, igniting their desire for vengeance. Let this matter be reported. Concerning Tongtian Daoren, it is beyond our capacity to handle. Over 1,000 years ago, Tongtian had been able to slay 3 dragon kin at the Luo Golden Immortal level. A millennium later, how much stronger could he have become? They could not even begin to estimate his growth. They were merely at the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. Seeking him out would only lead to their own demise. Such slaughter of my dragon kin, trampling on our dignity. He will surely pay the price sooner or later. At Fengqi Mountain, Tongtian, Fu Shi, and Nu Hua began their discourse on the Dao, with the four uniques naturally listening from the side. He was not yet qualified to join the conversation. His cultivation level was simply too low. The four uniques listened intently, previously unclear on many aspects of cultivation, now illuminated, as if awakened to the essence of understanding. It was like a divine revelation. Tongtian nodded slightly. In terms of aptitude, the four uniques was indeed quite impressive. It was only due to the influence of external forces that his cultivation was delayed. Once the issue of the external force was resolved, the four uniques would likely soar to great heights. Tongtian found himself looking forward to it. During the discourse, many beings from Fengqi Mountain were drawn in, quietly sitting around listening intently. Each one was captivated, for those without any innate heritage saw this discourse as their greatest opportunity for enlightenment. Before long, some beings either made significant breakthroughs in their cultivation, underwent tribulation and transformation, or ascended to immortality. The three noticed this but did not drive them away. In the primordial realm, opportunities were valued, and their discourse was in a sense a boon for the beings of Fengqi Mountain. Fengqi Mountain was the birthplace of Fu Shi and Nu Hua, branch of the unending mountain range. This lecture was a way to repay the beings of Fengqi Mountain. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. After 10 years, what was supposed to be a discussion among the three had transformed into Tongtian imparting teachings to Fu Shi and Nu Hua. 100 years later. Boom. Boom. Ha ha, I Fu Shi have ascended to the Great Luo. Fu Shi soared into the sky swiftly, leaving Fengqi Mountain to choose a place for his tribulation. The tribulation of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. In Nu Hua's beautiful eyes, a radiant light sparkled with joy. The fact that her elder brother had achieved the Great Luo was an immense blessing for her. As the tribulation descended, Fu Shi resonated with the Fu Shi Qin, battling against the heavenly wrath. 3 hours later, the tribulation dissipated and Fu Shi fell from the sky, yet his face bore a look of delight. Nu Hua's expression changed, and she rushed forward to support Fu Shi. Elder brother. Haha, I'm fine. Fu Shi laughed heartily. This time I must thank my friend Tongtian. If it weren't for your teachings to us siblings, I wouldn't have broken through to the Great Luo so swiftly. Nuwa also smiled gracefully, expressing her gratitude to Tongtian. It is merely mutual benefit. In discussing the Tao with both of you, I have gained much as well. Although Fuxi and Nuwa were not on the same level as him in terms of cultivation, they were born innate divine beings possessing unique charms in Fuxi's imperial path and Nuwa's path of creation. By touching on these principles, he had also reaped significant rewards. Congratulations, Senior Fuxi, on achieving the great Luo impervious to calamity. The myriad beings of Fengqi Mountain came forward to congratulate him, sharing in the joy. Ding! Due to the host giving a lecture, a hidden system task has been triggered. By lecturing the beings of Honghuang for 1,000 years, you can receive the following rewards. 5,000,000 years of cultivation 1. Central Wuji Xinghuang Banner 1. 1,000,000 shares of Heavenly Dao Merit. Ginseng Fruit 10. Innate Ren Water Peach 10. Huangzhongli 10. Fragments of the Laws of Creation 1. Fragments of the Sword Path Laws 1. A clue map to the remains of the Chaos Divine Beasts Time and Space. Does the host accept? Tongtian squinted his eyes. On the surface he remained calm, but inside he was almost overwhelmed with joy. He had triggered a hidden task from the system, and the rewards were indeed substantial. Each reward could incite a storm of bloodshed across the land of Honghuang. Wait, system, didn't you say that failing the previous task of signing in at the Pangu Shrine would affect subsequent sign-in tasks? Then this time. The sign-in tasks and system hidden tasks do not interfere with each other. They exist parallel to one another. Is the hidden task a one-time opportunity, or can it be triggered again in the future? The rewards for the hidden task were too bountiful. It would be a pity if they were only available once. There is no limit on the number of hidden tasks. They are triggered based on the host's environment. Satisfied, Tongtian declared, I accept the task. Isn't it just lecturing for 1,000 years? For him, it was nothing. It would not only be a waste of time, but also an opportunity to revisit and deepen his understanding. Moreover, with the Innate Dao Embryo's support, while lecturing others, he would also be cultivating his own comprehension. Fuxi Nuwa, I would like to borrow Fengqi Mountain for a while, and I hope both of you will grant me permission. Tongtian, do you wish to? To lecture the beings of Honghuang. Fuxi and Nuwa instantly stood solemnly. Tongshan's selflessness is indeed a great fortune for Honghuang, who Fuxi dares not to disagree. Currently, the three innate races were vying for supremacy, and the land of Honghuang had descended into chaos. Every being was striving to cultivate diligently. Furthermore, such indiscriminate lecturing was something no one had dared to attempt. Tongtian laughed, thunderously reverberating for 10,000 miles. I am the true lineage of Pangu, the Tongtian Taoist of the three purities. Inherit the boundless love of our father god Pangu, and feeling the difficulty of cultivation for the beings of Honghuang, I shall establish a platform at Fengqi Mountain. After 1,000 years, I will lecture, and all beings of Honghuang may come to listen. Under Tongshan's command, the proclamation echoed 10 times before it finally faded away. The beings of Fengqi Mountain who had not yet departed were ecstatic. Predecessor Tongtian, your great love, please accept our bow. Tongtian accepted it graciously. Following that, the beings of Fengqi Mountain descended the mountain, spreading the news far and wide. Simultaneously, all the beings of Honghuang, within 100,000 miles of Fengqi Mountain, were filled with excitement, rushing towards Fengqi Mountain. They did not understand the three purities, but they recognized the term, true lineage of Pangu. This was the descendant of the great god Pangu. Pangu opened the heavens and transformed into Honghuang, embodying boundless love. Now a descendant of Pangu had come to lecture the beings of Honghuang. It was truly selfless. Then they realized that the name Tongtian sounded quite familiar. After some thought, they recalled that he was the fierce one who had caused a stir in the Dragon Clan. This time the beings of Honghuang were even more excited. Centered on Fengqi Mountain, news spread rapidly. Fuxi, you may go into seclusion first to stabilize your realm. After 1,000 years I shall lecture, and you may join as well. Tongtian smiled at Nuwa. Nuwa, your path of creation is unique. If you lecture, I believe you will gain considerable benefits. Nuwa, a disciple of Hongjuan, the future mother of humanity, and a predestined saint, was a valuable ally to cultivate friendship with. Fuxi and Nuwa replied in unison, a great kindness. Tongtian would not simply wait for 1,000 years to lecture. Shangliu, you should also go into seclusion now. Take the time to organize and digest the knowledge gained from previous lectures, which will allow you to further enhance your foundation. Shangliu nodded in agreement. Once Shangliu departed, Tongtian took out the Qilin Jade, the companion divine jade of the primordial Qilin. Though it is not an innate supreme treasure, with some refining it can transform into a top-tier postnatal treasure. However, Tongtian's standards had risen significantly. He had become somewhat dismissive of ordinary innate and postnatal treasures. Unless they were innate supreme treasures or top-tier postnatal treasures, they failed to catch his eye. There was no avoiding it. He had set his starting point too high, and his perspective had followed suit. Just like the Tianghua blade, a low-grade innate treasure that would incite fierce competition among beings in Honghuang, but to Tongtian it was akin to refuse. With his body having been refined through the 9 transformations of the profound arts, Tongtian could easily shatter low-grade innate treasures with his bare hands. Bang! The Qilin jade shattered instantly under Tongtian's might, releasing a surge of innate essence that transformed into small Qilin forms swirling around Tongtian in chaos. Truly worthy of being the companion divine jade of the primordial Qilin, it even takes on a form of essence. Boom! The 10,000 Immortals' Great Formation activated, consuming all the Qilin essence. Puff! 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 One by one the formation nodes began to awaken, stimulated by the innate Qilin essence starting to become divine. Strong, overwhelming auras filled Tongtian's body, shaking him to his core. 10 years later, Tongtian opened his eyes, and the 10,000 Immortals' Great Formation appeared within him. Out of 10,000 formation nodes, several hundred had already been illuminated. Each illuminated node radiated a terrifying divine light, as if a primordial deity resided within. Next, let me see what this chaotic beast of yours. The Wanxian Great Formation instantly manifested, sealing off the entire area. The divine array's core radiated boundless power, transforming the region into an independent miniature world. As Jie began to break the seal of the Qilin, the head of the chaotic beast swelled dramatically, growing larger than a star. Its terrifying aura made even Tongtian tremble slightly. Tongtian had no doubt that without the Wanxian Great Formation's barrier, the entire Fengqi Mountain would likely be devastated. No wonder this chaotic beast, akin to a chaotic divine demon, retained such strength despite having only its head left. Even diminished by the chaotic energies, it still possesses the might of a mid-stage quasi-saint. One can only imagine how formidable this chaotic beast was at its peak. Such a powerful existence had perished, revealing that the chaotic Hongmeng world was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Tongtian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could refine this head, how much stronger would the core of his Wanxian Great Formation become? The prospect was exhilarating. At the same time, news of Tongtian delivering a sermon at Fengqi Mountain soon sent ripples across the vast expanse of the Honghuang realm. His origins astonished many. The Qilin clan's head Qilin chuckled. Tongtian, my friend, is truly a model for us all, who I cannot compare. In the southern volcanic region, the beautiful eyes of Yuanfeng sparkled with intrigue. So it is the true lineage of Pangu, one of the 3 pure ones, quite impressive indeed. Tongtian's ability to teach left her in great admiration. Soon a powerful member of the Feng clan emerged from the southern volcano, heading toward Fengqi Mountain. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the atmosphere was tense. What a bold Tongtian! Does he truly think his Pangu lineage grants him the right to disregard our dragon clan? An elder of the dragon clan roared. In this Honghuang world, who does not have ties to the great Pangu? Offending our clan will come at a cost. Lord Zulong, allow me to lead the troops and bring that Tongtian back from Fengqi Mountain for punishment. The elders of the dragon clan were filled with murderous intent, clamoring to march against Fengqi Mountain. Tongtian's repeated slaughters of their kin, his dismissive attitude towards their offers of allegiance, and his alliance with the Qilin clan were intolerable transgressions. It was clear that Tongtian had resolved to oppose them. Zulong's cold snort silenced the noisy hall instantly, as if even a pin drop could be heard. Aoji, I command you to lead the troops to Fengqi Mountain, suppress Tongtian, and bring him back to me, regardless of life or death. A terrifying, killing intent flickered in Zulong's eyes. The disdainful actions of Tongtian had thoroughly enraged Zulong. What did it matter if he was of the Pangu lineage? In this Honghuang world, status held no weight against strength. Without power, even the highest status was worthless and could invite disaster. Aoji, one of the 10 strongest of the dragon clan, had already advanced to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Capturing Tongtian would be child's play. Understood. Aoji stepped forth, his voice resonant. After exiting the Zulong Palace, he quickly gathered forces and set off straight for Fengqi Mountain. Meanwhile, in the western Kunlun at the Yaoqi Daoist ground, Shi Wangmi's beautiful eyes shimmered with vibrant light. Tongtian is delivering a sermon at Fengqi Mountain, close to the Qilin clan. It has been a long time since I last saw Tongtian, and this is the perfect opportunity to visit. With a flash, Shi Wangmu vanished from western Kunlun. In the eastern Kunlun's 3 pure ones Daoist ground, upon hearing the news, Laozi and Yuanshi were equally shocked into silence. After a millennium, without news, they did not expect such astounding developments upon receiving word. Tongtian is merely at the Taiyi golden immortal stage. Oh, what right does he have to preach to the beings of Hongwang? Yuanshi, having just begun to recover from the blows dealt by Tongtian in recent years, could not contain himself. Preaching is one thing, that's his own affair, and even if he is humiliated, it only reflects upon him. But he should never have sullied the name of the Pangu lineage while tarnishing our three pure ones' reputation. This time Tongtian had stolen the spotlight again, deepening Yuanshi's jealousy. Why did all good fortune seem to fall into Tongtian's lap? Undoubtedly this sermon would elevate Tongtian's fame to a new pinnacle. Although Laozi said nothing, his expression was equally grim. He was the leader of the three pure ones, while Tongtian merely ranked third. Yet now Tongtian undertook actions without consulting him or Yuanshi, making Laozi feel as though his authority had been challenged. Unable to endure it any longer, he declared, "We shall also go to Fengqi Mountain." He was eager to discover the reasons behind Tongtian's drastic transformation. Previously, Tongtian had only been a follower doing whatever Laozi or Yuanshi commanded. Now, however, the situation was entirely different. In the western Shumi Mountain, Luo laughed maniacally, a terrifying aura of malice and killing intent soaring to the heavens. "I never expected you to be a descendant of Pangu. This makes it even more imperative that I eliminate you." If Luo harbored hatred for anyone, it was Pangu. Had Pangu not insisted on creating the world, their 3,000 chaotic divine demons would not have perished one by one. He would not have been forced to reincarnate in the Hongwang world among its beings to regain his path to divinity. Even his treasured Zhuxian Four Swords and the Zhuxian Formation Map were sealed beneath Shumi Mountain, unusable. Pangu, I cannot kill you, but your descendants will surely fall to my blade. Come here." In Yujing Mountain, Hongjuan Daoist felt a jolt in his heart, a disquieting sensation, as though something that belonged to him had been seized. Then Hongjuan was drawn in by the news of Tongtian delivering a sermon at Fengqi Mountain. "Tongtian, after such a short period of stability, you have stirred up such a commotion again." Holding the creation jade tablet, Hongjuan had already calculated some details of the forthcoming calamity of the Dragon Han era, but he lacked Tongtian's comprehensive insight. In this struggle among the three innate clans, Tongtian's choice to preach was not a favorable sign. This will surely incite the innate clan's wariness. "Alas, since you and I share a master-disciple bond, I shall pay you a visit." As news of Tongtian's sermon spread, a tempest rose across the Hongwang realm. Countless beings flocked to Fengqi Mountain, though some of the mightiest did not join the throng. At Fengqi Mountain, Tongtian was fully engaged in refining the chaotic beast's head, transforming its power to enhance the core of the Wanxian Great Formation. Boom! On this day, a tremendous rumble and shock jolted Tongtian from his meditation. "Tongtian, come out at once. Prepare to die." Outside Fengqi Mountain, Aog led his men in a brutal assault, the ground soaked in blood. Fragments of dismembered limbs lay scattered about, a gruesome testament to the violence unleashed. Numerous primordial beings cowered at a distance, torn between fear and fury. The Dragon Clan was not to be trifled with, especially with Aog, one of their top 10 experts, a supreme being at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. "Tongtian, come out at once. Otherwise I will slaughter every living soul on Fengqi Mountain, leaving not a single one behind." Aog's voice dripped with murderous intent. "These primordial beings will perish because of you." The Dragon Clan's tyranny was laid bare in that moment. Preposterous. Fushi charged forward, his strings vibrating, the sound of his zither resonating as he launched an attack. "This is Fengqi Mountain, not your Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Here you have no right to act so brazenly." Seeing the carnage strewn across the ground, Fushi was consumed with rage. He had never anticipated the Dragon Clan's audacity and brutality, showing utter disregard for the lives of the primordial beings. A mere early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal dares to strike at me. "You shall die." Aog drew the spirit-slaying sword-shattering Fuxis Zither attack. A flash of sword energy sliced through Fuxis' defenses. "Brother!" Nuwa rushed out just in time, her transformative power enveloping Fushi, healing his wounds. The siblings glared at Aog and his Dragon Clan entourage, but they felt utterly powerless. Aog was simply too strong. Fushi was only an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, while Nuwa barely reached the mid-stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal. The disparity was overwhelming. "It seems you are closely tied to that Tongtian Daoist. In that case, I shall capture you all together." Aog sneered, his gaze locking onto the strange creature nearby, an intense light igniting in his eyes. "Oh, look who we have here, the young offspring of the Primordial Qilin. It appears the heavens are on my side today. It is fated that I achieve great merit." AOG laughed heartily, for amidst the ongoing turmoil among the three primordial clans, many had already fallen. Capturing the young Qilin would be a tremendous accomplishment, instilling fear in the Qilin clan. Perhaps they could even extract a substantial benefit from them. With a swift motion, AOG reached out toward the strange creature. "Come to me." Fushi and Nuwa shouted in unison, preparing to intervene, but AOG countered with a single sword strike, gravely injuring them. They were no match for him. The strange creature struggled desperately, but it was futile. The gap in power rendered its efforts laughable. "Huh. Young Qilin, I did not expect you to be so worthless. Compared to our 9 princes, you are worlds apart." AOG aimed to crush the creatures while eliminating the heir to the Qilin clan was immensely advantageous for the Dragon clan. "You Dragon clan are too audacious, daring to lay hands on our prince." A colossal illusion of a Qilin descended rapidly from the horizon, shattering AOG's attack in an instant. "Do you Dragon clan wish to declare war on my Qilin clan?" Lin Wuya. AOG narrowed his eyes, refraining from further assault. Lin Wuya, like him, was a pillar of the Qilin clan, a latest-stage great Luo Golden Immortal. The two had clashed countless times, with neither gaining the upper hand. As the Qilin experts arrived, they shielded the strange creature. "Where is Tongtian?" Lin Wuya surveyed the area, but found no sign of him, confusion etched on his face. "Tongtian is still in seclusion." At that moment, the Feng clan's powerful figure, Bai Luan, also arrived. The atmosphere grew tense, as if a storm were brewing. An address had drawn the might of the 3 primordial clans, an unprecedented event. Many primordial beings who had come to listen were now panicking, scattering in fear. Though wise words were precious, life was paramount. Should a battle erupt among the 3 clans, these ordinary beings might be reduced to ashes in an instant. "You Dragon clan have gone too far." Just then Tongshan's voice resonated, and a bolt of divine lightning descended, striking directly at AOG. AOG roared, "How dare you insult me!" Boom. The divine lightning surged like a tidal wave, crashing down upon AOG. Poof. AOG spat out blood, falling to the ground, his hair disheveled, and his body charred, his aura in disarray. "You Dragon clan truly have no qualms about provoking my limits time and again." Glancing at the chaos surrounding Fengqi Mountain, a murderous intent boiled within Tongtian. If a latest-stage great Luo Golden Immortal were to perish here, the Dragon clan would surely feel the loss deeply. Boom. As the words fell, Tongtian unleashed his fury. AOG's eyes widened in terror as he felt an overwhelming pressure, a shadow looming over his spirit, threatening to shatter his very essence. "Impossible!" AOG shrieked, unable to believe that Tongshan's strength had grown so formidable. An early-stage great Luo Golden Immortal could not possibly dominate a latest-stage counterpart in willpower. It was utterly absurd. Witnessing this scene, the primordial experts were equally astonished. Bai Luan retreated, unable to contain her shock. "So powerful." Lin Wuya gasped. "No wonder His Majesty the Primordial Qilin regards him highly. He is astonishing." Tongtian stood firm in the void, divine lightning cascading around him. Over the millennia, he had harnessed the unique properties of the Innate Dao Embryo, refining and merging with the essence of thunder, successfully comprehending the divine lightning. With all his might, each strike of divine lightning held the power to annihilate an early great Luo Golden Immortal. "AOG is finished." Lin Wuya observed keenly, though under the onslaught of divine lightning, AOG had no means of resistance, forced to endure passively. At this rate, once all defenses crumbled, AOG would undoubtedly meet his end. As for the Dragon clan soldiers who followed AOG, they had already been obliterated by the initial wave of divine lightning. The air was thick with the scent of roasted flesh, the aroma of dragon meat, that caused many primordial beings present to involuntarily gulp. It was intoxicating. AOG's eyes blazed with rage, consumed by hatred. "Lord Ancestor Dragon will surely kill you." He bellowed, his eyes a furious crimson. If a gaze could kill, Tongtian would have been riddled with wounds by now. "Then I shall await the Ancestor Dragon's arrival." Another wave of divine lightning descended. No. A charred dragon carcass exuding a tantalizing aroma fell to the ground. AOG had fallen. Silence enveloped the scene. The entire Dragon clan, led by AOG, had perished. They fell victim to Tongtian's hand. Too ruthless. Lin Wuya murmured, a chill coursing through him. He was genuinely frightened. One of the top 10 experts of the Dragon clan, AOG, had met his end, struck down by lightning. Something big is about to happen. He could easily imagine the Dragon clan's reaction upon receiving this news. They would undoubtedly be furious, seeking immediate retribution against Tongtian. The loss of a latest-stage de Luo Jin Xian was immense. Even the mighty Dragon clan could scarcely bear it. Not to mention AOG possessed the potential for quasi-sainthood. He died well. Nuwa clenched her small fist, feeling a sense of relief. Bai Luan was filled with trepidation. Thankfully, Yuan Feng had warned her beforehand to avoid conflict with Tongtian. Had she followed in AOJI's footsteps, she too would likely have become a lifeless corpse. Was this the terrifying aspect of Pangu's true teachings? The ability to transcend so many minor realms and strike back? Xiaowu, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and collect all that dragon meat. Tongtian barked at Xiaowu. The flesh of a latest-stage de Luo Jin Xian dragon is a treasure of immense nourishment. We cannot afford to waste it. The onlookers all felt a wave of dizziness, silently mourning the fallen AOG and the rest of the dragon clan. After death, they could find no peace, yet the flesh of a de Luo Jin Xian dragon was indeed a prized possession. Many could not help but glance overdrawn by the enticing aroma, swallowing involuntarily. It was simply too fragrant. Xiaowu snapped back to reality and rushed over to begin collecting the corpses in preparation for the evening's dragon feast. The last dragon meat he had tasted lingered in his memory. It was a pity there had been so little, leaving him wanting more. Hong Jun had long since arrived, concealed in the void, unnoticed by anyone. However, he felt a bit disoriented. Is this really Tongtian? A bolt of Shangqing divine lightning annihilated the dragon clan's de Luo Jin Xian. This display of power was astonishing. Among the three clans, unless a quasi-saint of the caliber of the ancestor dragon intervened, it seemed unlikely that anyone could contend with Tongtian. Not to mention, beyond the Shangqing divine lightning, Tongtian possessed other formidable abilities. Thunder Source. No wonder it belongs to Pangu Sanqing. Their fortuitous destiny allows them to obtain such treasures. With Hong Jun's keen insight, he could discern the Thunder Source within Tongtian. The Thunder Source represented the principles of the Way of Thunder, explaining why Tongtian's Shangqing divine lightning was so fearsome. Mastering a part of the laws at the de Luo realm, how could he possibly be weak? In comparison to Tongtian, Laozi and Yuan Shi seemed greatly inferior. Hong Jun gazed in another direction, his thoughts heavy. How is this possible? Laozi and Yuan Shi, having just arrived, witnessed Tongtian slay AOG and felt as if their worldviews were shattering. Their youngest brother, having been absent for merely a few thousand years, had grown powerful enough to reverse-kill a latest-stage de Luo Jin Xian. They had already found it unfathomable when he could reverse-kill a early-stage de Luo Jin Xian. Now, he had grown even stronger. Wait, latest-stage de Luo Jin Xian. Laozi's pupils constricted in an instant, the joy of breaking through to the perfected Tai Jin Xian evaporating in an instant. He felt deeply struck. Yuan Shi felt the same. How had Tongtian ascended to the status of de Luo Xian? He himself was merely a latest-stage Tai Jin Xian. The gap in their realms had suddenly widened. Big brother, second brother, what brings you here? Tongtian noticed Laozi and Yuan Shi not far away, surprised, and immediately welcomed them, introducing them to the others. As the Sanqing had not yet split, Tongtian still needed to maintain a semblance of hierarchy. Upon realizing they were the Pangu lineage, the Taiqing and Yuqing among Sanqing, everyone immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. However, upon observing that Laozi was a perfected Tai Jin Xian, while Yuan Shi was merely a mid-stage Tai Jin Xian, doubts began to stir in their hearts. How could the elder and second of Sanqing be so much weaker than the youngest? Logically, they should have been stronger than their younger brother. Though Fuxi and Nuwa masked their expressions well, Laozi and Yuan Shi still noticed the change in the crowd's demeanor, feeling a burning sensation on their faces. Without needing to say anything, they could guess what everyone was thinking. What a slap in the face. Laozi was relatively better. He always embraced an action, hiding his thoughts deep within. However, Yuan Shi was different. His face darkened considerably. In that instant, many began to view Yuan Shi with even lower regard. Not only was he lacking in cultivation, but now even his character seemed to have a significant gap. Tongtian chuckled inwardly, though his face showed no sign of it. He needed to maintain his persona. In light of such a significant event, many beings of the primordial world had yet to gather around Fengqi Mountain. Feeling a stirring in his heart, Tongtian inquired if Laozi and Yuan Shi wished to share teachings. Laozi shook his head in refusal. He followed the path of inaction, aligning with the way of heaven, and such matters were not for him. Yuan Shi was even less inclined. Among the primordial beings arriving, many were of lowly origins, and Yuan Shi despised them, having no desire to impart teachings to such beings. Tongtian calculated the time and felt it was about right. However, Fuxi and Nuwa had been injured earlier and needed to retreat to recover. They would be ineffective in delivering teachings afterward. From today, I shall teach you for a millennium. How much you comprehend depends on your own fortune. Tongtian settled down, articulating profound principles starting from the transformation of essence into qi all the way to the path of de Luo, revealing nothing hidden. An invisible essence of the primordial way radiated from Tongtian, enveloping much of Fengqi Mountain. In an instant, extraordinary phenomena manifested much to the delight of the listening primordial beings. Many beings broke through on the spot. Throughout this process, Tongtian's understanding of the Great Path deepened significantly. The refinement and fusion of the thunder source reached 50% completion, forming a sea of lightning within him, harmonizing with the grand array of myriad immortals. His comprehension of the 9 transformations of mystical power also deepened. Tongtian felt as if the great avenues of heaven and earth were unfolding before him, inviting him to explore freely. Unbeknownst to Tongtian, this was the terrifying aspect of the primordial way, a once in harmony with the true way. No secrets of the heavens and myriad paths could be hidden from the primordial essence. Laozi and Yuan Shi initially paid little mind, but as time passed their expressions changed. Under Tongtian's teachings, their cultivation levels rose, and their understanding of the Great Path deepened. They sorrowfully realized that the gap between them and Tongtian was no longer merely significant, it was monumental. Looking around, the brothers discovered that everyone else had already been attentively absorbed in Tongtian's teachings. Even Lin Wuya and Bai Luan, members of the Qilin and Phoenix clans, were similarly entranced. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged a glance, then turned back, without uttering a word, immersing themselves in Tongtian's discourse. At this moment, hidden in the shadows, Hong Jun could no longer remain calm. How is this possible? This fluctuation of the heavenly way? Could it be that Tongtian is the son of heaven's way? It is no wonder that Hong Jun was astonished. The spectacle surrounding Tongtian during his discourse was monumental. Great principles and laws swirled around Tongtian, yielding to his every whim. Even Hong Jun himself could not achieve such feats without the aid of the creation jade plate. Pangu's primordial spirit transformed into the 3 pure ones, and if Tongtian truly was the son of heaven's way, then Laozi and Yuan Shi could hardly be of lesser caliber. Yet the harsh reality was stark. Compared to Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were already remarkable, Tongtian was on an entirely different echelon. Hong Jun opened his celestial eye, and within his gaze flashed divine patterns of laws with the creation jade plate floating amidst them, turning towards Tongtian. Let me uncover your true nature. Tongtian's display left him quite unsettled. At this rate, how could he ever qualify to take Tongtian as his disciple? Boom. In Hong Jun's celestial eye, he immediately perceived what appeared to be countless deities residing within Tongtian's form. These myriad deities bowed to a singular god with Tongtian at their center. Hong Jun was taken aback. What kind of power was this? Such ambition, such audacity. Did Tongtian aspire to become the king of all gods? Instinctively, he wished to delve deeper. However, in the next moment, it seemed the myriad deities sensed Hong Jun's scrutiny, unleashing a collective roar that reverberated through the 33 heavens, shaking the divine realm as if it might collapse. Crack! Hong Jun's celestial eye was instantly shattered by their wrath. How formidable! Hong Jun gasped, unable to suppress his astonishment. What could possibly reside within his body? He then retrieved the creation jade plate to deduce once more, but the results were the same. Tongtian's future enveloped in a shroud of fog, elusive and unpredictable. A prodigy. Pangu's true lineage had unexpectedly become a celestial anomaly, leaving Hong Jun in shock. In the next moment, Hong Jun's expression shifted, and he coldly snorted. The Western Demon Clan. From the depths of the void, a shriek echoed Hong Jun. The 8th Demon King fled, in a frenzy, panic etched upon his face. He had not anticipated that Hong Jun would personally arrive. Such a powerful presence was on par with the demon ancestor. Did this mean there was a connection between Tongtian and Hong Jun? Ignoring the fleeing 8th Demon King, Hong Jun furrowed his brow. Rohu's minions have arrived. Are they targeting Tongtian? He turned his gaze westward, where demonic energy had already engulfed the surroundings. Rohu, the millennium of discourse has concluded. You may depart. As the millennium came to an end, Tongtian ceased his lecture, awakening from enlightenment. All beings also roused from their stupor. Some were elated, while others, interrupted during their path of understanding, were notably displeased. Nonetheless, before Tongtian, they dared not voice their grievances. Thank you for your teachings, Master. The beings of Fengqi Mountain bowed in reverence to Tongtian. This lecture had benefited countless beings in the wilderness, leaving them with a profound sense of gratitude towards him. Boom. At that very moment, the heavenly Tao trembled, resonating with a deafening roar. Endless golden light poured forth from the void, enveloping Fengqi Mountain entirely. A vast expanse of golden clouds rose from the depths of the void, transforming into an ocean of merit. Merit of the heavenly Tao. Everyone present looked up in astonishment as the sea of merit surged towards Tongtian. Congratulations, Tao friend Tongtian. Fuxi and Nuo chorused in celebration. During this millennium of teachings, the siblings had not only healed, but also experienced tremendous growth. Fuxi, skilled in divination, quickly deduced the source of this heavenly merit. The teachings. Laozi and Yuanshi instantly turned green, with envy, their eyes turning crimson. So much heavenly merit. They soon realized this was indeed a reward for the teachings. Reflecting on how Tongtian had previously invited them to join only to be met with refusal, they felt a pang of heartache. The proverbial duck that had nearly landed in their mouths had vanished without a trace, almost driven to madness. Merit of the teachings. Hongjuan's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth. At long last, he understood the emptiness and regret that had previously gnawed at him. A piece of veiled heavenly secret slipped into Hongjuan's mind through the creation jade plate. His expression became complex as he sighed. The opportunity was lost. According to the revealed heavenly secret, the first grand lecture for all beings in the wilderness should have been his. But now it had been snatched by Tongtian. Hongjun felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. That was an immense amount of merit. So much. Tongtian's eyes sparkled with the allure of the heavenly merit. He understood that a typical lecture would not yield such an abundance of merit. However, this was the first large-scale discourse for all beings since the creation of the wilderness. Naturally, it would warrant a grand reward. The one who takes the first step always reaps the most benefits. As everyone looked on with envy and jealousy, Tongtian gathered the heavenly merit. This merit could be perfectly utilized to enhance the core of the myriad celestial array. Ding dong. The teaching task is complete. Rewards have been dispatched to the system repository and can be claimed at any time. Lin Wuya and Bai Luan, among others, congratulated Tongtian before bidding farewell and hastily departing. Heavenly merit was a precious commodity, and even the primordial 3 clans were in short supply. However, in the wilderness, acquiring merit proved exceedingly challenging. Only by accomplishing deeds beneficial to the wilderness and the operation of the heavenly Dao could one potentially receive heavenly merit in return. The fact that lectures could yield such merit was something they had previously been unaware of. Tongtian had opened a doorway to a new world for them. This news needed to be conveyed swiftly. The sooner the greater the potential benefits. Lin Wuya and Bai Luan exchanged glances, a glint of murderous intent flashing in their eyes. They pondered whether to eliminate each other to delay the sharing of this news. Laozi and Yuanshi, feeling embarrassed, hastily found an excuse to leave Fengqi Mountain. Yuanshi's eyes remained bloodshot. Elder brother, once we return to Kunlun Mountain, let us hasten to hold our own lectures. Perhaps we too can garner heavenly merit. Laozi nodded, consumed with envy over Tongtian's remarkable display today. With such an abundance of heavenly merit, he felt that if it were bestowed upon him, he might instantly ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. After a long day, Tongtian finally bid farewell to everyone. Claim system rewards. Boom. 50,000 years of cultivation immediately fused into Tongtian's being. However, Tongtian chose not to refine it right away. Instead, he directed it all into the myriad celestial array. Then he tossed 100 million portions of heavenly merit into the sea of merit within his consciousness. These heavenly merits were not meant to be used for enhancing the myriad celestial array's core. Rather, he had other plans. Merit utilized to assist in comprehending the principles of the Great Dao is indeed the most practical. Upon reaching the realm of Deluo, one begins to make initial contact with the principles of the Great Dao, preparing for the subsequent Quasi-Saint realm. In the vastness of the primordial world, although there are countless methods to attain enlightenment, they can be summarized into 3 main paths: understanding the Dao through principles, attaining Dao through merit, and the future path of severing the 3 corpses as established by Hongjun Daozu. Tongtian, intent on pursuing the path of principle, naturally requires an immense amount of heavenly Dao merit to aid in his comprehension, otherwise his progress would be exceedingly slow. Subsequently, he aims to cultivate the 9 transformations profound art to perfection, using strength to attain Dao, following the path of the Pangu Great God. These 2 paths do not contradict one another. In fact, they can complement each other. As for the paths of merit and severing the 3 corpses, Tongtian did not consider them, as they imposed too many restrictions. The precious innate spiritual fruits, Ren Xin Guixian Tian Ren Shui Ren Tao and Huang Zhongli, were all stored in Tongshan's system warehouse, intended for the enhancement of the myriad celestial formations. To others, these innate spiritual roots are priceless, but to Tongtian, aside from their use in enhancing the myriad celestial formations, they hold little additional value. Of course, they could also serve as gifts guaranteed to impress. The fragments of the Sword Dao principle and the Creation Dao principle were all refined and absorbed into Tongshan's body. These are truly valuable items related to principles coveted even by quasi-saint-level powerhouses. In the next moment, the Sword Dao Principle Divine image previously etched upon Tongtian's body suddenly vibrated instantly, engulfing one fragment of the Sword Dao Principle. Boom. In an instant, Tongtian felt as if he had entered an ocean of Sword Dao, with all the surrounding waters transformed by the Sword Dao principles. Even the faintest strand of sword energy could effortlessly annihilate a Luo golden immortal. This is the origin of the Sword Dao principles. Tongtian was taken aback, then elated. He struck gold. His innate Dao embryo immediately resonated with the Dao, coalescing into a Sword Dao imprint that imprinted itself into Tongtian's consciousness. Bang! Tongtian's consciousness jolted, and he was abruptly expelled from the origin of the Sword Dao principles. On his body's surface, the Sword Dao Principle Divine image had vanished, while a Sword Dao Principle imprint appeared on his primordial spirit's brow. Sword imprint. Ha ha! Tongtian laughed heartily. With this Sword Dao Principle imprint utilizing his innate Dao embryo, he could enter the origin of the Sword Dao principles to comprehend them at any time. It was akin to playing a game. While others toil to level up, some can modify privileges from the back end without even needing to spend money. Tongtian found himself in this situation. Comprehending the Sword Dao principles at the origin would yield remarkable results. I am inherently attuned to the Sword Dao. This is a wish fulfilled. Tongtian resolved that the first principle he would master would be the Sword Dao principle. As for the Creation Dao principle fragment, it floated in Tongtian's sea of consciousness, transforming into a lustrous jade piece that adhered to his primordial spirit's brow. Waves of information related to creation surged into Tongtian's awareness. In the future, Nuwa fashioned humanity from clay. Although she used the essence of the nine heavens clay and the three luminaries divine waters, the most crucial factor was the power of the Creation Dao principle. The evolution of beings within the myriad realms owes much to the Creation Dao principle. In the Primordial Age, only Nuwa cultivated the Creation Dao principle. Otherwise, it would not be the case that only she could create humanity. Once I perfect the Creation Dao principle, perhaps in the future, I could also partake in the crafting of humanity and gain merit. Tongtian mused contentedly as he held the central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag in his hand. In later times, this was a treasure wielded by my second brother Yuan Shi Tianzun, and it shone brightly during the Feng Shindijia. The central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag, formed from the leaves of the chaos green lotus, embodies a portion of the earth principle's power. After Hongjun Dais's 3 lectures, treasures were distributed at the Funbao Cliff, and Yuan Shi Tianzun obtained this small flag. However, this treasure now belongs to me, Tongtian. The central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag is undoubtedly a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. With one of the 5 directions flags now in my possession, I must seek opportunities to acquire the remaining 4. The 5 directions flags represent the powers of the 5 elements. If they could be fused, they might transform into a supreme, innate treasure. From what he knew, the Eastern Qinglian Bao's flag was held by the Western sect, while the Western Su Se Yun Jie flag belonged to the Queen Mother of the West. After the lecture at the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozhu conferred the title of leader of the male and female immortals of the primordial realm to the Queen Mother of the West. The Southern Li Di Yin Guang flag belongs to Taishang Laojuan, and the Northern Xian Yuan Kong Shui flag is in the hands of the Lord of the Blood Sea and Nether River. Naturally, these are matters for the future. For now, the whereabouts of the remaining 4-5 directions flags remain uncertain. He would need to plan carefully moving forward. Finally, Tongtian's gaze fell upon the Chaos Divine Demon Time Remnant Corpse Clue map, causing his breath to quicken involuntarily. The Chaos Divine Demon Time, born with mastery over the principle of time, ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 Chaos Divine Demons. During Pangu's creation of the world, the Chaos Divine Demon Time nearly banished Pangu into the eternal river of time through its manipulation of the time principle. Among the 3,000 Great Dao principles, while fate remains unyielding, time reigns supreme, illustrating the formidable nature of the time principle. If I can locate the remnants of the time, I might even grasp the principle of time itself. The temptation was irresistible to Tongtian. Once this matter is settled, I shall set forth to seek it out. Tongtian made his decision promptly. Boom. At that moment, the entire world suddenly shook violently. 3 resounding voices echoed simultaneously across the sky of the primordial realm. Tongtian's expression changed instantly. The heavenly path is supreme. In response to the chaos of the primordial world, I hereby establish the Dragon Clan to be the leader of all scaled beings and dominate the myriad of creatures. The Dragon Clan is established. The heavenly path is supreme. In response to the chaos of the primordial world, I hereby establish the Phoenix Clan to be the leader of all flying creatures and govern all avian beings. The Phoenix clan is established. The heavenly path is supreme. In response to the chaos of the primordial world, I hereby establish the Qilin clan to be the leader of all terrestrial beasts and preside over the countless creatures that walk the earth. The Qilin clan is established. The voices of the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the origin Qilin resounded throughout the primordial realm. Every being, regardless of their location, heard the proclamations clearly. The entire primordial world was abuzz with astonishment. Just as all beings were at a loss, an endless expanse of merit from the heavenly path coalesced into auspicious clouds spreading forth from the void. The merit clouds were vastly larger than those from the time of the heavenly Taoist teachings, illuminating the entire realm in a resplendent golden hue. The merit clouds divided into three parts, one descending upon the Dragon clan, one upon the Phoenix clan, and one upon the Qilin clan. Thus the three portions of merit were once again separated, with the largest portion resting upon the shoulders of the clan leaders, while the remaining smaller fragments scattered into countless pieces merging into the bodies of the beings of the three clans. Many individuals within the clans seized this opportunity to break through to new heights. The ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the origin Qilin directly ascended to the late stage of Quasi-Saint, shocking innumerable mighty beings of the primordial world. The heavenly path seemed to be both weeping and laughing. The three primordial clans had officially established themselves, governing the scaled beings, flying creatures, and terrestrial beasts of the primordial realm, thus encompassing the majority of its inhabitants. The Dragonhan catastrophe had finally commenced in earnest. In the void, with the formal establishment of the three primordial clans, the calamity energy surged violently, saturating the heavens and the earth. It was far denser than before. At Yujing Mountain Taoist Hongjun's side, the calamity has indeed begun. This time I wonder how many beings of the primordial world will perish. After speaking, he returned to his secluded meditation, contemplating the Tao of creation. The impact from the heavenly path was considerable. Without diligent cultivation, one would not even qualify to take on disciples. In the western Shumi Mountains, sensing the overwhelming surge of calamity energy, Luo, who laughed heartily, the calamity has begun and the heavenly secrets are in disarray. This will be my opportunity to attain the Tao. Summon the others. With a rustling sound, the 9 great demon kings appeared, kneeling before Luo. Who is the 8th demon king not back yet? Reporting to the demon ancestor, the 8th demon king has not returned. However, not long ago, he sent a message stating that he had encountered Taoist Hongjun at Fengqi Mountain and was injured by him. The 8th demon king indicated that he is now hunting around Fengqi Mountain, waiting for the appearance of the heavenly path. Luo Hu's gaze suddenly flared with intensity. Hongjun. As a reincarnated chaos demon, how could Luo who not recognize Hongjun? They were old acquaintances. The phrase, "one chi transforms into Hongjun," referred to Hongjun's origins, seeking alignment with the heavenly path, in stark contrast to Luo Hu's rebellious path. Thus they became each other's greatest adversaries. Old man Hongjun, this time I, the demon ancestor, shall attain the Tao before you. Let's see whether your alignment with the heavenly path is more formidable or my rebellious path is stronger. Go send someone to sow discord among the three primordial clans. I want them to fight amongst themselves and descend into chaos. The day I succeed will be the day I, the demon ancestor, take command of the primordial realm. The 9 great demon kings were all filled with excitement, roaring in unison before departing. At Fengqi Mountain, the heavenly path also bid farewell to Fuxi and Yuhua. The calamity had already begun, and he needed to seize the time to cultivate. Being invincible in the realm of Daoyuo was not necessarily safe in the midst of a calamity. With the establishment of the 3 primordial clans governing the primordial realm, there would be a continuous influx of heavenly merit. By then it wouldn't be just Daoyuo, even the Quasi-Saints would be plentiful. If the 2 of you trust me after I leave Seal, Fengqi Mountain, and no matter who comes to invite you, do not respond. Wait for the right moment to emerge. The heavenly path offered a warning to Fuxi and Yuhua. Yuhua instinctively wanted to inquire about the reason, but was stopped by Fuxi. Thank you, Taoist Tongtian. Fuxi understands. However, the primordial land is in utter disarray. You must be cautious when you venture out. After all, you have thoroughly offended the Dragon clan. The heavenly path smiled and nodded, departing with the peculiar beast. Yuhua, puzzled, asked Fuxi, "Brother, what did Taoist Tongtian mean by that?" Though the heavenly secrets were currently chaotic, with Taoist Tongtian's reminder, Fuxi deduced a few insights. The secrets of heaven must not be leaked, little sister. Let us follow Taoist Tongtian's advice. Now that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans have established themselves, it is likely that the primordial realm shall see no peace. Boom. A divine light erupted and Fengqi Mountain was officially sealed. Once outside Fengqi Mountain, the heavenly path followed the directions indicated by the remnants of the corpse map. In a void not far from Fengqi Mountain, the 8th Demon King's injuries had healed, and he glared viciously at the heavenly path. Taoist Tongtian, I've finally waited for you to emerge. Come, let us head west to pay homage to the demon ancestor. The 8th Demon King harbored a deep hatred for the heavenly path. Had it not been for him, he would not have been gravely wounded by Hongjun. Why do I feel a sense of unease? It seems I am being targeted. Boom. In the void, demonic energy surged, and a shadow of a demon charged towards the heavenly path. Come with me. The 8th Demon King lunged at the heavenly path, unleashing various terrifying techniques to suppress him. He would not underestimate the heavenly path. Western Demon Clan. The heavenly path's brow furrowed sharply. Has Luo who set his sights on me? The 8th Demon King paused in surprise. I didn't expect you to know of our demon ancestor Luo Hu. That makes things even easier. The 8th Demon King cackled, yet his attacks showed no mercy. The demon ancestor has stated that as long as you are brought back, it matters not whether you live or die. I advise you to comply lest you meet a tragic end. The heavenly path chuckled. I haven't even ventured to the west yet, Luo, who has come looking for trouble. The heavenly path did not anticipate being targeted by Luo, who so soon. It was indeed troublesome. It seemed his previous actions had been somewhat too ostentatious. That fellow was after all a reincarnation of a chaos demon. If not for a stroke of misfortune, he might have been the representative of the primordial realm in the future. Boom. The 10,000 Immortals array activated, and the heavenly path launched a punch. With a resounding crash, the 8th Demon King's body exploded, transforming into a swirling mass of demonic energy. If you wish to capture me, let Luo who come himself. A mere Demon King is not worthy. The Yuan Shun of the Di Ba Moang dimmed, lost in a fog of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? He was stunned. As one of the 10 Demon Kings under the Demon Patriarch, the Di Ba Moang's might was unquestioned. Yet now he could not even withstand a single punch from Tongtian. In an instant of flickering demonic light, the Di Ba Moang prepared to flee. The Luo Jiantai flew forth, visions of corpse-strewn hills and blood-red seas engulfed him. No, the Demon Patriarch will avenge me. The Luo Jiantai returned to Tongtian's hand, its blade suffused with an even deeper sanguine hue. If this sword embryo continues to develop, perhaps it might yet awaken into an unparalleled instrument of slaughter, rivaling the 4 swords of Zhu Xian and the Lu Shinchang. Tongtian glanced westward and curled his lip. Vengeance. Let them wait. If Luo Ho were to force him too far, Tongtian would seize those 10 Demon Kings under Luo Ho and butcher them. He would strip Luo Ho bare until the Demon Patriarch stood alone. Then who could contend for the title of Honghuang Hegemon? Si Buxiang watched the scene with composed eyes. Tongtian is formidable. My father was right to have me follow him. A thought stirred in Tongtian's mind. In the late Longhan Dajia, when Dao and Demon contended, Demon Patriarch Luo Ho failed before Dao Patriarch Hongjun and finally detonated the western spiritual vein, reducing Shifeng to a barren wasteland. Perhaps I could go ahead and set a plan in motion. Though I cannot avert it entirely, I might salvage as much of Shifeng as possible. The Dao would reward such merit plentifully. Yes, this required careful scheming to maximize the gains. At Shumishan, Luo Ho felt the instant the Di Ba Moang fell. The Di Ba Moang has perished. Luo Ho's disbelief detonated into a ferocious killing intent that swept Shumishan like a gale. Was Tongtian the killer, or did he fall by Hongjun's hand? As one of his 10 Demon Kings, the Di Ba Moang's power had been indisputable. Tongtian is unlikely, then it must be Hongjun. Luo Ho ground his teeth. Hongjun, you will answer to me. On Yu Jingshan, Hongjun sneezed violently, unease skittering through his spirit. Who dares scheme against this humble Dao? He demanded. Tongtian gave little thought to the death of a single Demon King. Luo Ho, lord of the entire Western realm, commanded many talents. The loss could be replenished. As he traveled, Tongtian noted that friction among the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans had grown more intense than before. Si Buxiang's face darkened. At this rate, a great war among the Xiantian Sanzu is inevitable. When the Qilin clan was founded, Si Buxiang, as the future inheritor, had received abundant Tiandao merit and leapt to the mid-stage of Xianxian cultivation. Long years at Tongtian's side had taught him much. Tongtian, if war breaks out among the 3 clans, who will prevail in the end? He asked. Tongtian swept his gaze and replied, what do you suppose? When the Xiantian Sanzu first formed their oaths to the Wei were to govern and bring order to Honghuang. How have they performed? Si Buxiang's lips moved, but no answer came. Under the supposed stewardship of the Xiantian Sanzu, Honghuang had not stabilized it, had grown only more chaotic. Tongtian shook his head. Those three clans had held a winning hand and squandered it utterly. Had they truly applied themselves to their original vows, the future shape of Honghuang might have been immeasurably different. With the vast momentum their collective fate afforded them, the clan lords could perhaps have ascended to sagehood rather than the lamentable outcome that later unfolded. Yet trapped within the currents of fate, no one could see clearly. Perhaps the clan lords perceived hints, but the tide of events overwhelmed them, and they were forced along with it. The carcass of the chaos divine demon Shichun lay at the edge of Honghuang, close to the Hundun Hongmeng realm. To reach it, one must cross the territories of the three clans. Gradually, Tongtian discerned a new vogue stirring among the three races: the preaching of the Tao. Especially from the founding of the Xiantian Sanzu, each clan had, as if by agreement, begun to hold public exhortations. Preaching the Tao yields Innate Dao Merit. The aphorism spread through Honghuang like wildfire. Under that influence, the Xiantian Sanzu's strength surged at an inconceivable pace. Even the clan lords frequently ascended to speak. Such a scene had not existed in the original chronicles. Elder, I've heard a rumor that the very purpose of founding the Xiantian Sanzu, ruling scales, birds, and beasts, was to preach the Tao and harvest Innate Dao Merit. Tongtian's face darkened. Why was this being pinned on him? Founding clans preaching merit, the opening of tribulation. Tongtian's lips parted. Wait, something was wrong. He felt increasingly as if he had unintentionally become the catalyst of the Long Han Dajia. He would never shoulder that culpability. The architect of the Long Han catastrophe, the responsibility was far too great. It would be fatal to bear it alone. From his observations propelled by this fashionable preaching, the collective power of the Xiantian Sanzu was approaching the midpoint of the Long Han Dajia far too swiftly. This pace was alarming. Though not every sermon could yield merit, the accrued improvement in strength made continuous preaching irresistible. They had glimpsed too great an advantage to halt. Damn it, Tongtian thought. If this continued, he would indeed be labeled the hidden hand behind it all. He could already imagine the far worse destruction at the end of the Long Han Dajia. Moreover, should this progression continue, the Innate Dao Merits Hong Jun would secure during the 3 lectures at Zhixiaogong would be greatly diminished. The cascading consequences were enormous. On Yujing Shan, Hong Jun's face had blackened as though scorched. He felt his prospective opportunities shrink. Tongtian. Hong Jun ground his words. After 3,000 years, Tongtian hurried to the periphery of Honghuang, to the place where the remnants of the chaos divine demon Shichun lay. At the border, earth, water, fire, and wind raged. Endless chaotic qi surged. He found the spot marked on his map and told Si Buxiang wait outside. Do not enter. Here the danger was unknown. With Si Buxiang's current strength, Tongtian could not guarantee his safety in a crisis. Si Buxiang nodded. With a thunderous shudder, the Luo Jiantai vibrated and unleashed immeasurable sword qi. Tongtian poured his magic into it and cleaved with a fierce stroke. A fissure split open. The stench of a chaos divine demon immediately spilled forth. This is the place. Tongtian's eyes flared and he leapt into the breach. The rift sealed behind him. At that same moment, on Yujing Shan, Hong Jun's expression changed sharply. Shichun of the time divine demons. He cried. At Shumishan, Luo Ho gripped the Lu Xinchang and shouted Shichun. Somewhere in the void of Honghuang, the Taoist with the yang brows performed spatial calibration and murmured, Shichun, could it be you have not perished? In an instant, due to a seemingly inconsequential action by Tongtian, countless hidden ancient beings in the vast wilderness were stirred from their slumber. The god of chaos Shichun held mastery over the laws of time and ranked among the top 10 among the 3,000 chaos gods. If Shichun had not perished, the implications for the wilderness fate would have been monumental. However, as they attempted to locate him, they found his aura had vanished without a trace, as though he had never existed. Upon crossing the rift, Tongtian immediately sensed the altered flow of time in this realm. A single day outside equated to 10 days within. This is indeed a miniature Middle Thousand world. The mere remnants of corpses could give rise to such a realm. One could not help but marvel at the terror of those chaos gods. Yet without the corpses of these chaos beings, the wilderness would not have been so extensively shaped by Pangu. Pangus aura. Pangu. 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 A furious roar erupted, causing the entire Middle Thousand world to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Time itself spiraled into chaos, alternating between rapid progression and regression, even halting altogether, leaving Tongtian feeling lightheaded and nauseous. Suddenly, ferocious beasts emerged from all directions, lunging at Tongtian with unrestrained savagery devoid of reason, purely driven by a primal instinct for slaughter and destruction. These chaos gods harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Father God, Tongtian mused, shaking his head. The Luo Sword Embryo danced in the air as he fought through the pack of beasts, carving a path with relentless efficiency. The mere echo of their similar auras revived the once dead Shichen's remnants. Tongtian understood, had Pangu not forcibly opened the heavens, the chaos gods would not have fallen. If he were in their position, he too would harbor immense resentment. However, Tongtian did not indulge in sympathy. Losers are seldom afforded such a luxury. In the wilderness, the ferocious beasts had all but vanished, leaving only a scarce few hiding, clinging to life. Yet here they swarmed in overwhelming numbers, forming a torrent of beasts, some even at the Luo golden immortal level. Should these beasts be unleashed, they would wreak unprecedented havoc across the wilderness. What treasures! Such treasures abound. Tongtian's fear transformed into exhilaration. Great formation of 10,000 immortals, rise for me. Cover this entire area and ensnare all the beasts within. Today he resolved to unleash a massacre, purging the wilderness of its malignant scourge. To Tongtian, these terrifying beasts were not a threat, but a tremendous opportunity. By refining them, I can enhance the great formation of 10,000 immortals significantly. Boom! The world quaked and the beasts roared. A year later, Tongtian had eradicated every last beast, leaving traces of blood and battle across the land. Though fatigued, he felt invigorated. Within the great formation of 10,000 immortals, over 1,000 new focal points had been sanctified, bringing the total to 3,000. Inside Tongtian, the sanctified focal points resembled 3,000 powerful deities, converging a terrifying presence. In this vast realm, he could see not a single living soul aside from himself. The resentment of Shichen is indeed profound. In such a world, aside from the beasts, no other life has emerged. This middle thousand world, centered around Shichen's remnants, was shaped by his residual will, akin to the heavenly path of this realm. Shichen, I have found you. A month later, Tongtian pinpointed a direction and surged towards the core of this world, the very source of its existence. Boom! The world trembled violently, instinctively resisting him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden mission. Refining this miniature middle thousand world will yield a chaos pearl and 500,000 merit points. Failure incurs no penalties or rewards. Tongtian's body halted momentarily. He had unexpectedly triggered a hidden mission. Refining this world. Emollient. Tongtian became frenzied. For him, 500,000 merit points were not particularly valuable, but the Chaos Pearl was paramount. In the primordial chaos, only 4 supreme chaos treasures had been birthed: the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus, the Creation Jade Disc, the Heaven-Opening Divine Axe, and the elusive Chaos Pearl. The 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus sustained damage and transformed into various treasures of the wilderness. The Creation Jade Disc also fractured, with the largest remnant falling into the hands of Hongjun. The Heaven-Opening Divine Axe, unable to bear the weight of creation, became the innate treasures Taiji Diagram, Pangu Flag, and the Chaos Bell. Yet the Chaos Pearl eluded the calamities of creation, wandering outside the Tao, never claimed by anyone. The Chaos Pearl contained a complete self-contained world of chaos, inherently shielding itself from the heavenly secrets. As long as the Chaos Pearl did not wish to emerge, no one could seize it. Such a treasure was worth risking everything for. In the era of primordial chaos, how did Pangu attain such formidable power? It was because he possessed 3 of the 4 supreme chaos treasures. With the Creation Jade Disc atop his head, the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus beneath his feet, and the Heaven-Opening Divine Axe in hand, no one could withstand such an unparalleled assembly of divine gear. During the Tao Demon confrontation, why was Hongjun able to suppress Luo Ho and become the Tao ancestor propagating the path of immortality? It was due to his acquisition of the Creation Jade Disc. Each chaos treasure represented immense fortune and opportunities. Moreover, the ability of the Chaos Pearl to obscure heavenly secrets was enough for Tongtian to risk everything. With such a shield, he need not constantly expose himself to the scrutiny of the heavenly path. Boom! The worlds will resisted vehemently, unleashing a barrage of blood-red heavenly thunder, attempting to obliterate Tongtian. Yet, having already refined and integrated part of the thunderous essence, Tongtian was undeterred. He forcefully devoured the onslaught. If you are the heavenly path of the wilderness, I might be wary, but what can you do against an incomplete world will? Tongtian was consumed by fervor as the great formation of 10,000 immortals activated. The Luo Sword Embryo unleashed its full might, and he charged into the heart of the world's source. A colossal corpse of a god and demon appeared before Tongtian's eyes. In the chaotic realm of the divine demons, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the surroundings. A terrifying surge of resentment rushed into the vast sea of consciousness, manifesting as various demonic figures and horrifying attacks intent on devouring Tongtian's primordial spirit and shattering his will. This was the manifestation of the resentment of the time. Break for me. Within the sea of consciousness, endless clouds of merit erupted, radiating resplendent golden light. As soon as these resentful demons came into contact with it, they were obliterated without a trace. At this moment, the merits of the heavenly Tao displayed their irreplaceable advantage. Shurchen, if this is all the power you possess, then today your remains are destined to be refined by me. The central Xin yellow flag waved in the wind, instantly shielding Tongtian's entire being. Holding the great Luo Sword Embryo, Tongtian swung it fiercely, striking forward. Boom! The half-destroyed chaotic demon Shurchen suddenly opened his eyes. An invisible river of time surged forth from his pupils, immediately enveloping Tongtian. Descendants of Pangu, all must die. Though Shurchen was dead, remnants of instinctual memories lingered within his remains, filled with hatred towards the lineage of Pangu. Even in death, he sought to annihilate Pangu's descendants. Within the river of time, Tongtian felt his power being relentlessly diminished. Events from the past unfolded before him, as if projected in a movie. This is bad. He's trying to revert me back to my initial form. Tongtian's expression changed dramatically. If he were truly reverted to his original state, he would be left utterly vulnerable. Moreover, he had no idea what would happen if he was sent back to the moment he crossed over and seized control. Shurchen, you shall not succeed. In that instant, all of Tongtian's strength erupted, converging into a single point and striking against the river of time. Boom! The river of time erupted as if a great explosion had occurred, shattering into fragments. Tongtian fell out of it, breathing a sigh of relief, yet still shaken. He had come perilously close to losing. Truly worthy of a chaotic demon that mastered the laws of time. Even in death, he remains terrifying. Tongtian dared not underestimate him. Indeed, a descendant of Pangu, oh, I never expected you to cultivate the complete 9 transformations of the mysterious art. A phantom emerged from Shichen's remains. The remnant soul of Shurchen. Oomph! Tongtian snorted coldly. Truly worthy of a chaotic demon, after enduring a direct blow from the Father God, your body is in ruins, yet you still possess a remnant soul. If you weren't unable to subdue me, your remnant soul wouldn't have appeared so easily. The remnant soul of Shurchen nodded. His existence was akin to a candle flickering in the wind. At any moment it could extinguish. Once it manifested, its complete destruction would not be far behind. The remnant soul of Shurchen gazed deeply at Tongtian. I never imagined that the primordial spirit of Pangu would give rise to such a monstrosity as you, embodying the sword path, thunder, and creation. Multiple laws converging into one. It seems you too wish to tread the path Pangu once walked. Shichen's insight was profound. Even before his fall, he was already in the chaotic unity realm. Now, though dead, his perception remained sharp. However, even Pangu could not complete the final step. Do you believe you can succeed? Tongtian understood that Shurchen referred to the final transformation of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. Pangu opened the heavens to achieve the 9th transformation, yet ultimately he failed. A near miss. Tongtian chuckled. How can one know the outcome without trying? The path that the Father God could not complete as a descendant, I shall naturally pursue. Tongtian was not worried about whether he could master the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. With the system in place, he felt no pressure, just a slight delay. Shurchen fell silent for a long while before erupting into wild laughter. If that is the case, then I shall lend you a hand. However, whether you can bear my power depends on you. If you die midway, do not blame me. Shichen's laughter was filled with malice. In the next moment, before Tongtian could react, another river of time manifested, enveloping him once more. Yet this time it did not weaken Tongtian's realm and cultivation. The power of Shurchen, along with insights into the laws of time, flowed incessantly into Tongtian's body. Tongtian, I have already given you the benefits. Whether you can survive now depends on you. If you can fully withstand my power, this small middle thousand world shall belong to you. However, should you fail, this world will automatically collapse, obliterating everything you have left. Shurchen laughed heartily before his voice faded away. Tongtian cursed. Truly, the longer a chaotic demon lived, the more sinister they became. The chaotic demon Shurchen was not like Hongjun or Luo, who had abandoned their chaotic demon forms to reincarnate in the wilderness. Though reduced to remains, he still possessed the power of the chaotic unity. That was the power of a saint. And now Tongtian was merely a great Luo golden immortal, not even a quasi-saint. How could he possibly endure the full power of a top-tier chaotic great Luo golden immortal? If Tongtian were to refine it slowly, the issue would not be severe. But now Shurchen was forcing his remains to be refined into chaotic power and merged into Tongtian's body. This was akin to pouring the waters of the ocean directly into a small stream. The consequences were self-evident. Shichen's scheme was blatant. The benefits were given, yet if Tongtian could not bear them, that was his own problem. However, Shurchen, you ultimately underestimate me. Had it been the old Tongtian, he might have truly fallen this time. But I am no longer that. The great array of 10,000 immortals went berserk, voraciously devouring the chaotic power flowing from Shurchen. The eyes of the array rapidly transformed into deified forms. The speed was astonishing. This time I shall make you lose both your wife and soldiers. He would claim Shurchen's chaotic power. He would seize Shichen's insights into the laws of time. He would also obtain this world. Otherwise, he could not complete the hidden task of the system. After Ian's Tongtian opened his eyes, awakening from seclusion. A terrifying wave of power instantly radiated from Tongtian, creating rifts in space wherever it passed. Truly worthy of being among the top 10 chaotic demons. Merely as remains, you've managed to deify all the eyes of the great array of 10,000 immortals. Indeed, the 10,000 eyes of the great array had all been fully deified. It was as if 10,000 divine demons resided within Tongtian, bowing in reverence. Shurchen, I must sincerely thank you this time. Tongtian laughed. Shurchen had aimed to ensnare him, but ultimately miscalculated. Had it not been for Shurchen's initiative, Tongtian would have still been waiting for who knows how long to complete the deification of the great array of 10,000 immortals. A mark of the laws of time quietly coalesced at Tongshan's brow, a transparent river of time swirling around his body. He had also entered the realm of the laws of time. As for the essence of thunder, it too had been completely refined, granting Tongtian mastery over another thunderous law. Even his cultivation had quietly risen to the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. This time Shurchen had truly lost both his wife and soldiers. In this gamble against Tongtian, the defeat was utterly devastating. Tongtian exerted a powerful suppression that refined the very essence of this world, seizing control in a single stroke. Ding dong. System hidden mission completed. Rewards have been dispatched to the system warehouse. Tongtian was overjoyed. Double the fortune had come. As was customary, he cast the heavenly merit into the sea of consciousness, where it transformed into auspicious clouds of virtue and extracted the Chaos Pearl. Buzz. The moment the Chaos Pearl emerged, it voluntarily entered Tongshan's sea of consciousness, radiating an intangible wave. Instantly, all information regarding Tongtian was concealed by the Chaos Pearl. As Tongshan's spirit delved within the Chaos Pearl, he immediately beheld a vast, boundless chaos primordial world. In the Jade Capital Mountain, Hongjun Daoist sensed a disturbance and instinctively began to calculate, only to find that he could not deduce any information related to Tongtian this time. Even the past existence of Tongshan's information slowly vanished from the heavenly mechanism. At this revelation, Hongjun was left speechless in shock. What has Tongtian done? Upon leaving the time world and entering the primordial chaos, Tongtian immediately sensed that the calamity's aura in the heavens and earth had intensified. With a wave of his hand, the time world shrank, continuously falling into Tongshan's grasp. As this world was transformed from the chaos demon of time, its flow of time differed drastically from that of the primordial chaos, roughly at a ratio of 10:1. He spent 100,000 years within the time world, while a mere 10,000 years had passed in the primordial chaos. Casting his gaze around, Tongtian frowned, not spotting the mythical creature, the four symbols. Have they left? After some calculations, Tongshan's anger flared. Dragon Clan, it seems you truly seek death. 1,000 years prior, a powerful being of the Dragon Clan had unwittingly passed by, and upon discovering the four symbols, immediately reported it. Consequently, a host of Dragon Clan warriors rushed over, intent on capturing the four symbols. Throughout this past 10,000 years, conflicts between the innate three clans had escalated, leading to several large-scale battles. Capturing the offspring of the Qilin would undoubtedly serve as leverage against the Qilin clan. The four symbols fled desperately, yet its internal magic was nearing depletion. Am I truly going to be captured by these Dragon Clan members? The creature bitterly clenched its teeth, resenting its low cultivation level more than ever. It understood all too well the fate that awaited it if it fell into the hands of the Dragon Clan. With this thought, the four symbols resolved to end its life while it still possessed a modicum of power. You Dragon Clan, how bold you are! A voice thundered, echoing like a bolt from the blue in the ears of the four symbols and the Dragon Clan warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Several dragon warriors, caught off guard, had their heads explode, falling lifelessly to the ground. Tongtian Sr. The four symbols was suddenly overjoyed, witnessing the corpses of the dragons scattered around, a surge of exhilaration filling its heart. Such disgrace for the noble offspring of the Qilin clan. Tongtian shook his head, unable to deny the strangeness of the external power within the four symbols. After 10,000 years, it remained firmly in the midstage of the Xianxian realm with no progress. First, recover your magic, later, I shall send you to a place for cultivation. Tongtian casually tossed 3 spirit fruits to the 4 symbols. Rin Xingua. The 4 symbols gasped in astonishment, hurriedly expressing its gratitude. How could it not recognize one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the Rin Xingua? Rin Xingua, also known as the herb returning elixir, blooms once every 3,000 years, produces fruit every 3,000 years, and takes another 3,000 years to mature. In total, it requires 10,000 years to yield merely 30 fruits, making it extraordinarily precious. Merely an innate spiritual root, after all, it is meant for consumption. Tongtian mused regarding such a treasure as slightly superior to ordinary fruits. Once the 4 symbols consumed a Rin Xingua, and its injuries were nearly healed, Tongtian cast it into the time world. With the 10-to-1 time ratio and the abundant primal energy within, he had no doubt that the 4 symbols would enhance its strength. Casting a glance at the dragon corpses, he enveloped them in magic, transporting them into the time world. These dragon meats shall serve as nourishment for the 4 symbols. After a brief calculation, Tongtian realized that the Dragon Han calamity had advanced to its midstage. So quick. He quickly understood that his actions had played a role in this acceleration. Had it not been for the fervor he ignited through his teachings, the 3 clans would not have strengthened so rapidly. Regardless, with my current strength, participating will not pose much danger. The opportunities granted by the Chaos Demon of Time had greatly shortened the time required for Tongtian to grow stronger by more than 10-fold. The benefits were immense. While I have been away for quite some time, it is time to return to Kunlun Mountain. Since leaving Kunlun, nearly 20,000 years had passed. I wonder what realms Laozi and Yuanshi have reached by now. Surely both Laozi and Yuanshi must miss him as well. Tongtian chuckled, knowing that under the butterfly effect he had created, the development of the Primordial World had already undergone subtle changes. In the original timeline, it was not until Hongjun's lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace that the strength of the 3 clear ones had merely reached the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, with only Laozi touching upon the brink of the Great Luo Realm. As for Tongtian, he had already advanced to the midstage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, the fates of Laozi and Yuanshi had also shifted. Tearing through the void, Tongtian set his course for Kunlun Mountain. On the way, he suddenly changed direction towards Buzhou Mountain, feeling a surge of inspiration that promised a fortuitous encounter. Upon arriving at Buzhou Mountain, Tongtian immediately detected an aura strikingly similar to his own. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft. His eyes brightened. He recalled his previous sign-in mission. Had the 12 ancestors emerged? Tongtian promptly began his search, and indeed fortune awaited him here. Big brother, that Taoist has come again. Xianming immediately spotted Tongtian and called for Emperor Jiang. Instantly, Emperor Jiang's expression changed. Tongtian Taoist. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft had emerged 3,000 years prior, and had secretly gathered considerable intelligence, including information on Tongtian, the Taoist of Pangu. Pangu Tongtian, he is also a descendant of the Father God. The youngest Huta blinked. So Tongtian Taoist must have come seeking us during his 2 visits. Gonggong and Zhu Rong immediately began to shout. Silence. Emperor Jiang barked, then nodded. You stay here and do not venture out. I shall meet with this Tongtian Taoist. Be careful, big brother, Zhu Jun reminded. Though Tongtian was also a descendant of the Father God, the human heart is inscrutable. No one could predict Tongtian's true intentions. Tongtian, are you seeking us? A voice suddenly rang out, causing Tongtian to pause. Emperor Jiang. Di Jiang arrived, albeit only at the realm of Taiyi Golden Immortal. A bit weak to say the least. However, Di Jiang was naturally adept at wielding spatial powers, appearing and vanishing without a trace. His combat prowess was far from negligible. Tongtian let out a hearty laugh, and immediately set about forging connections, causing Di Jiang's mind to jolt. The legendary ruthless Tongtian possessed such a demeanor. Nevertheless, Di Jiang was also fairly certain that Tongtian bore no ill will towards the 12 ancestor witches. After all, with Tongtian's formidable strength, if he truly wished to harm him, there would be no escape. Before long, Tongtian met the other 11 ancestor witches. Tongtian, my friend, you sought us here 10,000 years ago. Did you already know that the 12 ancestor witches reside here? Tu Hu inquired, voicing her curiosity. Indeed, I once dreamt back to the dawn of creation, witnessing the evolution of the primordial world. The 12 drops of the Father God's essence, intertwined with the merits of creation, merged into the earth near Mount Buzhou. As Tongtian recounted, the 12 ancestor witches nodded in agreement, formally accepting him. Tongtian felt a sense of relief. Managing this group of simpletons had not proven too arduous. Subsequently, Tongtian expressed his desire to explore the Pangu Divine Temple. As brothers, there is no problem at all, Di Jiang chuckled, leading Tongtian back into the Pangu Divine Temple. Ding dong. Checked into the Pangu Divine Temple. Task completed. Rewards have been dispatched to the system warehouse. Haha, the essence of Pangu was finally within reach. Tongtian, unable to contain his excitement, requested to borrow the Pangu Divine Temple for a period of time to cultivate. The 12 ancestor witches naturally consented. Finding a suitable spot, Tongtian produced a drop of Pangus essence and swallowed it. The 9 revolutions profound art immediately began to operate at an extraordinary pace. The unique aura of Pangu emanated from Tongtian's body, resonating throughout the temple. The 12 ancestor witches, in the midst of their own cultivation, were startled awake. Wasn't Tongtian said to be transformed from the Father God's primordial spirit? Why does he also exude the essence of the Father God's blood? Gong Gong exclaimed, taken aback. Once Tongtian awakens, we can simply ask him, Zhu Rong replied casually. Di Jiang cast a deep gaze at Tongtian, realizing that he harbored many secrets. After absorbing the essence of Pangu, Tongtian promptly delved into a state of enlightenment. An imprint of the laws of time appeared on his brow, instantly drawing forth the river of time, creating a zone with tenfold time acceleration centered around him. Zhu Jiuyin immediately felt the stimulation. The laws of the Great Dao of Time. Among the 12 ancestor witches, Zhu Jiuyin wielded the power of time. Di Jiang inquired, in terms of your understanding of the laws of time, who is stronger, you or him? I am no match for Tongtian. Zhu Jiuyin shook his head. With my current strength, I can maintain a 5-fold time flow at most, while Tongtian has already reached 10-fold. Each increment in time flow deepened one's comprehension of the Great Dao of Time manifold. Under the cleansing influence of Pangus essence, Tongtian felt as though his physical body had undergone yet another baptism, becoming even more formidable than before. 1,000 years passed, and the power within that drop of Pangus essence was fully consumed. In the second millennium, the second drop was completely refined. By the third millennium, the final drop of Pangus essence was also entirely expended. Not enough. Still not enough. Tongtian roared, the 9 revolutions profound art operating at an increasingly rapid pace, swiftly drawing immense primal energy from the Pangu Divine Temple. At this moment, Tongtian resembled a black hole, voraciously consuming everything. The 12 ancestor witches were once again startled awake. Tongtian is about to advance in the 9 revolutions profound art. Tu Hu noted, however, it seems like the energy is insufficient. Suddenly, the entire Pangu Divine Temple vibrated, and a surge of blood energy erupted from its core, entering Tongtian's body. Boom. In that moment, Tongtian felt as if his body had undergone a cosmic creation. Amidst a Luo golden immortal physique, Tongtian opened his eyes overjoyed. Then he bitterly smiled. It was indeed a challenge. 3 drops of Pangus essence, along with the final surge of blood energy from the temple, had enabled his body to undergo another transformation. While 3,000 years had passed in the outside world, he had cultivated for a full 30,000 years due to the time distortion. Even his bloodline began to exhibit changes. Tongtian speculated that the surge of blood energy must have originated from Pangus' heart, as the entire Pangu Divine Temple had been formed from it. There seemed to be numerous secrets hidden within the Pangu Divine Temple. Tongtian could not fathom its depths. He sighed, realizing why even the great Pangu had never completed the 9th revolution of the 9 revolutions profound art. It was far too resource-intensive. The 7th revolution corresponded to the Quasi-Saint realm, but just imagining the resources required sent a shiver down his spine. The 12 ancestor witches approached to congratulate him, with Zhu Rong bluntly asking why Tongtian possessed an aura akin to theirs. Tongtian did not conceal the truth. By chance I obtained the Father God's essence. The 12 ancestor witches were filled with envy due to the essence. They felt even more inclined to befriend Tongtian. Gong Gong stepped forward, scrutinizing Tongtian with fervent eyes. You've also cultivated the 9 revolutions profound art. Let's have a good spar. The 12 ancestor witches were inherently combative, with Gong Gong being the most prominent among them. Tongtian found the situation amusing, but did not refuse. The two immediately began to duel within the Pangu Divine Temple. Before long, Gong Gong retreated, bruised and battered, muttering, "Who truly embodies the essence of the Father God?" The 12 ancestor witches born of Pangus essence were naturally endowed with robust physiques, having undergone the trials of primordial Earth's malevolent aura, making them fearsome. However, when compared to Tongtian, they were on an entirely different level. Gong Gong regretted the duel. It had not been a spar, but rather pure bullying. "You're truly pathetic, Gong Gong." Zhu Rong immediately mocked. "Tongtian, let's have a match. Gong Gong is too weak to showcase our true strength." Tongtian nodded with a smile, while Gong Gong grinned maliciously. Just wait, you'll have your moment to cry. Shortly after, Zhu Rong returned, but in a far worse state than Gong Gong. Di Jiang and the others gasped in shock. Tongtian's physique was indeed excessively strong. Di Jiang inquired how far Tongtian had cultivated the 9 revolutions profound art. The 6th revolution, I have achieved a saintly body. Instantly Di Jiang fell silent, and the 12 ancestor witches were nearly left in despair. The 6th revolution of the 9 revolutions profound art rendered them utterly incapable of competing. The remaining ancestor witches quickly abandoned any thoughts of sparring with Tongtian. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong felt utterly dejected, realizing their previous beatings had been futile with no chance of retaliation. After lingering in the Pangu Divine Temple for nearly 100 years, Tongtian expressed his desire to take his leave. However, before departing, he also left behind a considerable amount of valuable items. Daoist Tongtian is truly generous, remarked Emperor Jiang, his eyes wide with astonishment. With fragments of memories inherited from the Pangu deity, he recognized the significance of the ginseng fruit, the Huangzhong pear, and the innate Ren water peach. These primordial spiritual roots were immensely valuable even to the great Luo golden immortals, as they could significantly enhance one's magical powers. Yet to their amazement, Tongtian had produced 12 of them at once. Such generosity was unprecedented. Indeed, Gong Gong exclaimed, devouring a ginseng fruit in one bite. As his magical energy surged, his expression shifted, and in the blink of an eye he advanced to the midstage of the Taiyi golden immortal realm. Haha, I have grown stronger. Gong Gong laughed madly. Zhurong, take this punch from me. Old thief Gong Gong. Zhurong, known for his fiery temper, immediately responded to the provocation, abandoning the ginseng fruit without a second thought. The other 10 ancestral witches were unfazed, allowing the two to engage in battle. Such occurrences were all too common among the 12 ancestral witches. Each of them received a spiritual fruit and consumed it. Upon exiting the Pangu shrine, Tongtian felt elated. The 12 ancestral witches remained warm and welcoming. While the outcome for the witch tribe during the witch demon tribulation is far from promising. It was not merely unfavorable, it had reached a dire state. Hutu had evolved the 6 paths of reincarnation, forever trapping the witch tribe in the underworld, and from that moment Hutu no longer belonged to the witches. In the great battle between witches and demons, aside from Xuanming, the other 10 ancestral witches perished in battle. The remnants of the witch tribe were forced to migrate, and by later generations, apart from a few human witch hybrids, the traces of the witch tribe had vanished entirely. In contrast, the demon tribe, despite its decline, continued to reproduce relentlessly. Now we are merely at the beginning of the Longhan calamity. By the time we reach the later stages of the witch demon tribulation, there will still be a significant amount of time left. At that point, I should be able to attain the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, ensuring the survival of the witch tribe should not be a problem. Being descendants of the Pangu Father God, it was only natural for them to help one another. After making his decision, Tongtian set off for Mount Kunlun. Over 3,000 years in the outside world had led to escalating conflicts among the 3 innate tribes, exacerbated by Rahis meddling. The situation had reached a point of no return. Had it not been for the dragon ancestor, the phoenix, and the primordial qilin exerting pressure from above, the 3 tribes would likely have erupted into their final battle long ago. It seems the Longhan calamity is approaching its climax, Tongtian observed towards the west, feeling the urgency to implement his plans. Tongtian has returned. Upon Tongshan's arrival at Mount Kunlun, both Laozi and Yuanshi sensed his presence, primarily because Tongtian had not made any effort to conceal his aura. Otherwise, with the mystical abilities of the Chaos Pearl, even if he stood right next to them, they would have been oblivious. Tongtian, your cultivation. At their first meeting, Laozi's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt a tumultuous wave of emotions. He could not fathom Tongshan's current strength. Yuanshi felt the same, perceiving Tongtian before him as an enigma, a fog that obscured his true essence. How could this be? Yuanshi's heart was filled with envy and jealousy. Third brother, it appears you have encountered a great deal of fortune during these years. No wonder your advancement has been so swift, while my elder brother and I have endured such hardships. Yuanshi spoke with a hint of sarcasm. They had once been united as the 3 pure ones, but now Tongtian enjoyed the fortune alone, leaving him feeling quite resentful. As the younger brother, he believed Tongtian should have shared a portion of his good fortune with him and Laozi. Enough of this. Tongtian chuckled. You can't blame me, second brother. I suggested that both you and elder brother join me on a journey through the wilderness, but you both huffed. Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuanshi were immediately struck with frustration, feeling as if a dagger had pierced their wounds. The pain was indescribable. Laozi shot a fierce glare at Yuanshi, silently admonishing him for speaking out of turn. Tongtian continued to smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The notion that he should share his fortunes with them was quite bold. As for any resentment Laozi and Yuanshi might harbor, Tongtian was indifferent. After spending a month at Mount Kunlun, Tongtian decided to depart. It felt meaningless. Laozi and Yuanshi seemed to have formed an alliance, leaving Tongtian out in the cold. Ah, indeed, elder brother and second brother are the best, Tongtian chuckled lightly as he left the Three Pure Ones Taoist temple. Staying there held no further significance for him. Instead, he would head to the East Sea's Golden Tortoise Island, which was after all his own domain. In the Three Pure Ones temple, Laozi's face turned cold while Yuanshi's expression darkened. It seems the third brother increasingly regards elder brother and me with less respect, disregarding our hierarchical relationship. Yuanshi was undoubtedly displeased with Tongtian's demeanor, yet his strength could not compare to Tongtian's. As Tongtian passed by West Kunlun, he paused. I am Tongtian, here to visit Taoist friend Zhuangmu. His voice echoed above the Yaoqi Taoist temple. Soon after, a woman emerged, though she was not Zhuangmu herself. I greet you, esteemed elder Tongtian, said Zhuangmu's maid, bowing deeply. The Queen Mother left for Fengqi Mountain over 10,000 years ago and has yet to return. What a... Tongtian's expression shifted dramatically. She had gone to Fengqi Mountain over 10,000 years ago and had not returned. He left a talisman saying, if Taoist friend Zhuangmu returns, you may shatter this talisman and I will sense it. With that, Tongtian tore through the void and headed towards Fengqi Mountain, his instincts telling him that something was amiss regarding Zhuangmu's disappearance. Ding dong. Congratulations, the host has triggered a hidden mission. Investigate the mystery of Zhuangmu's disappearance. Upon completion, rewards include 1,000,000 years of cultivation 1, an innate spiritual root, Huangzhong Li 1, and a map of the Three Immortals Island 1. Mission failed, no penalties, no rewards. Indeed, Zhuangmu was missing. It was imperative to find her, especially since her troubles were connected to him. After some calculations, Tongtian concluded that while Zhuangmu might be in danger, it was not yet fatal, which eased his worry somewhat. Upon reaching Fengqi Mountain, Tongtian immediately notified Fuxi and Yuhua. They activated the mountain's sealing formation, and upon seeing Tongtian, they were filled with joy. Yuhua had also progressed to the late stage of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, closing the gap to the Great Luo Golden Immortal significantly. Tongtian congratulated her warmly. Once he confirmed that Zhuangmu had not arrived at Fengqi Mountain, he furrowed his brow. Where could she possibly be? A living person could not simply vanish without reason. Ah, the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl naturally possessed the ability to conceal celestial secrets, making it suitable for divination. As if responding to Tongtian's thoughts, the Chaos Pearl trembled, indicating a direction to him. Haha, as expected of a chaos treasure. Well done. Tongtian praised before heading towards the direction indicated by the Chaos Pearl. It wasn't long before Tongtian came to a halt. This must be the location pointed out by the Chaos Pearl. It cannot be wrong. However, after searching the area within 100,000 miles, he found not a single clue. Is she in a different dimensional space? Buzz. The Chaos Pearl trembled again, revealing a spatial rift that transformed into a portal. Zhuangmu's aura emanated from the space beyond. Tongtian. The Chaos Pearl is truly remarkable. Tongtian, this place is dangerous. You must not enter. The voice of the Queen Mother of the West suddenly emerged from within, filled with urgency. Yet in the next moment, a terrifying force of devouring energy erupted from the spatial door, pulling Tongtian into its depths. It seems your warning has come too late. Upon entering, Tongtian beheld the Queen Mother of the West trapped upon an altar, bound by chains formed from the essence of the utmost Yin. Descendant of Pangu. A spectral figure materialized, and a terrifying grudge filled the void. All descendants of Pangu deserve to perish. Since you have come willingly, I shall send you to your doom. It seemed to be yet another grudge left by Pangu. Without uttering a word, Tongtian wielded the Luo Sword Embryo and struck decisively. A manifestation of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood descended, and the humanoid specter emitted a piercing scream, instantly consumed by the Luo Sword Embryo, which then returned to Tongtian's hand, rejoicing. For the Luo Sword Embryo, such grudges were a veritable treasure. Tongtian, my friend, you. The Queen Mother of the West's eyes widened as the chains of utmost Yin shattered, surging waves of Yin energy flooding into her being. She had not anticipated Tongtian's strength to have reached such heights. Then she recounted the events that had transpired during her absence. Over 10,000 years ago, upon hearing that Tongtian would expound teachings at Fengqi Mountain, she had hurried there. On the way, she unexpectedly felt a summons, as if a hidden opportunity awaited her. Thus she had come. However, it turned out to be a trap. That humanoid grudge was none other than a chaotic demon got a manifestation of resentment from its slaying by Pangu, who had mastered the laws of utmost Een. Upon entering the primordial world, it had suffered a crushing blow from the will of the heavenly Dao, rendering it gravely injured. Its purpose in luring the Queen Mother of the West was to seize her body and merge with her, thus evading the oversight of the heavenly Dao and reincarnating within the primordial world. With a few more tens of thousands of years it might have succeeded. Yet unexpectedly Tongtian had disrupted its plans. On the altar, the Queen Mother of the West was now receiving the entirety of the legacy from that chaotic demon's grudge. In no time her realm surged, breaking through to the perfection of the Taiyi golden immortal stage. Congratulations, my friend. Tongtian immediately extended his congratulations to the Queen Mother. Although the grudge had not bestowed all the powers of the chaotic demon, it still carried substantial elements of the utmost laws. Thus, this had greatly benefited the Queen Mother, effectively eliminating any barriers to her future path toward quasi-sainthood. Ding! Hidden system task completed. Rewards have been deposited into the system repository. Tongtian promptly extracted 100,000 years of cultivation, merging it into his being and refining it instantly. His aura shifted slightly, yet he had still not broken through to the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. However, in the Queen Mother's eyes, Tongtian had undeniably grown stronger in that fleeting moment. As for the innate spirit root Huang Zhongli, Tongtian planned to wait until reaching Jinao Island to plant it. Now that I possess Huang Zhongli, I might as well gather all 10 innate spirit roots when the opportunity arises. He then took out the map of the 3 immortal islands. The 3 immortal islands were renowned throughout the primordial world. Even in later generations, the 3 immortal islands, Penlai Fangzhong and Yingzhou, captivated countless aspirants, becoming the ultimate destination for those seeking immortality. The wonders of the 3 immortal islands surpassed those of Jinao Island and could serve as a saint's sanctuary. Tongtian snapped his fingers, feeling fortunate. The 3 immortal islands had formed from chaos fragments that fell into the primordial world at the dawn of creation, existing beneath the heavenly Dao, hidden from the prying eyes of fate. If they did not reveal themselves, even saints would struggle to locate them. Tongtian, my friend, where shall we go next? The Queen Mother of the West inquired. To seek treasures overseas. Tongtian smiled. Would you care to join me, Queen Mother? Perhaps we might encounter a fortuitous opportunity. Within the 3 immortal islands, opportunities and transformations were guaranteed to abound. The 4 seas. The Queen Mother was taken aback. But that is the domain of the Dragon Clan. Then she realized that with Tongtian's current strength, he might not fear the Dragon Clan at all. Very well, I shall accompany you, Tongtian. The Dragon Clan had become the sole ruler of the East Sea, and no one dared to provoke them. This is it. According to the map, Tongtian swiftly pinpointed the location of Penlai Island. It was a peculiar void not within the East Sea, nor truly part of the primordial world, but rather existing alongside it. What is it that you seek, Tongtian? The Queen Mother asked, intrigued. The 3 immortal islands. Instantly, the Queen Mother's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning if she had misheard. Tongtian drew forth the Luo Sword Embryo, identified a point, and struck decisively. Boom. In an instant, the void trembled violently, and a fissure appeared. However, it quickly healed itself. Innate formation. Tongtian rejoiced. Indeed, it is here. Bang, bang, bang. Tongtian attacked with all his might, and soon he had created a fissure in the innate formation surrounding Penlai Island, large enough for a person to pass through. Rich innate spiritual energy erupted like liquid, cascading forth, and a myriad of radiant light burst forth in all directions. As it fell into the sea, countless aquatic beings benefited their powers, soaring, with some even undergoing transformation. Liquid innate spiritual energy. The Queen Mother gasped. With a single breath, she felt her own magical power increase significantly. This was truly Penlai Island. This is bad. Such a commotion will surely attract the attention of the Dragon Clan. The moment Penlai Island emerged, it captured the attention of the Dragon Clan's powerful beings. One of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon Yazi, who was patrolling the nearby waters, tore through the void in an instant. Haha, it truly is Penlai Island, one of the 3 immortal islands. Heaven blesses my Dragon Clan, even such an immortal island appears in our territory. Before Yazi could finish speaking, he caught sight of Tongtian, who stood nearby with an enigmatic smile. His expression changed dramatically. Tongtian Daoist. His teeth clenched in anger. How dare you, Tongtian Daoist, appear in my Dragon Clan's domain? You are doomed. Cunning as he was, Yazi quickly sent a message to the ancestral dragon. He understood that he stood no chance against Tongtian. Even one of their top 10 masters, AOG, at the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal, had perished at Tongtian's hands. Yet he was merely at the early stage of the Luo Golden Immortal himself. Without hesitation, Yaji turned and fled, not caring at all about losing face. He had to leave this place quickly before the Ancestor Dragon arrived. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise at Tongtian's hands. The Dragon Clan had already issued a death warrant against Tongtian. No retreat, no mercy. Suddenly, Yaji felt a chill at his neck, and in the next instant his head flew into the air. No, Yaji could hardly believe he would die in such a manner. Tongtian, that was one of the Ancestor Dragon's 9 sons. Tongtian's decisive brutality astonished the Queen Mother of the West. In the current world of the primordial chaos, the Dragon Clan was one of the 3 great overlords. Who would dare to kill a member of the Dragon Clan? Moreover, this was the son of the Ancestor Dragon, whose status was even more exalted. I have already killed one of the top 10 experts of the Dragon Clan. Killing another is of no consequence. Tongtian waved his hand, retrieving the Luo Sword Embryo, nonchalantly collecting Yahtzee's flesh and blood to cast into the world of time. The flesh and blood of a Luo Golden Immortal of the Dragon Clan, especially one of the Ancestor Dragon's bloodline, would surely be of great use to the Chaos Beast. In meditation, the Chaos Beast was abruptly awakened, its eyes widening in shock at the sight of Yahtzee's corpse on the ground. Yaji, the once mighty Yaji, one of the Ancestor Dragon's 9 sons, and a Luo Golden Immortal, now lay before him as a cold corpse. Indeed, Tongtian is formidable. Before the Ancestor Dragon could set out, he received news that Yahtzee's soul lamp had already extinguished. Tongtian, my Dragon Clan will not rest until we have vengeance. Furious, the Ancestor Dragon tore through the void, heading straight for the location of Pangu Immortal Island. Just in time, he saw Tongtian entering the island with the Queen Mother of the West. The rift in the innate formation, no longer sustained by Tongtian's magic, quickly restored itself, gradually disappearing into the void. The Ancestor Dragon, consumed by rage, relentlessly assaulted the innate formation surrounding Pangu Immortal Island. The surrounding sea roiled violently, claiming the lives of countless aquatic beings. Yet it was all for naught. After venting his fury, the Ancestor Dragon calmed himself, swiftly mobilizing troops. A multitude of Dragon Clan experts soon arrived, surrounding the area densely. Set up the 10,000 Dragons Great Formation. Today, I will refine Tongtian. First he lost his kin, then one of his top 10 experts, and now even his son had perished at Tongtian's hands. If he did not kill Tongtian, how could the Ancestor Dragon face his clan? The Dragon Clan's warriors were equally filled with seething anger. Tongtian had gone too far. The stir caused by the Dragon Clan's experts was too great to conceal. Soon the Phoenix Clan and the Qilin Clan learned of the news. What? Yaji was actually killed by Tongtian. Yuan Feng was dumbfounded. It seemed Tongtian was genuinely targeting the Dragon Clan. Now the number of Dragon Clan experts who had died at Tongtian's hands far exceeded those lost to the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Truly, he was a dragon slayer. Though Tongtian's strength is formidable, he is no match for the Ancestor Dragon. Yuan Feng's expression changed. She had a deep understanding of the Ancestor Dragon's might. It was immense. Only by joining forces with the Primordial Qilin could they suppress the Ancestor Dragon. Alone, neither she nor the Primordial Qilin could contend with him. Yuan Feng held no malice toward Tongtian. On the contrary, she had considerable goodwill toward him. After all, Tongtian had consistently opposed the Dragon Clan without causing trouble for the Phoenix Clan. In a sense, Tongtian's existence restrained a portion of the Dragon Clan's higher-level combat power, benefiting the Phoenix Clan. Tongtian cannot be allowed to die. This may be an opportunity for the Dragon Clan to suffer a significant setback. Immediately, the Phoenix Clan mobilized their forces, departing from the southern volcanoes. Tongtian truly cannot sit still. The Primordial Qilin sighed wryly, making the same decision as Yuan Feng. The Dragon Clan must be suppressed. The 3 innate clans were in constant motion, sending tremors throughout the entire primordial chaos. Upon learning that the source of it all was Tongtian slaying Yaji, one of the Ancestor Dragon's 9 sons, everyone was left speechless. Tongtian was truly terrifying. Indeed, this is Pangu Immortal Island. Upon entering, the thick, almost liquid innate spiritual energy surged toward them. The Queen Mother of the West felt as if she had stepped into an ocean of spiritual energy. Delightful. I wish to enter seclusion and cultivate here for a while. She sensed that the overwhelming innate energy might allow her to break through her current realm. Very well. Tongtian was unconcerned as they ventured deeper into Pangu Immortal Island. Soon he discovered an abundance of treasures. Various spiritual trees and divine herbs scattered about dazzled the eye. These items had not been tainted by postnatal energy, Even in the current world of the primordial chaos, they would invite fierce competition among the powerful. Truly, it was no wonder that the legendary 3 immortal islands ranked even higher than his golden AO island. The 12-petal pure world White Lotus. The 3 light divine water. In the next moment, Tongtian was filled with excitement. These were genuine treasures. According to later legends, the 3 light divine water and the pure world White Lotus were indeed found on the 3 immortal islands. The 12-petal pure world White Lotus, born from the seeds of the chaos green lotus, inherently carried purifying laws capable of cleansing all, making it the nemesis of all negative forces. The 3 light divine water could be considered the foremost healing elixir in the primordial chaos. Golden sunlight water could erode blood essence and flesh. Silver moonlight water could corrode the soul. Purple starlight water could devour true spiritual awareness. Each of these alone could be deemed a poison of the world. Yet when these 3 divine waters were fused, they became the ultimate healing elixir, capable of reviving the dead and healing all wounds, neutralizing any toxins. A full pool of 3 light divine water left Tongtian brimming with uncontrollable excitement. The key was that atop the divine pool, there was an innate formation continuously absorbing the power of the sun, moon, and stars, merging it into 3 light divine water. As long as this innate formation was not destroyed, he could harvest an endless supply of 3 light divine water, never to run dry. During the journey to the west in the 3 realms, even the shallow layer of 3 light divine water in Guanyin Bodhisattva's jade purity bottle was considered an invaluable treasure. The 12-petal pure world White Lotus swayed gracefully in the pool of 3 light divine water. In addition to the 12-petal pure world White Lotus, there were also many 9-petal, 6-petal, and 3-petal pure world White Lotuses. Although these held little value for Tongtian, they would serve wonderfully as gifts. In the future, when he had disciples, they would be of great use. Each pure world White Lotus could be refined into a fine postnatal spiritual treasure. Now these are all mine. Tongtian stepped forward, preparing to collect the 12-petal pure world White Lotus. Suddenly, the void distorted and an anomaly occurred. On the 12th grade pure world White Lotus platform, the void twisted, revealing a seated primordial spirit. Tongtian was taken aback. Who are you? It was unexpected that someone had already entered the Panglai immortal island, a fact Tongtian had not anticipated. The pure world White Lotus is my treasure. I'll leave at once. As the primordial spirit opened its eyes, a beam of purifying light shot toward Tongtian, forcefully cleansing all power in its path. Time. A river of time suddenly appeared, engulfing the beam of pure light. The Great Dao of Time. The tiny primordial spirit was astounded. Who are you? What is your connection to the time demon Shurchen? Clearly, I should be the one asking first, so you should answer me first. Tongtian reached out with one hand. Though you remain silent, I can deduce a few things. Out of the 12th grade pure world White Lotus, a consciousness has formed, achieving the status of a Taiyi golden immortal. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Indeed, this tiny primordial spirit was none other than the spirit of the 12th grade pure world White Lotus. The 6 seeds from the 36th grade chaotic blue lotus had transformed into the creation blue lotus, the karma red lotus, the pure world White Lotus, the merit golden lotus, the reincarnation purple lotus, and the annihilation black lotus. However, without exception, none had birthed self-awareness, as they were suppressed by the heavenly Tao. After all, they were all born from the chaotic blue lotus, inherently rebellious against the heavens. Once self-awareness truly emerged and a form was manifested, it would undoubtedly attain the status of a primordial fruit. Such a scenario would contradict the development planned by the heavenly Tao. Unexpectedly, this pure world White Lotus had hidden in the Panglai immortal island and even taken form. Only these 3 immortal islands could shield against the heavenly secrets, otherwise the primordial spirit of the pure world White Lotus would have been destroyed long ago. No wonder its trace had been absent in later generations. This being had either hidden deeply, evading detection by the heavenly Tao, or perished under heavenly tribulations. What? You can actually see my essence. The primordial spirit of the pure world White Lotus was astonished, but quickly realized it had let something slip, glaring furiously at Tongtian. Its face twisted with rage. Since you've recognized me, you shall not leave here alive today. The primordial spirit of the pure world White Lotus clearly understood its current predicament, otherwise it wouldn't have remained hidden within the 3 immortal islands. The pure world White Lotus surged out of the 3 light divine water pool, rushing fiercely toward Tongtian, limitless pure divine light, filling the heavens, blinding all who dared to look. Alas, Tongtian sighed. Since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish and see what kind of fortune allowed you to take form as this pure world White Lotus. Without sufficient defiance against the heavens, the pure world White Lotus simply could not have succeeded in taking form. The central Wutu, apricot yellow banner fluttered in the wind, colliding with the pure world White Lotus. As the river of time swept through, the primordial spirit of the pure world White Lotus was pulled within. Memories belonging to the primordial spirit replayed incessantly. The primordial spirit of the pure world White Lotus was filled with anger and fear, but found itself utterly powerless to resist. The disparity was too vast. The memories flowed back to the beginning of creation, and soon Tongtian noticed a flash of purple. However, when he prepared to observe closely, he found that part of the memory had turned blank. Nothing remained. That segment of memory was abruptly severed. The Chaos Pearl. Within the sea of consciousness, the Chaos Pearl trembled, a mysterious force flowing into the river of time. In the next moment, the erased memory restored itself. This time, Tongtian finally saw clearly. The primordial purple energy. Tongtian was greatly astonished, unable to suppress a gasp. No wonder this pure world White Lotus could take form. It had acquired a part of the fortune from the primordial purple energy. The primordial purple energy is the foundation of the Great Dao, the basis for sanctification. Even the heavenly Dao evolved from the rules of primordial purple energy. Wait, at this time, the primordial purple energy should still be in the hands of the heavenly Dao, impossible to be wandering outside. Therefore, the only possibility is the one that escaped. Yes, only the one that escaped could possess such abilities. Your fortune is indeed remarkable, but unfortunately, the pure world White Lotus had merely brushed against the one that escaped, inadvertently giving birth to its primordial spirit. It had not truly obtained that primordial purple energy. Otherwise, this pure world White Lotus could indeed become a supreme golden immortal, standing on equal footing with the Dao ancestor of the heavenly Dao through the one that escaped. What a pity I could not truly uncover the trace of that primordial purple energy. Tongtian felt a sense of regret. If he could obtain the one that escaped, perhaps he could transcend the heavenly Dao. You have learned all you wanted to know. Spare my life, and I will submit to you. The pure world White Lotus finally realized the vast disparity between itself and Tongtian, recognizing its inability to resist. Tongtian shook his head. Too late. He did not believe the words of the primordial spirit of the pure world White Lotus. This being had already birthed self-awareness when it was still a lotus seed at the beginning of creation, directly manifesting its primordial spirit. It could be said to be far older than even the Pangu three pure ones. To tame such an ancient entity could lead to a treacherous dagger in the back at any moment. In endless reluctance, the primordial spirit of the pure world White Lotus was refined into ash by Tongtian, all consciousness ground to dust with no possibility of revival. At once the pure world White Lotus dimmed, falling to the ground. Having lost its primordial spirit, the 12th grade pure world White Lotus was severely weakened. Replanting it in the three-light divine water pool, Tongtian believed that with the miraculous nature of this water, it would not take long for the pure world White Lotus to return to its former glory. Then Tongtian took out the Huangzhong Li and planted it beside the three-light divine water pool, pouring some divine water at its roots. Instantly, the leaves of the Huangzhong Li burst forth with radiance, with fruit forming directly. A total of 36 fruits. Tongtian was left speechless. So this three-light divine water also has the effect of catalyzing the innate spiritual roots to bear fruit. Before long, Tongtian found the core steel of the Pangu Immortal Island and refined it in one go. Thus, the Pangu Immortal Island became entirely his possession. Very good, very good. Jinao Island can serve as my future dojo, while these three immortal islands can be used as a retreat for leisure. The thought was delightful. Pure world White Lotus. Three-light divine water. Huangzhong Li. 100 years later, the awakened Queen Mother of the West was left in shock at this scene before her. These three items, each one of them, is a divine treasure of heaven and earth. The pure world White Lotus, transformed from the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus seeds, possesses unparalleled power. The three-light divine water is the foremost healing elixir of the primordial era. The Huangzhong Li, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, is on par with her innate Rin Water Peach. Each of these treasures could incite a bloodbath in the outside world. Yet now they lay before her. To use the three-light divine water to nourish the pure world White Lotus and the Huangzhong Li is quite extravagant, remarked Zhuangmu. Tongtian chuckled. The three-light divine water can be produced endlessly. There is no waste involved. Only then did Zhuangmu notice the innate formation engraved on the three-light divine water pool, continuously gathering and generating the divine water. The three-light divine water can nourish innate spiritual roots. Under its nurturing, the Huangzhong Li has already borne 36 fruits ahead of time. Fellow Taoist Zhuangmu, you could also transplant your innate Ren water peach here. Instantly Zhuangmu's heart stirred. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from within Tongtian. The overwhelming magical power surged like a tumultuous chaos, forcibly sending Zhuangmu sprawling. Zhuangmu was alarmed at what terror. No wonder Tongtian is so formidable. Late stage to Luo Golden Immortal. Tongtian rose, letting out a long sigh. After sitting in silence for 100 years now, that fellow Taoist Zhuangmu has awakened. Let us continue. With the abundant vitality of Pangu Island as a foundation, it took 100 years to barely elevate to a minor realm. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. Zhuangmu's eyes widened. Continue what? I mentioned we are searching for the 3 immortal islands. So far we have only the Pangu Island. There are still the Fangzhong and Yingzhou Islands to find. With the map of the 3 immortal islands in hand, locating the remaining 2 islands should not pose a problem. Zhuangmu dazedly followed behind, watching as Tongtian wielded his magic, causing Pangu Island to suddenly shake violently and then begin to move. This, Zhuangmu was taken aback. To move an immortal island single-handedly was a display of terrifying magical power. The 3 immortal islands are interconnected. By urging Pangu Island, I can naturally draw the other 2 islands. Although it consumes some magical power, it saves the trouble of searching. Indeed, Tongtian sensed in the depths of the void that 2 immortal islands were responding to Pangu Island. In the outside world, as Pangu Island moved, it emerged from the endless void, riding the winds and waves above the eastern sea. The dragon clan was caught unprepared, instantly suffering heavy losses, reduced to ashes. The ancestral dragon erupted in fury. Dragon Grand Formation, bind Pangu Island for me. The ancestral dragon resisted with his magical power against Pangu Island, attempting to confront it directly. He knew Tongtian was within Pangu Island. Since he refused to come out, then I shall refine both you and Pangu Island together. The emergence of Pangu Island caused an enormous stir, radiating beams of light and drawing the attention of countless primordial powers. Even Hongjun and the demon ancestor Luo, who sensed the commotion. The will of heaven has shifted once more. Pangu Island has emerged earlier than expected. Hongjun sighed softly and descended the mountain. He was unable to deduce the cause behind Pangu Island's early emergence. With the chaos pearl shielding Tongtian, it was beyond the reach of a still-crowned Hongjun's calculations. Luo, who sneered, Pangu Island should rightfully belong to this demon ancestor. The 10 great demon kings followed Luo, who out of Shumi Mountain, heading straight for the eastern sea. The dragon clan is about to take action. Zhuangmu felt a tinge of anxiety. The name of the ancestral dragon and his might were well known among the primordial powers. Zhuangmu was no exception. My divine skills have just begun to take shape. I was looking for someone to test them. The leader of the dragon clan is just the right fit. Tongtian laughed heartily as the formation of Pangu Island quietly activated. He was no longer the same Tongtian as before. In this calamity of the Dragon Han, he could seize the opportunity to test his limits. Tongtian, the ancestral dragon, gritted his teeth, unleashing a terrifying attack. Haha, such a splendid event, and how could I miss it? Indeed, I shall join in the fun as well. The Kunlun and Yuan Feng came together, intercepting the ancestral dragon's attack. Greetings, fellow Taoist Tongtian. Yuan Feng bowed respectfully. Long time no see. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Tongtian to have advanced further in strength. Kunlun was astonished. With his Quasi-Saint cultivation, he could not see through Tongshan's true power. Tongtian appeared to be enveloped in a mist visible to the naked eye, yet entirely absent in his divine sense. Tongtian smiled and returned their greetings one by one. Yuan Feng. Kunlun. The ancestral dragon gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with rage. This is a grudge between my dragon clan and Tongtian. Do you both wish to interfere? The ancestral dragon was taken aback by Yuan Feng and Kunlun's sudden arrival. This was becoming troublesome. He feared neither of them in an unknown fight, but together they pressed him. Before Kunlun could speak, Tongtian interjected. This is my matter with the dragon clan. Allow me to handle it myself. Let me see how much weight this so-called leader of the dragon clan truly carries. You seek death. The ancestral dragon erupted in fury, attacking without hesitation. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Tongtian, wanting nothing more than to smash him to pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Feng and Kunlun tried to intervene, but were already too late. Tongtian was sent flying, the water behind him explosively erupting. Not bad, as expected of the dragon clan's Quasi-Saint. Your physique surpasses mine significantly. As the 9 turns mysterious art activated, his shattered arm quickly healed. The ancestral dragon's pupils constricted. How could this be? With his Quasi-Saint power, he had failed to kill Tongtian in 3 punches. What a powerful physique. Yuan Feng and Shikolin both breathed a sigh of relief, no longer doubting Tongtian's earlier claims. Next it is my turn. A river of time surged forth in an instant. Timeless haste. A force of time struck the ancestral dragon, instantly stripping away 10,000 years of his cultivation. Seizing the opportunity, Tongtian unleashed several more timeless haste attacks, erasing over 100,000 years of the ancestral dragon's cultivation. The scene fell silent. Yuan Feng and Shikolin stared in disbelief. The law of the great path of time is truly terrifying. Shikolin couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. To lose over 100,000 years of cultivation in one fell swoop was no small loss, even for Quasi-Saint level experts like them. If Tongtian were to unleash 100 such attacks, they could very well lose all their cultivation. The ancestral dragon had suffered a significant setback and finally reacted. The law of time was too fearsome. Soon the leaders of the 3 primordial clans realized that Tongtian was merely a Luo golden immortal, yet he was already capable of wielding the law of time. How incredibly terrifying. A profound and genuine terror gripped all those who regained their senses. The realm of Quasi-Saint began to comprehend the laws of the Great Dao, yet Tongtian, with the body of a Luo, astonishingly achieved this breakthrough. Moreover, his operation was as instinctive as breathing, executed with remarkable proficiency. The aura of the time chaos demon. In the shadows, Hong Jun was taken aback, recalling the previous emergence of the time aura. Could it be related to Tongtian? Otherwise, the coincidence was too striking to ignore. Unable to sit still, Hong Jun declared time. Lao Tzu's expression shifted slightly. His gaze toward Tongtian was filled with a fierce, murderous intent. He clearly recognized the formidable nature of the time chaos demon. The laws of time were too terrifying, rendering one defenseless. If the eternal rush were to strike him, he too would be unable to withstand it and would lose his powers. Had it not been for Hong Jun's watchful presence, he would have already attacked Tongtian. The threat posed by Tongtian was immense. His rate of growth was alarming. In such a short period, he could already contend with the Quasi-Saint level ancestor dragon. And being a descendant of Pangu made him all the more insufferable. 10,000 dragons formation. The ancestor dragon roared, his hatred for Tongtian deepening. By a careless misstep, he had lost over 100,000 years of cultivation, a devastating blow. If he were to suffer a few more hits, his Quasi-Saint cultivation would surely plummet. The Dragon Clan's powerful warriors surged forth, establishing the 10,000 Dragons formation, enveloping the Eastern Sea along with Tongtian. A terrifying force and intricate laws immediately descended, suppressing Tongtian's entire reservoir of power, making it nearly impossible for him to mobilize or operate. At the center of the 10,000 Dragons formation, it seemed to form an independent world, as though the laws of heaven and earth within it had been redefined. Yuan Feng and Shikolin's faces paled. The 10,000 Dragons formation was far more fearsome than they had imagined. Attack! The two exchanged glances and without hesitation began to assault the 10,000 Dragons formation violently from the outside. They had to break this formation. Otherwise, when the 3 clans battled, the appearance of the 10,000 Dragons formation would spell disaster for the Feng and Qilin clans. Accompanying warriors from the 2 clans also joined the fray, assaulting the 10,000 Dragons formation. However, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred the next moment. No matter how Yuan Feng and Shikolin attacked, the formation merely shook, showing no signs of fracturing. Conversely, their attacking energy was devoured by the formation, converted into operational power. Yuan Feng and Shikolin's expressions darkened instantly. Did you think the 10,000 Dragons formation could be easily broken? You underestimate it too much. The ancestor dragon sneered. The formation was crafted from his innate racial heritage, combined with part of an unexpected chaotic opportunity. Quasi-Saints could not breach it. Yuan Feng, Shikolin, I grant you both a chance. If you wish to break the formation, come and try from within. The only way to dismantle the 10,000 Dragons formation was to attack from the inside. External assaults could only succeed if their power exceeded 3 times that of the formation. Given Yuan Feng and Shikolin's strength, this was clearly impossible. Is this the complete 10,000 Dragons formation? It truly is terrifying. Here it seemed to form a dragon realm. Everything within the heavens and earth was constructed from the purest dragon energy. Anything that existed would be forcibly assimilated with no way to escape. Tongtian could sense that the power of the 10,000 Dragons formation not only suppressed his magic, but also forcibly distorted and modified his body, attempting to dragonize him. How frightening! Tongtian marveled. This is the essence of all things as dragons. He felt a degree of admiration for the ancestor dragon capable of creating such a formation, a talent indeed unparalleled. No wonder the dragon clan was the strongest among the innate 3 clans. However, this shall not hinder me. Tongtian laughed heartily, leaving the dragon clan experts bewildered. While you have the 10,000 dragons formation, I possess the 10,000 immortals formation, why not let the ancestor dragon experience it? As the 10,000 immortals formation activated, Tongtian seemingly transformed into the ruler of the heavens with all deities bowing before him. Many dragon clan experts overseeing the 10,000 dragons formation were struck with awe. In an instant, the formation's suppression over Tongtian shattered. All the dragon energy that surged into Tongtian's body was forcefully devoured by the 10,000 immortals formation, dragonizing Tongtian. It was simply impossible. Each divine formation node flickered back to life at an astonishing pace. Previously, the power left by the time aura only completed the divine transformation of the formation nodes. Every divine node represented the strength of a peak golden immortal. It was equivalent to having the power of 10,000 golden immortals bolstering Tongtian. Now, with the strength of these divine nodes exploding forth, they were transforming toward the Taiyi golden immortal level. The ancestor dragon sensed something was off at that moment, but it was already too late. The simultaneous release of energy from 10,000 golden immortals surpassed the limits of the 10,000 dragons formation. Moreover, this energy was actively supplied by the formation itself. Boom. Just as Yuan Feng and Shikolin prepared to enter the 10,000 dragons formation, they were stunned to find that it had shattered. Not only Yuan Feng and Shikolin were dumbfounded, even Hongjun and Luo, who hidden in the shadows, were left in bewilderment. The 10,000 dragons formation was a formidable trap even for them, and escaping would have been exceedingly difficult. Yet now Tongtian had accomplished this. Instinctively, they wanted to analyze the reason, but naturally nothing could be discerned. A peculiar glint flickered in Hongjun's eyes as he sighed, recognizing Tongtian as a prodigy of Pangu. Meanwhile, Luo Hu's murderous intent intensified. He realized that Tongtian, merely at the Luo golden immortal level, had unconsciously slipped from his grasp. It was no longer a mere matter of wanting to kill him. Ancestor Dragon, what do you think of my technique? With a thunderous laugh, Tongtian unleashed a punch. Today I shall let your dragon clan suffer losses. As the 10,000 dragons formation crumbled, many dragon clan experts sustained varying degrees of injury. Those slightly weaker were directly drained of all their power by the 10,000 immortals formation, becoming mere husks. The timing Tongtian seized was impeccable, instantly draining the formation's power. I will make you die. A dragon pearl flew from the ancestor dragon's mouth, carrying the force of a vast world, striking toward Tongtian with great ferocity. The ancestor dragon pearl, a fragment of an innate supreme treasure. Amid the uncertain exclamations, Tongtian was sent retreating thousands of feet, but the ancestor dragon pearl was also deflected away. The primal forces of creation surged as waves of this power flowed into Tongtian, healing his injuries. Truly a treasure of the dragon clan, a device that suppresses the fate of the dragons. Tongtian's gaze was fixed intensely on the ancestral dragon pearl that had been knocked away. Although his physical form was formidable, facing a treasure of such caliber left him feeling somewhat powerless. Had it not been for the 10,000 immortals formation holding its ground, times river continuously weakening the power, and the Luo Sword Embryo absorbing the brunt of the damage, he would have surely been destroyed in the previous attack. All the years of arduous cultivation devoted to his physical body would have been in vain. At this moment, it was not only Tongtian who felt this way, both Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin were equally affected. They had no prior knowledge that the ancestral dragon pearl was a flawed, innate treasure. If it weren't for today's events, their two clans might have remained in the dark indefinitely. The dragon clan's concealment ran remarkably deep. With each card revealed, Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The pressure was immense. Even if flawed, an innate treasure was still an innate treasure. No wonder the ancestral dragon's power consistently surpassed theirs. Hongjun and Luo Ho had also emerged, and Tongtian immediately sensed the weight of two powerful gazes resting upon him. I pay my respects to Senior Hongjun. Demon Ancestor Luo Ho, Yuan Feng, and Shi Qilin spoke in unison. The ancestral dragon warily observed the sudden appearance of Hongjun and Luo Ho. Internally, he cursed his miscalculations for the day. Although he had revealed several cards, he still had not managed to subdue Tongtian. With the 10,000 dragons formation shattered, the dragon clan had suffered significant losses and had no idea how long it would take to recover. Such a tremendous cost had yielded no advantage over Tongtian. The dragon clan had likely become a joke. As long as Tongtian remained alive, he would inevitably become a heart-wrenching concern for the dragon clan. Tongtian, however, concentrated on Hongjun and Luo Ho. The clash between Dao and Demon was at hand, and he hadn't expected to see both the Dao ancestor and the Demon ancestor here together. Without further ado, Luo Ho lunged for the ancestral dragon pearl. A flawed innate treasure was still an innate treasure. How dare you, Luo Ho? The ancestral dragon erupted with fury, shaking the ancestral dragon pearl to evade Luo Ho's attack. Luo Ho, I respect you as a senior, but don't overstep your bounds. Or else. A murderous intent flashed in the ancestral dragon's eyes. I will risk everything to destroy you and the Western Demon clan. You can try me. The ancestral dragon exuded an overwhelming dominance, directly opposing Luo Ho without yielding. This was not the time for the Dao and Demon to clash. It was the pinnacle era of the three innate clans. If the Dragon clan were to disregard all else and march into the west, the Demon clan might find itself entirely exterminated. Without the Demon clan, Luo House ambitions to compete with Hongjun for the position of the Heavenly Lord would become increasingly difficult. You are insolent. Luo Ho's anger flared instantly. As a proud demon ancestor, he could not tolerate being scolded by a junior. The god-slaying spear flew forth, aimed directly at the ancestral dragon. Today I will show you what it means to offend the power of the demons. The spear surged forth like a ferocious dragon, targeting the ancestral dragon. The malevolent aura it carried sent chills through anyone who beheld it. Ah, the god-slaying spear. Watching Luo Ho engage with the ancestral dragon, Tongtian's side. The Luo Sword Embryo also sprang forth, eager to join the fray and contest with the god-slaying spear. Patience, patience, there will be opportunities ahead. The time is not yet ripe. His strength still paled in comparison to Luo Ho's. Even with the power of the 10,000 Immortals formation backing him, the gap remained vast. Unless he could elevate every divine formation within the formation to the level of a Luo Golden Immortal, he would remain at a disadvantage. The Quasi-Saint realm touched upon a portion of a saint's power and was not to be underestimated. Moreover, neither the ancestral dragon nor Luo Ho could be compared to ordinary Quasi-Saints. Although the Luo Sword Embryo was formidable, it would be of little use if its master lacked strength. In the current battle against the ancestral dragon, it seemed Tongtian held the upper hand. However, he could ascertain that the ancestral dragon had not unleashed his full power. Additionally, there were still hidden resources within the Dragon clan that had yet to be revealed. Most notably, he had yet to see the remaining 8 of the ancestral dragon's 9 sons, nor had the dragon's brother Zhu Long made an appearance. Hongjun had been quietly observing Tongtian, and he sensed something peculiar about him. Tongtian possesses a treasure that obscures the heavenly secrets. In the primordial world, few treasures had the capability to conceal the heavenly mysteries. However, Hongjun could not discern which one it was. Ancestral dragon, just wait for me. Luo Ho suddenly roared in fury, wielding the god-slaying spear toward the west. Tongtian's expression turned strange. Luo Ho had not gained any advantage over the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon had truly hidden his depths well. Suddenly, Tongtian felt a chilling sense of impending doom, a deadly crisis welling up from the depths of his heart. Not good. He then saw a streak of the god-slaying spear's radiance rushing toward him. Luo Ho. Tongtian erupted in rage, launching the Luo Sword Embryo without hesitation. Boom. In the clash, the spear's brilliance shattered against the Luo Sword Embryo. Tongtian's expression turned frigid. Eons passed swiftly. Waves of the river of time surged forth, pursuing Luo Ho. All swords returned to their origin. Across the primordial expanse, all flora transformed into sharp blades, descending upon Luo Ho in a relentless torrent. Heavenly thunder kill. In the clear sky, a thunderous boom echoed. A sea of thunder crashed down, engulfing Luo Ho entirely. The laws of time, the laws of the sword, the laws of thunder. At this moment, Tongtian unleashed a terrifying explosion of power. Luo Ho let out an enraged roar. Tongtian, you will pay for this. I will hunt you down. Hongjun and the others exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that although Tongtian's previous attacks could not truly injure Luo Ho, they would certainly leave him humiliated. They had not expected that Tongtian had silently grown to a level comparable to theirs. Luo Ho, you provoked me first. You will have cause to regret this later. Initially, Tongtian had no intention of intervening in the clash between Dao and Demon, preferring to remain in the shadows, quietly reaping the benefits. However, it seemed that since Luo Ho sought his own demise, he would gladly assist him on his way. Zulong cast a deep glance at Tongtian before leading the remaining dragons away. Today, he could not defeat Tongtian. He too had sustained injuries from his battle with the demon ancestor Luo. Yuanfeng and Shikolin followed closely behind him. The Dragon clan had suffered significant losses this time, and the vast wilderness would experience a period of peace. You and I share a master-disciple bond. Oh, would you consider becoming my disciple? Hong Jun suddenly spoke after everyone had left. Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. If it had been when he first traversed into this realm, he would have readily accepted. After all, Hong Jun was the future Dao ancestor of the wilderness, the first sage, a figure of considerable stature. But now, thank you for your kind offer, senior. Naturally, Tongtian declined. With the Invincible Signing-In System as his stronghold, why would he need to become Hong Jun's disciple? Moreover, once he accepted the apprenticeship, his fortune would become a boon for Hong Jun. After becoming a sage, what was Hong Jun's purpose in preaching in the Zixiao Palace? Was it not to gather the fortunes of all beings in the wilderness and prepare for the eventual merging of Dao? The same applied to accepting disciples. Among the 6 sages of the wilderness, who was not a being of great merit and fortune? Without gaining significant benefits, Tongtian would only incur losses. This was something he would never do. Hong Jun regarded Tongtian with a profound gaze, but said nothing more, tearing through the void and leaving. Zhuangmu also bid farewell to Tongtian and returned to Kunlun. Tongtian returned to Penglai Island, continuing his search for the remaining islands of Fangzhong and Yingzhou. This time he felt acutely the gap between himself and the current top powers of the wilderness. He had to enhance his strength as soon as possible. The 3 immortal islands presented a perfect opportunity. The rich innate energy within would allow him to amplify the power of the Wanshan Great Formation in the shortest time. The battle in the Eastern Sea was fraught with twists and turns, ending dramatically. Nevertheless, Tongtian's reputation once again resonated throughout the wilderness. With the body of a great Luo, he had shattered the dragon clan's 10,000 dragons formation and even caused the demon ancestor Luo from the Western world to suffer a significant loss. Truly the authentic descendant of Pangu, a great divine heir. In no time, many newly awakened beings in the wilderness began to regard Tongtian as their idol. This was something Tongtian had not anticipated. In Kunlun Mountain, both Yuan Shi and Laozi were once again astonished upon hearing news of Tongtian. A profound sense of helplessness arose within them. Clearly, they were also transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit and had come into consciousness around the same time. Why was Tongtian so vastly more powerful than them? A month later, Tongtian finally located the islands of Yingzhou and Fangzhong. Once the 3 immortal islands converged, they immediately established an inexplicable connection, evolving into the Tiandi Ren 3 talents formation, linking the wilderness and drawing in the chaotic energy from the outside world, continuously transforming it into innate energy and enriching the atmosphere within the 3 immortal islands. At that moment, the 3 islands melded into a single entity, no longer remaining separate. Is that so? Tongtian laughed heartily. This was excellent, as it saved him from further hassle. With the combined strength of the 3 immortal islands, they immediately outpaced Jianao Island by a considerable margin. At this rate, Jianao Island seems somewhat unworthy of my status. In the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, Zulong gazed sharply in the direction of the 3 immortal islands, but chose not to become embroiled in the competition. Tongtian had already matured into a formidable force. Capturing him easily was nearly impossible. Moreover, the Feng clan and Qilin clan were eyeing him covetously from the sidelines. What he needed to do now was to defeat the Feng clan and Qilin clan to unify the wilderness entirely. Then, relying on the vast fortune of the wilderness, he could strive for the sage realm. Zulong was on this path, as were Yuan Feng and Shikolin. Otherwise, there would not be so much conflict among the 3 clans. Once they became sages, they would have plenty of time to resolve these troubles. Upon entering the 3 immortal islands, Tongtian refined the core stone tablets of Yingzhou and Fangzhong one by one, then seated himself at the center of the formation. Instantly, a surge of rich, innate energy enveloped him. Although the innate formation intercepted some of it, a trickle of weak, innate energy still leaked from the 3 immortal islands. Consequently, centered around the 3 islands of Blessed Land emerged in the Eastern Sea. In no time, numerous aquatic beings flocked to settle and cultivate there. Thanks to Tongshan's deterrent presence, none of the wilderness beings dared to cause trouble in the nearby waters. After another 10,000 years, Tongtian finally awoke from his meditation. His aura burst forth, causing a tremendous roar that sounded as if the deities were bestowing blessings. After 10,000 years of arduous cultivation, I have finally elevated all 10,000 divine transformation formations to the level of Taiyi Golden Immortal. His cultivation had successfully reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. If he were to encounter his former self from 10,000 years ago, he could defeat him with a mere flick of his hand. I am incredibly strong now. The power of 10,000 Taiyi Golden Immortals converged within a single individual was not merely a superficial aggregation of quantity, but a profound transformation in quality. However, advancing to the Quasi-Saint level will be even more challenging. The amount of magical power required would be immense. Enough of this, I've been in seclusion for so long, it's time to see the world. Upon stepping outside, Tongtian discovered that a city had formed near the three immortal islands. It was inhabited not only by the scaled and armored beings, but also by numerous flying birds and terrestrial beasts. A brief inquiry revealed the reason. 5,000 years prior, after the Dragon Clan had restored its vitality, they had promptly waged war against the Feng Clan and Qilin Clan. The wilderness had experienced great upheaval, leading many beings who despised war to seek refuge near the three immortal islands. In the void of the wilderness, the aura of the impending calamity was nearly at its limit. It would not be long before the true explosion occurred. The Longhan Great Calamity seems poised to arrive. When that time came, it would be a scene of devastation. Ding dong. Please proceed to the Western world to sign in for rewards: 1 God Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, 1 Upgraded Swallowing Demon Technique, and 1 Postnatal Treasure, the Hongming, Liantian Ruler. Tongshan's eyes immediately lit up. Good things indeed. However, system, why are there suddenly 2 signing tasks? This signing task is a chain task. Only upon completing the first task can you continue to the second. Both tasks must be completed to receive the rewards. Should either task fail, the entire task fails. Tongtian couldn't help but curse, "Damn system, you're ruthless." Nonetheless, the rewards were truly substantial. He was greatly tempted. Afterward, Tongshan's figure flickered and vanished into the Eastern Sea. Shortly after, under the cover of the Chaos Pearl, he arrived in the Western world. Ding dong. The task to sign in at the Western world is complete. Rewards can be claimed after completing the second task. Heading to Shumi Mountain. The current Western world was not the barren land of later times. Here, comparable to the Eastern world, the spiritual energy was incredibly dense. The demon ancestor Lu dominated the entire Western territory, illustrating the vastness of his power. After so many years, his strength had undergone earth-shattering changes, and Luhis had likely changed as well. During this 10,000 years, Lu had not been idle, but had been secretly instigating conflicts among the 3 clans, inciting slaughter. By now, Luhu must have fully refined the god-slaying spear. The innate supreme treasure could injure a sage's primordial spirit, a thought that sent shivers down one's spine. Humph, the god-slaying spear will eventually belong to me. Tongtian had already set his sights on the spear. Shumi Mountain was vast, the largest mountain in the Western world, only slightly inferior to Buzhou Mountain and Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian did not rush. Instead, he wandered leisurely in the Western world. 5,000 years later, under the cover of the Chaos Pearl, Lu remained oblivious to Tongshan's infiltration. Ding dong. The task to sign in at Shumi Mountain is complete. The rewards for both signing tasks have been deposited into the system warehouse. Tongtian rubbed his hands together. Finally, it was in his grasp. Extracting the space law, he immediately integrated it into himself. Soon the space law fused with the time law, forming the path of time and space. Centered on Tongtian, an independent small world was rapidly formed. Afterward, Tongtian extracted the fragments of the creation law, merging them with his own creation law, which swiftly formed a complete creation path law. My cultivation in the creation path law has likely far surpassed that of Nuwa. Were it not for the restrictions of the heavenly law, he would have wanted to try creating life right now. Then Tongtian dove into the Chaos Pearl and began cultivating the God Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique and the upgraded Swallowing Demon Technique. Both were top-tier techniques from 2 premier fantasy realms. Once mastered to perfection, they would possess the terrifying power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. After some thought, he decided to use the opportunity for technique improvement to modify the God Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique according to his vision, integrating it with the upgraded Wanshan Great Formation. Originally, the God Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique focused on the Bodhis cells, awakening cellular particles that gradually transformed into a divine elephant supporting heaven and hell. After Tongshan's modification, the upgraded Wanshan Great Formation completely melded with him, becoming inseparable. Each divine transformation formation I transformed into a small world containing a miniature version of Tongtian. Rather than cultivating the divine elephant, it was better to cultivate oneself. Cultivators seek their own path, striving for longevity. Producing a divine elephant through cultivation within one's own body. What could be more profound than that? This is the true Wanshan Great Formation. Tongtian was quite satisfied. Thus, the Wanshan Great Formation had entirely transformed into his own power, augmenting its might several-fold. Next, I should test this modified Swallowing Demon Technique. It is also time to deliver a grand gift to Luo. More than 10,000 years ago, Tongtian had not forgotten the grievances Luhu had inflicted upon him. Previously, he had scouted and confirmed that Lu was not on Shumi Mountain. He probably had secretly infiltrated the Eastern world, stirring up trouble between the 3 innate clans. In the next moment, the swallowing demon technique transformed into a massive black hole floating above Shumi Mountain. The innate energy within the entire Shumi Mountain was forcefully devoured by the black hole. The size of Mount Sumeru. Immense, but now it is shrouded by a black hole. The boundless vitality of the heavens and earth has been transformed into a storm devoured by the black hole. This is just the beginning. Not only Mount Sumeru, but the entire Western world is having its essence drawn toward the black hole at its center. The powerful beings of the demon race were suddenly stirred, emerging from their retreats in alarm. Where did this black hole come from? If it continues to consume like this, not only will Mount Sumeru suffer, but the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Western world will diminish a level. The first demon king spoke, intending to intervene, but before his attack could even approach the black hole, it was forcibly swallowed by its power. The other 9 demon kings were once again shocked. The first demon king was a figure of quasi-saint level strength. How could he do nothing against a mere black hole? The first demon king roared, calling upon the other 9 demon kings to join forces. Although the 8th demon king had been defeated by Tongtian, years had passed, and Luo, who had naturally chosen a new 8th demon king. Together, the 10 demon kings unleashed their combined power, drawing the attention of the entire Western world. Especially the black hole at the summit of Mount Sumeru, so conspicuous that it was impossible to ignore. Do you really think my devouring heaven technique is mere child's play? Tongtian was unperturbed, allowing the attacks to fall into the black hole created by his devouring heaven technique, forcibly converting them into spiritual energy that he swallowed. As the foremost demonic technique of the ruthless empress, it had undergone systematic refinement, elevating its power to several degrees beyond the original. The devouring heaven technique could consume not only the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, but also the malevolent aura between them, refining it as well. This is the terrifying aspect of the devouring heaven technique. It follows no logic whatsoever. Luo, who accept this grand gift I bestow upon you. Tongtian was indeed quite petty, having been offended by Luo, who he sought to retaliate fiercely, making Luo, who bleed and weep. Meanwhile, Tongtian discovered a sealed area beneath Mount Sumeru where an immensely terrifying sword aura of malevolence emanated from the seal, turning the void around into a chaotic mess, giving a sense of imminent destruction and a return to primordial chaos. The 4 swords of extermination. The extermination formation. Tongtian's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized the contents of the seal. In the world of the primordial, there were 4 great killing formations: the extermination sword formation, the celestial star formation, the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation, and the 10,000 immortals formation. Among these, for the foremost was undoubtedly the extermination sword formation. For when the 4 swords of extermination were combined with the extermination formation diagram, they constituted a complete, innate supreme treasure, no less than the Pangu banner. Moreover, in terms of killing power, it surpassed the Pangu banner by far. As long as there was a continuous supply of malevolent aura, the power of the 4 swords of extermination could increase indefinitely, even surpassing innate supreme treasures, which was not impossible. This was the true horror of the 4 swords of extermination. Otherwise, after the creation of the world, Pangu would not have sealed the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation diagram, using Mount Sumeru to suppress them. The world after creation was still fragile and could not withstand the havoc of the 4 swords of extermination. In the original history of the primordial, during the end of the Fengshen calamity, the sect of interception was destroyed and Tongtian went mad, setting up the extermination formation to shatter the entire primordial world and return to chaos. Only by obtaining the 4 swords of extermination can Luo, who be qualified to contend with Hongjun Daoist. In the world of the primordial, Hongjun Daoist was undeniably a social butterfly, having gathered all the surviving reincarnations of primordial demons after the creation into his ranks, forming a united front. However, figures like Yangmei Daoist Qinquan Laozu and Yinyang Laozu had their own calculations, hoping to leverage the calamity to attain sainthood. Their supposed aid for the beings of the primordial was merely a pretext. Without the god-slaying spear, Luo, who could not withstand the power from Hongjun's side, and thus could not eliminate the remnants of the primordial demons. Father God's seal remains, I need not rush to break it. It is safer to let Luo, who take care of it, to avoid entanglement in this calamity. The 4 swords of extermination bore immense karmic weight in this calamity. Without them, it would be impossible to severely injure Yangmei Daoist, and Qinquan Laozu and Yinyang Laozu would not fall completely. The heavenly Dao was also using this calamity through the hands of Hongjun and Luo, who to eliminate all the remaining primordial demons in the world, preparing for the future era of immortals. Tongtian was not foolish, and he had already calculated that whether it was the god-slaying spear, the 4 swords of extermination, or the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, they would all be his possessions. Outside, the 10 demon kings were crumbling. They could not stop the black hole from devouring the spiritual energy of the Western world. In fact, they could not even approach it. Once within 100 feet of the black hole, even the first demon king, Aquasa Saint, would have his power forcibly consumed. Do not let this demon king know who you are. The first demon king gritted his teeth. Since ascending to the Quasa Saint level, he had never felt so humiliated. Notify the demon ancestor. Now, aside from summoning the demon ancestor Luo, who back, they had no other recourse. In the Eastern world, Luo, who was secretly provoking a war among the three races to harvest malevolent aura, had already sensed the anomaly at Mount Sumeru before receiving the first demon king's message. After all, it was his stronghold, and he could not have left no contingency plan. Regardless of who you are, you shall die. Luo, who was furious, he had been fighting fiercely on the battlefield only to find that his crystal tower had been stolen from under his nose. He was not worried about the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation being taken from beneath Mount Sumeru. The seal of Pangu was not easily undone, otherwise he would not have spent so much effort. Boom. Luo, who tore through the void with immense power, rushing back to Mount Sumeru. Whoosh. The god-slaying spear shot forth, aiming directly at the black hole atop Mount Sumeru. Die, you scoundrel. Luo Hu's anger was palpable. He could distinctly feel the concentration of spiritual energy around Mount Sumeru had dropped a level, and such losses were substantial. At that moment, the black hole atop Mount Sumeru vanished without a trace, leaving the god-slaying spear to stab into empty space. Immediately, a corridor of time and space manifested, trapping the god-slaying spear within it. The path of time and space. Luo Hu's pupils constricted, a storm surged in his heart. In this world of the primordial, there was someone who could master both the path of time and the path of space simultaneously. Who was this hidden, mysterious powerhouse? Why had he not known of them before? Luo, who, this is a grand gift for you. Tongtian laughed heartily, stepping out from Mount Sumeru. In this move, he had made a tremendous gain. He had accumulated 5,000 spirits, elevating his power to the great Luo realm. Thus, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Tongtian. Luo, who let out a furious roar. He never expected the one causing chaos in his stronghold would be Tongtian. It was utterly unexpected. He knew Tongtian had mastered the laws of the path of time, presumably from the Time Master. But where did the laws of the path of space come from? The primordial demon Yangmei. And that devouring black hole had even sent a chill down his spine. Where had Tongtian acquired such strange abilities? He could not comprehend, nor did he wish to. At this moment, the only thought in Luo Hu's mind was to slay Tongtian. The god-slaying spear broke free from the corridor of time and space, returning to Luo Hu's hand, buzzing with a terrifying aura of malevolence directed at Tongtian, evidently displeased at being trapped. The great Luo Sword Embryo flew out autonomously, confronting the god-slaying spear without yielding an inch. The commotion caused by Tongtian in the Western world quickly drew the attention of many formidable beings in the primordial. Tongtian. It's him again. After a decade of peace, he has finally begun to stir again. While this time he has chosen to pick on the Western demon race instead of the dragon race, it seems the Western demons are in for some trouble. But the demon ancestor Luo, who is a supreme powerhouse at the Quasa Saint level, Tongtian has gone into their stronghold, isn't that courting death? Tongtian laughed heartily, gripping the great Luo Sword Embryo, and struck down with it. In the brilliance of the sword, the laws of the path of time, the path of space, the laws of creation, the laws of thunder, the laws of the sword, all converged into one. Boom. Luo Hu's expression changed drastically. The 5 laws had all reached a level of perfection. Could it be? Tongtian had already become a Quasa Saint level powerhouse. Cloaked by the Chaos Pearl, Luo, who could not gauge Tongtian's depth. Luo, who, this is the second grand gift I bestow upon you. Now I must take my leave, you need not see me off. Tongtian laughed heartily, stepping into the corridor of time and space, disappearing from Mount Sumeru in the blink of an eye. After Luo, who withstood Tongtian's strike, Tongtian had long since vanished without a trace. With mastery over the laws of time and space, Tongtian could leave without Luo, who being able to stop him. Luo, who erupted in furious roars, the entire Mount Sumeru vibrating, causing the demon race powerhouses to tremble in fear. Soon Luo, who calmed down, but his expression grew darker, making it unapproachable. A mere Tongtian had rendered him powerless. This was something Luo who could not accept. He had to accelerate his pace, instigate the battle among the 3 innate races, unseal the 4 swords of extermination, and then vie for dominance over the primordial, gathering the great fortunes of heaven and earth to achieve the status of supreme saint. Those watching this scene, the formidable beings of the primordial, were equally astonished. Tongtian's power had surpassed their expectations. Luo, who was evidently at a disadvantage. Many reflected, inwardly questioning whether they could withstand Tongtian's strike. The answer was naturally no. A single blow would likely reduce them to ashes. Thus, many formidable beings of the primordial included Tongtian among those they could not provoke. Such a ruthless character was indeed not to be trifled with. In a corner of the Western world, the future Western saints Jun and Donghuang were deeply shocked by Tongtian's actions. Brother, that Tongtian is too ruthless. In the future, we absolutely must not provoke him. Indeed, we must not provoke him. Jane wore a distressed expression, also frightened. Being natives of the Western world, they were well aware of how terrifying Luo Hu was. With his singular might, he could intimidate the entire Western world, leaving no room for rebellion. But now he had suffered a major loss at Tongtian's hands. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Western world had decreased by a full 10% due to Tongtian's devouring. Such a ruthless character was beyond their capacity to provoke. At Yujing Mountain, Hongjun Daoist was utterly dumbfounded. He had been waiting to accept Tongtian as a disciple. Now what qualifications did he have to take on a disciple? Tongtian's power was likely not much weaker than his own. Looking again at Laozi and Yuanshi still in Kunlun Mountain, while they were still merely at the Great Luo realm. In the primordial, the Great Luo was already considered a second-tier powerhouse, while Quasi Saints were exceedingly rare. But Hongjun felt none of that compared to Tongtian. Great Luo seemed indeed too weak. Given Tongtian's current strength, he could easily obliterate a Great Luo Golden Immortal with a single punch. All transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, the Sanqing, why were Laozi and Yuanshi so weak? However, after today's battle, given Luo Hu's character, he will likely make significant moves. As Luo Hu's lifelong enemy, Hongjun was astute and quickly guessed what Luo Hu might do next. For the sake of the beings in the primordial, I will ultimately have to take action. Luo Hu would kill to attain the Dao, wiping out all beings in the primordial to achieve sainthood. Not only could the heavenly Dao of the primordial not accept it, but others would also find it hard to accept. Once Luo Hu attained the Dao, they would all perish unless they chose to hide in the endless chaos like Yangmei. At this moment, hiding in a certain place outside the primordial world, Yangmei Daoist was also astonished by Tongtian's command over the laws of space. I never expected that there would be such opportunities among the beings of the primordial. Yangmei became interested in Tongtian, and the next moment he abruptly looked in a certain direction. Hongjun Daoist. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi and Yuanshi had nothing to say aside from envy and jealousy, feeling profound helplessness. The gap was widening. In the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Zulong took a deep breath. He had to speed up. Otherwise, Tongtian would inevitably catch up with him. At that time, Tongtian's vengeful nature would ensure he did not spare him. Even the entire dragon race might face calamity because of this. Then I might as well agree to Luo Hu. Boom. On this day, the war among the three innate races suddenly erupted. The war between the three innate clans erupted with startling suddenness, like a powder keg that had been ignited in an instant. With a resounding bang, it exploded. The entire primordial land transformed into a merciless slaughterhouse in the blink of an eye. The three innate clans, along with the countless subordinate races they commanded, numbered in the billions. The echoes of battle reverberated across the primordial world, where severed limbs and broken bodies lay scattered everywhere, and the land was drenched in a sea of blood. By the end, influenced by the chaotic aura of calamity, the three clans had become bloodthirsty, unable to stop their relentless fighting. Even the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin were not spared from this chaotic energy, engaging in an unyielding battle. This calamity is truly terrifying, thought Tongtian as his scalp tingled. The chaotic aura penetrated every corner, enveloping the entire primordial world in a shroud of gloom. Many formidable beings hid in their lairs, too frightened to emerge. It was utterly horrifying. The conflict between the three innate clans was on the verge of overturning the primordial land. Tongtian, glowing with radiance, shook off the chaotic aura that had invaded his body. Within his sea of consciousness, a pure white lotus stood alone, emanating a gentle, purifying light that shielded his primordial spirit from the chaotic energy's influence. With the nurturing of the three lights, divine water, Tongtian twisted the flow of time, allowing the pure white lotus to recover ahead of schedule. Although the three innate clans have committed such immense acts of slaughter, as a descendant of the Father God, I too bear a responsibility for the development of the primordial world, Tongtian proclaimed. With a resonant voice, he released a brilliant light, summoning 5,000 divine beings to emerge from him, each of whom possessed the cultivation of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. We greet you, friend Tongtian. 5,000 voices resounded in unison, dissipating the surrounding chaotic energy. Tongtian greets all fellow Taoists, he replied, bowing respectfully. Now I must trouble all of you to traverse the primordial land and collect the remains of the 3 clans. Great kindness. In an instant the divine beings dispersed, transforming into 5,000 streams of light that spread across the primordial world. The next step is to see if I can quickly ascend to the Quasi-Saint level, and this wave of events will determine that. The battle among the 3 clans, impacted by the chaotic aura, meant that no one was left to collect the fallen clan members. Those corpses were treasures, and collecting them, while dispelling their lingering resentment, would be beneficial to the primordial realm. This was a rare opportunity to accrue merit in the heavenly path. Ding. Please proceed to the East Sea Dragon Palace to sign in and receive a reward of 10 million years of cultivation. 10 and 36 Sea Calming Pearls 1. Mission failed. No penalties, no rewards. Tongtian's expression was peculiar. The system was indeed considerate, as it knew he wished to visit the Dragon Clan. Now with the 3 clans in full conflict, their stronghold was surely vacated, making it a perfect opportunity to pilfer their treasures. Silently leaving the 3 immortal island, Tongtian melded into the flow of time and space, journeying to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Although there were few powerful figures remaining in the Dragon Clan at this time, caution was still advisable. Furthermore, maintaining his image as a powerful being in the primordial realm was essential. He could not allow anyone to discover his plundering of the Dragon Clan's treasury. Inside the East Sea Dragon Palace, as expected, there were hardly any guards left. Most of them were minor shrimp and crab soldiers lacking significant power, easily dealt with by a single punch from Tongtian. Who would have thought that a race once feared throughout the calamity would face such a tragic fate? Even a monkey could disrupt the Dragon Palace, and they bow to a mere monkey, Tongtian mused, shaking his head. The burden of karma that the Dragon Clan had accumulated during this calamity was immense. Even in the future, while guarding the 4 seas of the primordial world, they would remain cautious, fearing the wrath of formidable beings and the potential for death and annihilation. This led to the once dominant clan of the primordial world losing its former prestige. In the heavenly court, a dish known as dragon liver and phoenix marrow emerged. Ding. Sign in at the East Sea Dragon Palace. Completed rewards have been dispatched to the system warehouse. What a delight. Tongtian extracted 10 portions of 1,000,000 years worth of cultivation and infused it into his body. His aura trembled slightly before settling into calmness. His strength had progressed a little further. Playing with the 36 Sea Calming Pearls in his hands, Tongtian immediately began to refine them. In the original history, the master of Tongtian obtained 24 Sea Calming Pearls and then bestowed them upon his outer disciple Zhao Gongming. Later, during the calamity of the investiture of the gods, he was manipulated by the strategies of the Lantern Taoist, leading to the loss of the Sea Calming Pearls to Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, and they ultimately fell into the hands of Lantern Taoist, who transformed them into treasures for proving the Tao, creating the 24 heavens, and becoming a past Buddha of Western Buddhism. But who could have imagined there were originally 36 Sea Calming Pearls? The 24 Sea Calming Pearls could only be deemed high-grade innate spiritual treasures. However, when gathered to 36, they became supreme innate spiritual treasures, just a fraction below the innate supreme treasures. The 36 Sea Calming Pearls represented 36 worlds, each housing an immense ocean. Combined, the waters of these 36 pearls would amount to roughly 1/10 of the primordial seas. This was exceedingly terrifying. It should be noted that the land area in the primordial world occupies only 1/3 of its total expanse, with the remaining 2/3 entirely comprised of ocean. Indeed, this mirrored the composition of Earth in Tongtian's previous life. Although the Dragon Clan ruled the 4 seas, they only occupied a portion of it. Even if it were merely 1/10, that was still staggeringly formidable. Should the 36 Sea Calming Pearls be dropped, even a Quasi-Saint would likely be reduced to mush. Of course, this presupposes they could hit their target. 36 may pose some trouble. Perhaps I can refine them into a single entity. Tongtian immediately thought of the Qiankuan Ding, which contained a Qiankuan world capable of refining the postnatal into the innate. The Qiankuan Ding should currently be in the hands of the ancestor of Qiankuan. The ancestor of Qiankuan was no ordinary being, but the reincarnation of the chaos demon, the Qiankuan demon god. During the clash between Tao and demon, he fell within the extermination of immortals array, and even the supreme innate treasure, the Qiankuan Ding, ended up in the possession of Hongjun Taoist. Then I shall secure the Qiankuan Ding. If Hongjun desires to seize the treasure, it will come down to whose skills are superior. This initial calamity of Longhan has long since deviated from its original trajectory due to the butterfly effect instigated by Tongtian. Even if Hongjun Taoist ultimately prevails, he will likely have to pay a significant price. Soon Tongtian located the Dragon Clan's treasury. However, it was sealed by 99 layers of formations, and within 3 powerful auras resided. Great Luo Golden Immortal. The innate 3 clans truly live up to their reputation. Within the Dragon Clan, there are even 3 Great Luo Golden Immortals at the pinnacle of perfection stationed here. He harbored no doubt that anyone foolish enough to attempt to break in would meet a most gruesome end. However, this could not deter Tongtian. At that moment, Tongtian's expression shifted slightly, and his figure flickered, merging into another layer of space-time. Someone was coming. Senior brother, this dragon palace is indeed splendid, far exceeding our Western world by countless multiples, said one disciple, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Surely the treasures within the Dragon Clan's treasury must be even more abundant. Zhuan's eyes sparkled as he walked along, almost wishing to pluck every luminous pearl adorning the place. Junior brother, we must tread carefully. Although the Dragon Clan's main forces have engaged in the war among the 3 clans, it is certain that there are still powerful experts left behind to guard it. Jiayin cautioned, carefully observing the surroundings to prevent any Dragon Clan powerhouse from ambushing them. Senior brother, what is there to fear? The remaining experts of the Dragon Clan can at most number a couple of Great Luo Golden Immortals. Perhaps they could even be merely Taiyi Golden Immortals. Together the 2 of us can easily suppress them, Jun declared confidently. Moreover, from my perspective, the innate 3 clans are oblivious to the heavenly mandate. They have sown such great bloodshed in the primeval world, their karmic retribution is bound to catch up with them. This time, whether it be the Dragon Clan, the Feng Clan, or the Qilin Clan, they will surely face annihilation. This Dragon Clan treasury is deservedly ours, Jiayin nodded, agreeing with Jun. Given the brutal nature of the war among the 3 clans, the top-tier combatants, such as Great Luo Golden Immortals, had likely been drawn away long ago. Once the Dragon Clan perished, they would no longer have to fear trouble from their enemies. Tongtian observed them with an odd expression, recognizing them as the infamous Jiayin and Jun duo, who would later cause many great powers in the primeval world to tremble at their names. With a mere phrase, fellow Taoist, you have a connection with our Western world, they managed to convert countless adept beings from the eastern regions, transforming the barren Western world into a thriving realm. Even during the future calamity of the investiture of the gods, their contributions to the downfall of the Jie sect would be monumental. Though he harbored disdain for these 2, he could not deny their prowess. Since the lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace began, this duo had taken their shamelessness to new heights, losing all semblance of dignity while reaping significant rewards. Almost every time they emerged as the ultimate victors. Humph, Jiayin and Jun, you were just the perfect scapegoats. Tongtian sneered. He could not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Who dares to trespass into my Dragon Clan treasury? Seeking death. A furious roar erupted, followed by the emergence of 3 formidable auras. Jiayin and Jun instantly paled, their bodies stiffening. Senior brother, 3 Great Luo Golden Immortals. Jun was utterly dumbfounded. How many hidden cards did the Dragon Clan still possess? They had miscalculated. Jiayin's face turned even grimmer. Junior brother Ron. If they were caught red-handed, stealing, their lives would be forfeit if they did not flee immediately. Soon 2 dragon figures surged from the Dragon Clan treasury, chasing after Jiayin and Jun. With a great stride, Tongtian invoked the laws of the time-space pathway, weakening the 99 layers of formations guarding the treasury to their limits. Then, with a gentle sweep of the Great Luo Sword Embryo, the restrictions shattered completely. Who? Roared the remaining Great Luo Golden Immortal of the Dragon Clan in fury. You little thief, I will. Swish. Before the dragon could finish its thread, its head was severed by the Great Luo Sword Embryo, devoured along with its primordial spirit. Buzz. After consuming that dragon's primordial spirit, something seemed to brew inside the Great Luo Sword Embryo, growing in power. Is it nurturing the innate, indestructible spiritual light? Tongtian mused, but he found no traces of such a phenomenon. With a flick of his hand, he collected the corpse of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Dragon. No wonder the Dragon Clan has dominated the primeval realm throughout an entire calamity. The treasures were abundant. Even the rare innate spiritual treasures found in the primeval world were plentiful here, along with a significant number of innate spiritual roots. Now all of this belongs to me. With a flash of light, Tongtian vanished from the Dragon Clan treasury, taking all the treasures with him. Third brother. The 2 Great Luo Golden Immortal Dragons who had been pursuing Jiayin and Jun suddenly felt a sharp pain in their hearts, unleashing a furious roar. You 2 little thieves deserve to die 1,000 deaths. A colossal blame fell squarely upon Jiayin and Jun. Next, we should head to the southern volcano. Exiting the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Tongtian made his way directly toward the southern volcano. The treasuries of the innate 3 clans would all be his targets. Ding dong. Please proceed to the southern volcano to sign in and receive rewards of 1,000,000 years of cultivation 10 and 1 source of the southern bright, leaf fire 1. Tongtian. System. After I reach the southern volcano, is the next sign-in location going to be the ancestral ground of the Qilin beneath Mount Buzhou? System. Yes, this host was proving to be quite clever, far more than expected. Damn system. Tongtian tore through the void and soon arrived at the southern volcano. This place was entirely a realm of flames. However, like the Dragon Clan territory, Tongtian noticed no Phoenix Clan members along his journey, only a few scattered birds and the mixed-blood descendants of the Phoenix Clan. Clearly, the main forces of the Phoenix Clan had also been deployed to the battlefield among the 3 clans. Without any hindrance, Tongtian arrived at the southern volcano, which was not merely a single volcano, but a collective of volcanic mountains. His gaze fell upon the highest peak among them, where the Phoenix Clan's leader Yuan Feng resided. It was also the location of the Phoenix Ancestral Treasury. As he entered the volcanic crater, a massive pillar of southern brightly fire surged toward Tongtian. Feeling the power of the flames, Tongtian's expression slightly changed as time and space twisted, allowing him to evade the inferno. Truly, the Nanming Li Hua was fearsome. A typical de Luo Jinxian would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant if caught in its blaze. Even a Quasi Saint would find it difficult to withstand. No wonder there are no defenders along this route, Tongtian realized. In such an environment, there was no need for anyone to guard it. Those who were not of the Phoenix Clan would likely find themselves without a burial place upon entering the volcano. The Nanming Li Hua could not find any targets to attack and soon dissipated into nothingness. However, it wasn't long before more members of the Phoenix Clan arrived to investigate. Their strength was not formidable, barely at the Taiyi Jinxian level. They couldn't even detect Tongtian's presence and puzzled scanned the area before turning to leave. Tongtian chuckled softly, refraining from taking any lethal action. He had no enmity with the Phoenix Clan, so there was no need to kill. He sensed no trace of karmic debt on these Phoenix members. Ding dong. The sign-in task has been completed and the rewards have been deposited into the system warehouse. Tongtian casually refined 10 portions of 100,000,000 years of cultivation and then integrated the essence of Nanming Li Hua into his body. Instantly, the flames within the volcano parted in deference to him. Indeed, the Nanming Li Hua is impressive, he mused. Before long, Tongtian located the treasure vault of the Phoenix Clan. After some effort, he emptied the entire vault. Buzz. Just as Tongtian prepared to leave, a sudden tremor reverberated from beneath the volcanic depths, raising the temperature of the air significantly. In an instant, the remaining members of the Phoenix Clan became disoriented and panicked, as if something horrific had occurred. Those with slightly weaker powers were directly reduced to ashes under the rising heat. Tongtian thought to himself, this is bad. The Phoenix Clan is in for serious trouble. This was a sign of instability in their rear guard. Boom. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the volcano, causing the rapidly rising temperature in the air to ease slightly. Everyone retreat quickly, do not approach. The Phoenix Clan members rushed out of the southern volcano. Quasi Saint. Tongtian uttered, slightly shocked. The hidden card of the Phoenix Clan was even stronger than he expected. This was a mid-level Quasi Saint from the Phoenix Clan. If engaged in the conflict among the 3 clans, this being could potentially reverse the current situation. However, this Phoenix Quasi Saint made no move to intervene. Phoenix Clan, your doom is imminent. Once I, this demon god, emerge, I will slaughter every last one of you. I can sense it, your fortunes are waning and the Phoenix Clan is on the brink of destruction. Roar. The furious roar echoed from the depths of the southern volcano as terrifying flames rampaged wildly, transforming into a sea of fire that threatened to reduce the entire southern volcano to ashes. Yet a flame lantern of Nanming Li Hua appeared forcibly, suppressing the raging inferno. Ah, Yuan Feng, you vile woman, you will die. I will kill you. Demon of fire, as long as I am here, you will never escape the southern volcano. Even if the Phoenix Clan is obliterated, you will be sealed here forever. The mid-level Quasi Saint of the Phoenix Clan spoke, coldly devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Tongtian was taken aback. At the bottom of the southern volcano lay a suppressed chaos demon god. This was something he had never imagined. No wonder the Phoenix Clan had a Quasi Saint stationed here. If they were like the Dragon Clan, relying solely on Luo Jinxian, they would never be able to maintain such a suppression. Who goes there? A phoenix cry rang out, and Tongtian, with a wry smile, stepped forward. He had inadvertently leaked some of his aura due to his shock, drawing the attention of the Phoenix Quasi Saint. Tongtian Daorun. The Phoenix Quasi Saint's eyes widened and her expression shifted. What brings you to our southern volcano at this time? Clearly, this Phoenix Quasi-Saint had already connected many dots. The reputation of Tongtian, the most ruthless figure of the primordial chaos, was deeply ingrained in people's minds. Such a formidable person appearing suddenly on their territory would naturally lead to speculation. The Phoenix Quasi-Saint began to clear the area, fearing Tongtian might cause chaos, which would indeed be troublesome. Tongtian felt a bit uncomfortable, as if he had been caught in the act. However, before he could dwell on it, someone else resolved his awkwardness. The fire demon god, who had just regained a semblance of calm at the bottom of the volcano, erupted in a wild roar once more. Pangu, I sense Pangus aura. In that madness, there seemed to be an undercurrent of fear. Among the 3,000 chaos demons, the fire demon god was not particularly strong. In the past, during the opening of the heavens, Pangu had cleaved him in two with a single strike. Yet his luck had held a remnant essence hid within his half-destroyed body, falling into the newly opened southern volcano and getting suppressed beneath. However, this also allowed the fire demon god to escape a calamity. Initially, the fire demon god planned to leave the southern volcano once he regained some strength. But alas, the Phoenix clan emerged within this volcano, leading to his misfortune of being suppressed by them. Though Yuan Feng was female, she was no less formidable than a male. She used the great fortune of the Phoenix clan as a core to suppress the fire demon god, seeking to refine him entirely and inherit all his power. If successful, Yuan Feng's strength would surge to a level infinitely close to that of a saint. However, the catastrophe of the Dragon Han era unfolded too swiftly for her to complete the refinement. Had she succeeded, the history of the Dragon Han calamity would indeed have been rewritten. Tongtian felt a sudden clarity, as if he had unwittingly become a pawn of the heavenly Dao. Without his influence, the conflict among the three innate clans would not have erupted so swiftly. Thus, Yuan Feng would have had time to refine the fire demon god. At that point, the calamity of the dragon and phoenix would have undergone significant changes. The history of the primordial chaos would have been rewritten. However, in the original history of the primordial chaos, such changes did not occur. This implied that something else had certainly happened in between. Tongtian sensed that everything he was doing was part of the grand design of the heavenly Dao, merely a cog in its machinery. Indeed, the grand trends of the heavenly Dao were not easily altered. Minor changes could be made, but the overarching momentum remained unshifted, a profound truth about the development of the primordial chaos. When one believes they have altered the grand trend of the heavenly Dao, another aspect is restored to completeness. The wheels that had veered off course were pulled back onto their original path. Tongtian ceased his speculation. He was not yet a quasi-saint, and it was unnecessary to think too much. Even saints were bound by the trajectory of the heavenly Dao's grand design, unable to escape its influence. Wait, you are not Pangu. The aura is different. Are you a descendant of Pangu? I will kill you. The fire demon god went mad once more, much like the chaos demon Jin Ao Tongtian had encountered earlier, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle. The Phoenix Quasi-Saint was left stunned, her expression peculiar, as Tongtian's presence immediately drew the ire of the fire demon god, disregarding their own clan. Truly, he was the most ruthless figure of the primordial chaos. Even in attracting enmity, he was second to none. The Hongmeng Liangtian chi flashed from nowhere into Tongtian's grasp and lashed out with brutal force. In that instant, the preeminent postnatal assault treasure unleashed its potency, shattering the fire Huamajian's assault into fragments. A postnatal foremost assault treasure, Hongmeng Liangtian chi. The quasi-saint of the Fengzhu cried out in astonishment. Tongtian sneered, and a lotus of Nanming Lihua coalesced beneath his feet, taking form as a lotus seat. Simultaneously, the central flag of earth-colored apricot yellow enveloped him, and myriad flames parted, allowing him to descend unhindered. With a single motion, the Nanming Lihua lamp suspended in the void slid into his hand. The Fengzhu quasi-saint stood dumbfounded. Nanming Lihua, how could Tongtian command it? That peculiar flame had always been unique to their clan. Now, Fire Majin, you may gloat. Soon your pain will be far greater, Tongtian intoned. A boundless well of dermic power radiated from him and pressed down toward the Fire Majin below the volcanic caldera. Every Chaos Demon Immortal is a rare treasure. It's worth barely less than a primordial natural treasure. Most had fallen beneath Pangu's axe, only a handful remained. Janeo Shurchin, Tongtian had already tasted the spoils of those chaotic deities. This Fire Majin ought to offer considerable advantage. The law of the Great Way of Fire was an asset beyond measure. The Fire Majin, sensing peril, resisted with all its might, but its strength had been contained. Its resistance amounted to little. Fengzhu compatriot, lend your power and secure the formation. Today I shall refine this great demon for the sake of Honghuang's sentient beings. Tongtian declared. The Fengzhu quasi-saint, elated at the prospect, threw herself fully into the suppression. Tongtian freed a hand, and the myriad immortals array descended like a shroud. Father God above, borrow the might of the southern volcanic range, I'll refine this demon. He cried. The southern volcanoes trembled. Some inscrutable will in the depths seemed to recognize Tongtian's station, and a terrible augmentation of power instantaneously suffused him. The fire Majin screamed in terror, feeling the approach of death. The realization that Tongtian might truly end it drove it to frenzy. Even the Fengzhu quasi-saint stared in disbelief. Tongtian could invoke the very might of the southern volcanoes, an ability even they birthed of that land could not claim. She reflected on Tongtian's lineage and found a weary resignation to the facts descendants of Pangu's primordial spirit might indeed possess privileges unknown to them. On the three clans' battlefield, Yuanfeng, who had been lost in the influence of the Liangjie, jolted awake. Her mind cleared in a single shock. The southern volcanoes, she whispered. Even from her encampment, she had kept contingencies in place to restrain the fire Majin, as she could not ignore such an upheaval. As the fire Majin seized this chance to flee, dread sank into her chest. She knew the terrible might of that being, if it escaped calamity, would surely befall the Fengzhu. She could not leave the three clans' front. Instead, she beheld the besotted warriors, eyes wild with bloodlust, and the corpses strewn everywhere. This was not as it ought to be. Yuanfeng understood with grim clarity that she had been ensnared by the Liangjie, her clansmen likewise, yet she was powerless to interfere. Zulong Shiqilan, wake. How long shall you sleep? Her thunderous call reverberated across the battlefield. Zulong and Shiqilan halted mid-conflict, felt their bodies shudder. The crimson haze in their pupils was momentarily suppressed. How could this be? No more hesitation. If we do not rouse our people now, and these hostilities continue, the three primordial clans shall be annihilated. One voice bellowed. Zulong and Shiqilan, recognizing the existential peril, ceased fighting. This great war had to be brought to an end. Beneath the southern volcanoes, the fire Majin raged, proclaiming, I am a chaos demon god. So long as the Great Way endures, I shall not perish. Let the law of the fire Great Way crush me no more. But under the volcano's pressure, its resistance was pulverized. If Janeo and Shurchin could die, then you mere fire Majin, why should you be spared? The myriad immortals array exploded with force. Where the Fengzhu quasi-saint could not see, the Hundun Zhu had also released its power and fallen into the array. The force of a single chaos treasure is dreadfully potent. Hundun Zhu. The fire Majin immediately recognized it, and its heart sank. How unjust the Tao is to favor Pangu's line so. It spat a mouthful of blood in fury. Of the four great chaos treasures Pangu had claimed, three, now a descendant, had wrested the Hundun Zhu as well. It was as if the four prime treasures were all consigned to Pangu's lineage. The fire Majin's morale shattered. It felt as if in comparison to Pangu they were nothing but stepchildren. 10 years later, Tongtian emerged from the southern volcano. The fire Majin was now fully subdued, no longer an external threat, and Tongtian had, through a distortion of time 100-fold his own, lived out a millennium's worth of experience in those 10 years, finally tempering away the demon's lingering will. A thunder of the way of heaven proclaimed itself, and a vast corpus of heavenly merit descended into Tongtian. It was the reward of the heavens for his resolution of the fire Majin. The Fengzhu quasi-saint hesitated. Tongtian had told her not to go to the three clans' battlefield. He had promised to leave them a potent legacy. His words gripped her heart. Intuition told her Tongtian was right. Is my Fengzhu truly fated to decline? She murmured, half in laughter and half in tears, then turned back to the volcano's depths. Even if Yuanfeng had failed, so long as she lived, the Fengzhu had a sliver of hope. When Tongtian left the southern volcano, the Liangjie's aura had already neared its limit. The Hundun Zhu had plucked apart the chaotic heavens and intercepted the information Tongtian sought. Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shiqilan had unexpectedly been torn from the Liangjie's influence and halted the three clans' slaughter, yet events did not stabilize. Warriors of the three clans suddenly lost consciousness, then lurched into frenzied assault upon their own people and then upon the others. The great battle erupted anew. Only then did the clan chieftains perceive the depth of deception. The demon ancestor Luoho had stealthily embedded countless malign hooks among their ranks. The contention between Tao and demonic will is about to begin, one voice warned. Luoho's emergence signified that the Zhuxian Jian would be unsealed. At that moment, a terrible roar arose from the west. Shumishan, the foremost mountain of the western lands, trembled, and a monstrous blade aura surged forth from its foundations, ravaging the western realm with implacable fury. The four swords of Zhuxian have emerged. The most formidable killing formation of the primordial chaos has finally revealed itself. The entire Western world trembles under the terrifying aura of murderous sword energy. Luo, wielding the four swords of Zhu Xian, unfurls the formation diagram with a crazed laugh. With the four swords of Zhu Xian in hand, his confidence soars. At this moment, Hong Jun, the ancestor of Qianquan, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the Taoist Yang Mei, along with other formidable beings of the primordial chaos, arrive at the scene to confront Luo. They share a common thought: Luo must not be allowed to attain enlightenment. Luo, I shall not rest until one of us is dead. Deceived by Luo, the ancestral dragon realizes the grave error of his alliance with him, akin to seeking to skin a tiger. He has finally faced the backlash. The dragon clan has suffered immensely. The ancestral dragon, known for his ruthlessness, immediately activates the grand array of 10,000 dragons, forcefully erasing every single corrupted member of the clan without leaving a trace. Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, witnessing this, follow suit and succeed in purging all corrupted members from their own clans. The war among the three clans finally comes to a halt. On the vast battlefield, the surviving members of the three clans together number less than 10% of their original strength. The losses are staggering, especially the deaths caused by the corrupted members, which are no less than those from the previous great battle. The remaining members of the three clans stand in bewilderment. At this moment, a terrifying force of karmic retribution descends from the heavens, enveloping each member of the three clans in a shroud of karmic black mist. Instantly, many more perish under the searing flames of the Red Lotus. No! The ancestral dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin roar in rage, their eyes filled with fury. Three of you, should you not act quickly? Are you waiting for your clans to be utterly annihilated? Tongtian suddenly appears, his voice resonating throughout the battlefield. The ancestral dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin are struck with inspiration and speak in unison. By the will of heaven, from this day forth my dragon clan withdraws from the struggle of primordial chaos, forever guarding the four seas of the primordial world. May the will of heaven witness this. By the will of heaven, from this day forth my Phoenix clan withdraws from the struggle of primordial chaos, forever overseeing the southern volcanoes. May the will of heaven witness this. By the will of heaven, from this day forth my Qilin clan withdraws from the struggle of primordial chaos, transforming into auspicious beasts. With the emergence of the Qilin, the saints will appear. May the will of heaven witness this. The three solemn oaths resonate throughout the primordial world, reaching the ears of all beings within. At once the will of heaven rumbles in response to the oaths of the three clans. Should any member of the three clans violate this oath, they shall be turned to ashes by heavenly punishment. Simultaneously, immeasurable merits descend, divided into four portions, three of which land upon the three clans, significantly diminishing their karmic burdens. However, much remains. The leaders of the three clans wear bitter expressions, knowing that resolving the remaining karmic burdens will likely prove exceedingly difficult, uncertain of how much merit from the will of heaven they will require. In just a few cycles of calamity, it seems unlikely that their clans will attain liberation. The remaining portion of merit naturally falls into the hands of the 5,000 divine beings of Tongtian on the battlefield. During the war among the three clans, the 5,000 divine beings of Tongtian collected the corpses while reciting the Sutra of the Spiritual Treasure to alleviate the grievances of the deceased. Currently, the realm of reincarnation has not yet been established by Ho-Tu. Once a soul departs, it will plunge into the blood sea of the underworld, truly never to be reborn. Those unwilling grievances, if transformed into terrifying malevolence, will severely impact the evolution of the primordial world. Tongtian's actions undoubtedly align with the will of heaven. Afterward, the 5,000 divine beings of Tongtian merge into a stream of light and enter Tongtian's being. Instantly, his aura trembles. He has grown stronger. Thank you, Taoist Tongtian. The ancestral dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin express their gratitude. At the same time, their hearts are filled with awe as they can no longer see through Tongtian. The only sensation they can perceive is that within Tongtian lies an unparalleled terror brewing. Especially noting that the previous 5,000 divine beings were each of the strength of great Luo golden immortals, appearing as avatars, but distinctly not. Subsequently, the leaders of the three clans simultaneously issue commands for their members to return to their ancestral lands, forbidding any further emergence. Following this battle, the innate three clans have all suffered devastating injuries. To recover to their former glory will likely require the arrival of immeasurable calamities. Yuan Feng hurriedly returns to the southern volcano, uncertain of the current state of the ancestral land. Little does she know the fire demon god has already been refined by Tongtian. Ding! Please proceed to sign in at the Qilin treasury to obtain the reward of the Earth Dao Law. Mission failed, no punishment, no reward. Tongtian. I sense that the system is deliberately trying to make me empty the treasury of the 3 clans. Tongtian releases the 4 symbols, allowing Shi Qilin to meet his father one last time before his impending demise. Upon witnessing the scene on the battlefield, the 4 symbols immediately understands what has transpired, his expression turning sorrowful. His greatest fear has finally become reality. This is the essence of my Qilin lineage. From now on, follow Taoist Tongtian well. When the Qilin appears, the saints will manifest. I hope you do not repeat the mistakes of our Qilin clan. A trace of auspicious energy radiates from the 4 symbols, appearing extraordinarily sacred. At this moment, Shi Qilin suddenly bows to Tongtian. Taoist Shi Qilin, what are you doing? Tongtian is taken aback and quickly steps aside. I beseech Taoist Tongtian to accept my son as a disciple. A mere recorded disciple will suffice. As he speaks, Shi Qilin produces an item. This is the treasury of my Qilin clan. All our accumulated wealth lies within. Consider it a gift for my son's apprenticeship. Shi Qilin is seeking a path for his son. He is acutely aware that the Qilin clan has offended too many, and once he passes, the Qilin clan withdraws from the primordial world, his son will become a living target hunted by many formidable beings. Though Tongtian had previously promised Shi Qilin to protect the 4 symbols for a lifetime, that was during the zenith of their clan. Now the price he had offered is no longer sufficient. Taoist Shi Qilin, you. Tongtian sighs, fully understanding Shi Qilin's intentions. Since it is this way, Tongtian looks at the 4 symbols. From today onward, you shall be my first disciple, entering the gates of Tongtian, adhering to the rules of Tongtian. You must not betray your master, nor engage in infighting, nor commit wrongful deeds. Should you violate these rules, I shall personally take action to eliminate you. As a transmigrant, Tongtian understood acutely the flaws of Jiejiao in his past life. The principle of embracing all, accepting disciples without distinction, was admirable and aligned with the Great Dao's operation. As the saying goes, the Great Dao is 50-fold, heaven manifests fortinin, one aspect recedes. Jiejiao sought to capture that single receding strand of vitality. Yet Jiejiao admitted anyone without threshold, good and bad alike, and thus became overrun with refuse, its grand fortune corrupted by a host of disreputable souls. No wonder Yuan Shi Tianzuan despised them and wished during the Fengshen Liangjia to consign those scourges to the list of enshrinement. Had Tongtian truly followed that path, Jiejiao might have clung to a sliver of life, perhaps preserved and reborn. But alas, the world knows no ifs. Yes, Sufuxiang did not hesitate. He fell to his knees and addressed Tongtian as teacher. He understood that from this day forth there was no longer a Qilin hegemony in the world. His so-called lineage conferred him no advantage. To become Tongtian's disciple was for him a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Tongtian did not refuse. He received the Qilin treasury. Farewell, Shi Qilin Daoyu, he said. The primal essence of Shi Qilin sank into Sufuxiang's body. The creature's form collapsed into flying ash. Although the Xiantian 3 clans had sworn a great Daoic oath to withdraw and guard the 4 extremities of Honghuang, their chieftains, Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shi Qilin, were fated to die. If they lived, the karmic burden upon the Xiantian clans would grow heavier and might yet doom them to extinction. A roar burst forth. With Shi Qilin's essence fused into him, Sufuxiang's cultivation surged. Even the mysterious extrinsic celestial force that had restrained him could no longer hold. Late Xianxian, consummate Xianxian, Taiyi Xuanxian, early, middle, late consummate. The breakthroughs came in swift, glittering succession. Sufuxiang continued to ascend, but Tongtian pressed him down with a single imposition of power. Reaching Taiyi Xianxian consummation is already sufficient, Tongtian intoned. If you strive further now, your roots will be unstable. A future advancement will become 1,000-fold more arduous. Shi Qilin had been a late quasi-sage in strength. His primordial core was dreadfully potent and unchecked, could have thrust Sufuxiang into the realm of Daoyuo Jinxian. Even the alien celestial influence would have been insufficient to resist. Yet such an ascent would have destroyed Sufuxiang's prospects irrevocably. He could never progress further. Tongtian would not permit that. At that moment, Zhu Long hurled himself westward without hesitation. Already tyrannical by nature, how could he endure being so schemed against by Luo Ho? Even in death, he resolved to tear a layer of skin from his foe. Luo Ho, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. That day, a dragon shadow blotting out the great sun of Honghuang streaked across the eastern and western lands and smashed into Shumi Mountain. Boom! A titanic roar shook Shumi Mountain. A layer was rent from it. The self-detonation of a consummate quasi-sage was an unimaginable force. Though Zulong's power was whittled to mere fragments, the nearby demonic host was swept away and turned to ash. Luo Ho, though shielded by a 12th grade world-ending Black Lotus and protected by the Juxian Sword Array, still sustained grievous wounds. He also had to shelter Shumi Mountain and the western lands bearing intolerable pressure. Zulong. Luo Ho's fury flared. In his eyes, Zulong had been nothing more than a pawn. Yet in the final instant, that pawn had struck him a crippling blow and left him dazed. Hong Jun, Qian Kuan, Laozu, Yinyang Laozu, and Yang Mei Daoren, 4 pinnacle quasi-sages, watched with keen, hungry eyes. This turn of events only exacerbated Luo Ho's predicament, for the 4 their gaze lit with a new fervor. Zulong had done well. Had Luo Ho been setting a snare for himself to be bitten by his own scheme? I swear once I triumph, I will exterminate your dragon clan. Luo Ho's hatred for the dragons became absolute. Tongtian's scalp prickled at Zulong's ruthlessness. Luo Ho would likely pay dearly. This blow might peel another layer from him. At this critical juncture, Zulong's deed was a dagger in the back. It made Luo Ho so furious he was near to vomiting blood. This will alter the balance between Dao and Demon, Tongtian murmured. The conflict's course may yet change. In the history, Tongtian had known Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shi Qilin were struck down by Luo Ho's machinations, and after swearing the Daoic oaths turned to ash. Zulong had not had the strength to pursue Luo Ho. But Tongtian's actions in the southern volcano had awakened Yuan Feng, and the 3 chieftains rose earlier than in the former timeline, preserving some portion of their power. Consequently, the Xiantian clans suffered far less than before. The story unwittingly shifted. There will be another titanic clash of heaven and earth soon, one that will decide Hong Huang's future, Tongtian said. Return now to the mundane world of ours and continue your cultivation. The war among the Xiantian 3 clans had ended thoroughly. The Dragonhan calamity still surged toward its zenith. Whether the future Hong Huang would incline to the demonic path or the immortal sought by cultivators depended upon whether Luo Ho or Hong Jun prevailed. Tongtian extracted the Qilin treasury, dispelled its seals, and stepped inside. After the passing of an incense stick, he emerged. Extract the Earth Daoic principle, he commanded inwardly. Instantly, the Earth principle folded into Tongtian's being. At a thought, the ground convulsed. By planting one's feet upon it, one could draw an unfailing stream of terrestrial force. I have now collected the 5 elements Daoic principles of fire and earth. Only metal, water, and wood remain, Tongtian reflected. The 5 elements underpinned the world's development. To reunite all 5 Daoic principles would rend the fabric of one's strength into an epical transformation. Boom. The Western world shuddered as Luo Ho and Hong Jun clashed. Tongtian did not hesitate. He hurried to join them. This was a prime opportunity to amass merit. With his present might, Tongtian was fully qualified to intervene in the Dao Demon strife. The 4 quasi-sages allied against Luo Ho. Though his power was immense, he could not long resist and was driven to the defensive. Luo Ho then unleashed the Juxian Sword Array. The foremost killing formation of Hong Huang lived up to its name. The moment it was arrayed, Luo Ho reversed his fortunes and surged in slaughter, pressing Hong Jun and the others into retreat. In the end, Hong Jun and his companions, forced and desperate, each chose to thrust an immortal sword into the formation and enter it themselves. Upon reaching this point, Tongtian understood that the situation had been set in stone. The ancestors of Qian Kuan, Yin Yang, and the Taoist Yang Mei were merely pawns used by Hong Jun to dismantle the Zhejian Sword Array. When Hong Jun invited Taoist Yang Mei and the others, he claimed it was because Lu wielded the Zhejian Sword Array, which could only be broken by the combined efforts of the 4 saints. However, Yang Mei and the others were blissfully unaware that Hong Jun practiced the technique of severing the 3 corpses and had long since eliminated the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse, each entrusted to a treasured artifact. With Hong Jun alone, he could dismantle the Zhejian Sword Array. Yet, even in victory, Hong Jun would be severely weakened, leaving the likes of Taoist Yang Mei and the ancestors of Yin Yang and Qian Kuan merely to become his unwitting accomplices. Thus, Hong Jun summoned these 3 as his aides. As predicted, it was not long before the furious roar of the ancestor of Qian Kuan echoed within the Zhejian Sword Array. Luohu, I will never let you have it easy even in death. Boom. The ancestor of Qian Kuan self-destructed, unleashing a terrifying explosion that swept across the surroundings only to be swiftly suppressed by the 4 Zhejian swords. Luohu's face turned pale as he spat a mouthful of black blood. The self-detonation of a peak quasi-saint was something Luohu could not withstand, even with the Zhejian sword suppressing him. To make matters worse, the wounds inflicted by the ancestor dragon further exacerbated his plight. Hongju, Taoist Yang Mei and the ancestor of Yin Yang immediately seized the opportunity to launch frenzied attacks on the Zhejian Sword Array, causing it to tremble as if it might shatter at any moment. Haha Lu, let me join the fun. Tongtian suddenly appeared with a loud laugh, stepping through the river of time and space that stretched across the void, directly entering the Zhuzhen sword array with a single stride. Luohu, despite wishing to stop him, was already too late, forced to watch helplessly as Tongtian stepped inside. Tongtian. Luohu seethed with hatred. He had barely dealt with the ancestor of Qiankuan when another formidable presence, Tongtian, emerged. Tongtian's strength was likely no less than that of the ancestor of Qiankuan. Not good. The legacy of the ancestor of Qiankuan. Luohu's expression changed instantly as he urged the Zhuzhen sword array to seize the Qiankuan Ding and Qiankuan Qi, but it was too late. Upon entering, Tongtian's gaze fell upon the two artifacts floating within the Zhuzhen sword array, the Qiankuan Ding and the Qiankuan Qi. His eyes gleamed, and with a surge of magical power he snatched them up and directly suppressed them within the grand array of 10,000 immortals. At that moment, he had no time to refine these two treasures. Absolute Immortal Sword. Tongtian laughed heartily, reaching out his hand. The Absolute Immortal Sword trembled wildly, carrying the momentum to slay Quasi-Saints, striking at Tongtian. The Luo Sword Embryo shot out, engaging in a fierce clash that sent sword energy flying, piercing the surrounding void. The Hongmeng Liantian ruler, imbued with boundless primal chaos, lashed out violently. With this strike, even the void itself shattered. Despite the Absolute Immortal Sword's might, it could only unleash its full potential when paired with the 4 Zhuzhen swords and the Zhuzhen array. Yet the Luo Sword Embryo and the Hongmeng Liantian ruler were no weaklings. As top-tier postnatal offensive treasures, they quickly subdued the Absolute Immortal Sword through sheer force. Tongtian activated the grand array of 10,000 immortals while channeling part of the power of the Chaos Pearl onto himself, and donned the central Wutu apricot yellow banner, laughing as he grasped the Absolute Immortal Sword, effortlessly plucking it from the array gate. Instantly, chaos erupted within the Zhuzhen sword array. Luohu, observing from outside, felt an intense rage. What the ancestor of Qiankuan could not achieve, even in death, had been accomplished so easily by Tongtian. 2 postnatal offensive treasures and 1 supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Luohu felt a wave of despair. Tongtian's equipment was far too formidable. It was impossible to break through. The Zhuzhen sword array, having lost the Absolute Immortal Sword, clearly diminished in power. The pressure on Hongjun and the others was significantly reduced, allowing them to attack with renewed fervor. At the same time, Hongjun was deeply shaken. Tongtian had subdued a sword so swiftly, he was even more powerful than the ancestor of Qiankuan. All of this is forced upon me by you. Luohu, ever ruthless, gritted his teeth and began summoning the demonic beings from the Western realm. Under Luohu's manipulation, over the years the Western world had become teeming with demons. Various non-demonic beings had also been transformed into demons by the 10 great demon kings. This was precisely why the Western realm was so saturated with demonic entities. Countless demons surged forth, and Lu activated the Zhuzhen sword array, obliterating every last one of them. An overwhelming tide of demonic energy, resentment, and malevolence flooded into the Zhuzhen sword array. How many beings inhabited the Western realm? They were in the billions. Yet now all had fallen at Luohu's hands, including the 10 great demon kings. In an instant, the Zhuzhen sword array, which had been trembling, stabilized, its power elevated to a new level, even causing the Absolute Immortal Sword, which had been suppressed by Tongtian, to hum and struggle violently, unleashing boundless sword energy in a bid to slay Tongtian. Yet it remained firmly in Tongtian's grasp. Move again, and I shall shatter you completely. A wisp of the Chaos Pearl's essence pressed down. Buzz. The Absolute Immortal Sword, which had been thrashing wildly, immediately fell silent, as if cowed. With the Chaos Pearl's presence, Tongtian could naturally perceive the happenings outside. Truly deserving of the title of Demon Ancestor, this is ruthless indeed. He had not anticipated that Luohu would utilize such a strategy to amplify the Zhuzhen sword array's might. In this wave, the beings of the Western realm were nearly exterminated by Luohu. Truly a demon ancestor who proved his path through slaughter. However, this wave is just enough for my needs. The Luo Sword Embryo eagerly consumed the surging malevolence, instantly devouring it. The Tianma Tower flew out from Luohu's lair, radiating boundless black, demonic light, drawing in the souls of the slain demons. Hongjun and the others were left in utter shock. They had never imagined Luohu would be so merciless. Their troubles had escalated. Indeed, the next moment, the slightly weaker ancestor of Yin Yang could no longer hold on, and with a reluctant roar self-destructed within the Zhuzhen sword array. Tongtian, my friend, please lend your aid. With no other choice, Hongjun had to swallow his pride and plead with Tongtian. Please, Tongtian, lend your assistance, and Yang Mei will surely offer great rewards. Daoist Yang Mei hurriedly joined in appealing for Tongtian's help. The wrath and malice of countless beings in the Western world had infused the Zhuxian sword array with an unfathomable power, astonishingly compensating for the losses incurred by Lu due to the injury of the ancestral dragon, and even surpassing it significantly. Both Yangmei Daoist and Hongjun could withstand this overwhelming force. Each still had hidden cards up their sleeves. However, due to mutual apprehension, neither dared to unleash their full strength. Now it was just Hongjun and Yangmei should either show signs of weakness, they would unwittingly offer themselves as a gift to the other. Moreover, with Lu still alive, they were oblivious to the chaos that could ensue should he go mad. Therefore, they could only seek assistance from Tongtian, though it was clear they did not regard him as anything more than fodder. Tongtian keenly analyzed the thoughts of Hongjun and Yangmei. "Oh, you wish to scheme against me? Let us see who truly schemes against whom. Soon enough, you'll be the ones shedding tears." "No problem, each of you owes me a tremendous favor. By the way of heaven, as witness, anyone who breaks their oath shall be reduced to ashes." Such an opportunity for extortion was not to be missed by Tongtian. Although both Hongjun and Yangmei recognized his intentions, they gritted their teeth in agreement. Inwardly, they contemplated that once Tongtian fell to Lu, no matter how great the favor, it would be of no use. In the future, it would be the likes of Jane and Junti, the two Western saints, who would treat the ancestral figure of Hongyun in the same manner. The grace of yielding the fate of a saint. What monumental karmic repercussions. The two Western saints could never repay it unless they were willing to forfeit their saintly status and cede it to Hongyun. Clearly, that was an impossibility. Thus, the only solution was to let Hongyun perish. With death, all grievances would vanish and karma would naturally be resolved. Hongjun and Yangmei were evidently harboring similar intentions. At that moment, the Yin-Yang ancestors' treasured artifact, the Taiji diagram, trembled significantly, attempting to break through the Zhuxian sword array and escape. "Haha, Taiji diagram, where do you think you're going? Come obediently enter my domain." Tongtian intercepted the Taiji diagram with a swift motion. The innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, transformed from the Pangu's celestial axe, could manifest the Tai Chi golden bridge, suppressing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, rendering it an unparalleled defense. Once seized, the Taiji diagram began to struggle violently, dividing the primordial energies of yin and yang, unleashing bursts of profound Tai Chi light to slice through Tongtian. "I am a descendant of the Father God. You, being transformed by the Father God's celestial axe, must recognize me as your master." Tongtian unleashed an aura belonging to Pangu, having cultivated the 9 transformations of mysteries and absorbed Pangu's essence and blood. The essence of Pangu surged from him, rich and potent, surpassing even the 12 ancestor witches in this regard. After a brief struggle, the Taiji diagram calmed and settled quietly into Tongshan's grasp. "Haha, splendid. An innate treasure, especially a defensive one, significantly bolstered his safety." The Taiji diagram was a divinely ordained treasure of Laozi, aligned with his grand Dao, destined to be the cornerstone of the future human teachings. Yet now it belonged to Tongtian, and no one could take it from him. In the midst of calamity, nothing was certain. Even the so-called fated outcomes could be altered. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi, who was meditating, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale, feeling a sharp pang in his heart, as if an immense opportunity had slipped away, leaving him hollow. "No." At this moment, a piercing scream echoed from the Taiji diagram as the remnants of the Yin-Yang ancestors' soul raged within. Though he had self-destructed, he had managed to escape into the Taiji diagram, which, due to its innate properties, could protect his remaining soul, impervious even to the Zhuxian sword array. After the battle concluded, he could naturally escape the primordial realm and seek a chance for restoration. However, now all was for naught. "Tongtian, please spare my life." The Yin-Yang ancestor pleaded for mercy, unwilling to meet his end. He had already died once during Pangu's opening of the heavens, and had to reincarnate in the primordial realm to fight for destiny anew. To die again would mean eternal loss of opportunity. "What are you dreaming about?" With a tremor, the Taiji diagram turned the Yin-Yang ancestors' lingering soul to ashes. If the heavenly Dao demanded the death of these chaotic gods and demons, why would he defy the heavens, especially when there was no benefit to be gained? The Taiji diagram flashed, transforming into a Tai Chi robe draping over Tongshan's form. Hongjun and Yangmei winced at the sight. How fearful must one be to wear such armor? An innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, combined with the 5 directions, flagged the Luo Sword Embryo, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler rendered Tongtian nearly untouchable. The disparity in their realms was instantly bridged by the overwhelming power of the treasure. Hongjun sighed. He had considered contending for the Taiji diagram, but ultimately extinguished that thought. Antagonizing Tongtian could lead to disastrous consequences if Tongtian lost his temper and broke free from the Zhuxian sword array. Yang Mei clearly shared the same sentiment. In time, should Tongtian also fall to Lu, they would have their own chance to vie for the Taiji diagram. There was no need to be fixated on this moment. As for the karmic repercussions entangled with the Taiji diagram in the future, at this juncture Hong Jun had no mind to consider. Tongtian laughed heartily, stepping into the array of the Xian sword. Suppress. Boom. A terrifying force shattered the power of the Xian sword, gripping it firmly in his hand. The aura of the Chaos Pearl suppressed once more, closely followed by the Taiji diagram. Move, and you shall shatter. Thus the Xian sword fell silent, its spirit trembling in fear. How terrifying! An artifact of chaos and an innate treasure. No matter that it was merely one of the Zhuxian four swords, even the complete Zhuxian sword array could not withstand such might. All right, the rest is up to you. Tongtian smiled, seated at the gates of the Xian sword and the Zhuxian sword array, activating his devouring technique, voraciously consuming the malevolent energy within the Zhuxian sword array. These were all energies capable of illuminating more divine paths for him. Luo truly was a fine fellow. By devouring the wrathful malice and reducing instability in the primordial realm, he could earn rewards from the heavenly Tao while enhancing his own strength. Truly a win-win situation. Moreover, all the karmic burdens were borne by Luo. He merely needed to reap the benefits. Hongjuan. Yang Mei. Lu. At this moment, the terrifying contest of Tao and demon eerily fell silent. The Zhuxian sword array, heralded as the most formidable killing formation in the primordial realm, was said to be capable of claiming the lives of even saints who ventured within. Yet now Tongtian reclined leisurely within it, easily suppressing both gates with his sheer, while claiming two immortal swords for himself. The Xian sword and the Zhuxian sword rested in Tongtian's hands as docile as kittens, devoid of any fierce aura. You are a world-class weapon of destruction, a being of unparalleled slaughter. Where is your backbone? Luo, who was on the verge of madness. With Tongtian's arrival, the entire battle had veered off course. He could guess Tongtian's intentions, which only fueled his rage further. He wished he could flay Tongtian alive and reduce him to ashes. Hong Jun and Yang Mei Daoist immediately reacted, realizing that this was not the time for shock. They began to unleash a frenzied attack on the Zhan Xian sword array and the Lu Xian sword array. Without the suppression of the Zhu Xian sword and the Xian sword, the Zhan Xian sword array naturally became more unstable. Tongtian noticed the change in Luo, whose expression, and felt a chill run down his spine. Something was off. Why was Luo harboring such intense killing intent towards him? He had completely forgotten that his previous actions had nearly doomed Luo. Realizing this, Tongtian slightly eased his suppression of the Xian sword and the Zhu Xian sword. Instantly, the Zhan Xian sword array, which had been wildly shaking, seemed to gain a hint of power, provoking furious curses from Hong Jun and Yang Mei Daoist. Luo, my friend, don't fixate on me. You might lose everything over a trivial matter. I am merely a small fry in this grand scheme. This is the showdown between Tao and Demon, a battle for the rightful legacy of the Honghuang, a dispute over the fate of the entire realm to determine who will become the first sage. I am merely a great Luo golden immortal and pose no threat to you. Tongtian slightly loosened the cover of the Chaos Pearl, allowing his aura to be released. He was a latest-stage great Luo golden immortal, not even a quasi saint yet. Moreover, with the divine artifacts I possess, it won't be easy for you to break through. When the time comes, the fortune of this calamity will belong entirely to Hong Jun and Yang Mei Daoist, leaving you with no hope whatsoever. Upon reflection, Luo recognized the truth in Tongtian's words. His greatest opponents at present were indeed Hong Jun and Yang Mei. Although Tongtian was detestable and possessed immense combat power, there was still a gap in their realms. Luo, Hong Jun, and Yang Mei had all reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint cultivation, particularly Luo, and Hong Jun, who were on the verge of breaking through to sainthood. The only barrier was the destiny of this calamity. Engaging in a death struggle with Tongtian was unnecessary and would only benefit Hong Jun and Yang Mei. Once he became a saint, crushing Tongtian would be as easy as squashing an ant. Tongtian sighed in relief. He had successfully deceived Luo. However, he spoke no falsehoods. All was indeed true. Failing to resolve the matter with Yang Mei Daoist within the Zhan Xian sword array would leave Luo, with no chance of turning the tide, barring a last-ditch effort of mutual destruction. Hong Jun's trump cards were far too powerful. Tongtian believed he had amassed enough treasures to be among the elite in the Honghuang, but compared to Hong Jun, he was still on a different level entirely. Hong Jun's artifacts were not only numerous, but also of exceptional quality. In mere moments, Luo's hatred shifted towards Hong Jun and Yang Mei, inciting their fury towards Tongtian. Which side are you on exactly? At this moment, all the powerful beings in the Honghuang world were focused on this battle. They understood that the outcome would determine the future direction of the realm. No one favored Luo, who he was too ruthless, proving his path through slaughter. If he succeeded, they would likely become souls beneath his sword. However, in such a top-tier battle, they could offer no assistance. Even Qian Kuan and Yin Yang ancestors had perished within the Zhanxian sword array. Their participation would merely mean offering their heads. Tongtian Daoist is truly formidable. He can actually intervene in the battle between Dao and Demon and has reaped immense rewards, leaving both Hongjun and Luo who helpless. Those in the know lamented, further spreading Tongtian's reputation throughout the Honghuang world. To interfere in the struggle between Dao and Demon was not merely an honor, it was a testament to one's strength. However, among the Pangu, 3 pure ones, Taqing Laozu and Yuqing Yuanshi, are far inferior to Tongtian Daoist. Hearing such comments, Laozi and Yuanshi could not help but spit blood in anger. Tongtian, ha Yang Mei, you ultimately cannot compare to me. Luo, who laughed maniacally as the Lucian sword came crashing down, instantly shattering Yang Mei's form. In the next moment, from another direction, Yang Mei Daoist reappeared, appearing unscathed, though his face was deathly pale, his aura disordered and weak. Truly, one could not underestimate the Chaos Demon. Their death-evading techniques were indeed numerous. Tongtian mused quietly. Hongjun, my friend, I am now powerless. At this moment, Yang Mei Daoist decided to withdraw. Unlike Qian Kuan and Yin Yang ancestors, he was not foolish enough to self-destruct in a bid to heavily injure Luo, who, as a spatial demon god, if he truly wished to escape Luo, who could not stop him, there was no need to stubbornly persist here. Hongjun, it's your turn now. Come face me, the demon ancestor. Luo, who clearly understood this as well. With Yang Mei's exit, he ceased his attacks. If pushed to the brink and Yang Mei chose mutual destruction, he would be left in tears. The powers of the Zhanxian sword and the Lucian sword surged towards Hongjun alone. Simultaneously, Luo Hu's aura began to break through its limits. A portion of the calamity's fortune flooded into Luo Hu's being. A primordial great Luo, golden immortal, the realm of a saint. Yang Mei Daoist looked on with envy, sighing. He had ultimately fallen a step behind in this game. He glanced at Tongtian, who appeared to be enjoying the show. Yang Mei Daoist, does this guy really not understand the danger here? Thus far, the biggest beneficiary of this battle between Dao and Demon had been Tongtian. Alas, Hongjun sighed. He could no longer remain idle. If he allowed Luo, who to continue growing stronger, he would be unable to withstand it. Casting a glance at Yang Mei Daoist, it was clear he had suffered severe injuries and was no longer capable of contending with him. As for Tongtian, the gap in realms disqualified him from being a candidate. The final showdown began. The calamity's fortune surged wildly, boiling over. Leader of the Xuanmen, the One Qi transforms into Hongjun. Greetings, Daoist friends. 3 Hongjun figures appeared simultaneously, each bowing respectfully. Tongtian stood tall, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the 3 sudden manifestations of Hongjun, his heart shaken to its core. The technique of slaying the 3 corpses. The benevolent corpse of Hongjun, the malevolent corpse of Hongjun, and the self-corpse of Hongjun. Each one was at the late stage of quasi-saint, and each corpse was protected by a supreme treasure. Indeed, he was worthy of being the first old schemer of the primordial world. How ruthless! Yang Mei Daxian's eyes widened in fury, quickly replaced by a bitter expression as a faint sense of powerlessness surged within him. He had been deceived by Hongjun. He never expected that Hongjun had concealed his true strength so deeply. Both he and the ancestors of Yin Yang and Qianquan were merely pawns in Hongjun's scheme, ensnared from the very beginning. Regardless of whether they could survive the sword array of the extermination of immortals, they would never again have the chance to confront Hongjun. It was pitiable that they still harbored thoughts of contending with Hongjun for the fortunes of this calamity, a delusion indeed. Tongtian, do you recognize this method of Hongjun? Yang Mei inquired. Tongtian nodded, saying, this is Hongjun's path to enlightenment, the technique of slaying the 3 corpses. It involves slaying the benevolent corpse, the malevolent corpse, and the self-corpse in succession, each entrusted to a congenital spirit treasure. Each corpse possesses strength comparable to that of the original body. When the 3 corpses unite, they will directly attain the mixed element fruit position. Above Hongjun's head, the treasure of creation hovered as his voice reverberated through the sword array of extermination. Luo come and battle. At this moment, Luo was nearly driven to madness. After fighting for so long, he realized he had been played by Hongjun. All of Hongjun's prior displays had been mere masquerades. He likely had not even unleashed half of his true power. Old man Hongjun, I will slay you. Luo roared, the sound shaking the heavens. At this moment, he was filled with unbridled rage. His hatred for Tongtian had completely shifted to Hongjun. It was a fight to the death. In fact, Luo had entirely disregarded Tongtian and Yang Mei. Now he harbored only one thought: to kill Hongjun. Run, run. Luoho has gone berserk. Something big is about to happen. The Chaos Pearl trembled with alarm, sending chills down Tongtian's spine. Without hesitation, he began to flee at once. Luoho, my friend, I shall take my leave. As time and space shifted, the sword array of extermination trembled, and a fissure opened with Tongtian stumbling out in a state of panic. The sword of entrapment and the sword of extermination seemed to have been forgotten by Tongtian, left behind within the sword array of extermination. Upon seeing this, Yangmei Daxian's scalp prickled as well. After greeting Luoho, he hurriedly followed Tongtian's lead in fleeing, all the while cursing Tongtian in his heart. How could he leave behind the sword of entrapment and the sword of extermination? This fellow must have done it on purpose. The complete sword array of extermination reappeared, leaving Hongjun standing alone. Hongjun was momentarily stunned as the auspicious clouds of the heavens obstructed the sword energy of the extermination, glaring fiercely at Tongtian. Oh no, my sword of entrapment, my sword of extermination. Tongtian howled in agony. The loss was tremendous, for those were two supreme, congenital spirit treasures. Yangmei Daxian watched Tongtian quietly, not believing a word of his lament. The act was far too contrived. Luoho also hadn't expected Tongtian to leave behind the swords of entrapment and extermination, but he quickly grasped the situation. The sword array of extermination erupted instantaneously, the four swords piercing through heaven and earth, as if aiming to shatter the primordial world and reshape the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Tongtian, I owe you this favor. If I, the demon ancestor, should fall in this battle, the four swords of extermination and the array diagram shall belong to you. Luoho understood Tongtian's intention for not taking the swords. He wanted Luoho to fight Hongjun to a bitter end. Yet knowing was one thing, and honoring a debt was another. Faced with the fully unleashed Hongjun, and with the sword array of extermination incomplete, he lacked even the qualification to fight to the death. Hongjun had hidden too deeply. A single treasure of creation was sufficient to withstand the assault of his four swords of extermination. As the two clashed, the grandeur of their battle reverberated throughout the entire primordial world. In the void of the heavenly Dao, the momentum of the Dragonhan calamity reached its peak, creating an atmosphere akin to flames licking oil. Tongtian gazed deeply into the void of the heavenly Dao. The saints were about to emerge. Friend, you truly possess remarkable means. Yangmei regarded Tongtian with keen insight, seemingly trying to see straight through him. From the outset, Tongtian had bet on both sides, using his own strength to balance the disparity between the Dao and demons, thus reaping abundant benefits in the process. The treasures of the Yin-Yang ancestor and the Qiankuan ancestor had all become his possessions. As for Luoho's four swords of extermination, they too would likely fall into Tongtian's hands. The thought of Tongtian's formidable arsenal caused Yangmei to involuntarily gasp in shock. When Hongjun fully revealed his strength, Yangmei no longer believed that Luoho had any chance of victory. Tongtian smiled without speaking, betting on both sides. He was dancing on the edge of a blade. What remained to be seen was Luoho's performance, whether it would align with the course of history as before. As for Luoho's path to enlightenment, Tongtian had never held high hopes. No matter how great Luoho's advantages seemed, he was destined to fail and allow Hongjun to rise. The development of the heavenly Dao in the primordial world could not occur without the beings of the primordial world. Could Luoho truly attain enlightenment through slaughtering all beings in the primordial world, only to later attempt to reshape it after becoming a saint? What would that mean for the heavenly Dao? Would it not be better to allow Luoho to occupy that position instead? Now the focus was on whether Luoho could deliver a fatal blow to Hongjun. It was only then that Tongtian realized everything had returned to its previous historical trajectory. What had changed in between was the relics of the Yin-Yang ancestor and the Qiankuan ancestor, which had shifted from Hongjun to Tongtian. This battle would last a millennium. At last Hongjun broke through the sword array of extermination, the auspicious clouds of the heavens shielding him from the lethal strike of the god-slaying spear, while the treasure of creation stamped upon Luoho's brow. The Pangu banner cleaved through Luoho's demonic form. In that instant, the entire primordial world fell silent, as if time had frozen. Ha ha ha. Hongjun, you have won, but I, Luoho, refuse to concede. Luoho laughed maniacally, his body fracturing inch by inch as black, demonic blood dripped onto the land of the primordial world, instantly transforming into vast seas of black blood. A single drop of quasi-saint blood could annihilate the Luo, evolving into a small 1,000 worlds. Moreover, Luoho's current strength was already infinitely close to the realm of a saint. In that moment, Luoho also comprehended the grand development of the heavenly Dao in the primordial world, forcefully gleaning a glimpse of future destiny. His path was incompatible with the heavenly Dao of the primordial world. No matter how powerful he became, he could not attain enlightenment within this realm. Hongjun, surrounded by several powerful spirit treasures, had reached the zenith of his power, and the outcome was already determined. At that moment, the great fortune of the Dragon Han calamity surged into Hongjun's body. A wave of divine majesty emanated from him. Tongtian's expression changed. The chaos pearl trembled instantly, shielding Hongjun's sacred aura. Yang Mai's form flickered, appearing to stand in another space, completely ignoring Hongjun's divine presence. Hongjun's heart stirred as he cast a deep glance at Tongtian, realizing that he could increasingly see through Tongtian less and less. Luohu conceded. Once I achieve sainthood, I will suppress you. After an immeasurable calamity, you shall regain your freedom and have the chance to attain the Tao of primordial chaos, remaining undying and indestructible. After an immeasurable calamity, the world would be overturned and the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind would be reforged. How could Luohu possibly agree to such a fate? It would be better to die sooner rather than later. Ha ha ha. Old Hongjun, do you really think you have me, the demon ancestor, all figured out? At this moment, Luohu laughed wildly. Even in death, I will not grant you your wish. Boom. The entire Western world trembled at that instant. The earth-shattered mountains collapsed and flames erupted from the ground. Hongjun's expression turned to one of shock. Lu, you dare to detonate the ancestral veins of the Western land. Do you not fear eternal annihilation? Unable to remain seated any longer, Hongjun desperately tried to suppress the exploding ancestral veins of the earth. He finally understood where his ominous premonition had originated. The explosion of the Western ancestral veins would inevitably bring about karmic retribution upon him. Even a sage could feel the weight of such immense karma, leaving him on edge. Was this the final calamity of the Dragon Han disaster? It was no wonder that even after defeating Luohu and absorbing the fortune of the calamity, the Dragon Han disaster had not yet concluded. It was waiting for him here. Yang Mei also exerted all her strength to suppress the explosive elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, protecting herself thoroughly. Luohu was too ruthless, worthy of being the one who dared to use slaughter as a path to the Tao. The karmic consequences were immense. At that moment, all the great powers of the Honghuang world were equally stunned. One by one, they began to mobilize towards the west to quell the disaster. If left unchecked, not only would the western land be destroyed, but even their eastern land would also suffer repercussions. Tongtian had anticipated this scene, and it had finally unfolded. Very well. Next, let's see my performance. At that moment, the hidden measures Tongtian had set up in the western land finally came into play. Networks rose from various points across the western land, calming the explosive elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, and smoothing the tumultuous veins of the earth. Lu was taken aback. Hongjun was stunned. Yang Mei was astonished, and the other arriving powers of Honghuang were equally bewildered. When had Tongtian set up these measures in the western land? Then they quickly regained their composure, their minds shaken. Could it be that Tongtian had foreseen Luohu's intention to detonate the ancestral veins of the western land? At that moment, Luohu's body had completely turned to ashes, laughing maniacally. I never expected that after a lifetime of dominance, my actions would ultimately serve as a wedding dress for you, Tongtian. Ha ha ha. Pangu, you have indeed triumphed over me. In the battle of creation, Pangu had won, reincarnating into Honghuang, wishing to seize Pangu's world. However, he had ultimately failed under the heavenly Tao. Now he was intercepted by Tongtian. Luohu had come to terms with it. Tongtian, if you survive, the path to primordial chaos is within reach. Lu gazed deeply at Tongtian. However, be wary of certain individuals. Do not let yourself fall into their traps. It was evident that Luohu was referring to Hongjun. All animosity Luohu had harbored towards Tongtian had vanished. He now looked forward to Tongtian's growth, hoping he would confront Hongjun. Hongjun remained unfazed, his expression betraying no emotion, but deep within his gaze at Tongtian, a flicker of unrest could still be perceived. Tongtian's performance had repeatedly surpassed his expectations. Truly an anomaly of the heavenly Tao. The Zhuxian formation flew out from Luohu's hand. As previously promised, this Zhuxian formation now belongs to you, my friend Tongtian. However, the 4 swords of Zhuxian have already been taken by Hongjun. If you desire them, you must seek them from him. This was a deliberate provocation aimed at Hongjun. Tongtian had acquired the Zhuxian formation. Would he not seek the 4 swords? Impossible. Tongtian smiled as he accepted the Zhuxian formation, gazing meaningfully at Luo. Luohu, my friend, do you truly concede so easily? Are you truly resigned to see your endless efforts come to naught? Luohu's expression shifted, his remaining spirit protected by the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, and the heavenly demon tower was beginning to falter, gradually dissipating. Tongtian, what do you intend to do? Hongjun could no longer remain calm, roaring, "Lu is a heinous villain who must die. You are acting against the heavens." The ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. Then he suddenly seized the Pangu banner and charged at Tongtian, but a Taiji diagram flew out, intercepting the chaotic sword energy unleashed by the Pangu banner. "Hongjun, let me finish speaking. You are on the verge of becoming a saint. Oh, why must you be so impatient? That is not wise." Tongtian laughed heartily, displaying all his divine armaments as if to say to Hongjun, "If you have the ability, break through my defenses first." Hongjun felt an instant headache. Tongtian's defenses were formidable. "Luohu, you have cultivated the demonic path. There is no demonic path within the heavenly Dao." Boom. Like a purple celestial thunder, it surged through Luohu's spirit, startling him awake. "Ha ha ha. I, the demon ancestor, understand now. By the heavens above, I, Luohu, am willing to establish the demonic path to open the heavenly demon realm. From this point on, in Honghuang the Dao shall flourish while the demon shall decline in an unending cycle. Every cultivator must face tribulations. Those who fail will have their cultivation turned to ash, becoming resources for the heavenly demons. I, Luohu, will transform my spirit into the ancestor of the heavenly demons, the Zizai Wuxiang Tianma, suppressing the karmic fate of the demonic path with the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, and evolving into the Wuxiang Heavenly Demon with the Heavenly Demon Tower. The demonic path shall be established." Boom. At that moment, the heavenly Dao trembled, responding to Luohu's vow. A colossal eye of the heavenly Dao manifested. An formless heavenly demon realm was rapidly opened under the influence of the heavenly Dao's power, merging into the void of Honghuang. The addition of the demonic path once again completed a portion of the heavenly Dao. Through the chaos, Pearl Tongtian could distinctly feel the deepened majesty of the heavenly Dao growing even more terrifying. Boom. In that moment, the heavens and the earth cleared, and the chaotic celestial mechanisms returned to their original state. The calamity that had pervaded the primordial world vanished without a trace. The Dragonhan calamity had come to an end. "Ha ha, Hongjun, today's battle is merely the beginning. We have plenty of time to spar in the future," laughed Luo Ho, as his primordial spirit transformed into the great freedom formless heavenly demon, without shape or shadow, utterly elusive. "Tongtian, you truly are a master of strategy. I, Luo Ho, humbly bow to your wisdom." He understood that his establishment of the demon realm was an inevitable outcome dictated by the heavenly principles. Even if Tongtian had not expressed it, he would eventually come to realize it. However, by that time, the price he would have to pay would likely be much greater. Whether he, Luo Ho, would still exist by then was uncertain. In the end, he had incurred a significant karmic debt to Tongtian. Upon realizing the cause and effect, the onlookers gazed at Tongtian with expressions of shock. Tongtian's machinations were truly terrifying. They had directly pierced through the Dragonhan calamity. This Dragonhan calamity, starting from the battle of the 3 innate clans to the subsequent conflict between Dao and Demon, had seen Hongjun attain the saint position, but the biggest winner was undoubtedly Tongtian. Boom. A terrifying, murderous intent suddenly erupted from Hongjun, directed at Tongtian. Everyone was taken aback. "Hongjun, do you intend to kill me?" Tongtian couldn't help but laugh, his face betraying no hint of panic. "I stand here now, but do you dare to try?" Boom. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from Tongtian, and a merit golden wheel several hundred zhang in diameter appeared behind his head, illuminating him like a deity. Tongtian removed his protective treasures, letting down his defenses, and stepped forward, challenging Hongjun, "Now try to kill me." Swish. Hongjun took a step back, his expression darkening, his hand clutching the Pangu banner, trembling violently. Heavenly Dao Merit. Both Luo Ho and Yang Mei Daxian were equally stunned, their mouths agape. How had Tongtian acquired such immense heavenly merit? "Ha ha ha, Hongjun, kill Tongtian, and this demon ancestor will support you. Once Tongtian is dead, all his treasures will belong to you. There are several innate supreme treasures, and all those postnatal treasures will be yours too. This demon ancestor will certainly not compete with you." Luo Ho laughed maniacally, transforming into the great freedom formless heavenly demon, sowing chaos and discord, eager for turmoil to reign. Yang Mei Daxian shook his head. Did Hongjun dare to kill Tongtian? He did not. If Hongjun killed Tongtian, the heavenly Dao would immediately turn him to ashes. Become a saint, or turn to dust instead. Let us not forget that Hongjun carried the enormous karmic burden of the shattered ancestral veins of the Western lands. Tongtian possessed not only a merit golden wheel, but also layers of creation merit left behind by the great Pangu, that served as a talisman. Whoever dared to strike would meet certain death. Even a saint could not withstand it. Boom. At that moment, the entire Western world was suffused with golden light, and immeasurable heavenly merit radiated from the void. The powerful beings of the primordial world were stirred with excitement. They had quelled the chaos of the western lands, and they too had great merit. The clouds of heavenly merit split into 5 parts. 1/5 was further divided into countless portions, falling to those who were restructuring the ancestral veins of the western lands. 1/5 flew towards Yang Mei Daxian and was collected by him. Another 5th soared to Luo Ho, who absorbed it into his 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus. Luo Ho's establishment of the demon realm and the creation of the demon path naturally garnered tremendous merit. 1/5 sank into the western lands, rebuilding the ancestral veins, restructuring the earth's channels, and calming the chaotic elements. 3/5 of the merit fell to Hongjuan, yet quickly countered by the karmic burden on him, causing him great heartache. Who would ever complain about having too much heavenly merit? This time the loss was truly immense. In the end, the remaining 3/5 all flew towards Tongtian, drawn into the merit golden wheel. Instantly, the brilliance of the merit golden wheel became even more resplendent, resembling a small golden sun. Tongtian was overjoyed, reveling in the bounty. This haul was incredible. Despite the dangers faced, the rewards far outweighed them. So much heavenly merit would allow him to further explore the laws of the Great Dao. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. The powerful beings of the primordial world looked on with envy. That was 3/5 of heavenly merit. If given to them, they could immediately ascend to quasi-saint status. Even Hongjun had only received that same 3/5. Hongjun felt a sense of urgency. Initially, he was certain his share of merit would be greater. Yet unfortunately, Tongtian had intercepted far too much, seizing the heavenly merit that should have been his. Had it been anyone else, he would have acted ruthlessly, but alas, it was Tongtian, one he could not dare to kill. The 3/5 of heavenly merit were still insufficient to fully dissolve his karmic burden, which posed a significant problem. If he truly dared to kill Tongtian, what awaited him would likely be annihilation. Tongtian's merit surpassed his own. He could hardly fathom how Tongtian had acquired such vast heavenly merit. Moreover, he was merely a step away from the saint realm, ready to break through at any moment. From the celestial mechanisms, he had glimpsed a portion of the future Tongtian, the destined saint. He could not kill him. Tongtian suddenly laughed and approached Hongjun again. My friend Luo Ho has already gifted me the 4 swords of extermination. Shouldn't you return them to me? Hongjun was instantly filled with rage. I can give you the 4 swords of extermination, but the karmic ties between us must be completely resolved. Hongjun referred to the earlier events within the extermination sword array where Tongtian had subdued the trap immortal sword. Speaking of this made Hongjun even angrier. Tongtian had fulfilled his promise by subduing the sword, hence forming a karmic bond. However, later on he had discarded the trap immortal sword as if he had done nothing at all, but rather gained a benefit from him without cause. A wolf in sheep's clothing. He had never encountered someone so shameless. Tongtian scoffed. Hongjun, do you think that's possible? Hongjun was being utterly unrealistic. Tongtian was no fool. If it weren't for the Dragon Han calamity, he would never have sought to forge such a karmic connection with Hongjun. Even if Hongjun refused to give him the 4 swords, they would still belong to him in the future. If Hongjun truly dared to withhold them, the subsequent function calamity would be impossible to continue evolving. That immense karmic debt was something Hongjun could not bear. To resolve this karmic bond was exceedingly unwise and would lead to great losses. Since you refuse to return them, I shall simply take them myself. Boom. At that moment, the trap immortal sword and the absolute immortal sword previously suppressed by Hongjun erupted in a violent rebellion, unleashing an overwhelming wave of murderous sword energy. Hongjun, caught off guard, found the 2 immortal swords breaking free. Simultaneously, the extermination sword and the slaughter sword also released terrifying sword energy, battling fiercely against Hongjun. The trap immortal sword and absolute immortal sword were once in my possession. Did you think I would do nothing? The extermination array was conjured by Tongtian, instantly merging with the 4 swords of extermination to form a new extermination sword array. Hurry, Hongjun, enter the array for a battle. Hongjun's expression darkened as gloomy as the waters. He had once again fallen victim to Tongtian's schemes. The Zhuxian sword array was set up once more. Did he dare to step into it again? After his battle with Luo Ho, his 3 corpses had sustained varying degrees of injury, and he needed to recover swiftly lest he suffer permanent hidden wounds. Moreover, with Yang Mei Daxian and the great formless demon Luo Ho nearby, if he were to enter, there was a real possibility he would be obliterated. After all, he was not yet a saint. A mere half-step made all the difference. Hongjun cast a deep glance at Tongtian before turning to leave, disappearing into the horizon. Tongtian, I shall remember you. Offending the future foremost saint of the Honghuang world, your days henceforth will be far from easy. It was evident that Tongtian had landed on Hongjun's blacklist. With a smile, Tongtian retracted the Zhuxian sword array, unperturbed by the threat of Hong Jun's final glance. So what if you are a saint? If you have the capability, go ahead and kill me. Do you really think I have amassed so much merit for sport? I have long been prepared for you. As long as he possessed sufficient merit, he could run rampant in the Honghuang world without anyone daring to intervene. Luo felt a lingering fear. Tongtian had already left a contingency within the Xian sword and the Juexian sword, and he had failed to notice it at all. Had Tongtian suddenly employed such a method earlier, the consequences would have been dire. Luo could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. This fellow was nothing short of a devil. Luo, my friend, you have already transformed into the great formless demon. Some treasures of yours can no longer be wielded. Why not give me the Shirshin gun to settle our karmic ties? Tongtian's gaze fell upon the Shirshin gun. If the Hongmal Yang Tianqi was the foremost postnatal weapon, then the Shirshin gun was undoubtedly the greatest innate weapon. The chaotic blue lotus root absorbed the malevolent energy from the endless void of chaos, further absorbing the primordial energy of creation, rendering it incredibly fierce. It could harm even a saint's primordial spirit, killing without leaving a trace of karma. In terms of offensive capability, it was even more formidable than the Zhuxian sword array, a supreme weapon aimed at saints. I fought to the end against Hongjuan, and the Shirshin gun was sent flying by the celebratory clouds of the heavens, while Pangu's righteous energy erased my imprint from it. To be honest, I do not even know where the Shirshin gun is now. Luo sighed, shaking his head. He was quite frustrated. A piece of innate offensive treasure had been lost just like that. To claim it did not sting would be a lie. Even though he could not wield the Shirshin gun now as the great formless demon, he was formless and shadowless, with few treasures in the world capable of restraining him, and the Shirshin gun was one of them, able to wound his great formless demonic body. He could not even approach it. Tongtian felt disappointed. Such a treasure had slipped right past him. The still-present eye of the heavenly Dao suddenly locked onto Luo, causing Luo's expression to change instantly. I must take my leave, for the heavenly Dao does not permit me to linger in the material realm. The Honghuang world could be considered the material world, while the demon realm represented a different form altogether. In a flash, Luo vanished into the demon realm. The demon beings that Luo had previously slain in the demon tower transformed into otherworldly demons at that moment. The demon realm faded away, blending seamlessly into the void of the Honghuang world, becoming indistinguishable from it. At that very moment, a streak of light suddenly shot out from the demon realm, silently entering Tongtian's mind. Even Yangmei Daxian, who was closest, failed to notice. This is the demon realm's token. Holding it allows entry into the demon realm. With this, you can freely traverse the demon realm with your primordial spirit. Luo's voice echoed in Tongtian's mind, stirring something within him, though his face betrayed no emotion. Luo. It seemed he had further plans, unwilling to remain confined to the demon realm. Then the eye of the heavenly Dao fixed its gaze on Yangmei Daxian as purple clouds of divine thunder began to brew within. The meaning was clear: if you do not leave, you will die. The essence of the conflict between the Dao and the demon lay in the eradication of the traces of chaotic deities and demons within the Honghuang world. With the deaths of the ancestor of Qinkuan and the ancestor of Yin and Yang and Luo shattering his chaotic demonic form, transforming his primordial spirit into the great formless demon, Hongjuan was on the verge of becoming a saint. This first saint of the Honghuang world would undoubtedly become the spokesperson for the heavenly Dao, effectively being incorporated. Now only Yangmei Daxian remained. Luo had established the demonic path, perfecting the heavenly Dao of Honghuang. Now the heavenly Dao could manifest itself at any time, and it was time to thoroughly eliminate those chaotic deities and demons. Yangmei Daxian felt a chill run down his spine as the eye of the heavenly Dao focused on him. That sensation was far from pleasant. This is my lifelong comprehension of the laws of spatial Dao, along with a fragment of the source of spatial Dao. With this, our karmic ties shall be settled. What do you think? Tongtian nodded, accepting the fragment of the source of spatial Dao. With this, his understanding of spatial laws would advance further. Great kindness. Yangmei Daxian wasted no time. Space flickered as he tore through the fabric of the Honghuang world, swiftly reaching the boundary between the Honghuang world and chaos before plunging headlong into the endless void of chaos without looking back. The Honghuang world. He could no longer remain there, unless he was willing to shed his chaotic demonic form. Gazing at the desolate western lands, Tongtian sighed. Who could have imagined that the once prosperous western lands rivaling those of the eastern world would come to such a state? The horror of the calamity truly sent shivers down one's spine. For within the calamity, anything could transpire, even breaking free from the control of the heavenly Dao. For instance, in the future's Fengshan calamity, it eventually sparked a battle among saints, utterly shattering the Honghuang world. Thus, the innate spiritual energy within the Honghuang realm leaked out, inevitably transforming into postnatal spiritual energy, making future cultivation all the more arduous. At that moment, Tongtian spotted two figures, his pupils narrowing, Jane and Jun. Senior brother, the Western lands have become like this, what are we to do now? Jun despaired as the ancestral veins of the land shattered. Even if the heavenly Tao intervened to rebuild, it could never compare to the original. It was uncertain how many calamities it would take to restore it to its former glory. At the very least, the current Western lands had become exceedingly barren, with the innate spiritual energy having become sparse, rendering them unsuitable for cultivation. Jiayan's expression darkened. Junior brother, let us rebuild the Western world together. We vow to restore it to its former glory, or even surpass it. At that moment, Tongtian noticed a thread of heavenly Tao fortune quietly descending upon Jian and Jun. Truly, they were the ordained saints of the Western world, possessing great determination. Tongtian could not help but admire them. Even with his strength, he dared not claim to restore the current Western world to its original state. The cost was far too great, making it not worth the effort. Yielding two positions of saints was quite reasonable. However, this required Hongjuan to personally pay the price. In Honghuang, years were uncounted. In the span of an instant, 30,000 years had slipped away since the Longhan Dajia. The Xiantian Sanzu withdrew into seclusion, and after a brief hush, the vast land of Honghuang once more surged with life. Countless primeval beings successively took on forms, roaring across the wilderness and traversing heaven and earth. Among them arose many who would be famed in later ages, the two brothers Donghuang Taiyi and Dijuan, born of the great son of Honghuang. Hongyan Laozu, the Red Cloud Elder, renowned for his benevolence, Zhenyuan Zi of Wanshoshan Wuzhuang, Wanmingi of the Boundless Blood Sea, Kuanping of Beihai, siblings Fuxi and Nuwa of Fengqishan. Laozi and Yuanshur established the orthodox lineage of Pangu and the Sanqing. In time, the primacy of men and women immortals, Donghuang Gong and Shiwang Mu, would likewise be forged. The 12 Zuwu entrenched themselves upon Buzhou-shan, claiming the slopes once held by the Qilin-Izu as their own. The 12 Zuwu, all Taiyi Jinxian, possessed bodies of such fortitude that few would dare provoke them even against a Luo Jingxian. In the Western realms, Jane and Zuni likewise made their renown. And yet none of this pertained to Tongtian. Sanxian Dao. Tongtian had secluded himself for 30,000 years, but he had distorted time 100-fold. His retreat had in truth spanned a staggering 3 million years. The spoils reaped from the Longhan Dajia had been immense. Whether merit, treasures, or cultivation, all had been gathered in abundance, and all required time to digest. When Tongtian opened his eyes, his aura billowed outward, the void around his body fracturing inch by inch, contorting as if it could not bear the force of his flesh. Boom. He clenched his fists and crushed space itself. A void black hole that had just formed was shattered by his strike. Spatial energies convulsed, and the exploded void smoothed once more under his will. 3 million years, uncountable resources poured in. The Jiuzhuan Xiangong has finally reached the 7th turn, he murmured. The 7th turn of Jiuzhuan Shuangong, a corporeal Zhuanxing. With bare hands, one could rend Xiantian spirit treasures and clash with Xiantian supreme artifacts. The 12 Zuwu, without weapons, relying only on the might of their ancestral bodies, could square off against Donghuang Taiyi's Xiantian supreme treasure, the Hundun Bell. Tongtian's current bodily strength exceeded even that of those ancestral Zuwu. And the Wanxian Dajin, 10,000 divinities channeled through Tongtian, have at last all entered the consummate realm of Deluo. That was no small feat. On the battlefield where the three tribes had clashed, Tongtian had taken in countless corpses. After refining them into Xiantian primordial qi, he spent 500,000 years before finally succeeding. Yet his ascent toward Zhuanxing had been stalled. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in the deep, refusing to admit the spirit Tongtian to the threshold of Zhuanxing. Consider the augmented force of 10,000 Zhuanxing concentrated upon a single body. If truly a complete Sheng were hit by such an accumulation, they would be sundered. Patience, Tongtian told himself. My body has advanced to the 7th turn, there is ample time. So over the subsequent 2.5 million years, he impressed the Jiuzhuan Xiangong upon the myriad spirits that composed his being. If one was to play, one might as well play grandly 10,000 Luo Jingxian-level spirits, each cultivating Jiuzhuan Xiangong. Merely imagining it sent a chill through the world. Now Tongtian stood like a monstrous man-formed titan. Even without supreme artifacts for defense, few could hope to pierce his bodily fortitude. A mere reflexive tremor of his flesh could shatter a Deluo. In terms of the Tao laws themselves, I have already reached the present limit, he reflected. To comprehend the Tao laws, he had exhausted nearly every shred of merit power he possessed beyond the 1/10 of the opening heaven Tao bestowal he carried. The cost had been total, but the gains were vast. He grasped 50% of the Thunder Dao Law, 50% of the Fate Dao, 50% of the Earth Dao, 50% of the Fire Dao, 60% of the Spatial Dao, and 60% of the Temporal Dao. Thus, in doctrinal mastery, Tongtian was for all intents and purposes at the Junxing threshold. Yet his realm had not shifted, nor had his sorcery metamorphosed into Junxing puissance. If any were to mistake him for a mere Deluo Jinxian, they would perish most miserably. Compared with the Longhan Dajie 3 millennia past, Tongtian was many-fold stronger now. Counting with his mind, Tongtian gleaned the state of Hong Huang's present. The protagonists of the forthcoming Wu Yao calamity had already been born, though neither side had yet clashed. The world was simply too vast. He looked toward Yujingshan. After 30,000 years, Hong Jun still had not become a Sheng Yu. Tongtian found this surprising. Yet he could surmise the reasons. Hong Jun likely did not intend to tread the path of a celestial Dao Sheng. He sought instead to harmonize his three corpses to walk the path of a Hun Yuan Deluo Jingxian. In that way, he would not be shackled by the powers of the heavenly Dao. Alas, in the struggle of Dao and Demon, Hong Jun's three corpses had first been grievously wounded by Zhuxian Jinshi, and then pierced again by the Shi Shin Chong. The three corpses were heavily injured and could not mend. Hong Jun's hopes to achieve enlightenment through them were thwarted. Unfortunate, but the heavenly Dao will not grant you that escape, Tongtian mused. The first Sheng of Hong Huang, a being born from the great fate of a Kulpa, was destined to occupy the orthodox future of the Hong Huang world. Would the heavenly Dao allow Hong Jun to slip from its grasp? Impossible. Hong Jun was to be the heavenly Dao's emissary, destined to fuse with the Dao and replenish it. In that design, Tongtian's own contributions had played a non-trivial role. Were it not for Tongtian's leaving behind the Xianxian Jian and the Juexian Jian, Luo Ho would never have been able to wound Hong Jun with an incomplete Zhuxian sword formation. One might say the heavenly Dao had employed Tongtian's hand to pressure Hong Jun. All unfolded according to its calculation. You play your games, I will play mine. Just do not come looking for trouble, Tongtian thought, and produced the Qinkuan Ding. Over 3 million years he had had no leisure to refine the treasures acquired in the Longhan Dajie. The Qinkuan Ding trembled violently, and plumes of formative light erupted, as if attempting to wrench themselves free from Tongtian's control. Qinkuan Laozu, will you come forth of your own accord, or must I compel you? Tongtian demanded. A spectral shadow burst from the Qinkuan Ding. Qinkuan Laozu's remnant soul emerged, his expression a tangle of emotion. Greetings, Tongtian Daoyo, he said. As a reincarnation of a chaos deity, Qinkuan Laozu could never have been truly extinguished. Like Yin-Yang Laozu, he had concealed a strand of his soul within the Qinkuan Ding, awaiting an opportunity to escape. Yet he had been suppressed within the Wanxian Dajin for so long that even as a mere remnant, he could not imagine defying Tongtian. Even in his prime, he would have bowed before the upgraded formation. Surrender the Qinkuan Ding, the Qinkuan Shi, and Qinkuan Tu, and the imprint of your Qinkuan Great Dao laws, Tongtian declared without preamble. Do so, and I will spare you. In time, I will give you the chance to reincarnate. The expression on the face of the ancestor of Qinkuan changed instantly. He let out a deep sigh and voluntarily released the soul imprints from the Qinkuan Cauldron, the Qinkuan Ruler, and the Qinkuan Diagram. I hope that Taoist Tongtian will keep his word. At this moment, his life was entirely in Tongshan's hands. If Tongtian wished to end his life, it would merely be a thought away. I speak with sincerity, replied Tongtian. The ancestor of Qinkuan cast a deep glance at Tongtian, pointing a finger which detached a mark from his remnant soul. Tongtian grasped it firmly, and a surge of transformative energy flowed into the ancestor's remnant soul, casting it into the world of time. In the next calamity, you will have the chance to be reincarnated. In the upcoming calamity, during the battle between the witches and the demons, one of the 12 ancestor witches, Hutu, would open the 6 paths of reincarnation in the blood sea of the underworld. From then on, souls in the primordial realm would have a place to be reincarnated, no longer completely dissipating after death. The laws of the Qinkuan Dao were finally within reach. Tongshan's eye sparkled. The main purpose of keeping the ancestor of Qinkuan was to obtain this Qinkuan mark. Through it, he would be able to comprehend the laws of the Qinkuan Dao. As the reincarnation of the chaos demon god, the ancestor of Qianquan's mark was of considerable rank, containing a strong resonance of the Qinkuan Dao's essence. At that time, if the ancestor of Yin and Yang had not sought his own demise within the sword array of extermination, Tongtian would not have resorted to such lethal measures. With a surge of mana, part of the Qinkuan Cauldron, the Qinkuan Ruler, and the Qinkuan Diagram was rapidly refined by Tongtian, now fully under his control. It must be said that the ancestor of Qinkuan had also concealed his trump cards during the sword array of extermination, not revealing the Qinkuan Diagram. Otherwise, Luo Ho would have sustained even greater injuries. Later, this Qinkuan diagram fell into Laozi's hands. Tongtian closed his eyes once more, distorting the flow of time, and began refining numerous treasures. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed while Tongtian experienced the passage of 300,000 years. On this day, the heavens rumbled, and the primordial realm shook as a magnificent aura surged from the east. High above the 9 heavens, I find true enlightenment on my mat. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall be the revered teacher. Pangu gave birth to the Taiji, the 2 instruments, and 4 symbols follow. 1 path leads to 3 friends, 2 teachings elucidate and divide. The Xianmen shall lead all, and 1 breath transforms into Hongjun. The grand sound of the Tao reverberated throughout the primordial world, and in an instant heavenly flowers cascaded, golden lotuses surged from the earth, and spiritual energy poured down like rain, benefiting countless beings in the primordial realm. The density of spiritual energy throughout the entire primordial world elevated to a new level. Following this, a terrifying aura of sanctity enveloped the primordial heavens and earth, compelling countless beings to kneel in reverence. With the chaos pearl in hand, Tongtian remained indifferent to this overwhelming sanctity. His expression, grave. Hongjun had finally attained sainthood. Indeed, Hongjun had taken this final step, embarking on the path of the heavenly Dao saint. I am Hongjun. Today I achieve sainthood and become a heavenly Dao saint. 3,000 years from now, I will teach at the Chaos Zhixiao Palace. All who are destined may come to listen. Boom. The entire primordial realm erupted in fervor as countless powerful figures emerged from their Taoist sanctuaries, calling friends and forming groups to head towards the Chaos Zhixiao Palace. The battle between Tao and demon from tens of thousands of years ago remained fresh in the memory of many powerful beings who now understood that beyond the quasi-saint level higher realms existed. However, they knew not how to break through, nor could they grasp the path ahead. Moreover, in the current primordial realm, aside from a few ancient beings, no quasi-saints existed. Even the great Luo were few and far between. The Longhan calamity had ultimately depleted the accumulated foundation of the primordial world since its inception. Hongjun's attainment of sainthood and his teachings at the Zhixiao Palace signify that the grand performance of the primordial world is about to commence. Tongtian's expression remained unchanged, calm and unperturbed. Was the Longhan calamity truly terrifying? In truth, it was merely that the pinnacle of combat power was only a fully realized quasi-saint. However, starting from this Zhixiao Palace, teaching the strong in the primordial world would emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain. Great Luo would be as common as grass, and a great battle without quasi-saints would hardly be deemed significant. Soon the era of saints would dawn. At that time, the primordial world would reach its true peak. I must visit the Zhixiao Palace. Although I do not follow the path of slaying the 3 corpses to become a saint, the 3,000 Tao laws within the creation jade plate will still be of immense benefit to me. The creation jade plate was indeed a remarkable treasure, but unfortunately it had fallen into Hongjun's hands, leaving him no opportunity to seize it. However, the creation jade plate is incomplete and imperfect. I wonder where the broken piece is now. Hongjun too sought to perfect the creation jade plate. Once complete, it would become a flawless treasure of chaos, immensely powerful. Yet despite merging with the Tao, Hongjun had yet to locate the missing piece of the creation jade plate. Ding dong. Please proceed to sign in at the Chaos Zhixiao Palace. Upon task completion, you will receive rewards: Hongming Purple Chi 1, Upgraded Understanding Tea Tree 1, Million Year Cultivation 10, a million portions of Heavenly Dao Merit 1, and the Dengtian Shenlei Cultivation Method 1. A dazzling array of rewards caused Tongtian's breath to quicken. He had to go to the Chaos Zhixiao Palace. The Hongming Purple Chi was the foundation of the Heavenly Dao, the basis for attaining sainthood. Without it, one could only become a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, the Hongming Purple Chi served as a sort of cheat, allowing for a swifter comprehension of the Tao laws. However, system does this rewards Hongming Purple Chi carry any hidden dangers from the Heavenly Dao. The 7 strands of Hongming Purple Chi bestowed by Hongjun were surely manipulated by the Heavenly Dao, or more accurately, they contained the rules of the Heavenly Dao. Once one used the Hongming Purple Chi to attain sainthood, they would be bound by those rules. This is precisely why there existed a distinction between mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortals and saints. The only difference lay in the presence or absence of Hongming Purple Chi. For Tongtian, any form of Heavenly Dao Hongming Chi would not hold much significance. The host can rest assured. All rewards provided by this system are devoid of hidden dangers and will not pose any concerns. Tongtian felt relieved immediately. The system was indeed dependable. The understanding tea tree, originally a supreme treasure from a certain fantastical world, could induce a state of enlightenment with just a single leaf. The tree bore engravings of the Dao laws. The upgraded Understanding Tea tree was imprinted with the 3,000 Dao laws of the primordial world, having undergone a fundamental transformation. Perfect. When Hong Jun gave his teachings, using it to gain insight would be akin to wielding a cheat tool. Furthermore, the Dengtian Shenlei was the most powerful thunder method in Hong Jun's hands, only slightly weaker than the Zixiao Divine Thunder, vastly superior to the Shangqing Divine Thunder currently under Tongtian's control. Beyond the world membrane lies an endless void of chaos, a realm where the chaotic energy can erode the flesh and corrode the spirit. Only those who have reached the great Luo Golden Immortal level are deemed worthy to enter this chaotic expanse. Of course, if one possesses a primordial spirit treasure for protection, there would be no issue. Just as I, with the protection of the Xianyuan Linglong Pagoda, ventured into the chaos alongside Yuan Shi. Jun and Donghuang Taiyi raced toward the Zixiao Palace, the latter bearing the chaos bell atop his head. Jin Yuanzi shielded himself, and Hong Yun with the earth book, likewise impervious to the chaotic currents. Those who possess primordial spirit treasures are undoubtedly individuals of great fortune. The Dao cannot be easily transmitted. Not everyone is qualified to attain enlightenment. The fated ones spoken of by Hong Jun are of course those who have passed the first test, thus earning the title of fated ones. The rest are simply those without destiny, and such individuals cannot comprehend the Dao. If that were not the case, why would Hong Jun choose to teach within the chaotic Zixiao Palace? Would it not be more appealing to impart wisdom atop Yujing Mountain, where countless beings from the primordial world could gather to listen? As for Hong Jun's underlying intentions, Tongtian was well aware. The 3,000 guests within the Zixiao Palace were all individuals of remarkable fortune, selected from the myriad beings of the primordial world, embodying the essence of fate itself. The teachings were propelled by the grand fortune of the primordial beings, paving the way for future unity of the Dao. Many formidable entities of the primordial world, feeling aggrieved, charged into the chaotic void, only to be met with a shriek of despair as their flesh and spirit were swiftly eroded by chaotic energy, vanishing without a trace. Friends, if you lack a primordial spirit treasure or have not reached the great Luo realm, it is best not to enter lest you perish in the chaos and your millennia of hard work be rendered futile. Fuxi and Nuwa arrived with Fuxi advising and then bowing to Tongtian Daoyu. Nuwa, filled with joy, had not seen Tongtian in tens of thousands of years since parting at Fengqi Mountain. Congratulations, Daoyu Nuwa, on achieving the great Luo realm. From henceforth you shall enjoy freedom. Tongtian returned the greeting with a smile. Suddenly the ground trembled violently, and the very void quaked. 12 colossal figures raced toward them from afar. Even from a distance, the terrifying aura they exuded compelled all to instinctively retreat, as if 12 ferocious beasts were charging forth, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. 12 ancestors of the Wu, a primordial powerhouse, exclaimed, unable to contain their shock. Their prowess was well known. Although they were only Taiyi Golden Immortals, they could stand toe-to-toe with great Luo Golden Immortals without losing ground, their strength remarkable beyond measure. Tongtian Daoyu. The 12 ancestors of the Wu immediately surged toward Tongtian. Among them, Zhurong and Gonggong bellowed in unison, launching an attack on him. Bang bang. Both Zhurong and Gonggong shrieked as they were sent flying, crying out in pain. Roar. At that moment, the rest of the ancestors joined in attacking Tongtian. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden mission. Make the 12 ancestors of the Wu feel the sincere affection from the host. Completion of the mission will reward you with 3 drops of Pangus Essence blood. Failure incurs no penalty. Tongtian mused, system, I sense you are stirring up trouble, but I enjoy it. Truly, the 12 ancestors were spirited individuals. You 12 ancestors of the Wu are being too excessive. Fuxi and Nuwa could no longer bear to watch, and were about to intervene when Tongtian stopped them. They are merely sparring with me, not foes. Tongtian laughed heartily, his smile radiant. It seems the last time I bested you was not enough. Now that your strength has only slightly increased, you dare to seek revenge. Who gave you such confidence? Previously, in the Pangu Temple, Tongtian had thoroughly dominated the 12 ancestors, nearly defeating them with ease. Since then, they had harbored a grudge, dedicating themselves to cultivation and refining their bodies. After tens of thousands of years, Di Jiang, the eldest, had broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, while the other 11 had all reached the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal. The 12 ancestors were born of Pangus Essence blood merged with the earth's malevolence, their spirits weak, but their bodies innately powerful. Each advancement brought monumental changes in their strength. They believed they had earned the right to challenge Tongtian once more. This time they sought vengeance and redemption, aiming to leave him bruised. Bang bang bang. Before the primordial powers could register the unfolding events, the charging 12 ancestors were sent crashing backward, howling in pain. Upon closer inspection, they found each of the ancestors was grievously wounded. A collective gasp echoed as they realized the severity of the situation. How terrifying. Who exactly was this Tongtian? When did such a formidable figure emerge in the primordial world? Most of these powerful beings had only formed after the Dragonhan calamity and were unfamiliar with Tongtian's reputation. Now that the warm-up is over, let us begin in earnest. Tongtian beamed with delight, rolling up his sleeves and advancing forward. Instantly, the 12 ancestors' expressions changed dramatically, and they retreated in a frenzy. Tongtian Dao, you let us discuss this amicably. There is no need for violence in front of so many peers, as it may tarnish the reputation of our Pangu descendants. Zhu Jiuyin hastily conceded, knowing they were no strangers to defeat at Tongtian's hands. Furthermore, Tongtian was no outsider. Although the 12 ancestors were indeed combative, they were not masochists. Charging headlong into a confrontation they knew they could not win would be sheer folly. The other ancestors nodded in agreement. No more fighting. At the same time, they felt a deep bitterness. They had hoped that after tens of thousands of years of hard work, their combined strength would at least yield a stalemate against Tongtian. But the result? They were thoroughly trounced instead. To be honest, it was pitiful. They had never anticipated that Tongtian's progress surpassed their own at such a pace, placing them in entirely different realms. The sensation of being outclassed was unbearably discomforting. The myriad primordial powers stood stunned. Was this truly the 12 ancestors? Over the years, they had never heard of the 12 ancestors conceding defeat so swiftly. Even when bloodied and battered, they would charge forth without yielding. This was an unprecedented occurrence, leaving them feeling utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, their curiosity about Tongtian, this suddenly emerging figure, grew immensely. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden task, and the reward has been deposited into the system warehouse. 3 drops of Pangus essence blood now in hand. His physical cultivation should be able to improve a little more. The 9 Revolutions mysterious skill is incredibly resource-intensive. Just 1 drop of Pangus essence can create a true ancestor witch, yet here in the chaos, it is merely a consumable. Let's go. The journey to the Chaos Zixiao Palace is not short. It would be unfortunate if we arrive too late. The 6 cushions in Zixiao Palace are truly valuable. All right. All 12 ancestor witches nodded obediently, displaying remarkable compliance. Fushi and Nuwa stared in astonishment, instinctively nodding along. Boom. Without any hesitation, the 12 ancestor witches charged boldly into the chaotic void. The chaotic energy roared towards them, causing the witches to stagger and nearly fall. Under the onslaught of the chaotic energy, their bodies sustained immediate damage. However, they quickly steadied themselves, activating the 9 Revolutions mysterious skill to resist the chaotic energy, and astonishingly, they managed to stand firm in the chaotic void solely on the strength of their physical bodies. The onlookers among the mighty beings of Hongwang were left speechless. Indeed, the 12 ancestor witches possessed formidable physical defenses. If it were them, they would have been swept away by the chaotic energy long ago. With our physical defenses, why bother using such treasures? One of them remarked. Tongtian smiled. Indeed, his 9 Revolutions mysterious skill had also reached the 7th revolution, making it a perfect opportunity to test its efficacy against the chaotic energy. The physical body of the great god Pangu was forged in the chaotic void, naturally refined by the chaotic energy. Stowing away the Taoist robe fashioned from the Taiji diagram, Tongtian stepped into the chaotic void. In an instant, boundless chaotic energy surged forth, enveloping him in the blink of an eye. As the crowd gasped in amazement, Tongtian re-emerged completely unharmed, his body glowing faintly. No matter how the chaotic energy battered against him, it could not breach his defenses. The 12 ancestor witches watched enviously. Compared to Tongtian, their proud ancestor witch forms seemed utterly inadequate. No wonder they had suffered such a crushing defeat at his hands. The gap was far too vast. Indeed, this chaotic energy has excellent refining properties for the physical body. If one could continuously absorb it, advancing the 9 Revolutions mysterious skill to the 8th revolution wouldn't take long at all. This discovery filled Tongtian with immense joy. Whether it be acquired or innate energy, or even the energy of calamity, all originated from the evolution of chaotic energy. Chaotic energy is ancestral energy. Absorbing it for cultivation naturally yields greater efficiency. Yet chaotic energy can dissolve everything. Even a sage's body cannot entirely drop all defenses for traversing the chaotic void solely with a physical body would incur damage. Only the chaotic deities born from the endless void can disregard chaotic energy, their bodies impervious. Tongtian attempted to swallow a wisp of chaotic energy only to let out a muffled groan as his well-forged body began to rapidly disintegrate under its influence. Not good. Tongtian had not anticipated that chaotic energy could be even more terrifying than he imagined. While his body could withstand it, it could not absorb chaotic energy in the same manner as spiritual energy. Witnessing this, the 12 ancestor witches were equally shocked. That Tongtian dared to absorb chaotic energy was beyond their wildest dreams. They were birthed from Pangu's essence blood, inherently aware of the terrifying nature of chaotic energy. At the same time, they were filled with admiration for Tongtian, and no wonder he was more powerful than they were. On this front, they truly could not compare. Fuxi shielded Nuwa as they stepped into the chaotic void, but in the next moment Fux's zither dimmed, unable to withstand the roaring chaotic energy. Tongtian raised an eyebrow, and the Taiji diagram flew forth. The dual energies of yin and yang circulated, shielding the surrounding chaotic energy, preventing it from encroaching. The innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, evolved the Taiji golden bridge to stabilize the earth, water, fire, and wind, suppressing chaos. Fuxi Nuwa, you may use this Taiji diagram to cross over to Zixiao Palace, Tongtian offered. Fuxi and Nuwa immediately bowed in gratitude. Under the suppression of the Taiji diagram, they traversed the chaotic void as if walking on solid ground. At the same time, they were profoundly shaken. The Taiji diagram, that was an innate treasure, and Tongtian had casually brought it forth. What immense wealth! The mighty beings near the membrane of heaven and earth also recognized the Taiji diagram, their eyes gleaming with desire. An innate treasure with unparalleled defense, if they could possess one, reaching Zixiao Palace would be effortless. However, recalling Tongshan's terrifying strength that could easily crush the 12 ancestor witches, any unwarranted thoughts were swiftly extinguished. They were not the 12 ancestor witches, lacking such formidable bodies. A single punch from Tongtian would likely obliterate them. Please, Tongtian, have mercy and give us a ride. We would be eternally grateful, someone suddenly shouted, prompting the others to react. Their eyes brightened as they all called out loudly. With their power, they naturally could not enter the chaotic void, but with Tongshan's protection, it would be different. Yet Tongtian ignored them entirely. Mercy, eternal gratitude. Such notions might deceive others, but they would not work on him. Seeing Tongtian turn away, the crowd of mighty beings grew furious, as if he owed them an innate treasure. Zhurong scoffed. A bunch of worthless trash daring to morally bind Tongtian. Do you even realize who you are? Do you have that qualification? The 12 ancestor witches departed without a second glance. If they could not even enter the chaotic void, they naturally dismissed those beings. Fuxi and Nuwa shared the same disdain for the actions of the crowd. How shameless! At the membrane of heaven and earth, the mighty beings glared in fury, their anger palpable, their hatred for Tongtian burning fiercely. I remember who Tongtian is now. One of the mighty beings suddenly paled, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Then in a panic he turned and fled into the depths of Honghuang, leaving the other mighty beings dumbfounded. They desperately wanted to ask who Tongtian truly was, that even a latest-stage Taiyi golden immortal would be so terrified. In the boundless chaos, Tongtian allowed the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, Fuxi and Nuwa, to depart first, while he remained in the void of chaos, preparing to experiment with the possibility of devouring and refining the chaotic energy. With 3,000 years at his disposal and mastery over the laws of the spatial Dao, he could easily reach the Zixiao Palace. Moreover, Tongtian was destined to be a saint of the future in the world of Honghuang. At this pivotal moment before the dawn of this age, his absence would mean that Hongjun could not impart teachings. An ancient palace hovered in the chaos, radiating a soft purple glow. This was the Zixiao Palace. At this moment, the gates of the Zixiao Palace were tightly shut, but the plaza outside was already filled with many powerful beings from the Honghuang realm. Upon the arrival of Fuxi and Nuwa adorned with the Taiji diagram, they immediately captured the attention of all present, with many eyes burning with fervor and breaths quickening, fixating on that Taiji diagram. A congenital supreme treasure. Moreover, it was a defensive congenital supreme treasure. Upon glancing at Fuxi and Nuwa's cultivation, which was at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal, some individuals became intrigued. Fuxi and Nuwa sensed this and felt a chill in their hearts. This was bad. These individuals had their sights set on the Taiji diagram. The siblings could feel the sharp killing intent locking onto them. Innocent bystanders are often punished for possessing treasures. What are you trying to do? This is the Zixiao Palace, the sacred grounds of the saints. Fuxi bellowed, his voice like a bucket of cold water splashed onto the crowd, awakening them from their daze. Indeed, this was the plaza of the Zixiao Palace, the sanctified ground of the first saint of the Honghuang world. To engage in battle here could provoke Hongjuan, which would spell disaster. Saints are lofty and detached. Do they care about our trivial squabbles? Beihai Kunping scoffed, instantly manifesting his Kunping form and lunging towards the Taiji diagram above Fux's head with a fierce grasp. As a naturally divine being, he currently lacked a decent magical treasure, and the Taiji diagram should belong to him. Kunpeng's words also awakened other powerful beings present. Indeed, would Hongjun care about our antics like ants? Several more powerful beings from Hongwang joined in, unable to resist the allure of the congenital supreme treasure. Moreover, the law does not seek to punish the many. If they all acted together, Hongjun could hardly punish everyone. Big brother, let's join in. I command the Eastern Emperor Bell. If you acquire the Taiji diagram, it would undoubtedly bolster our ambitions. At this moment, Donghuang Taiyi was equally frenzied. The Chaos Bell was his accompanying supreme treasure, and he understood the power of a congenital supreme treasure well. Furthermore, the Taiji diagram and his Chaos Bell were both transformed from Pangu's acts of creation, originally one entity. Dijun nodded, although he also possessed the accompanying treasures Hichu and Luoshu, which were top-tier innate spiritual treasures. They paled in comparison to the Taiji diagram. Boom. Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun joined the fray, vying for possession. Second brother, we must also take action. The Taiji diagram must be seized. I sense a great opportunity tied to it concerning our future path to enlightenment. Laozi communicated with Yuanshi, unable to maintain his previous tranquility, his eyes nearly turning red with intensity. Yuanshi was taken aback. He had never seen Laozi display such fervor. He suddenly recalled Laozi's previous words about a great opportunity being abruptly severed, and now. All right, let's seize the Taiji diagram. Laozi and Yuanshi did not rush to act, but rather conferred on their strategy. The Taiji diagram was a defensive congenital supreme treasure. It wouldn't be easy for those seeking to claim it. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun retreated far away, opting not to participate. One was the amiable elder of Honghuang, and the other possessed the Earth Book, equally defensively unmatched. Given their natures, they were indeed tempted by the Taiji diagram, but lacked the intent to contest for it. With so many powerful beings present, they doubted their chances and preferred to watch for now. Fuxi and Yuhua sheltered beneath the Taiji diagram, desperately holding their ground as their powers neared depletion. They were extremely anxious. If this continued, these individuals would eventually breach the diagram's defenses, and when that happened, boom. At that moment, a boundless aura of menace surged forth from the endless chaos, and 12 towering figures descended from the sky. How dare you bully the friends of Tongtian and attempt to seize his treasures? You seek death. Upon arriving, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft immediately perceived the scene of Fuxi and Yuhua being besieged. They were not foolish. They quickly grasped the situation. These individuals sought to rob the Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram was a treasure of Tongtian, and the 12 ancestors had already acknowledged him. How could they stand by and watch as these individuals took it away? They would be left with no face to meet Tongtian. Without hesitation, the 12 ancestors charged into the fray, rampaging forward. Those slightly weaker among the powerful beings of Hongwang were immediately sent, flying, their bodies shattered. Faced with the rampaging 12 ancestors, there were truly few among the present powerful beings who could withstand their might, only a handful. In an instant, chaos ensued. The plaza of the Zixiao Palace was stained red with blood, and severed limbs littered the ground. Fuxi and Yuhua could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, quickly restoring their powers to sustain the Taiji diagram. Donghuang Taiyi, Dijun, and Kunpeng and the others also changed their expressions, retreating with serious looks. The participation of the 12 ancestors brought immense pressure upon them. The strength of the 12 ancestors was no joke. Just look at the many powerful beings present. A considerable number could not even withstand a single blow from the 12 ancestors, and were directly obliterated. 12 ancestors, are you sure you want to get involved? Kunpeng was filled with a mix of anger and surprise, watching as the treasure he was about to claim was disrupted by the 12 ancestors. With their strength, if they truly set their mind on intervening, he was uncertain they could seize the Taiji diagram. You feathered scum, you seek death. Zhurong, known for his fiery temper, could no longer hold back and threw a punch at Kunpeng. Donghuang Taiyi coldly snorted. Dijiang, do not miscalculate your position. With so many powerful beings present, no matter how strong you are, you cannot withstand the combined force of so many. With Donghuang Taiyi's words, he effectively gathered everyone present onto his side. Enough talk, let's fight. Dijiang and the others wasted no time and launched a frenzied attack. At that moment, Laozi and Yuanshi also joined the fray. Taiji diagram is a treasure of Tongtian Daoist. You too, as his brothers, cannot possibly covet your own brother's possession. Fuxi roared immediately. Instantly, many gazes turned towards Laozi and Yuanshi, causing their expressions to darken. Tongtian is my third brother. How could we, as his elder brothers, not know whether he possesses such a treasure? How dare you deceive us with lies to sow discord among the three pure ones? You are doomed. Yuanshi quickly reacted, coldly snorting and turning the tables on them, elder brother acted quickly and seized the Tai Chi diagram. Deep down, Yuanshi had already believed Fushi's words, but he was consumed by jealousy. As the second brother, he did not possess a single innate treasure, while Tongtian had one. Moreover, he had even obtained a postnatal treasure for offense and defense, which made Yuanshi seethe with envy. Now seizing the Tai Chi diagram before Tongtian arrived seemed like the best course of action. Once it was in the hands of the elder brother, if Tongtian questioned them, they could always claim ignorance. At that point, could Tongtian really reclaim the Tai Chi diagram? Laozi clearly harbored the same intentions. The Tai Chi diagram was crucial for his future path to enlightenment. Even though they were unified as the three pure ones, Laozi could not afford to hesitate. Fushi and Nuo were dumbfounded, having never expected Yuanshi to be so shameless. Fushi's mind raced, and he shouted again, "The Tai Chi diagram is the treasure of Tongtian Daoist, who will arrive shortly. If you believe you can withstand his wrath, then go ahead and seize it." Upon hearing this, several older powerful beings of the primordial era immediately retreated from the battle, fleeing faster than rabbits. They regretted their decision. Had they known the Tai Chi diagram was Tongtian's treasure, they would never have dared to seize it. Experiencing the calamity of the Dragon Han era, they were acutely aware of Tongtian's overwhelming strength. He was a formidable figure who dared to confront the dragon race and intervene in the conflicts between Dao and Demon. Now, thousands of years later, Tongtian's power was likely even more fearsome. At this point, only a handful remained to besiege the 12 ancestors of Wu. These were all beings who had taken shape after the Dragon Han calamity and had not endured the era of Tongtian's dominance. Laozi and Yuanshi found themselves in a precarious situation, unable to advance or retreat. "You all have some audacity to dare to covet my treasure." At that moment, a figure quietly appeared in the plaza of Zixiao Palace. Instantly, many powerful beings of the primordial era retreated in a flurry. Tongtian had arrived. The Tai Chi diagram flashed brightly, breaking free from Fushi and Nuo's control and landing on Tongtian, transforming into a black and white Tai Chi robe. "So you are Tongtian. Hand over the Tai Chi diagram. My brothers and I can spare your life." Donghuang Taiyi shouted angrily, wielding the chaos bell above his head. As a sacred being born from Pangu's left eye, they were inherently powerful and had transformed after Tongtian. At that time, after the Dragon Han calamity had ended, Tongtian entered seclusion, allowing them to perfectly avoid the peak of his power. Tongtian could not help but smile, a radiant grin illuminating his face as he waved his hand, ordering the 12 ancestors of Wu to cease their assault. "It seems that after tens of thousands of years without taking action, some have forgotten my abilities in this primordial world." The 12 ancestors of Wu felt a chill in their hearts and instinctively retreated, silently mourning for the powerful beings present. Earlier, when Tongtian had beaten them, it was with this very expression. The Luo Sword Embryo soared out, nourished by the malevolent aura of the Zhuxian sword array, its power now greater than before. "Oh!" In the distance, Kunlun let out a shrill scream. The Kunlun, swift as it was, proved ineffective beneath the Luo Sword Embryo and was instantly severed in half, its massive flesh collected by Tongtian. "How does the taste of the Luo Golden Immortals Kunlun compare? I have yet to savor it." Kunlun, filled with rage and fear, thought to himself, "Is this Tongtian? The pride of my speed has become a joke." Donghuang Taiyi and Jun also instantly grew wary. Kunlun was only slightly weaker than them. Yet under Tongtian's might, he could not even withstand a single blow. Just a couple of mixed feather birds born from the left eye of the Father God now dare to extend their claws at me. Or do you believe that with the Chaos Bell and innate treasure you can act with impunity? Humph, you speak nonsense. This is my companion treasure, the Donghuang Bell, not the Chaos Bell. Donghuang Taiyi hastily countered, sensing the intense gazes around him. The distinction between a top-tier innate spiritual treasure and an innate treasure was an entirely different concept. The Tai Chi diagram, merely an innate defensive treasure, had already incited so many to fight over it, while his Chaos Bell was not only an innate treasure, but also capable of offense and defense, capable of suppressing time and space. Once this news leaked, their brothers would never be able to find peace again. Tongtian's smile grew even brighter. Without further ado, he lunged for the Chaos Bell. Simultaneously, the Luo Sword Embryo and the Hongming measuring ruler flew out, initiating a massacre. Anyone who had previously participated fell within the scope of this onslaught. With both postnatal treasures unleashed, the terrifying power left no room for hope. In an instant, the plaza outside Zixiao Palace was filled with screams and rivers of blood. Tongtian was on a rampage. However, he did not truly slay these powerful beings of the primordial era. Those who had made it this far would undoubtedly become the guests of the red dust in Zixiao Palace. Despite Hongjun's absence, it was because he had yet to truly kill anyone, otherwise one would have to wait for Hongjun to intervene. These powerful beings of the primordial era were still indispensable to Hongjun. The 12 ancestors of Wu shrank back, feeling the intensity of the situation. They, known for their innate combativeness and unmatched slaughter, were clearly on a different level compared to Tongtian. Some powerful beings who had not participated in the grab for the Tai Chi diagram all shrank, their heads deeper, filled with trepidation. Thankfully, they had refrained from acting, otherwise they would be in grave danger now. Indeed, the most ruthless figure of the primordial era was the most ruthless. The series of events during the Dragon Han calamity flooded their minds, and they shuddered involuntarily. Laozi and Yuanshi were now even more anxious. Tongtian's overwhelming power had begun to instill despair in them. They consoled themselves internally, thinking that as fellow members of the Three Pure Ones, Tongtian would not turn against them. Yet fear still gnawed at their hearts. Though the Chaos Bell was powerful, Donghuang Taiyi's current strength was insufficient to refine its restrictions, allowing only a fraction of its power to manifest. Faced with Tongtian's relentless assault, he simply could not withstand it. Each blow struck the Chaos Bell, causing dizziness and blood to pour from the 7 orifices of Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun, who were hiding within. They were on the brink of death. Stop! A mighty voice suddenly resonated, causing time and space outside Zhixiao Palace to come to a standstill. Hongjun took action, and Tongtian was not surprised. After all, Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun were among the main characters in the imminent calamity of the Wu and Yao. If they were to perish at his hands, chaos would surely ensue. As soon as Hongjun made his move, the powerful beings of the primordial era erupted in a frenzy, accusing Tongtian of disrespecting the saints, acting recklessly, and showing no mercy, as if he were no different from the evil spirits against whom they stood. You are going too far. You are simply reversing right and wrong. It was you who first seized the treasures of my friend Tongtian and sought to harm us siblings. Shameless! Nuwa exclaimed, her fury palpable. The audacity of these primordial beings was beyond measure. Tongtian merely smiled, remaining silent, while a single hand pressed down on the Chaos Bell. No matter how Donghuang Taiyi urged it, he could not break free, driving him into a frenzied rage, his eyes burning red. His gaze swept over the assembled primordial beings. Very well, do you think Hongjun will always support you? Just wait, I will let you know what despair truly means. Noticing Tongtian's expression, the clamorous primordial beings suddenly fell silent. They realized that unless Hongjun directly killed Tongtian today, they would inevitably face his wrath in the future. Instantly, their faces turned pale. To ask Hongjun to kill Tongtian, they all knew that was utterly impossible. This matter ends here. No fighting shall occur inside or outside the Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun's voice echoed, sending chills down the spines of the primordial beings. They could see Tongtian revealing a meaningful expression, and they all trembled involuntarily. Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun breathed a sigh of relief. With the saint intervening, they could hardly believe that Tongtian would dare to act further. They found themselves anticipating that if Tongtian did strike again, even Hongjun would be compelled to punish him. Otherwise, what would become of the saint's majesty? Hongjun, this won't do, Tongtian suddenly interjected. These individuals have seized my treasures without cause. If this matter is left unresolved, I cannot accept it. As a saint, you know well that when I am displeased, I might act unpredictably, even I cannot foresee my own actions. The matters concerning the Dragon Clan serve as a warning for future generations. Tongtian's words sent shivers down everyone's spines. Was he threatening Hongjun? How audacious! However, some of the primordial beings who were aware of the underlying dynamics remained calm. This was a typical maneuver for Tongtian. He had similarly confronted the Dragon Clan during the later stages of the Dao and Demon struggle, and he had also clashed with Hongjun. Nuwa was taken aback and quickly tugged at Tongtian, urging him to apologize to Hongjun. After all, he was a saint capable of exterminating them with a mere glance. Fushi felt helpless, his sister was far too bold. Yet he stood protectively in front of Nuwa, aligning himself with Tongtian. Hutu also quickly pulled at Tongtian, standing alongside him, as did Dijun and the others. Having acknowledged Tongtian as their brother, they naturally would not abandon him. Hongjun fell silent, and outside the Zhixiao Palace, the square was enveloped in complete stillness. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Donghuang Taiyi and his companions, who had initially been anxious about Tongtian's potential retaliation, now felt a surge of glee. Tongtian was truly unaware of the danger he was courting. Still talking about the Dragon Clan and serving as a cautionary tale. What a joke. During the era of the primordial 3 clans, although the Dragon Clan was strong, the ancestral dragon had only reached the perfected state of quasi-sainthood. Now, however, Hongjun had become a true saint, far surpassing the realm of quasi-saints. There was simply no comparison between the two. Tongtian dared to threaten a saint, an act of sheer recklessness. He was clearly digging his own grave. After a long pause, Hongjun's voice finally broke the silence. What do you wish to do? Suddenly, the primordial beings who had anticipated Hongjun punishing Tongtian were left dumbfounded. This was unexpected. Tongtian continued to smile, his power swirling as he collected the flesh and blood of the primordial beings he had struck down, prompting glares of fury from them, yet they did not dare to intervene. They have already been punished. I can overlook the past. Upon hearing this, the primordial beings let out a collective sigh of relief. As long as he did not pursue the matter further, they were grateful. Yet the thought of their flesh and blood being taken away made their hearts ache. All that was once their power was slipping away. If they could just reclaim it, they would have suffered less. But now in Tongtian's hands, that opportunity was lost. They had no idea how long it would take to recover. Having failed to secure their treasures, they had instead suffered heavy losses. The primordial beings were left feeling frustrated and on the verge of vomiting blood. Tongtian's voice rang out again. However, these two feathered rascals not only sought to seize my treasures, but also tried to kill me. This cannot go unpunished. Since all this chaos arose from the treasures, then let the chaos bell serve as my compensation. Instantly, Donghuang Taiyi and Jun shouted in unison, no way. Donghuang Taiyi was frantic. The chaos bell was a treasure of innate origin, and he could not simply give it away. Fearing that Hongjun might agree, he soon found himself at a loss for words, his head nearly exploding from frustration. Tongtian was utterly shameless. No, Hongjun replied without a moment's hesitation, flatly refusing Tongtian's request. With the Taiji diagram already in Tongtian's possession, along with the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array, these could not be broken by mere saints. If Tongtian were to gain the Chaos Bell, who in this primordial world could possibly contend with him? Once Tongtian attained sainthood with the support of so many treasures, even Hongjun himself would likely find it challenging to withstand his power. Moreover, the Chaos Bell was of great significance tied to the next calamity. Indeed, after becoming a heavenly saint, Hongjun had glimpsed aspects of the future trends within the heavenly path, and he understood that Donghuang Taiyi would be one of the main characters in the next calamity. If the Chaos Bell, which functioned as both an offensive and defensive treasure, were to suppress the momentum of fortune, what would be left to work with? Every arrangement made by the heavenly path is not without purpose. Tongtian inwardly acknowledged that Hongjun would indeed never agree. This indicated that Hongjun had already seen the trajectory of the next calamity. Without the Chaos Bell, the Yao clan would be crushed by the Wu clan with no chance of mutual destruction. Since that is the case, I will need to borrow the Chaos Bell for 1,000,000 years. It will be returned after that. Tongtian took a step back, but Hongjun still refused, at most 10,000 years. If you do not agree. Haha, very well. 10,000 years it is. Such generosity from the saint. I thank you in advance. Tongtian exclaimed joyfully, interrupting Hongjun before he could finish. From the very beginning, Tongtian had realized he would not have the opportunity to seize the Chaos Bell. Thus, he proposed to borrow it for 1,000,000 years, knowing full well that Hongjun would find it unacceptable. After 1,000,000 years, whose Chaos Bell it would be remained a matter of speculation. Moreover, during that 1,000,000 years without the Chaos Bell, Donghuang Taiyi would be completely incapable of contending against the 12 ancestral witches and would be easily subdued. The Yao clan's celestial court would also have no chance to establish itself, as it would lack the authority and ability to govern the Yao people. The calamity of the Wu and Yao would inevitably be postponed indefinitely. There was even the possibility that the Wu clan would annihilate the Yao clan, unifying the primordial world entirely. If that were to happen, a saint from the Wu clan could very well emerge. In that case, the direction in which the heavenly path would evolve remained uncertain. Boom. Before Donghuang Taiyi could react, a terrifying force erupted from Tongtian's hand, causing him to lose control of the Chaos Bell. A spray of golden blood erupted from his mouth, instantly igniting into flames and vanishing. Do not be angry. I shall return it to you in 10,000 years. Why would I covet your treasures? 10,000 years, he could accelerate time by 100-fold, amounting to 1,000,000 years. Tongtian did not believe that within such a lengthy span he would not be able to comprehend the essence of the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell was transformed from the handle of the Pangu God axe containing the laws of time and space. It was precisely for this reason that it could suppress both time and space. Comprehending the Chaos Bell would also enhance his understanding of the laws of time and space. Donghuang Taiyi was furious and prepared to confront Tongtian, but was firmly held back by Jun. Though impulsive and easily angered, Donghuang Taiyi was not lacking in intellect. He had already deduced that Hongjun was wary of Tongtian. Although he did not know the reason behind it, this did not diminish his caution. Without the intervention of the saint, the two brothers would stand no chance against Tongtian. Continuing to fight would only be inviting humiliation. I hope that my friend Tongtian keeps his word. After 10,000 years we will come to reclaim the Chaos Bell. With Hong Jun as their guarantee, they were confident Tongtian would not dare to go back on his word. This time they were in the wrong, but if Tongtian failed to return it, the one in the wrong would then be him. The Chaos Bell trembled, but quickly settled under Tongtian's magical suppression, shrinking into a small bell that he held in his hand. Donghuang Taiyi looked on, his eyes filled with rage, wishing he could rush forward to confront Tongtian again. Diju sighed. They should not have coveted the Taiji diagram in the first place. Now they had lost both the woman and the troops, suffering tremendous losses. Tongtian. He would need to investigate further into Tongtian's past. Judging by the reactions of the assembled primordial beings, it was clear that he had been a significant figure in the last calamity. The two brothers had truly kicked a steel plate this time. Tongtian expressed his gratitude to Fuxi Nuwa and the 12 ancestral witches for standing by him against Hong Jun. That was already sufficient. Then he approached Laozi and Yuanshi, casually greeting them without delving into previous matters. There was no need for that. The Taiji diagram was already in his possession, and even if there had once been a cosmic fate with Laozi, it no longer mattered. Once something was in his hands, unless he willingly returned it, no one could seize it away. Tongtian's seemingly indifferent demeanor immediately provoked Yuanshi, who felt that his dignity was being trampled. Just as he was about to unleash his anger on Tongtian, he was stopped by Laozi. Laozi gazed deeply at Tongtian, realizing he could no longer see through him. Ever since Tongtian returned to Kunlun Mountain, he had not gone back and had remained on Three Immortals Island. Their relationship as the Three Pure Ones had grown increasingly distant, becoming like strangers. When had this begun? Involuntarily, Laozi felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that Tongtian had discovered his plan? At that moment, he locked eyes with Tongtian's meaningful gaze, and an unsettling premonition surged within him. Hutan Yuwa, when the gates of Zhixiao Palace open, do not resist. I will lead you in quickly. Tongtian didn't elaborate further, simply instructing that he would occupy one of the 6 Dao enlightenment mats for himself. They were rightfully his, and there was no need to give them up, even if he did not need them. However, the primordial purple energy was a fine treasure. Although he had no immediate use for that heavenly primordial purple energy, he could use it for his disciples, perhaps birthing another heavenly saint. Nuwa, being a destined saint, would naturally receive one, and as for Hudu, his current task was to help her secure a Dao enlightenment mat. An ancestral which, destined to evolve the 6 paths of reincarnation, could potentially reach great heights if she obtained the primordial purple energy. As for the matter of Zhuanti and Jane only having one Dao enlightenment mat, that was not something he needed to concern himself with. Upon hearing this, Hutu and Nuwa nodded, eagerly asking no further questions. Inside the Zhixiao Palace, Hong Jun felt a sudden jolt of bad premonition creeping in, but after calculations he found nothing. What is Tongtian planning? As a heavenly saint, there were not many things in the current primordial world that Hong Jun could not foresee, and Tongtian was among them. After attaining sainthood, he had come to understand that Tongtian, being an incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit, inherently possessed great merit, destined to become a saint. No one could obstruct this. Not just Tongtian, but Laozi and Yuanshi were the same. Because the heavenly path needed to repay the cause and effect with the great Pangu. The cause and effect of creation was immense, and the only repayment was through a saint's position. However, in the original trajectory of the heavenly path, Tongtian's future was fixed. Now Tongtian had become an anomaly in the heavenly path, causing all trajectories to deviate dramatically. With this thought, Hong Jun decided to leave such troubling matters to the heavenly path to manage. Outside the Zhixiao Palace, a multitude of primordial beings kept their distance from Tongtian, quietly cultivating to recover their vitality. During this time, many more primordial beings arrived, and upon witnessing the clearly demarcated scene in the square, they were momentarily stunned. Seeing Tongtian Zhuangmu approach to greet him, the ever-watchful Donghuang expression darkened, and he stepped forward. I am Donghuang. May I ask how to address you? I am Tongtian of the Pangu lineage. The figure known as Tongtian did not even lift his head, dismissing Donghuang as nothing more than a mere clown. Lacking in ability, yet brimming with ambition and unworthy of his position, destined to be reduced to ashes in due time. Donghuang was immediately enraged. He was born from the first ray of the pure yang energy in the universe, inherently noble. Upon encountering Shiwangmu, he had embarked on a fervent pursuit, believing that as embodiments of the pure yang and pure yin energies, they were a match made in heaven, perfectly in tune with the Tao. Throughout their journey, Shiwangmu had remained indifferent, not granting him a single opportunity. Now, however, her attitude toward Tongtian was starkly different, causing Donghuang to feel an unbearable sense of possessiveness, as if his future wife was being snatched away. Yet upon realizing that they were in the sacred grounds of Hongjuan, he dared not act hastily. Otherwise, he would ensure that this so-called orthodox Pangu Tongtian would understand the might of Donghuang. Sensing the malice from Donghuang Tongtian felt speechless. A mere ant dared to exhibit hostility towards a dragon, truly unaware of its own insignificance. Casting a glance at Xu Wangmu, he thought women indeed are the source of calamity. Boom. At that moment, the long-closed gates of the Zixiao Palace swung open and two young disciples emerged. Instantly, the powerful figures of the primordial era surged forward. The saint has decreed, everyone. Boom. Before Hao Qian could finish his words, his vision blurred as a gust of wind swept by. To his astonishment, three figures had vanished from the crowd, Tongtian Jiaozhu and Nuwa. Hao Qian swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. He could not afford to provoke Tongtian, that ruthless character. The other mighty beings of the primordial era also changed their expressions, quickly realizing that Tongtian's urgency must indicate a significant opportunity within the Zixiao Palace. As they prepared to move, they saw Laozi and Yuanshi from the Three Pure Ones rushing and carrying the exquisite Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, nearly sweeping Hao Qian away in their haste. Great, yet another figure they could not afford to provoke. The orthodox Pangu, the Three Pure Ones, were esteemed even by the saint. In an instant, the mighty beings could no longer contain themselves and surged into the palace. Hao Qian and Yaoqi were merely two attendants of Hongjun. Under normal circumstances, they would show them some respect, but at this moment, what could be more important than an opportunity? The Zixiao Palace was not just any palace. Inside, it seemed to contain infinite space, vast and boundless, resembling a grand world. Though the 6 Taoist meditation mats lay before them, even Tongtian found it difficult to reach them swiftly. Truly, the power of a saint was remarkable. In the rear, Laozi and Yuanshi had managed to follow up, but naturally, they could not match Tongtian's speed. Soon Tongtian reached the meditation mats, pushing Nuwa and Jiaozhu onto the second and third mats, while he himself took the first one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not give up your seat. Nuwa and Jiaozhu nodded in unison. They were not foolish and could sense Tongtian's seriousness. Moreover, the 6 solitary mats within the expansive Zixiao Palace were clearly of great significance. Ding dong. Zixiao Palace sign-in has begun. Sign-in completed. Our rewards have been dispatched to the system warehouse. Tongtian was instantly elated. This was indeed a pivotal moment in the history of the primordial world, and the system's rewards were substantial. Swoosh. Laozi and Yuanshi quickly settled onto the 4th and 5th mats respectively. Within the palace's inner sanctum, Hongjuan, who had been closely monitoring Tongtian, felt a sudden jolt in his eyelids. The trajectory of the Dao was shifting once more. According to the Dao's trajectory, Laozi should have been first, Yuanshi 2nd, Tongtian 3rd, Nuwa 4th, while Jiaozhu had no designated seat at all. Now, everything was in disarray. Hongjun felt overwhelmed. As Tongtian and the others settled in, a multitude of powerful beings from the primordial era rushed in, all eyes locking onto the 6 meditation mats, a spark of realization igniting within them. 5 of the mats had already been claimed, leaving only 1 unoccupied. They rushed forward. Kunlun, born with incredible speed, had his wings severed by Tongtian and had yet to recover, falling significantly behind. As the first red cloud to transform in the universe, Hongyun's speed was remarkable, and he claimed the 6th meditation mat ahead of the others. Xinyuanzi immediately radiated a powerful aura, aiding his old friend in fending off the other mighty beings. The earth book, hovering overhead in defense, unyielding, but perhaps not strong enough to strike back. As for the 5 occupied seats, they were all figures no one dared to provoke. Though the 12 ancestors of sorcery possessed weak original spirits, they were no fools, standing firmly behind Jiaozhu, exuding a terrifying aura that resembled predatory beasts of the primordial era. The surrounding mighty beings trembled at the sight, realizing they could not afford to offend them. Nuwa, with Fushi protecting her, was similarly formidable, a great Luo Jingxian, paired with a congenital spiritual treasure. No one dared to challenge them. The mighty beings had no choice but to concede, knowing there were still several seats available. They each selected their positions according to their strength and sat quietly. Before long, Hao Qian and Yaoqi prepared to close the gates of Zixiao Palace. Just then, 2 dusty figures rushed forward. Please wait, you 2 disciples. Hao Qian and Yaoqi instinctively paused as the voices surged through the cracks of the gates. Jane and Juanti. Tongtian raised an eyebrow. The grand scene of the lecture in Zixiao Palace was finally about to commence. A good show was about to unfold. Upon seeing the 6 meditation mats at the front, Jane and Zundi's eyes lit up, instantly recognizing the value they held. However, upon noticing who occupied the first mat, Tongtian, the ruthless figure of the primordial era, they both shuddered. They could not afford to provoke him. They would be killed on the spot. The second mat was occupied by a woman, but seeing the 11 ancestors of sorcery behind Jiaozhu, they also chose to retreat fearing death. Niwa. Fushi was also a great Luo Jingxian. Furthermore, it was shameful to bully a woman. As for the fourth and fifth mats, they were claimed by Laozi and Yuanshi the orthodox Pangu the three pure ones. They were equally unapproachable. That left only the Red Cloud ancestor Hongyun as their sole option. The well-known, good-natured figure of the primordial era, they had heard tales of him long before. They concocted a plan loudly lamenting their hardships, describing the barren lands of the West, and after a lengthy complaint they discovered that no one was willing to yield their seat. Instead, every gaze directed at them was filled with disdain. Which of the mighty beings present was a fool? The importance of the seats was self-evident, especially the 6 meditation mats at the forefront who would relinquish them. They were the closest to Hongjun and potentially held great significance. Seeing this, Yuanti was even more determined, attempting to ram his head against the golden pillars of the Zixiao Palace, displaying a desperate demeanor. Why must you two seek death? I would willingly offer my seat to you. Do not harm yourselves. At that moment, Hongyun, for reasons unknown, stood up and relinquished his seat. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Yuanti reacted swiftly, pushing Jia onto the 6th Dao comprehension mat, while the other powerful beings from the primordial era were still in shock. The gathered elites were left dumbfounded. Could there truly be such a fool? This was not the benign nature of the primordial era, but rather the mark of its greatest simpleton. If only they had known, they could have lamented too. Beside them, Jin Yuanzi was infuriated, his finger trembling as he pointed at Hongyun. He understood that his old friend had a peculiar disposition and had attempted to dissuade him just moments before, but to no avail. Even Tongtian valued this opportunity highly, rushing in to contend for the 6th Dao comprehension mats, the significance of which was self-evident. Yet now Hongyun had so casually given his seat away. Isn't there another seat available? Why fuss over just one mat? Moreover, Jia and Yuanti have come all the way from the west, weary from their travels. Should we merely watch as they are unable to pursue Dao? My old friend, you are being rather stingy. Jin Yuanzi was so enraged that his eyes rolled back, almost fainting. He had not anticipated such a response from Hongyun. Who among the powerful beings present could fail to see that Jia and Yuanti were merely acting? Is Hongyun truly out of his mind? Hutu, incredulous, remarked. Jin Yuanzi is his closest friend. Just moments ago he was protecting Hongyun. How could Hongyun, even if he was to give it away, not have passed it to Jin Yuanzi, but instead to those two from the west? Tongtian shook his head, choosing not to comment further. If someone was intent on self-destruction, there was little one could do to stop it. Hongyun was less a benevolent figure of the primordial era and more its greatest fool, driving Jin Yuanzi to the brink of despair. These 6 Dao comprehension mats represented 6 sanctified positions. How significant were these positions? They weighed more than Buzhou Mountain itself. To seize a sanctified position only to abandon it so easily was tantamount to disrespecting Hongjun and the heavenly Dao. It was futile to claim ignorance. In the world of the primordial era, causality held immense weight. The consequences of a sanctified position were unbearable even for a saint. Hongyun had effectively dug a grave for himself and buried himself within it. There was only one mat, and there were 2 of them among the brothers. Glancing around, Yuanti had no choice but to abandon the thought of trying again. The remaining 5 were not like Hongyun the good guy. Thus Jia and Yuanti shared one mat. Before long, Hongjun appeared silently on the high platform ahead. Welcome, Saint Hongjun. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Tongtian squinted slightly. Was this the essence of a saint? He hadn't even noticed how Hongjun had appeared. Yet he was certain that Hongjun had utilized the laws of spatial Dao. After achieving sainthood, aided by the supreme vitality jade disc and the power of the heavenly Dao, Hongjun's rate of cultivation had accelerated. Hongjun was enveloped in a radiant light, concealing his expression from all. However, the events that transpired in the Zixiao Palace were certainly not lost on him. Casting a glance at Hongyun, a hint of coldness flickered in Hongjun's eyes. Zixiao Palace is not a place for noise. From this day forth, seating arrangements will follow those of today and may not be changed. Instantly, the powerful beings of the primordial era were taken aback. Their previous thoughts of seeking to seize the opportunity again were now dashed, as it seemed they had lost their chance. Having attained sainthood, I perceive the incomplete rules of cultivation in the primordial era, causing all beings to struggle. Thus I shall lecture for 10,000 years, divided into 3 sessions, each lasting 3,000 years. This first being the Dao of the Great Luo. As Hongjun began his lecture, the Zixiao Palace erupted in stunning phenomena, with celestial flowers and golden lotuses springing forth, each bursting with potent mystical energy, a true treasure. Tongtian focused, intently retrieving the upgraded Wu Dao ancient tea tree and positioning it behind him, resonating with the innate Dao Embryo. In an instant, everything Hongjun articulated became crystal clear to Tongtian. What Hongjun spoke of wasn't merely the Tao of the Great Luo, but began with refining essence and transforming qi, continuing all the way to the Tao of the Great Luo itself. Tongtian became immersed while Hongjun, despite lecturing, had the corners of his mouth twitching incessantly. The Wudao ancient tea tree. This legendary innate spiritual root was something he had only heard of before and had sought in vain. Who would have thought it would end up in Tongtian's possession? For a moment, envy and jealousy stirred in Hongjun's heart. With the Wudao ancient tea tree, this lecture was nothing short of a cheat for Tongtian. Hutu, as an ancestral which possessed a naturally weak primordial spirit, and found herself unable to comprehend the lecture as if listening to celestial scriptures. Di Jiang and the other 11 ancestral witches were similarly confounded, their spirits even weaker than Hutu's, rendering them more lost. Growing increasingly agitated, they ultimately succumbed to slumber behind Hutu. Hongjun, however, paid no mind. He had anticipated such an outcome. The Zixiao Palace's teachings were inherently beyond the reach of the 12 ancestral witches. Tongtian's lips twitched. Truly, the 12 ancestral witches were remarkable, managing to sleep through a saint's lecture. Only they could achieve such a feat. Noticing Hutu's reaction, Tongtian felt a spark of inspiration. The Dao rhythm of the Wudao ancient tea tree enveloped both Hutu and Nuwa, causing their innate Daoic embryo to resonate. As the sounds of the fluttering tea leaves echoed, akin to the voice of the heavenly Dao, Hutu and Nuwa immediately fell into a state of enlightenment. As for Di Jiang and the others, it was best to leave them be. Their spirits were simply too weak, and with his current means, Tongtian was powerless to assist. Unless, of course, he could recreate their primordial spirits. Hongjun thought to himself, I knew it. With Tongtian here, this lecture at Zixiao Palace would surely not proceed smoothly. Indeed, unexpected developments had arisen. Hutu had achieved enlightenment. Now who could say where the trajectory of the heavenly Dao would shift? In later generations, why did the strength of the demon race rise so swiftly? Was it not due to the opportunities presented during the 3 lectures at Zixiao Palace? The 3 lectures favored the demon race. While the ancestral witches were destined to remain distant from such opportunities, the demons, even those of lesser talent, gained far greater chances during these teachings. Now that Hutu could comprehend Dao, as well, her power would surely soar after the 3 lectures, especially with Tongtian's assistance. Hongjun felt yet another headache coming on. The Zixiao Palace's teachings are open to all who are fated to attend. This is the rule, and also Hongjun's way of repaying karmic debts. With karma ever evolving, how could Hongjun align with the Dao? Thus, even if he wished to shield Hutu from listening, he could not. The 12 ancestral witches' inability to comprehend was their own affair, unrelated to Hongjun. However, now that Hutu could understand, should Hongjun intervene secretly, it would be an entirely different matter. The great karmic ties with the 12 ancestral witches would lead to serious trouble. A significant calamity awaited. 3,000 years of teachings unfolded, during which many individuals experienced breakthroughs. Some shouted in excitement, while others shed tears of joy. A myriad of emotions filled the air, yet none affected the others. Each person's position seemed like an independent microcosm, both unified and separate. Such was the method of the sage, truly astonishing. Those formidable beings of the primordial chaos who had previously suffered greatly at the hands of Tongtian appeared to have been specially attended to by Hongjun, recovering at an astonishing pace. Clearly, this was a deliberate act by Hongjun, for these beings held immense utility for him. The battle in the Zixiao Palace had nearly left them all crippled. Without some special care, it would be difficult to ascertain when they would fully recover. Under the profound influence of the wisdom tea tree, Hutu and Nuwa seemed to ascend beyond their limits. In the first millennium, Nuwa achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage of Luo Jin Xian, and by the second millennium, she rapidly advanced to the late stage, her speed akin to riding a rocket, leaving even her astonished. Upon seeing the wisdom tea tree behind, Tongtian, Nuwa was momentarily shaken. The tree was legendary, a rare treasure indeed. Tongtian's fortune was incredible, for he possessed such a primordial spiritual root. It soon dawned on her that her rapid advancement was entirely due to Tongtian's merit. Before long, Hutu also broke through to the realm of Luo Jin Xian. Di Jiang and the others were instantly awakened, and upon realizing that Hutu could comprehend Hongjun's teachings, they grew increasingly excited, fully aware of their previous helplessness. Understanding the source of their enlightenment, they felt immense gratitude toward Tongtian. Immediately, Di Jiang and the others produced large earth sha-qi crystals, piling them around Hutu to facilitate her breakthrough. Compared to the aura of heaven and earth, the earth sha-qi was far more effective for the witch clan's cultivation. Hongjun, speechless, closed his eyes to avoid witnessing the scene. Out of sight, out of mind, Hutu's breakthrough to Luo was merely the beginning. Among the 12 ancestor witches, Huda's prowess was not to be underestimated, nearly equal to Di Jiang, capable of overpowering the other ancestor witches. Now with the opportunity to receive teachings, many primordial beings also noticed the wisdom tea tree behind Tongtian, their envy igniting a fierce longing within them. Such a primordial spiritual root, the wisdom tea tree, was a priceless treasure. Utilizing it was akin to cheating. They could only turn their heads away, unwilling to look for to covet it would be folly. In Tongtian's possession, even if they were given 100 boldness, they would not dare to seize it. The scene outside the Zixiao Palace remained vivid in their memories. Jane and Juanti were almost drooling in envy. The wisdom tea tree in the desolate Western world where treasures were scarce was a dream beyond reach. If only they could possess such a marvelous entity. Yet they were painfully aware of the futility of their desires. They could not afford to provoke Tongtian. Of course, Jane and Juanti were genuinely gifted, destined to become future saints of the heavenly Tao. They had completed their breakthroughs ahead of many primordial beings. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed, and Hongjun's teachings came to an abrupt halt. Many were lost in rapture, only to be suddenly interrupted, igniting a wave of frustration. Yet they quickly regained composure and expressed their gratitude in unison. "Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for your teachings." At this moment, Hongjun's status had elevated to that of the Tao Ancestor. In the Zixiao Palace, teaching meant spreading the teachings of the primordial world and disseminating the profound path of immortality, thereby rightfully earning the title of the Ancestor of the Tao. Boom. At that instant, a terrifying wave erupted from Tongtian as boundless thunder coalesced around him, forming a sea of lightning. Hongjun's pupils contracted. The law of thunder reached 60% mastery. Tongtian's speed in grasping the Tao was astonishing. Unbeknownst to Tongtian, he had already attained quasi-saint level strength in the path of laws. To grasp a law to its fullest meant achieving mastery, but this was exceedingly difficult. The early stages were somewhat manageable, yet the latter stages grew increasingly challenging. It was not uncommon for individuals to make no progress for millions of years. Tongtian was truly defying the odds. With the abundance of treasures at his disposal, each one aided in comprehending the great principles. Wisdom tea tree. Yuan Shi roared, his eyes turning crimson. Only then did he realize that Tongtian had acquired such a precious item, and he felt a growing dissatisfaction toward his brother. Such a treasure was monopolized by Tongtian, who did not even share it with the three pure ones, but instead bestowed it upon Yuhua and Hutu. This was a blatant disregard for his brothers. Big brother Tongtian is truly unreasonable. Laozi remained silent, yet his gaze was far from calm. The wisdom tea tree, a primordial spiritual root, had only appeared in legends. Even the Pangu deity had never laid eyes upon it. Hutu and Yuhua immediately shielded Tongtian, blocking the gaze of the other primordial beings. The 12 ancestor witches and Fuxi naturally followed suit. Tongtian was their benefactor after all. The primordial beings' pupils constricted as they realized that many allies had gathered around Tongtian. The 12 ancestor witches could handle 2 or 3 opponents without issue. Fuxi and Yuhua, both the Luo Jinxian, were equally formidable. Soon the manifestation of the sea of lightning dissipated. Tongtian opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and immediately understood what had transpired. He nonchalantly stored away the wisdom tea tree. His gains this time were monumental. With the triple enhancement of the wisdom tea seat, primordial Dao embryo, and wisdom tea tree, Tongtian's speed in grasping the Dao was nothing short of extraordinary, even surpassing that of using merit for assistance. However, he was somewhat surprised by the initial breakthrough in the law of thunder, but it seemed only natural. After all, he had previously obtained a shard of the Thunder Marsh's essence. Although he had long since refined it, remnants surely lingered within his body, yielding unexpected results. Not only did he benefit greatly, but the wisdom tea tree also received immense advantages. It was known that much of what Hongjun taught derived from the primal jade disc. In comparison, the wisdom tea tree's essence was considerably inferior. During this teaching session, the wisdom tea tree automatically inscribed the content of Hongjun's teachings. Once the wisdom tea tree fully absorbed this knowledge, its future effects on enlightenment would be unrivaled, comparable to Hongjun's teachings. This was the extraordinary nature of the wisdom tea tree. The first teaching session lasted 3,000 years and has now concluded. The second session will commence in 3,000 years. Next, there is another matter. The primordial world is in chaos, with yin and yang out of balance. Donghuang Gong, Shi Wang Mu stepped forward. Donghuang Gong and Shi Wang Mu promptly approached. Donghuang Gong, you embody the primal essence of the utmost yang and should serve as the foremost male immortal of the primordial world. Shi Wang Mu, you manifest the essence of the utmost yin and should be the foremost female immortal. You two must cooperate to restore balance between yin and yang and govern the primordial world. Upon finishing, he bestowed the dragon head scepter and the western plain cloud banner to Donghuang Gong and Shi Wangmu. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the primordial beings, present their gazes toward Donghuang Gong, turning hostile. While Shi Wangmu's status was less concerning due to the scarcity of female immortals in the primordial world, the position of the foremost male immortal was significantly more influential. Particularly for Donghuang Taiyi and Di Jun, their glares at Donghuang Gong were filled with fury. The two brothers had grand ambitions, and now with the Dao ancestors' decree making Donghuang Gong the foremost male immortal, what were they to do? Donghuang Gong was overjoyed, feeling as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Thank you, Dao ancestor. I, Donghuang Gong, will diligently manage the primordial world and spread the teachings of the profound path, ensuring not to disappoint you. Donghuang Gong was ecstatic, feeling dizzy with surprise at such a tremendous opportunity suddenly falling into his lap. The position of the foremost male immortal was tantamount to a mandate to unify the primordial world. Clearly the Dao ancestor held him in high regard. Donghuang Taiyi coldly snorted and respectfully addressed Hongjuan. Dao ancestor Donghuang Gong's strength is inadequate. How can he become the foremost male immortal? If he cannot suppress the male immortals of the primordial world, it would tarnish your reputation. I and my brother, as the three-legged golden crows born of the sun's true fire, also embody the utmost yang essence and can take on that role. Donghuang Taiyi sought to contest the position, dismissing a mere Donghuang Gong as insignificant. Many looked toward Tongtian. If he were to assume the role of the foremost male immortal, they could accept it, for his strength commanded respect. What was Donghuang Gong worth? Donghuang Taiyi, what do you mean by this? Are you questioning the Dao ancestor? Donghuang Gong yelled angrily, his ego swelling. Donghuang Gong is the foremost male immortal of the primordial world as decreed by the heavenly Dao, and this cannot be altered. Hongjun stated, his figure vanishing from the high platform. Donghuang Gong was immensely proud. The heavenly Dao's decree meant he had been acknowledged by the very forces of existence. He began to rally support. Many primordial beings, their eyes glimmering, began to form ambitions. Donghuang Taiyi coldly snorted, harboring deep discontent, but daring not to say much, for speaking ill of the Dao ancestor was a grave disrespect. Soon everyone exited the Zixiao Palace. In the next moment the palace vanished into the boundless chaos, eluding any attempts to locate it. Donghuang Taiyi cast a fierce glare at Tongtian, knowing that losing the Donghuang bell for 10,000 years would be detrimental to him. Di Jun pulled him away, fearing further conflict between him and Tongtian. Endure for now, once we digest the teachings from this session and strengthen ourselves, we will settle the score with him, Di Jun said fiercely, to which Donghuang Taiyi nodded in agreement. Laozi approached, casting a deep glance at Tongtian. Tongtian, it has been several millennia since you returned to Kunlun Mountain. Why not come back this time? Before Laozi could finish, Tongtian interrupted directly. Big brother, Kunlun Mountain is quite small. Since our birth we have always been there. If you are not tired of it, I am already weary. If you and second brother wish, you are welcome to visit my Golden Ao Island or Three Immortals Island. Tongtian was not naive. Returning to Kunlun Mountain now would only invite trouble for himself, an unnecessary endeavor. What do you mean, Tongtian? Do not forget we three pure ones are one. Yuan Shi asserted, relying on his brotherly status to chide Tongtian, urging him to return with them. In doing so, he aimed to harvest the wisdom tea tree, a marvelous treasure, not to mention the 3,000 leaves of wisdom tea, each capable of providing enlightenment for 3,000 years. As for Tongtian refusing, was that even possible? Tongtian laughed, well aware of Yuan Shi's intentions. His second brother had always been this way, leveraging their brotherhood to extract benefits from him. Big brother, do you think similarly? Tongtian asked with a smile, knowing Yuan Shi was merely Laozi's shadow acting on his approval. Sigh. Laozi sighed. If the third brother wishes to return, then go. Just do not forget that we three pure ones are one. With that, he led the reluctant Yuan Shi, stepping into the chaos with the Xian Huang Linglong pagoda atop his head. At that moment, Donghuang Gong swaggered over with a group approaching Tongtian. Tongtian, I am now the Dao ancestor designated foremost male immortal of the primordial world. I extend to you an opportunity to join us. Donghuang Gong's arrogance grew after being praised by numerous primordial beings. He too had set his sights on the wisdom tea tree, once he joined it would be his. Surely Tongtian could not refuse. Many primordial beings still lingered on the square and were dumbfounded upon hearing Donghuang Gong's words. They silently gave him a thumbs up, marveling at the self-destructive talent of the foremost male immortal. Tongtian smiled brightly. It seems the Dao ancestor's words have given you the audacity to act so brazenly. Boom. Tongtian punched forward, wind and thunder erupting. Donghuang was taken aback. Tongtian truly dared to strike. Yet Tongshan's speed was overwhelmingly swift. Donghuang instinctively raised his dragon-head scepter to block. Bang! In the next moment, both Donghuang and his scepter were thrust into the chaotic void. The world suddenly fell silent. The great powers of the primordial era, subdued by Donghuang, were instantly enraged. They shouted at Tongtian, "Donghuang, my friend, you are the one who has been personally appointed by Daozu as the leader of the primordial male immortals. Are you provoking Daozu? You." Bang! 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 With a few swift blows, the ones who spoke were directly obliterated, their lives extinguished for good. Annoying. At that moment, Donghuang returned, witnessing the scene unfold before him, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Tongtian. His grief was not for the loss of his fellow disciples, but rather for the profound insult to his dignity that Tongshan's actions represented. "If it weren't for the face of Hongjun Daozu, you would already be dead today." The words he almost uttered were abruptly swallowed back. He felt a chilling, murderous intent locking onto him. Tongtian truly dared to kill him. How audacious! At the same time, Tongtian awakened Donghuang to the harsh reality. Without sufficient power, everything was mere talk. The other primordial powers scoffed again. Donghuang, the leader of the primordial male immortals, had become a joke. Did he truly believe that being appointed by Daozu as the leader of the male immortals made him worthy of that title? Without the requisite strength, such an honor only served to invite disaster. In this primordial world, ambition was rampant, and Donghuang had become a target of scorn. Just as he contemplated seeking out Shi Wangmu, who had been positioned as a counterpart to him by Hongjuan, he saw Shi Wangmu walking towards Tongtian. "Tongtian, my friend, why not join forces?" Shi Wangmu was no fool. She saw through the situation more clearly than Donghuang. The supposed leaders of the primordial male and female immortals were nothing more than a hot potato. Handle it poorly, and it would lead to ruin. Tongtian smiled and nodded in agreement. Shi Wangmu had a sharper insight than Donghuang. Hongjun's words were not unfounded. Donghuang's rise to the title of primordial male immortal was indeed destined by fate. If he remained humble and patient, once the calamity of the witches and demons concluded and the heavenly court was re-established, he would become its ruler, a true leader of the primordial male immortals. But that time was not yet upon them. The calamity had not even begun, and by stirring trouble, now Donghuang would only siphon the heavenly court's fortune away from the demon race. Faced with the main character of this impending calamity, how could Donghuang expect to survive? With a wave of the Taiji diagram, Tongtian led the others away from the Zhixiao Palace Square into the chaotic void, further igniting Donghuang's fury. "Tongtian, I Donghuang swear I will kill you." Upon returning to the primordial world, Shi Wangmu, Nuwa, and Fushi bid farewell to Tongtian. Hutu also prepared to return to Pangu Temple to discuss the insights gained from this encounter with her brothers. "Fushi, Nuwa, remember this, you are both innate deities. If we speak of lineage, you belong to the innate divine race." Tongshan's words were laden with meaning, causing a shiver to run through Fushi and Nuwa. Though they did not fully understand his intent, they etched his warning into their hearts before departing together. This journey to Zhixiao Palace was indeed worthwhile. In these 3,000 years, the number of great Luo golden immortals in the primordial realm will likely surge. Every lecture given was a rebirth for the primordial world. After each teaching, more of the demon race would awaken their intelligence. During this period, Taiyi and Dijuan would likely raise their banners and solidify the concept of the demon race. His reminder to Fushi and Nuwa was a precaution. The notion that the revered human mother could be a sage of the demon race and the human emperor a reincarnation of the demon races, Shi Huang, was a colossal joke. He would never allow such a scenario to unfold. Both Fushi and Nuwa were deities born of heaven and earth. In terms of lineage, they could only belong to the innate divine race. The demon race was simply beneath them. Which clan? You must exert some effort. I have already paved the way for you. Whether you can seize the opportunity lies in your hands. The small, exquisite chaos bell rested in Tongshan's palm, ancient and unassuming, revealing no signs of being a congenital treasure. After the first lecture at Zhixiao Palace, the conflict between the witch and demon races would intensify. Without the chaos bell, it would not be easy for Taiyi and Dijuan to rally the demon race as they did in their past lives. Moreover, Hutu, with his assistants, had also gained the opportunity for a lecture at Zhixiao Palace. Under Tongshan's unintentional influence, the primordial world had already begun to change significantly. Tongshan's goal was simple: to alter the ending of the primordial era from his past life. The later age of decline was far too tragic. It had to change. Of course, in the process, he would inevitably clash with the heavenly Dao. Thus, careful planning was essential. Before all else, he needed to enhance his own strength. Upon returning, he would first digest the insights from the lecture before delving into the mysteries of the Chaos Bell and the laws of time and space. 1,000 years flowed by in an instant. Just as Tongtian had previously stated following the lecture, the number of great Luo golden immortals in the primordial realm surged like bamboo shoots after a rain, emerging one after another, rivaling even the era of the three innate races. In the Sun Star, Taiyi and Jun also rapidly assimilated the teachings, successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. They then raised an army in the primordial realm, declaring themselves the demon race, their momentum formidable. Soon after, Donghuang also broke through to the great Luo golden immortal realm and established the immortal court, actively recruiting powerful beings from the primordial realm under his title as the leader of the primordial male immortals, successfully swaying quite a few to his cause. Big brother, that Donghuang is utterly detestable. I say we should just go and wipe out his immortal court. Taiyi's temper flared, having endured Donghuang's provocations multiple times. Jun shook his head. The immortal court is merely a bunch of nobodies. We could obliterate them at any time. However, we must still consider Deus's reputation and endure for a while longer. Besides, our greatest adversary is not the immortal court. Are you referring to the witch clan? Taiyi quickly grasped the implication, recalling the ferocity of the witch clan, which gave him a headache. The witch clan's physiques were immensely powerful. In direct confrontation, the demon race found themselves vastly outmatched. Often it took 3 or 4 demons to contend with a single witch. If the demon race sought to unify the primordial world, their biggest challenge would undoubtedly be the witch clan. Jun shared the same sentiment, feeling helpless. The ordinary members of the witch clan are manageable. The real trouble lies with the 12 ancestral witches, especially that hoodoo. Taiyi and Jun exchanged glances, both sensing the dread in each other's eyes. At this time, conflicts between the witch and demon races had already erupted multiple times, with the 12 ancestral witches facing off against Taiyi and Jun on several occasions. As expected, the two were soundly defeated and suffered greatly. The 11 ancestral witches barely lifted a finger, and it was merely Hutu who suppressed the two brothers. Had it not been for the He-Tu and Luo Shu, they would have fared even worse. In terms of combat, the witch clan could be said to be born warriors. This was something they had to admit. This is all Tongtian's fault. Taiyi gritted his teeth in anger. In the current primordial realm, who didn't know that the witch clan was inherently weak in spirit and could not comprehend the Tao? They could only continuously hone their physical forms, walking the same path as the Pangu great god of your, proving their worth through strength. Yet with Tongtian's assistance, Hutu had changed as she had gained the opportunity to receive teachings, and after digesting them, her strength surged, transforming her into a female war god of the primordial realm. Though her spiritual power still paled in comparison to theirs, when combined with the witch clan's unique physique, the results were exponentially greater. It was too overwhelming. They could hardly fathom how Tongtian had accomplished this. Simultaneously, they were relieved that there was only one Hutu. If the other 11 ancestral witches could also comprehend the Tao, then the two brothers would have no choice but to concede defeat. If it weren't for Tongtian stealing my Donghuang bell, we wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Taiyi would be lying if he said he didn't harbor resentment. With the Donghuang bell in hand, Hutu would have been no match for him. The power of a congenital treasure was enough to subdue her. Jun sighed, lamenting that the loss of the Donghuang bell had placed them in a helpless position. Fortunately, there were still 10,000 years left. 5,000 years had already passed, and in another 5,000 years they would be able to reclaim the Donghuang bell. On Sanxian Island, Tongtian finally awakened from his enlightenment, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. 2,000 years had passed, but under the distortion of his time it felt like 200,000 years. He had aligned the principles of the laws of time and space he comprehended with those within the Chaos Bell, making significant progress in the path of time and space. He had grasped 70% of the laws of time and space, a monumental leap. Though it was only a single-level increase, the resulting power surge was earth-shattering. Swish! Centered on Tongtian, the surrounding flow of time changed once again, reaching a velocity 200 times greater. Excellent, excellent. The Chaos Bell is indeed a marvelous artifact, but alas, only 5,000 years remain. However, Tongtian recognized that reaching this level of comprehension of the laws of time and space was already his limit. To push further would not be as simple as mere seclusion and meditation. Otherwise, in his past life, Taiyi would not have died without fully refining the Chaos Bell. Even the laws of time and space within the Chaos Bell remained largely unmastered. The three-legged golden crow was born from the true fire of the sun, naturally mastering the laws of fire. Together, these brothers established the demon race, embarking on the path of emperors, leveraging the entire demon race's fortunes to aid their ascent to the Tao. Under such circumstances, Taiyi had no motivation to comprehend the laws of time and space within the Chaos Bell. After all, not everyone could possess the innate Dao Embryo and the ancient tea tree of enlightenment like Tongtian, along with a wealth of heavenly merits. His comprehension of the Tao laws was essentially cheating. Though time is short, I must not waste it. With 5,000 years remaining under the distortion of 200 times the flow of time that equated to 1,000,000 years. Swish, swish, swish. 3,000 divine spirits flew out from Tongtian, encircling the Chaos Bell. Each divine spirit bore a fragment of Tongtian's consciousness. By having these 3,000 divine spirits study the Chaos Bell, Tongtian could free himself. You all remain here and delve into the Chaos Bell. I will step out for a stroll. Neglecting Tongtian's real self, each divine spirit surrounded the Chaos Bell, beginning their studies. Upon leaving Sanxian Island, Tongtian arrived at Jinao Island. Running back and forth between the two locations didn't seem sustainable. I can merge Jinao Island into Sanxian Island. A sudden idea sparked in Tongtian's mind. Previously, he lacked the ability, but now having mastered 70% of the laws of time and space, he found it entirely feasible. With this thought, Tongtian immediately set to work. Boom. The entire East Sea trembled suddenly. Within the Dragon Palace, the dragon race, already hidden away, was thrown into a panic, bewildered by the commotion, fearing an attack on their kin. Tongtian. It's Tongtian. The Turtle Prime Minister rushed in. Tongtian is using great power to move Jinao Island, hence the disturbance. The dragon race was once again astonished. Could Tongtian truly move Jinao Island by himself? The current leader of the dragon race, Ao Guang, felt a shift in his spirit and soared out of the Dragon Palace. As soon as he broke the water's surface, he was met with a sight that left him utterly shocked. The massive Jinao Island was shrinking rapidly under Tongtian's immense power, soon becoming comparable in size to a palace. The laws of space. Ao Guang whispered in astonishment. He recognized the disturbance as the fluctuation of the laws of space. As the leader of the dragon race, Ao Guang was well informed. The Quasi-Saint realm was all about comprehending the Tao laws. Tongtian's terrifying grasp of the laws of space indicated he had gone far in the Quasi-Saint realm. This Tongtian was hiding far too deep. Realizing this, Ao Guang wasted no time returning to the Dragon Palace and hurriedly entered the Ancestor Dragon Hall. Tongtian noticed Ao Guang's presence but paid him no mind. The dragon race had already declined, though a few ancient figures remained, such as the brother of the Ancestor Dragon Zhu Long and those two great Luo golden immortal dragons who once guarded the dragon race's treasury. Their lineage was still profound. However, since the calamity of Longhen, the dragon race was destined to never rise again in this primordial world, only to continue its decline. There was nothing to be done. The dragon race carried too much karmic burden. Of course, during the Three Realms era, they found a way out by joining the Heavenly Court and receiving some merits, allowing them to maintain a sliver of fortune. What a grand spectacle! The scattered cultivators across the seas were equally taken aback. Golden Ao Island was cradled in Tongtian's palm, entering Sanxian Island under the watchful eyes of many. In the next moment, boom! Sanxian Island trembled violently, and then they saw the horrifying aura of heaven and earth, the boundless starlight surging in from all directions, merging into Sanxian Island. Within the island, Tongtian wielded his immense power, fusing Golden Ao Island with Sanxian Island. Golden Ao Island settled at the very heart of Sanxian Island, nourished by its energy, while also giving back a portion of its own power, a symbiotic relationship blossoming between the two. This is quite satisfactory. The integration of 4 top-tier immortal islands will surely serve as an adequate foundation for my future dojo. Tongtian remarked, clearly pleased. The fusion of Sanxian Island and Golden Ao Island was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The effects would become increasingly evident over time. A notable change had already manifested. The concentration of innate spiritual energy within Sanxian Island had risen to a new level. Even the outer regions of Sanxian Island had quietly gathered a significant amount of spiritual energy, surpassing the environments found in many cave heavens and blessed lands. At that moment, Si Buxiang approached, stating that he was on the verge of breaking through to the golden immortal realm and could no longer contain himself. The treasures within the treasury of the primordial Qilin were abundant, many of which had been plundered from Buzhou Mountain. After all, the Qilin clan occupied the surrounding regions of Buzhou Mountain and could not ignore such a vast treasure trove. Generous as he was, Tongtian could not afford to be stingy with Si Buxiang, his only disciple and the sole offspring of the primordial Qilin. A multitude of resources were directly bestowed upon Si Buxiang. However, he did not disappoint. Despite the influence of external forces, his strength continued to grow. Very good, your foundation is solid. Now go ahead and break through. Once you pass the golden immortal tribulation, I can take you to Zixiao Palace to listen to Hong Jun Daozu expound on the Tao. Si Buxiang expressed his gratitude, deeply moved. Stepping outside Sanxian Island, he unleashed his aura, and in an instant a tribulation cloud appeared in the void. Golden immortal tribulation. The emergence of the tribulation cloud immediately drew the attention of numerous beings in the vicinity. Upon recognizing Si Buxiang, they all retreated far away. Living near Sanxian Island, they were well aware that Si Buxiang was Tongtian's disciple, the only one at that. Although Si Buxiang bore the identity of the primordial Qilin's offspring and was being watched by many with ill intentions, none dared to lay a hand on him in the face of the formidable Tongtian. Unless, of course, they sought their own demise. Boom. The tribulation lightning struck down. As the offspring of the primordial Qilin, Si Buxiang's physical body was exceptionally strong, and he withstood the first bolt with his flesh. Due to the influence of external forces, Si Buxiang's cultivation was slow, yet this process honed his physique, significantly enhancing its strength. This tribulation lasted for 3 hours. When the last bolt descended, Si Buxiang sighed in relief, swiftly transforming into human form. Indeed, he had not been able to transform prior. The powerful bloodlines of the innate 3 clans prevented him from doing so until he reached a certain level. As the offspring of the primordial Qilin, Si Buxiang's bloodline was undoubtedly formidable. Boom. Yet at that moment the tribulation cloud, which should have dissipated, gathered once more. What? Si Buxiang was taken aback, watching in horror as the tribulation cloud mutated into a blood-red hue. Blood fiend tribulation. The creatures in the surrounding sea immediately fled, terrified of being tainted. The blood fiend tribulation extinguishes all vitality and is specifically designed to deal with great evil. Could it be that as the offspring of the primordial Qilin, Si Buxiang had been rejected by the heavenly Tao? Was this additional tribulation sent forth to eliminate him? Feeling the approach of death, Si Buxiang despaired. Am I to die here? The appearance of the blood fiend tribulation astonished Tongtian. It was indeed a second tribulation, a scenario that was typically impossible. Even if the heavenly Tao wished to erase Si Buxiang, it would only mutate the original tribulation rather than manifest a second one. External forces. Tongtian quickly realized that it was highly probable that this second tribulation was due to external influences. Had the negative effects finally emerged? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden system task. Investigate the mystery of the external force within Si Buxiang. Completion of the task will reward you with clues to the 36th grade creation Azure Lotus. Task failed, no punishment, no rewards. The 36th grade creation Azure Lotus. Tongtian's eyes lit up. During this period, the 36th grade creation Azure Lotus had yet to be born. It would only manifest after the second lecture at Zixiao Palace, later divided among the 3 pure ones, transforming into the Taiyi dust, the 3 treasures Rui, and the Qingping sword, symbolizing the red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf. Originally, the 3 pure ones were one family. Yet that last phrase had become a joke as the 3 pure ones ultimately split. Well, if I can intercept it early, it would be a boon. The 36th grade creation Azure Lotus is truly a remarkable treasure. Tongtian cast a sweeping glance over Si Buxiang's body and quickly captured an extremely faint wave of consciousness, one that was not Si Buxiang's. Suddenly, the terrified Si Buxiang heard Tongtian's voice in his mind, his expression unchanged as he prepared to face the blood fiend tribulation with all his strength. Boom. The first bolt of the blood fiend tribulation struck down upon Si Buxiang. Instantly his body was torn apart, blood gushing forth, a scene of sheer horror. A stream of blood fiend energy surged into Si Buxiang's body, wreaking havoc upon his flesh and bones. Before Si Buxiang could react, the second bolt of the blood fiend tribulation followed closely behind. Got you. Boom. At that moment, Tongtian boldly stepped into the realm enveloped by the tribulation cloud, reaching out to grasp Si Buxiang fiercely. The forces of time and space surged wildly, fragments of time flickering until they settled on a singular node. Cry. An extraordinarily sharp sound erupted from within Si Buxiang, followed by a burst of light that Tongtian pulled from his body. The light struggled violently in Tongtian's palm, but was firmly suppressed by the power of time and space, unable to escape. Boom. The blood fiend tribulation mutated again, seemingly enraged by Tongtian's presence, expanding its coverage to a radius of 100,000 miles. The surrounding sea creatures trembled in fear. They were genuinely startled. They had not expected Tongtian to be so reckless as to intervene in a heavenly tribulation. This was tantamount to seeking death. But in the next moment, dissipate. A voice like that of a celestial deity resonated from Tongtian, and with the utterance of a single word, the previously mutating tribulation cloud suddenly froze and then dissipated completely. Dumbfounded, the creatures present felt as though they had imagined this. They had witnessed such an absurd spectacle. Merely the word dissipate had caused the already mutated heavenly tribulation to vanish entirely. This method was terrifying. Yet these beings had no idea that this was entirely due to Tongtian's mastery over 70% of the Thunder Dao's principles. The primary composition of this heavenly tribulation was originally manifested in the form of thunder, thus falling well within the realm of his control. A mere golden immortal tribulation, even if mutated, could be disregarded by Tongtian. Teacher, is this the external force? In Baiyu Palace, Si Buxiang gritted his teeth, staring at the light in Tongtian's hand, acutely aware of the conscious fluctuations emanating from it. This external force was not merely an inanimate object, it possessed self-awareness. Moreover, Si Buxiang sensed a trace of his own power within that ball of external force. This thing has been consistently devouring my power. No wonder his cultivation had been so arduous. Nearly all the magic power he had cultivated over the years had been consumed by this entity. It was as if he alone bore the responsibility for the training of 2 or 3 individuals. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly advance swiftly? Tongtian instructed Si Buxiang to leave, intending to thoroughly investigate this external force, which could provoke a mutation in a heavenly tribulation and evade detection even by a quasi-saint like the Primordial Qilin, a clear indication that this external force was extraordinary. If it hadn't been for the tribulation, he likely would not have discovered it either. Will you manifest yourself, or shall I force you to be refined? The external force quivered, seemingly attempting to escape, but ultimately refrained from action, transforming instead into a unique beast. A chaos beast. Tongtian was slightly taken aback. He had not expected the essence of this external force to be a chaos beast. The external force appeared fearful of Tongtian and immediately transmitted a memory. In the endless chaos void, life was not entirely absent. Many beings were birthed, including the 3,000 chaos gods and demons, along with numerous chaos beasts. When Pangu opened the heavens, it was not only the 3,000 chaos gods and demons who suffered misfortune, many chaos beasts also fell victim to the calamity. This chaos beast was evidently one such entity, but it had the good fortune to retain a fragment of its essence, fleeing into the primordial starry sky. When Si Buxiang was born, a connection was forged, allowing it to enter Si Buxiang's body and nurture its own essence through him. Then once your essence grows stronger, you intend to seize Si Buxiang's essence and replace him, correct? Tongtian's voice turned cold. Although the chaos beast had concealed some truths, its sinister intentions were still perceived by Tongtian. Chaos beasts were not benevolent creatures. They were far more ruthless than even the chaos gods and demons. It was only due to the suppression of the primordial heavenly Dao that this chaos beast was compelled to temporarily hide within Si Buxiang's body, plotting to gradually take over him without a sound. Should that happen, even the primordial heavenly Dao would have no choice but to accept it. However, this chaos beast miscalculated Si Buxiang's fate. First, the primordial Qilin essence was infused into Si Buxiang, and then Tongtian showered him with abundant resources. Despite the chaos beast's relentless consumption of Si Buxiang's power, it was insufficient to prevent Si Buxiang from breaking through to the golden immortal realm and facing the heavenly tribulation. Under the heavenly tribulation, it was instantly detected by the will of the heavenly Dao revealing itself. Ding! Hidden task completed. Rewards have been dispatched to the system warehouse. The essence of the chaos beast immediately sensed the malice from Tongtian and began to struggle violently. Streams of chaotic energy erupted, yet they had no effect on Tongtian. If you were at your peak, I might have feared you a little, but now you are merely a fragment of essence. Even your original consciousness has just begun to awaken. Since you have taken so much from my disciple, now return it all. With a cold snort, Tongtian disregarded the chaos beast's pleas for mercy, directly obliterating its consciousness and leaving only pure power essence behind. Afterward, Tongtian called Si Buxiang back and infusing the essence of the chaos beast into Si Buxiang's body while explaining the circumstances surrounding this external force. This can be considered your fortuitous encounter. Though the early trials were arduous, you will surely soar to great heights in the future. Without the obstruction of the external force combined with the primordial Qilin essence and this chaos beast's essence, Si Buxiang would have no difficulty achieving the quasi-saint level. Naturally, Si Buxiang bowed deeply in gratitude before exiting. Tongtian did not hastily extract the system rewards, but pondered a scene he had glimpsed from the memories of the chaos beast. It was from when he reversed time and traced back to the source. The Chaos Beast was originally not powerful, but one day, while wandering through the Chaos Void, it fortuitously discovered a Chaos spiritual root. After consuming a fruit that had fallen from it, its strength surged immensely quickly, reaching the pinnacle of the Quasi-Saint level. However, when the Chaos Beast returned later, it found it could no longer approach that Chaos spiritual root, and no fruits had fallen since. A Chaos spiritual root now that is a true treasure worth far more than an innate supreme treasure. Chaos spiritual roots transcended innate roots. The 36th grade Chaos Azure Lotus that birthed the Pangu deity was a Chaos spiritual root, its grade reaching the level of Chaos supreme treasures. While this Chaos spiritual root may not reach the level of the 36th grade Chaos Azure Lotus, it would certainly not be inferior. According to the memories of that Chaos Beast, the location of the Chaos spiritual root is likely very distant from the Primordial World and fraught with dangers. Given my current strength, I certainly cannot traverse there. I can wait until my strength fully reaches the Quasi-Saint level and complete the 8th transformation of the 9 Revolutions mystical art before attempting to go. The value of a Chaos spirit root is immense, and now that a clue has been discovered, Tongtian would naturally never abandon it. There are still several hundred years until the second lecture at the Zixiao Palace. It's the perfect time to retrieve that 36th grade Chaos Qinglian. After reviewing the clues provided by the system, Tongtian tore through the void and arrived directly at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Despite his current strength being many times greater than it was in the past, he still felt a tremendous shock facing this majestic mountain. The stronger one's power and the higher one's realm, the more one can sense the terror of the ancient Pangu, whose spine transformed into mountains capable of supporting an entire primordial world and suppressing Quasi-Saints. Even saints hold great trepidation towards Buzhou Mountain. Tongtian ascended the mountain on foot, where the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian awaited him. A year later, he finally located its position, only to find himself blocked by a primordial great formation. The 36th grade Chaos Qinglian was not yet due to emerge. Tongtian had arrived too early. However, this was the effect Tongtian desired. Various innate treasures took turns attacking, and soon the surrounding primordial great formation was shattered. After entering, he promptly set up 36 formations outside. Once the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian matured, it would undoubtedly create a significant phenomenon, and he did not wish to be disturbed. In a lotus pool, the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian emitted a hazy blue light. At the same time, the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus appeared in Tongtian's hand, resonating with the Chaos Qinglian. Tongtian immediately sensed a reduction in the hostility of the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian towards him, replaced by an aura of closeness. It truly bore results. It seems it will take several thousand more years for it to mature. That's a bit slow. If he were to wait for the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian to mature naturally, it would probably not be until after the second descent of the Zixiao Palace. Tongtian found himself unable to wait. The 3 lights divine water could nurture the Pure World White Lotus, and it should also be quite beneficial for the Chaos Qinglian. With this thought, Tongtian immediately took out a jade bottle and poured the 3 lights divine water into the lotus pool. The Chaos Qinglian instantly rejoiced, wildly absorbing the energy from the water. Quickly, the Chaos Qinglian began to grow rapidly, yet its speed was still insufficient. Tongtian then began to distort the flow of time around the Chaos Qinglian, pouring the 3 lights divine water into the pool, as if it were free, wholeheartedly nurturing the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian. The 36th grade Chaos Qinglian was of a very high grade. If it could be fully nurtured, it would undoubtedly become a treasure of innate spiritual root level. In his previous life, after the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian differentiated, both the Taiyi dust brush and the 3 treasures Jade Rui, as well as the Qingping sword, were all premium innate spiritual treasures. From this point alone, one could see the level of the Chaos Qinglian. As for the claim that its grade was too high to be accepted by the primordial heavenly Dao, Tongtian felt that was pure nonsense. No matter how strong the foundation of the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian was, it could not revert to its origin and transform into the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian. It was merely at the level of an innate treasure which could not possibly be rejected by the primordial heavenly Dao. Moreover, the current primordial heavenly Dao had already begun to gradually perfect itself following the Dragon and Han calamity, Hongjuan's sanctification, and Luoho's establishment of the demonic path. It could accommodate not only innate treasures, but even chaos spiritual treasures. The differentiation of the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian likely involved Hongjuan's machinations. Meanwhile, within the Chaos Zixiao Palace, Hongjun frowned once more. It was unexpected that Tongtian had found the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian. It was not supposed to emerge at this time, and it would have future ties with the three pure ones. But now Tongtian had discovered it, and what about Laozi and Yuanshi? Truly a variable of the heavenly Tao, but he has made too many moves. Hongjun thought, feeling a headache, as many of the predetermined causal threads of the heavenly Tao had already begun to shift under Tongtian's influence. For instance, the Taiji diagram was originally supposed to belong to Laozi, but now it had become Tongtian's. When it came time to accept disciples, what would he bestow upon Laozi? If he did not grant him a treasure, that thread of causation would remain unresolved. How troublesome. A beam of spiritual light shot out from the Zixiao Palace and fell into the Primordial World. In Kunlun Mountain, Laozi and Yuanshi, who were in the midst of closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened their eyes in unison. There is a treasure in Buzhou Mountain that is fated for me. After exchanging glances, the two brothers wasted no time and broke through their barriers to head towards Buzhou Mountain. Upon seeing the numerous treasures upon Tongtian, both Laozi and Yuanshi developed a strong obsession. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a blue light burst forth from the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain, materializing into the shape of a lotus flower in the void. The 36th grade, Chaos Qinglian. Both Laozi and Yuanshi exclaimed in unison, followed by a surge of joy. They had not expected that the treasure fated for them would be this one. This opportunity was immense. The matured 36th grade, Chaos Qinglian. That was a treasure of innate spiritual root level. Just by looking at Tongtian, one could tell that a Taiji diagram, invulnerable to all methods, stands undefeated in its innate realm. The commotion caused by the matured 36th grade Chaos Qinglian attracted countless primordial great beings who rushed towards Buzhou Mountain. In the end, I couldn't deter them. Tongtian frowned. The 36 formations should have been capable of masking the phenomenon of the Chaos Qinglian's maturation and confining it to this small area without any issues. Hongjun, was it you who intervened? Only Hongjun could achieve such a feat silently. Tongtian knew he would not quietly watch him acquire another innate treasure. But did Hongjun truly believe this would stop him? Soon Tongtian sensed the auras of Laozi and Yuanshi. They were already outside, breaking through the formations. Many primordial great beings were also on their way. Hongjun, do you think your plan can succeed? Tongtian chuckled. He had expended great effort to hasten the maturation of the Chaos Qinglian. At this point, if anyone dared to come and pluck the peach, regardless of who it was, it would not be allowed. If someone truly attempted to seize it by force, he would test the lethality of his sword of extermination. Under the combined efforts of the myriad primordial great beings, the 36 formations set up by Tongtian were soon shattered. The great beings surged in, and upon seeing the nearly matured 36th grade Chaos Qinglian, their eyes all lit up. An innate treasure. Moreover, it was an innate defensive treasure akin to the Taiji diagram. The primordial great beings went wild. Then they saw Tongtian sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform of the Chaos Qinglian, a faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded them. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense. No one expected that Tongtian had arrived before them. Tongtian, you were already here. Yuanshi blurted out, his expression immediately darkening. Laozi wore a similar expression. He had been wondering why Tongtian hadn't arrived sooner, only to find that he had already been here all along, guarding the treasure. Eldest brother, second brother, since both of you are here, please help me fend off the others while I subdue this Chaos Qinglian. Laozi and Yuanshi's brows furrowed instantly. Tongtian sought to monopolize it. Tongtian, what do you mean by this? This 36th grade Chaos Qinglian has a destined causal connection with both me and eldest brother. Do you intend to swallow it all alone? Yuanshi immediately objected. Besides, you already possess so many treasures. Why don't you let go of this Chaos Qinglian? Yuanshi's words implied that Tongtian should be excluded from claiming it. Laozi remained silent, but it was clear he tacitly agreed with Yuanshi. Such a treasure he too coveted dearly. How could he allow Tongtian to monopolize it? Haha, indeed, treasures belong to those fated to possess them. With so many primordial great beings present, it is utterly impossible for you, Tongtian, to claim it all for yourself. Donghuang Taiyi bellowed, stirring the crowd. Tongtian's strength was too formidable, and with innate treasures for defense, now that Laozi and Yuanshi had taken the lead, they naturally wished to fan the flames behind them. After all, this was an internal conflict among the three pure ones. If they could successfully exclude Tongtian, they would profit immensely. If not, they would suffer no loss. Moreover, having absorbed the content from the first lecture of Zixiao Palace, the strength of these primordial great beings had surged. For instance, Donghuang Taiyi, Diju, and Kunpeng and Mingi Laozu had all entered the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With their strength amplified, their ambitions naturally surfaced, no longer viewing Tongtian with respect. They sought opportunities to test Tongtian's capabilities and, if possible, to dethrone him and divide the treasures he possessed. But the next moment, Taiyi, be careful. Jun roared, raising the He Tu and Luo Shu, the treasure radiating light, as a bolt of divine thunder descended from the heavens, striking down fiercely upon the He Tu and Luo Shu. Jun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying, his face turning pale. The defensive barrier of the He Tu and Luo Shu trembled, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Tongtian Donghuang Taiyi roared in anger, hastily channeling his mana to maintain the barrier. They dared not resist the overwhelming divine thunder with their physical forms. When did the matters between the three pure ones become your business, you feathered bird? If you dare utter another word today, I shall slay you right here. Cold, killing intent erupted, and the great Luo Sword Embryo had appeared. At some point, the surroundings suddenly filled with piercing cries of agony. Those primordial great beings who had just followed Donghuang Taiyi suffered devastating losses once again. However, some primordial great beings wielding innate treasures managed to evade disaster, such as Mingyi Laozu, who held two top-tier innate treasures, the Yuan Tu sword and the Ubijna sword, born from the sea of blood, capable of killing without incurring karmic retribution. Mingyi Laozu felt lingering fear. Had it not been for the Yuan Tu sword and the Ubijna sword, he might have lost an arm just now. Tongtian was simply too ruthless. Hence he ceased speaking and quietly hid aside. His covetous thoughts towards the 36th grade chaos Qinglian had not yet faded. Deep in the sea of blood, he had discovered a 12th grade karma fire red lotus, but it was not yet mature. If he could obtain the 36th grade chaos Qinglian, his strength would advance even further. The myriad primordial great beings were filled with anger, yet dared not speak, their burgeoning ambitions extinguished in an instant by Tongtian, leaving their hearts chilled. Though their strengths had improved significantly, Tongtian's progress was evidently greater. Indeed, with your trifling strengths, you dare to snatch the treasures of my brother Tongtian. You truly do not know the meaning of death. Prepare to fight. A thunderous voice suddenly rang out, and without needing to look, one could tell it was Zhurong speaking. Jun and Donghuang Taiyi, you two feathered fools, come and meet your demise. Zhurong swung his fist, launching himself at Donghuang Taiyi and Jun, with Gongong following closely behind to join the fray. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Shibishi Jumo, you two go assist Zhurong and Gongong and teach these two feathered fools a good lesson. Shibishi and Jumu instantly laughed and joined the battle. The four great ancestral witches surrounding Donghuang Taiyi and Jun. Following the first lecture of the Zixiao Palace, conflicts had already erupted between the demon clan led by Donghuang Taiyi and the witch clan. Now that an excellent opportunity had arisen, they naturally would not let it pass. Even if they could not kill Donghuang Taiyi and Jun, they aimed to make them suffer greatly. As for the others, under Jiang's command, the remaining 8 ancestral witches all joined in audaciously intercepting the myriad primordial great beings. The 12 ancestral witches had such confidence now. Over the past 2,000 years, they had all entered the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, with Hutu advancing into the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Despite a minor difference in realms, as ancestral witches, they were confident enough to dominate the primordial great beings present. This was the confidence of being an ancestral witch. Fuxi and Yuhua also stood on Tongtian's side, confronting Laozi and Yuanshi. The expressions of Laozi and Yuanshi grew even darker. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. Tongtian, what do you mean by this? Yuanshi shouted angrily, his face grim and filled with fury. Tongtian calmly replied, what do I mean? Does second brother still not understand? Outside the Zixiao Palace, eldest brother and second brother intended to seize my Taiji diagram, and now you want to ally with outsiders to take my chaos Qinglian. I have expended tremendous effort to cultivate this treasure. Eldest brother, second brother, is this how you conduct yourselves? Laozi and Yuanshi's faces flushed crimson. Laozi was about to speak when at that moment the 36th grade chaos Qinglian suddenly matured. But the next instant the light upon the chaos Qinglian became unstable, faintly showing signs of splitting apart. A mysterious force forcibly disassembled the 36th grade creation green lotus, preventing it from completing its transformation into a congenital treasure. Hongjun. The expression on Tongtian's face changed immediately. He understood that at this moment Hongjun had intervened. Truly, Hongjun was formidable. The fleeting joy on the faces of Laozi and Yuanshi quickly vanished. They had thought they were forever distanced from the 36th grade creation green lotus, but it seemed that their destined connection had not yet been severed. Yuanshi coldly scoffed, realizing that Tongtian's desire to monopolize this 36th grade creation green lotus was nothing but a pipe dream. In a moment of inspiration, both shouted in unison, red flower, white lotus. The 36th grade creation green lotus trembled even more violently, as if on the verge of being disassembled. Its spiritual essence roared in desperation, struggling fiercely against its impending fate. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the hidden system task. Safeguard the 36th grade Creation Green Lotus to receive rewards 1 Dao Virtue, 10 Creation Source Power, 10 Sword Dao Origin 1 A Reaper's Token 1. Task failed. No rewards, no penalties. Excellent. Even the hidden system tasks had emerged. Hongjun, let me see today whether you prevail or I do. The 4 swords of the immortal execution flew forth, and an array map of the immortal execution was laid out instantaneously, enveloping the area with the unparalleled sword formation that even the 4 saints could not break. Who dares to move? They shall die. The cold, merciless voice rang out. All the powerful beings engaged in battle instinctively halted, gasping in shock. The immortal execution sword formation. Once the creation of the demon ancestor Luo, who the most formidable killing formation in the primordial world, had now fallen into Tongtian's hands. In that moment, countless powerful beings of the primordial world felt their scalps tingle and their bodies grow cold. They sensed an overwhelming terror. Once the 4 swords of the immortal execution struck down, they would likely become mere nourishment for the formation. Yuanshi was filled with a desire to roar in anger, consumed by jealousy that threatened to tear him apart. How could it be that yet another congenital treasure, the greatest killing formation of the primordial world, had emerged? Why did Yuanshi lack such a monumental opportunity? Yet ultimately Yuanshi said nothing, merely casting a deep glance at Tongtian. He felt a chilling, killing intent radiating from him. Tongtian could truly kill them. If they died within the immortal execution sword formation, it would mean certain death. Laozi too could not calm his heart. The shock Tongtian brought was simply too great. Unbeknownst to him, Tongtian had already reached such heights that he now had to look up to him. A golden palm-sized Dao Virtue was tossed into the creation green lotus by Tongtian, as if it were worthless, causing all the powerful beings present to blink in disbelief. What extravagance! How much Dao Virtue was this? If only they could have some. The 36th grade creation green lotus, seizing its last hope, frantically absorbed the Dao Virtue, and its disassembly trend immediately eased. With a cold snort, Tongtian activated the immortal execution sword formation. The 4 swords of the immortal execution seemed to materialize from the chaos, splitting the heavens and earth as if something in the void had been shattered. The great Luo Sword manifested a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood wildly stirring everything. The primordial measurement ruler flew out, and endless primal chaos chi descended, tearing apart space and time. In the chaos purple celestial palace, Hongjun Jiaozhu suddenly opened his eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, the void exploded inch by inch. Tongtian. Hongjun did not expect Tongtian to take such a bold step, using a vast amount of Dao Virtue to preserve the 36th grade creation green lotus. Although he acted in secret, there were limits to his power. Under the Dao Virtue, unless he was willing to expend an equivalent amount of Dao Virtue, he could not disassemble the 36th grade creation green lotus into the Taiyi dust brush, the 3 treasures Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword. That would not be worth it at all. Tongtian possessed far too much merit. If this continued, he might not feel pain in the process, but he would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Moreover, Tongtian had already set up the immortal execution sword formation, shattering the power he had previously exerted in the void, which clearly indicated his bottom line. If this continued, Tongtian would likely explode in rage. All the powerful beings present, one and all, would likely perish within the immortal execution sword formation. Hongjun could not afford to gamble. With a sigh, Hongjun closed his eyes and ceased to intervene. He had already done enough. If Laozi and Yuanshi could not pull themselves together, he had no other means. Crack! Laozi and Yuanshi immediately felt the causal connection between them, and the 36th grade creation green lotus completely severed. Tongtian. Yuanshi could no longer contain himself, his eyes wide with fury as he unleashed an enraged roar. A congenital treasure, and he had lost it just like that. Now with Tongtian's stance, even if he wanted to snatch it back, he stood no chance. The Xianyuan Linglong treasure pagoda atop Laozi's head trembled, dropping primal chaos chi, but the nearby primordial measurement ruler had already set its sights on it, eager to collide and see which was superior, the number 1 offensive treasure or the number 1 defensive treasure of the postnatal era. Laozi's brows twitched, but he ultimately restrained himself. Yet deep within, he could not calm down at all. Tisk tisk, truly the 3 pure ones in unity, even wanting to forcibly seize their own junior's treasure. Now unable to snatch it, they are even more furious. Truly the authentic Pangu, what an eye-opener. Zhurong mocked openly, further infuriating Yuanshi, who swore to make the 12 ancestors pay for this later. However, casting a glance at the nearby Hutu ancestor, Yuanshi fell silent. It would be quite difficult to deal with an ancestor who could comprehend the Dao. With the vast amount of Dao virtue, the 36th grade creation green lotus finally stabilized, its blue radiance blooming, maturing completely, and it flew up, landing at Tongtian's feet. The congenital defensive treasure, the 36th grade creation green lotus. Immune to all methods. All evils retreat. Such was the effect of the 36th grade creation green lotus, evoking envy in all. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. The 36th grade creation green lotus was secured. Tongtian rejoiced. This was indeed a significant gain. All the powerful beings of the primordial world departed, having suffered a stroke of bad luck. Not only did they fail to obtain treasures, but they also bore injuries. Several were directly obliterated by the 12 ancestors, dying tragically. Laozi and Yuanshi also felt no desire to linger, coldly snorting before leaving together. Yet the glances they cast at Tongtian were icy. The bonds among the three pure ones had nearly been worn away this day. However, Tongtian did not mind her. In fact, he had long wished to sever ties. The so-called unity of the three pure ones had been a joke from the beginning. As for Donghuang Taiyi and Jun, their fates were similarly grim, besieged and mercilessly pummeled by Zhurong and the other four ancestors. Without the chaos bell, Donghuang Taiyi was not afraid of the 12 ancestors in unknown fights, and he could even suppress one or two. However, in a Ferrantuo situation, he was brutally beaten. Had it not been for Daijin's arrangement of the river map and Luo book, their fates would have been even worse. The future emperor and empress of the demon clan were now in a dire predicament. Had Tongtian not spoken to spare them, they might have perished under the assault of the 12 ancestors. Tongtian, why don't you let me kill those two little feathered birds? Perhaps the taste of the three-legged golden crow is exceptional, Zhurong complained. With the ongoing conflicts with the demon clan, eliminating Donghuang Taiyi and Jun would be a tremendous benefit for their witch clan. Tongtian smiled, glancing at the chaotic void beyond. The timing is not right. There are those who would not allow Donghuang Taiyi and Jun to die just yet. If these two were to perish, what would happen to the ensuing calamity between the witches and demons? Could the 10 demon gods handle it? It was likely insufficient for the slaughter of the witches. Zhurong wanted to say more, but a fierce glare from Huta silenced him. He was genuinely afraid of this younger sister, as he could never win against her and often found himself at her mercy. Huta had deduced from Tongtian's words that someone was preventing this, and the only one capable of blocking Tongtian now was likely Hanjun Daozu. Fuxi Niwa and the Queen Mother of the West all congratulated Tongtian. Securing a congenital treasure evoked their deep envy. Just thinking about the treasures Tongtian possessed made them feel a tingle on their scalps. With just the 36th grade creation green lotus and the Taiji diagram, Tongtian had likely secured an invulnerable position among the congenital treasures. No one could breach his defenses. As everyone gradually departed, Tongtian cast a glance at the bottom of the lotus pool where the creation green lotus had originally grown. There lay a spring of creation. However, with the maturation of the creation green lotus, that spring had been rendered useless, no longer spewing forth creation water. Jane and Juanti, who had remained outside, were filled with trepidation upon witnessing the panicked escape of the primordial beings. Thankfully, they had arrived late and had not entered. Otherwise, they might have met the same grim fate. Truly, Tongtian was ruthless. Fuming back to Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi's face was so dark it could drip water. Elder brother, I see Tongtian wishes to completely sever ties with us. What exactly does he intend to do? The unity of the three pure ones. Does he truly want outsiders to watch us as a joke? The more Yuanshi spoke, the angrier he became, his body trembling violently with rage. Now even those barbaric beings of the witch race have colluded with those damp, egg-laying creatures. This is simply tarnishing the reputation of our three pure ones. This journey to Mount Buzhou had thoroughly humiliated Laozi and Yuanshi, nearly driving the usually decorous Yuanshi to the brink of explosion. Had he not known he was no match for Tongtian, he might have charged at him. As Yuanshi continued to rant, Laozi remained silent. At this moment, Laozi was actually considering another matter. From Tongtian's attitude towards him and Yuanshi, he could nearly confirm that Tongtian had likely uncovered his actions. Otherwise, Tongtian would not have turned so quickly, clearly intending to tear their relationship apart. But how did Tongtian discover this? He had concealed that event very carefully. At that time, he had first developed self-awareness, while Yuanshi and Tongtian had merely acted on instinct, unable to notice anything amiss. However, if Tongtian truly had discovered everything, he should have directly exposed it, so why hadn't he? No matter how Laozi racked his brains, he could not figure out the reason behind it. Stealing a glance at Yuanshi, who was still engulfed in fury, Laozi's heart gradually sank. If Yuanshi also knew about this matter. In contrast to Laozi and Yuanshi, Tongtian was in high spirits. Not only had he secured the 36th grade creation Green Lotus, but he had also received substantial rewards. 10 million Dao virtue surpassed the amount he had expended to preserve the 36th grade creation Green Lotus, a tremendous profit. Creation source power, the primal power of the Dao of creation once absorbed, would allow for a clearer comprehension of the Dao of creation. Sword Dao origin was similar to creation source power, enabling a more intuitive grasp of the Sword Dao principles. As for the Reaper's token, Tongtian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a terrifying effect from it. A single Reaper's token could ignore ranks and strengths, saving a life at the cost of the token itself, suffering no harm. Even a fatal attack from the Dao could be countered by the Reaper's token. This time I truly struck gold. I never expected to obtain such a treasure. Stowing the Reaper's token in his consciousness, Tongtian began to refine it, imprinting his life mark on the token. Thus, in case of a life-threatening danger, the Reaper's token would be able to take effect at any moment. Tongtian did not hurry to leave Mount Buzhou. After all, there was still ample time before the second lecture at the Purple Celestial Palace. He wanted to see if he could find that congenital gourd vine. According to Tongtian's calculations, if that congenital gourd vine had not been separated, it too could potentially be a congenital treasure. Yet after searching for over 100 years, he still found no clues. On this day, Hongjun's voice echoed once more throughout the primordial world, prompting all the powerful beings to set out for the Chaos Purple Celestial Palace. Ding! Please proceed to the Purple Celestial Palace for a second sign-in to receive rewards 1 Great Dao Virtue 10 Creation Jade Plate Fragment 1. The shattered fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate. Tongtian was instantly astonished, his eyes wide open in disbelief. The complete Chaos Jade Plate is a treasure of the chaos containing the laws of the 3,000 great paths, its power unfathomably terrifying. It was precisely because Hongjun mastered the Chaos Jade Plate that he could become the Dao ancestor of the primordial world. However, the Chaos Jade Plate in Hongjun's possession was incomplete. A small portion had been damaged during the creation of the world and lost within the primordial world. Even after Hongjun attained sainthood and expended tremendous effort, he still could not find the missing piece. This was because the Chaos Jade Plate itself could obscure the heavenly secrets, and with the treasure self-destructing, it became even harder to uncover. Now the system had unexpectedly granted such a reward. How marvelous! With this fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate, he now had a chance to scheme for the complete one in Hongjun's hands. Perhaps he might even have the opportunity to restore the Chaos Jade Plate to its entirety, transforming it into a complete chaos treasure. Without hesitation, Tongtian tore through the void and returned to the Three Immortal Island. Grabbing hold of the creature that resembled neither a horse nor a cow, he summoned the 3,000 divine spirits back, and with the chaos clock in hand, entered the endless chaos void. Before long, he arrived at the Zhixiao Palace. Ding dong! The second signing in at Zhixiao Palace is complete, and the reward has been deposited into the system warehouse. Tongtian remained unfazed. Under the concealment of the Chaos Pearl, 10 million merits and the fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate directly entered his body. Even Hongjun, who was nearby, sensed nothing. After all, as a top-tier chaos treasure, the Chaos Pearl could obscure even the great path secrets, let alone Hongjun, who had yet to embark on the path of integration. He naturally couldn't discover it. With the fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate in hand this time, he would thoroughly extract all of Hongjun's hidden assets. Truly worthy of being the Dao ancestor's abode, it is so magnificent, the creature murmured, feeling small before the grandeur of the Zhixiao Palace. One must admit that Hongjun's display of authority was indeed outstanding. The gates of the Zhixiao Palace had opened, and upon seeing Tongtian, the two attendants Haoyan and Yaoqi rushed forward to bow, their hearts pounding in fear. They dared not offend a figure as fearsome as Tongtian. The fates of those powerful beings from before served as a stark warning. Entering the Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian sat down on his meditation mat, while the creature obediently took a seat behind him. Still reeling from the shock, he couldn't help but admire how even the attendants of the Dao ancestor showed such respect for his master. Before long, numerous powerful beings from the primordial world arrived, settling into their respective seats. Their gazes toward Tongtian were tinged with fear, resentment, and a hint of unwillingness and helplessness. Among the visitors, many new faces appeared, while some familiar ones were conspicuously absent. It was evident that a considerable number of those powerful beings had fallen since the last gathering. This was the brutal reality of the primordial world, new generations replacing the old. Nuwa recognized the creature, and upon learning that it had become Tongtian's disciple, promptly congratulated it, acknowledging its immense fortune to have Tongtian as its master. Hutu, being generous, directly gifted it a piece of innate spiritual treasure as a meeting gift, saying, "Our witch clan has no need for such items. When you visit our domain in the future, feel free to select from our treasure vault. For their own kind, the witch clan was indeed quite generous. Spiritual treasures were as common to them as hammers, hardly more useful than their own bodies. Yuan Shi let out a sour huff, remarking that the beasts with fur and those born from moisture are unworthy. This instantly drew the ire of many powerful beings in the Zixiao Palace. Most present were precisely of that ilk, and Yuan Shi's words effectively ignited a wave of animosity. Laozi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Although he shared similar thoughts, such comments were inappropriate in such a public setting, merely stirring up hatred. Nuwa and Fux's disdain for Yuan Shi surged, as they were both of the same category, serpent-bodied beings with human heads. Many powerful beings in the primordial world snickered behind their hands, pointing out how Laozi and Yuan Shi were conspiring with outsiders against their own brethren, actions inferior even to those of beasts. Furious, Yuan Shi shouted for the speaker to step forward. With thousands of powerful beings present, Yuan Shi's words alienated two-thirds of the assembly, leaving him without any allies, which only added to his anger. They thought to themselves, if we cannot contend with Tongtian, how could we possibly contend with you, Yuan Shi? Though your strength is formidable, even Laozi possesses the heavenly yellow Linglong treasure. In a real confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. The 12 ancestors of the witches were already itching for action, seemingly ready to pounce on Yuan Shi at Tongtian's word. They held no goodwill toward either Laozi or Yuan Shi, having long wished to take matters into their own hands. As descendants of Pangu, one transformed from the primordial spirit, and the other born of essence blood, they should have shared brotherly bonds. Yet Laozi and Yuan Shi regarded the 12 ancestors as mere barbarians, often mocking them. The hot-tempered 12 ancestors could hardly endure such treatment. Were it not for Tongtian, they would have dealt with the 3 pure ones long ago. Did they think the 12 ancestors were easy to bully? Tongtian smiled, steering the conversation away from this topic. He addressed the creature. This is your second master uncle Yuqing Yuan Shi, and this is your master uncle Taching Laozi. Don't forget to pay your respects. Despite harboring a deep distaste for Yuan Shi, the creature stepped forward to bow, calling out to both master uncles. Laozi nodded in acknowledgement, while Yuan Shi coldly dismissed it, sneering, "The remnants of the Qilin race have no right to be my disciple within the 3 pure ones. Such primordial sinners should be reduced to ashes." Tongtian's expression darkened. "Second brother, my choice of disciples has nothing to do with you. If that is the case, I shall forsake the name of the 3 pure ones." Boom. The powerful beings in the Zixiao Palace were taken aback, none expecting Tongtian to sever the ties among the 3 pure ones so abruptly. Though previous tensions had existed, they had never escalated to this point. Many gazes shifted toward Yuan Shi, now viewing him as the troublemaker. He could have simply ignored Tongtian's choice of disciples. Why resort to ridicule and threats? Though the creature was indeed the young son of the Qilin, it bore no sin upon it, instead radiating a golden light of auspiciousness. To suggest it should be turned to ash would likely earn the disapproval of the heavenly Tao itself. Tongtian, do not speak such words in the future. Our 3 pure ones are ultimately one. Laozi finally could not hold back, voicing his concern. The concept of the 3 pure ones being united was not merely rhetoric. As long as their relationships remained intact, their fortunes would be linked, allowing them to share benefits to some extent. Presently, Tongtian's fortune was flourishing, and both Laozi and Yuan Shi had undoubtedly gained considerable advantages from this. If the ties among the 3 pure ones were severed here, the losses would be substantial, something Laozi was unwilling to accept. Alas, here are the 7-turn golden pills I refined, perfectly suited for you. Laozi produced a gourd filled with roughly a dozen 7-turn golden pills. Given his current cultivation level, this was the limit of his refinement abilities. Parting with this gourd of pills would weigh heavily on him. The creature looked to Tongtian, only accepting them once he nodded. "Thank you, master uncle." Yuan Shi. Laozi glared, prompting Yuan Shi to reluctantly produce a low-grade, innate treasure and toss it to the creature. After receiving it, the creature offered indifferent thanks, having discerned the strained relationship between its master and both Laozi and Yuan Shi. Tongtian chose not to pursue the topic further. The division of the 3 pure ones was not yet timely. Although Hongjun had yet to make an appearance, if he were to sever the relationships completely, Hongjun would likely intervene. Moreover, now that Laozi and Yuan Shi had presented their meeting gifts, the matter could temporarily be set aside. The powerful beings of the primordial world had witnessed a near split among the 3 pure ones, and they were quite satisfied with the spectacle. What a thrilling affair. Regrettably, the split had not come to fruition, otherwise the drama would have been even more captivating. Yet one undeniable truth emerged: compared to Tongtian, Laozi and Yuan Shi appeared woefully inadequate, feeling somewhat unworthy of the title as true descendants of Pangu. After all, the two of them now struggled to match even the 12 ancestors of the witches. Dao Ancestor has arrived. Hao Tian shouted, and the Zhixiao Palace fell silent, as all bowed in unison. We pay homage to the Dao Ancestor. Hongjun appeared quietly, seemingly unaware of the previous events in the Zhixiao Palace, and began to lecture. The first lecture had focused on the Great Dao, while this time, he spoke of the path to quasi-saintship, addressing realms beyond the Great Dao. The powerful beings of the primordial world were overjoyed, fully attentive to the teachings, especially those at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, who were particularly eager to listen. Donghuang Taiyi Di Junming, He Kuan Peng Laozi and Yuan Shi all instinctively glanced at Tongtian, suspecting that his overwhelming strength stemmed from having reached the quasi-saint realm. Otherwise, if they were all merely great Luo golden immortals, no matter how powerful Tongtian was, the gap in their strengths could not be so vast. Many secretly pondered. After this lecture, once we too break through to the quasi-saint realm, we shall make Tongtian pay the price. Tongtian sensed that Hongjun's cultivation had taken a leap. This was his first impression, as he could feel a remarkably pure aura of the heavenly Dao emanating from Hongjun. It seemed that Hongjun had begun to tread the path of integration. Aligning oneself with the Dao, merging with the heavenly principle, destined him to become a puppet of the heavenly Dao. However, this was also a process of struggle. If Hongjun could suppress the heavenly Dao, he could transcend and escape the role of the heavenly Dao's representative, thus achieving a realm surpassing that of a heavenly saint. But this path was incredibly challenging. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment materialized behind Tongtian, enveloping him, Huda Di Jiang, and the 11 ancestors of the witches Nuwa Fushi, and the creature within its shade. Except for Di Jiang, everyone else fell into a state of sudden enlightenment. It must be noted that while Di Jiang and the others possessed robust physical forms, their primordial spirits were significantly weaker. Huda's primordial spirit was slightly stronger due to her being the last to be born. Before her, the 11 ancestors had absorbed vast amounts of earthly malevolence, resulting in Huda's spirit being clearer and not as muddled as that of the 11 ancestors. It was precisely for this reason that the ancient tea tree of enlightenment could have an effect on Hudu. Hongjuan's teachings covered a wide range, and Tongtian drew upon the essence of the sword Dao, swallowing it whole and beginning to comprehend the laws of the sword. Tongtian was innately aligned with the laws of the sword, otherwise in the original history Hongjun would not have bestowed the 4 swords of extermination upon him. After the 36-petal Chaos Azure Lotus was split, the Qingping sword would not have emerged. Currently, Tongtian's understanding of the sword Dao was not very profound, merely at 30%. However, this was already far beyond the average quasi-saint, who usually only grasped 1 or 2% of the great laws at their inception. With the support of the Enlightenment Mat, the Innate Dao Embryo, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, and the power of Hongjun's teachings, Tongtian's comprehension of the sword Dao rapidly increased. The essence of the sword Dao gradually permeated the area around Tongtian, as if creating a realm solely for the sword Dao. Hongjun sensed this, and turned his gaze toward Tongtian, sighing inwardly. Tongtian had grown stronger once again. The benefits of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment for Tongtian were immense. Hongjun understood that the content of his teachings had likely already been recorded by the ancient tea tree, yet he could neither stop it nor see any reason to do so. Had this been earlier, Hongjun might have harbored murderous intent. After all, Tongtian possessed far too many treasures, and his rate of progress was astonishingly rapid. If nothing unforeseen occurred, it would not be long before Tongtian achieved sainthood. However, Hongjun had already attained sainthood. Only upon reaching this level could one truly understand the extraordinary strength of the saintly realm. Below the saintly level, if one desired to kill, it was merely a matter of thought. Of course, if one were like Tongtian, protected by several innate supreme treasures, it was a different story. Unless Tongtian could truly achieve the Dao through the laws, walking the path of chaos divine demons, he posed no threat to Hongjun. Yet the road of achieving the Dao through the laws was fraught with difficulty. Despite Tongtian's current rapid progress and the support of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, this was merely the initial phase. As one progresses, the speed of comprehending the great laws dwindles. Even with the ancient tea tree, this remains true. Perhaps only after Tongtian had mastered 90% of a great law would he begin to appreciate the difficulty of the final 10%. Hongjun had become stuck at this last step, unable to advance even an inch. Thus, he could not recover the essence of the chaos divine demons. Moreover, within the primordial world, the heavenly Dao suppressed the path of achieving the Dao through laws. Only in the endless chaos void could one hope to break through, just like the great immortal Yangmei. Indeed, the great immortal Yangmei had completed the path of achieving the Dao through the laws and attained the mixed element great Luo golden immortal status, unbound by the heavenly Dao. Although under the suppression of the heavenly Dao, he could not enter the primordial world, he ultimately remained free and untroubled. Boom. Laozi broke through comprehending his own great law, greatly enhancing his power and instantly entering the Quasi-Saint realm. Now Laozi understood why Tongtian was so formidable, able to suppress so many powerful beings of the primordial world on his own. In the Quasi-Saint realm, mastering the power of the great laws was immensely strong. Not comparable to the great Luo golden immortal level at all. However, upon seeing the sword Dao power surrounding Tongtian, Laozi's expression changed once again. Previously, it had been the thunder law, now it had transformed into the sword law. Tongtian had comprehended two types of great laws. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Laozi once more felt the gulf between them. The strength of Quasi-Saints is not determined solely by the number of great laws they grasp, but rather by their mastery over those laws. However, if they were of the same level, the more great laws one mastered, the stronger they naturally became. Moreover, the sword Dao was inherently an offensive path best suited for battle. Once again, Laozi couldn't help but envy Tongtian's ancient tea tree of enlightenment. If he had such a treasure of enlightenment, he too might grasp more great laws. While the enlightenment mat was excellent, the gap between it and the ancient tea tree was not trivial. Before long, Yuan Shi also broke through to the Quasi-Saint realm. His power surged, causing Yuan Shi to suddenly regard Tongtian differently, seemingly eager to take action. Now that he had reached the Quasi-Saint realm, who would fear whom? Though Yuan Shi knew Tongtian's strength was undoubtedly greater, the rush of newfound power inflated his ego. Soon after, Nuo Fushi Dong, Huang Taiyi Di Jun Kuan, Peng Hongyun, Zinyuanzi, Jian Juni Dong, Wanggong, Shi Wangmu, and numerous other powerful beings of the primordial world all broke through, achieving the Quasi-Saint realm. The era of Quasi-Saints had begun. Second update over 5000 words, a late compensation for updates. This time it's quite substantial, isn't it? Tomorrow's thrilling continuation awaits. In the second sermon at Zi Shaogong, the era of Zhu and Sheng had dawned. Wave upon wave of formidable Quasi-Saint auras suffused the palace's void, unsettling the hearts and minds of all who stood within. Among the throng of worldly visitors in Zi Shaogong, not everyone had ascended to the final threshold of Zhu and Sheng. Many still lingered at the De Luo Jinxian stage. Ho Tu, for example, had only reached the late De Luo Jinxian. He had not yet attained its consummation. One could not deny how acutely the slight deficiency in primordial spirit manifested itself in that instant. To fall a step behind was to be left ever behind. Ho Tu's primordial spirit, though stronger than that of Di Jiang and the other Shi Zhu Wu, remained inadequate against many others. Yet his combat prowess was not to be underestimated. The Shi Zhu Wu were innately adept at wielding the power of cosmic laws. An endowment of Pangu's Vitae, the might of their cultivation determined the magnitude of law they could marshal. Ho Tu himself commanded the force of earth. For the Wu clan, the path to enlightenment had always been one of law and principle. When the second lecture concluded, the assembly remained ravenous for more. Its gains had been immense. To become Zhu and Sheng meant advancing one further step upon the road of Dao. Tongtian, roused from his contemplations, let a fleeting smile pass his face. Coming to Zi Shaogong had proven far more efficacious than solitary cultivation. The third sermon at Zi Shaogong was different in tenor. The first two had been the marrow, the clearest expositions of the Great Way. The third, by contrast, had become Hongjuan's platform, a transmission not only of doctrine, but of his own methods, his own sectarian teachings, and private slants. When the ancient tea tree of enlightenment vanished, the gaze of many greats from the Honghuang centered upon Tongtian with palpable hostility. Donghuang Taiyi's malice was plain. He could no longer restrain the urge to act. Only after losing the Hundun Zhong had he realized the irreplaceable worth of that bell. Secretly, he and Di Jun had conferred once they left Zi Shaogong they would seize the bell from Tongtian by force. Donghuang Gong shared the same hatred in his breast. It cut deeply. Many other titans of the Primordial Age felt likewise. Were it not for the presence of Daozu upon the dais, they would have leapt upon Tongtian already. Previously, they could not overcome Tongtian because of the gulf in realm, but now they were all Zhu and Sheng. One or two might still be no match for Tongtian alone, but together in numbers they could surely prevail. The grievances Tongtian had once heaped upon them, they swore to wash everyone away. Tongtian surveyed the assembly without expression. They had swollen with vanity. Had they believed that the mere attainment of Zhu and Sheng would render them superior? Ho Tu and Nu Hua perceived the razor-sharp killing intent in the air. Ho Tu's eyes flickered coldly as he conferred with Di Jiang and the others preparing to confront those titans. The second sermon has ended. The next discourse will be held 3,000 years hence, Hong Jun intoned. Before their eyes the assembly blurred, and they had already been cast beyond Zi Shaogong. Hongjuan's cultivation had grown markedly. Tongtian felt the tremor of this truth after each sermon. Hongjuan's strength increased. Once the third had passed, Hongjun would merge himself with the Tao. Outside, the hosts of greats led by Jun and Donghuang Taiyi closed in on Tongtian with hostile eyes. Tongtian Donghuang Taiyi said icily, "You could not have expected this day. When you alone were Zhuan Sheng, you outmatched us. Now that we stand together, where will your superiority lie? Today we shall repay every indignity." And the Donghuang Bell Donghuang Taiyi added, "I should keep it myself." He could barely contain his greed to reclaim the Hundun Zhong. Without it, he felt like a toothless tiger. Jun with Hichu and Luo Shu hovering above his brow stood shoulder to shoulder with him, their aura tightening around Tongtian, denying him any avenue of escape. "You cursed feathered wretches, you court death." Zhu Rong roared and surged forward. The sure heir Zhu Wu pressed in behind him, ready to slay Jun and Donghuang Taiyi. This had been their prior plan: strike down those two first. For long they had been humiliated by the two brothers, though they would never admit it. The sheer power of the duo, especially the Sunfire alone, had been a constant menace. But 10 demonic gods under Donghuang Taiyi erupted forth to meet the sure heir Zhu Wu. Baize, one of them, had even reached the Zhuan Sheng tier. With a boisterous laugh, he declared, "Sure heir Zhu Wu, our adversaries are us." It was clear that Jun and Donghuang Taiyi's consolidation of the Yao clan had borne fruit. The 10 Yao Shun were assembled. Only the Donghuang Bell remained to realize their ambition. With it, they could found a Yao celestial court, using its power to anchor the court's fate forever. Although 1,000 years remained before Tongtian would surrender the bell, their impatience had already become unbearable. Fu Shi and Nu Hua moved to intervene, but 2 other titans stepped forth to bar their path. "2 of you," they said with cold amusement, "come and play." Shi Wangmu had not yet been able to act before she perceived an aura lock upon her. Any motion would invite thunderous retribution. She recognized the presence. Kuan Peng, the very winged Lord Tongtian had once severed. Kuan Peng had now entered the Zhuan Sheng realm, and though cautious, he believed Tongtian's doom was near. Fearing Tongtian's sudden reversal, Kuan Peng intercepted Shi Wangmu rather than face Tongtian directly. He relied upon his phenomenal speed. Should Tongtian fall, he could seize the treasure with ease. Should Tongtian survive, he could flee before danger closed. "Tongtian, see who can aid you now. Today you die here." Donghuang Gong stamped his dragon-head staff upon the ground, the sound ringing like a challenge. "They say the Zhu Xian Jian Zhun cannot be broken except by 4 sages. Today I shall put that to the test." Outside Zishao Gong, there were more than 4 Zhuan Sheng enemies intent upon Tongtian. No formation, however formidable, could withstand such a multitude. Tongtian laughed. "Against such pitiful foes, deserters, and broken warriors, we need no Zhu Xian array. Since you have chosen the path to your doom, I shall grant it." The Hundun Zhong manifested in Tongtian's hand, and Donghuang Taiyi's face convulsed with hatred. This treasure had belonged to him. "Donghuang Taiyi, today I shall teach you how to wield Hundun Zhong," Tongtian declared. A bell rang beyond Zishao Gong. Time itself crystallized. Tongtian's voice, cold as frost, issued forth one Gu Jie Kong. "All eternity is void." A torrent of temporal force swept outward, engulfing every direction. Those who had raised hands against Tongtian found themselves within its sweep. "No, my cultivation," rose anguished cries. Terrified, many primordial greats realized their attainments were being stripped away. "Your mastery of time's law," Donghuang Taiyi and Donghuang Gong cried. They had not even struck when catastrophe befell them. Tongtian's strike was merciless. The 3,000 years of cultivation sanctioned by Zishao Gong vanished, as if water, their progress erased. Save for their realms, which persisted tens of thousands of years' worth of power, had been scoured from their very beings. It was an unbearable wound. How could they continue to fight when their own strengths had been shaved down before the battle even began? Under Tongtian's command, the Hundun Zhong dominated the fabric of space-time, unleashing an unparalleled suppression. The Titans were pinned immobile, and Donghuang Taiyi felt a humiliation so bitter it seemed like betrayal. Outside Zishao Gong, no fighting. Hongjuan's voice intervened, and the bell's suppressive tide shattered. "Thank you, Daozu." The greats, shaken to their core, bowed and fled into the infinite Hundun without hesitation. The terror they had felt was too profound. They had mistook Zhuan Sheng as an equalizer. The chasm remained. The Hundun Zhongs might have infuriated them. Absent that bell's aid, even Tongtian wielding time's law could not have leached so many tens of thousands of years from their cultivation at once. The loss was grievous, and no one knew how long recovery would take. They directed rancor at Donghuang Taiyi. Had he not been so careless as to lose his treasure, they would not have been so compromised. Donghuang Taiyi felt the sting. He vomited blood, and blackness closed upon his sight. Only by Jun's support did he not collapse wholly. Such an ignominy. Peng's swiftest of all had sensed danger the instant the Hundun Zhong appeared. Without hesitation, he abandoned his interception of Shi Wang Mu and fled into the boundless void, escaping by the skin of his wings. His fortune had been prodigious. Tongtian smiled faintly. He had expected Hongjuan's intervention. Had Hongjun remained idle, Tongtian would have slain many of those titans outright. Since Hongjun had acted, Tongtian stood down for the present, yet he would not forget how often they had marked him for blood. There would be opportunities aplenty when the Wu Yao cataclysm came. He wondered whether Hongjun would then still be able to restrain himself. Dayumanji beasts. The sure heir Zhu Wu seized the moment. They struck with brutal ferocity upon the Ten Yao Shun. Those demonic gods, already depleted, could not withstand the assault, except for Bai Zhe. Most were shattered, flesh-rent, blood-raining screams piercing the heavens. Tongtian felt a dark humor at the spectacle. The Zhu Wu were plain and blunt, and their ferocity had finally unloosed. He had long wished to take action. Hongjuan's presence had restrained him. The Zhu Wu's assault offered a vent. "You murderous curs. I'll slaughter you." Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, quick to rage, sought to charge forward. Di Jiang and the others prepared, not idle in the face of doom. The Zhu Wu's auras conjoined in an ominous weave, as if preparing some dreadful stroke. Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, restrain yourselves. Tongtian rolled his Tai Ji too and quelled their fury before Hongjun could intervene. To act now would truly provoke Hongjun. Even Tongtian dared not risk angering him. Hongjuan's might was beyond his capacity to withstand. Seal the sure heir Zhu Wu in the endless Hundun void for 10,000 years. Hongjun pronounced, his voice level and implacable, showing no hint of emotion. It was like the decree of the heavens. Jun and Donghuang Taiyi felt relief and pleasure. Though they had not achieved the death of the Zhu Wu, such a sentence was ample. 10,000 years in the void would leave them grievously weakened. Some might not return at all. With the Zhu Wu gone, the Wu clan would be rendered impotent, and the Yao could finish them off later. When the Zhu Wu emerged, they would be solitary figures in a changed world. The Zhu Wu erupted in fury. They could not accept such a fate. They acknowledged only Pangu as their sovereign and had never held Hongjun in esteem. If not for Hongjuan's strength, they might have already overturned Zishaogong. Tongtian's face darkened. The Tai Ji too blazed with immeasurable light, pushing back against Hongjuan's force. Golden radiance of Dao virtue burst from behind Tongtian's brow, interplaying with Zishaogong's violet luminescence. Tongtian understood the intent. Hongjun sought to suppress the Wu clan. Under Tongtian's influence, the Wu had risen too swiftly. The sure heir Zhu Wu's power had eclipsed that of Di Jun and the rest. Now, with Donghuang Taiyi bereft of the Hundun Zhong, the Yao had lagged. Over time, the imbalance might culminate in the Wu extinguishing the Yao in the coming cataclysm, a fate Hongjun would not allow. He would restore the ordained order. Tongtian would not allow it either. If the Wu's destiny were to be forcibly redirected, would his own fate not likewise be rewritten? Could he withstand being realigned by Hongjun? Hongjun Daozu, this punishment is excessive, Tongtian said, low and composed. The sure heir Zhu Wu violated your interdiction and deserve penalty. But Di Jun, Donghuang Taiyi, Donghuang Gong, and their confederates, who attack me without cause, have insulted Pangu's line. They have defied Pangu's majesty and the ancient way. This is rebellion against heaven and the Tao. Astonishment rippled through the assembly. Tongtian's words were perilous, an implicit accusation that could justify the harshest retribution. To defy Pangu, to affront the very founder of the world, was to invite death. Tongtian's claim carried the weight of lineage. He was Pangu's transformed primeval spirit, heir to the founding merit and the vast oaths of the world. His words bore consequence. Tongtian's voice rang like an edict. He swore to slay Di Jun, Donghuang Taiyi, and all who had conspired against him. Leave none alive. How dare you? Before Dao ancestor, what right have you to speak? Donghuang Taiyi and the others roared in fury, castigating Tongtian. They were near madness. They were not fools. They had heard the implication in Tongtian's words, a threat to Hongjun Daozu. He intended to kill them. With Tongtian's power, if he truly set his mind to it, could they withstand him? They could not. Only if Donghuang Taiyi could reclaim the Hundun Zhong was there any hope. Tongtian, have you lost your senses? Come back at once. Yuanshi bellowed. Inwardly, he wished he could flay Tongtian alive. Die if you must, but do not take us with you. Tongtian returned. Laozi could no longer restrain himself. The three pure ones were one. If Tongtian fell, their losses would be immense. He could not let Tongtian be harmed now. The Shire Zhu were deeply moved and shouted for Tongtian to come back. They understood Hongjun's terrors. He was the first sage of the Primordial World. At worst, he'll be suppressed for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, grandfather will still be a man of worth. Tongtian said nothing. He awaited Hong Jun's reply. Through his actions, he declared his stance: you move against the Zuwu, and I will move against the Yaozu. You weaken the Wuzu, and I will erase the Yaozu. A calamity between Wuzu and Yaozu. Do not presume it can continue. If need be, he would rend this very primordial world asunder. Now Tongtian had that audacity. If Hong Jun truly struck without restraint, Tongtian could detonate his treasures and obliterate this world, reopening the cosmos. Multiple innate treasures, a Hundun-class relic. If truly ignited, not even Hong Jun could contain it. The whole primeval realm would regress to primordial chaos. And Tongtian's terrifying accumulation of Dao virtues. If he died for Hong Jun's hand, the Dao itself might rise in wrath and strip Hong Jun of his sanctity, casting him into the mortal plane. Yes, Tongtian was prepared to be that mad. He knew this was no time to retreat. In history as it had unfolded, did the Wuzu and Yaozu truly perish together? No. Hong Jun repeatedly tilted the scales. When the Yaozu fell behind, Hong Jun constrained the Wuzu. Otherwise, how could the Yaozu have ever seized the heavenly court? They would long ago have been annihilated. Hong Jun professed that the Wuzu and Yaozu settled disputes between themselves, yet time and again, he intervened, violating the rule he had set. If Hong Jun could suppress the Shire Zuwu, now he could do so again. Tongtian would never permit that. The reverence of the sage is not to be affronted. Hong Jun's voice resounded calm and unruffled, but was he truly unmoved? Not at all. When Tongtian spoke, the heavens themselves sent Hong Jun a warning, an omen that shocked him. He understood the heavens had reacted because of Tongtian. What did Tongtian harbor that stirred such dread in the way? Nor is the dignity of the Father God to be crossed. Tongtian smiled and stood his ground. One step back would be two. Once retreat began, there was no end. Outside Zhixiao Gong, the atmosphere snapped taut, like a drawn bowstring, suffocating. Those primordial masters who had not yet departed regretted their choice. This was the brief calm before the storm. Even Donghuang Taiyi and the others had not expected matters to reach such a pass, that Tongtian would truly confront Hong Jun Daozu. After their initial stupefaction, a feral joy surged through them. They were courting death, hoping Hong Jun in his wrath would slay Tongtian outright. Time stretched thin. Breathless, the assembly waited until Hong Jun finally spoke. Surrender the Hundun Zhong, and this matter will end. There was a lessening of serenity in Hong Jun's tone. He had yielded. He could not afford otherwise. Could he suppress Tongtian for 10,000 years? Then he might miss the third sermon. What that would bring was unknown. To slay Tongtian was impossible. Tongtian's ordained sanctity would forbid the heavens from permitting such a deed. Moreover, if Hong Jun killed Tongtian, the virtues Tongtian had amassed would bring about dire consequences. Hong Jun himself might be unseated. To endanger himself for the Shire Zuwu was a poor bargain. His intention had been merely to preserve equilibrium between Wuzu and Yaozu. If Donghuang Taiyi reclaimed, the Hundun balance would be restored, and whether he suppressed the Shire Zuwu or not would be moot. For a moment, all were stunned. Though Hong Jun demanded the Hundun Zhong, it signaled capitulation. Tongtian had indeed compelled the sage to yield. None had foreseen it. Tongtian laughed, and saying, "Very well," hurled the Hundun Zhong to Donghuang Taiyi. Only 1,000 years remained at most. With time distorted, he might glean a few 100,000 years worth of insight at best, little more. In any case, once Donghuang Taiyi died, the Hundun Zhong would again be as in no one could permanently wrest it away. Within Zhixiao Gong, Hong Jun exhaled with a trace of relief. Tongtian had accepted the offered stairway down. Otherwise, Hong Jun had only one recourse: to suppress Tongtian, and the dignity of a sage allowed no endless retreats. At that instant, the moment Donghuang Taiyi seized the Hundun Zhong, a bell tolled from within it. Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun were caught unawares, their bodies ruptured, as if blasted apart. Tongtian. Their forms reconstituted swiftly. They glared at Tongtian with murderous fury, as if they would flay him to the bones. Tongtian. Hong Jun too was stirred to anger. He had not expected Tongtian to strike now and grievously wound Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun. Tongtian spoke with deliberate calm. By surrendering the Hundun Zhong, I acknowledged the deus's penalty. Yet Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun provoked the Father God. They too must be punished. Hong Jun was speechless. What rebuttal could he offer? He could not deny it. Frustration flooded him. He wished he could strike Tongtian dead, but once again the heavens' warning surfaced, forcing him to quell his wrath. Keep the Hundun Zhong safe for me. I shall reclaim it in time, Tongtian declared, laughing, and vanished into the Hundun void, leaving Donghuang Taiyi and the others enraged and staring after him. Foul-feathered dogs. Next time we will kill you. The Shire Zuwu snorted at Donghuang Taiyi, their killing intent unmistakable. They hurried away to regain strength. They had felt overwhelming pressure. Had their power been greater, would Hong Jun have so easily constrained them? If not for Hongjun's leverage, Tongtian would not have surrendered the Hundun. All of this sprang from their own insufficiency. The Wuzu revered none but Pangu. They did not bow to the heavens or the sages. Hongjun's conduct had been logged into the Shire Zuwu's ledger of grievances. One day they would settle accounts. The primordial masters were preparing to depart when Hongjun's voice admonished them not to speak of what had transpired. His tone was flat, but it chilled them. When they had gone, Hongjun's silhouette re-emerged, surveying the primordial world with a flash of cold passing through his gaze. Tongtian. In the Hundun void, the Shire Zuwu pursued him. Jun solemnly vowed, Tongtian, we accept your loss on this occasion. We will repay you next time. You shall not be wronged for nothing. Before Tongtian could respond, the Zuwu burst through the void and hurried away. They were up to something, Tongtian sensed. An ominous premonition gripped him. The Shire Zuwu intended to move large pieces across the board. Sifengwu admired Tongtian immensely. Tongtian's display had been dazzling, leaving Sifengwu giddy. He had never imagined his master could stand against the Daozu without punishment. Even the venerable Shikolin once treated Hongjun as an elder and dared not act rashly. Return to the primordial world first, Tongtian instructed. I will refine my corporeal form here in the Hundun void. The Taiji too enveloped Sifengwu, sealing the surrounding chaos into a black and white stream of light that plunged back toward the primordial world. 1,000 years later, Tongtian, who had been honing his body in the void, opened his eyes. A hue of primordial chaos flickered deep within his pupils. A chime sounded. Ding. Host, please proceed to Buzhou Shan to sign in at the Xiantian Hulu Tongue. Task completed. Reward: 5 needles. Xiantian Spirit Root. Task failed. No penalty, no reward. Buzhou Shan. A 7-colored radiance shattered the void. Half the primordial world turned its gaze. Countless masters stirred and converged upon Buzhou Shan. Such a commotion meant the treasure was exceptional, perhaps an innate preeminent relic. When Tongtian arrived, many of the primordial masters had already assembled. Laozi Yuanshi, Donghuang Taiyi, Dijun, Kunpeng Jane, Juan Ti, Fushin Yuhua. Those with renown were present. At Tongshan's appearance, faces paled, and several stepped back. That relentless man was here, which made sense. Tongtian followed treasures wherever they surfaced. Tongtian. Donghuang Taiyi ground his teeth. The Hundun Zhong in his hand glowed. He longed to strike. In that 1,000 years, inspired by Tongtian, he had even gleaned a fragment of the Tao of time through the Hundun Zhong's power. He now appreciated the bell's true might. The time and space principles within were its greatest treasure. Previously, he had been like one who picks up sesame and drops a watermelon. For this insight, he owed Tongtian a grudging thanks. Without him, he would never have perceived the time Tao. Scanning the crowd, Tongtian found no trace of the Shire Zuwu. Even the Wuzu were absent, which surprised him. Buzhou Shan was Wuzu territory. Such inertia from them was odd. He turned toward the Xiantian Hulu Tongue. A primal formation hung about it. The nascent Hulu had not yet matured. A torrent of innate primal energy flowed from Buzhou Shan into the roots of the vine, supplying 7 Xiantian huluses. This single vine was of great utility in the ages to come. Both the 7 huluses and the vine itself would become famed. Suddenly the vine flared, and 7 distinct principles burst from the huluses. A terrifying force. This is truly innate treasure caliber. This treasure is fated to me. The huluses matured. The assembled masters grew excited, subtly excluding Tongtian, as if to conspire together. 7 Xiantian huluses, each a supreme innate spirit treasure, could not be taken by one alone. Yet among them, there was hope to partition or claim one apiece. But with Tongtian involved, matters changed. He might seize them all. They remembered how Tongtian once monopolized the 36th grade Laozi Lotus. That would not be tolerated. System, why has sign-in not begun? Tongtian asked. The Xiantian huluses had matured, yet the sign-in had not started. You must approach the Xiantian Hulu Tongue host. Tongtian snorted inwardly. Of course the system was provoking trouble. Approaching the vine now would invite a collective assault. Did Tongtian care? Of course not. He acted then. The Zhuxian Jinjin, the array of immortal slaying swords, was cast. The array enveloped the Xiantian huluses and their formation. This Xiantian Hulu vine belongs to me, Tongtian. Depart now. Those who refuse, enter the array and fight. The assembled masters were aghast. Tongtian had set the Zhuxian Jinjin. There was no contest left. They could not play at this any longer. Tongtian. Donghuang Taiyi thundered, and without hesitation bore the Hundun Zhong through the Zhuxian gate. Among the 4 Zhuxian swords, the Zhuxian Jian was strongest. The Hundun Zhong, a blend of offense and defense, was ideal against the Zhuxian Jian. Dijun, bearing the Hichu Luoshu above his head, charged into the Zhuxian gate as well. Third brother, the violet gold Hulu, is fated to me. Let me have it. Laozi murmured Tiandi, Xianhuang Linglong Ta twining above him as streams of Xianhuang mother energy dripped down. Yuanshi glared at Tongtian with such animus he seemed poised to devour him. Tongtian laughed. Brother, you were already going to act. Why speak further? Enter the array. If you break my Zhuxian Jinjin, the Xiantian Hulu is yours. No need for words. Let us break his array. I refuse to believe our numbers cannot shatter a single Zhuxian Jinjin. Yuanshi roared and plunged into the array. Laozi sighed and followed. There remained the Juexian Jian and Luxian Jian gates. Who else dares? Tongshan's gaze swept the crowd. Many could not meet it. They felt the tremendous pressure of the Zhuxian Jinjin. Hong Yun felt a stirring. He sensed a red hulu was fated to him, but Xinyuanzi already poised intercepted Hong Yun. Hong Yun, do you wish to die? That is Tongtian. Treasures are lovely, but one needs a life to enjoy them. Do you think you are like Donghuang Taiyi or Laozi? Donghuang Taiyi and Laozi both had supreme relics to shield them. Even if they failed in the array, they would not perish. Hong Yun could not afford such recklessness. He sighed and relinquished the attempt. Xinyuanzi had spoken well, a treasure must be enjoyed with one's life intact. Hong Yun held back, but several other masters could not restrain themselves. A handful joined forces and surged into the Juexian and Luxian gates. Meanwhile, Tongtian had already approached the Xiantian Hulu Tong. Ding. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Task complete. Reward has been deposited into the system vault. One of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the Wuzhen song, was his at last. That made 2 of the 10 innate roots in his possession. With the Xiantian Hulu he had just acquired, he now held 3. Someday he might attempt to gather all 10. Yet the Kongxin Yanglu would likely prove troublesome. Among the 10 innate roots, only the Kongxin Yanglu had ever birthed a sentience, becoming the immortal Yangmei Daxian. By the old chronicles, Yangmei Daxian should by now have ascended beyond the Honghuang to the Hunyuan Dayuo Jinxian within the Hundun Void. Senior brother, shall we try to climb up there? We might seize a Xiantian Hulu. Zhuan Ti said, his eyes burning. He longed to snatch all 7 Xiantian Hulus for himself. The Western realm had been impoverished ever since the battle with Luo Ho. Zhuan Ti and Jane often crossed to the east to beg and plunder, eager to bring everything back westward. Seeing so many quasi-saints besieging Tongtian, Zhuan Ti smelled opportunity. Eastern treasures were abundant, the West had nothing. Jane matched his urgency, but gritted his teeth. No, we have witnessed the might of the Zhuxian Jianzhan. It is terrifying. Even Donghuang Taiyi and Laozi may not break it. And even if Tongtian were to breach the array, could we really take the prize from him afterward? Zhuan Ti fell silent. Jane's logic was unassailable. Breaking the array did not guarantee claiming the treasure. Such an assault would exhaust their primal energies. They might merely sew a garment on another's back. Just as Tongtian prepared to secure the Xiantian Hulu, a peculiar force rippled outward, and the 7 Xiantian Hulus on the vine began to loosen. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden system task. Preserve the Xiantian Hulus from being divided. Task complete. Reward upgraded Jiezi Mi of the 9 secrets and 1 million portions of Dadao Gongda. Task failed. No punishment. No reward. Tongtian. He had suspected that keeping in Xiantian Hulu intact would not be simple. Trouble was bound to arise. The force was not Hongjuan's hand, but a thread of Tian Dao, the true difficulty. Tongtian knew that among the 10 innate roots, the Xiantian Hulu tongue was singular. The 7th black gourd harbored a nascent miniature Hundun world. For that reason, the Tian Dao would not tolerate it. It sought to sever the gourds. Tian Dao instinctively extinguished chaotic products lest the Honghuang be destabilized. That was why the Honghuang Tian Dao had once sought to obliterate the Hundun demons. Chaos begets variables beyond the Tian Dao's governance. The unfinished black gourd had been taken by Hongjun Daozu long ago and had never been seen since. Solving the problem might be arduous for others. For Tongtian, it was manageable. He injected a portion of Dadao Gongda into the vine. The buzzing of imminent division stilled. The vine, sensing a benefactor, cast a longing glance toward him. Though it had no full sentience, the Xiantian Hulu tongue possessed a seed of spirit and did not wish to be cleft and rendered incomplete. It perceived in Tongtian the means of salvation. Tongtian did not stint. He poured in 100,000 portions of Dadao Gongda. Immediately the vine erupted in 7-fold radiance. The strands of Tian Dao dissolved into ashes beneath the merit. With astonished eyes from the gathered Honghuang masters, the Xiantian Hulu tongue rose, as if uprooting itself, and willingly settled into Tongtian's hands, intimate obedient. How obliging, Tongtian murmured. Holding the vine, he perceived its unique nature. It could reverse and become a Hundun spirit treasure. This acquisition was a windfall. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Hidden task complete. Rewards deposited into the system vault. Tongtian's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he extracted the upgraded Jiezimi. This secret art was genuine treasure in some other grand fantasy world. It could instantly multiply one's strength tenfold. Different worlds had different rules, yet like the upgraded Tongtian Magong before it, the upgraded Jiezimi adapted to the Honghuang's fabric and still promised a tenfold surge in combat potency. If his current strength suddenly multiplied 10 times. At the thought, Tongtian felt a thrill crawl across his skin. Zhu and Ti and Jane exchanged looks of relief. Thank heavens they had not acted. The vine had pledged itself to Tongtian and transformed into a Xiantian spirit treasure. There had been no chance to wrest it away. What contest remained? Nuwa stood forlorn. She too felt a connection with one of the gourds and with the vine. Having lost a Xiantian Hulu and the vine, her claim had slipped from the immortal tier to something lesser. Within the Zhuxian, Jun and Donghuang Taiyi, Jun and Laozi Yuanshi, and other Honghuang luminaries poured every ounce of power into breaking the array, only to find the array's force apparently endless. The Zhuxian Jianzhen was formidable, but an array's strength depends on its keepers. Had they been weaker, it might have fractured. Yet Tongtian's cultivation was already extraordinary. The Hundun Zhong, the Tiandi, Xianhuang Linglong Baoda, formidable though they were, could not pierce through. They could not break the array. The array convulsed. Donghuang Taiyi and Laozi were flung out like ragdolls bereft of resistance. Donghuang Taiyi roared in fury and humiliation. He had reclaimed the Hundun Zhong only to find himself no match for Tongtian. The realization stung. The gulf between them widened to an intolerable degree. If this persisted, revenge would become ever more remote. He vowed then and there to forge a grand array that could suppress Tongtian's Zhuxian Jianzhen. Laozi's expression darkened. The sheen of the Tiandi, Xianhuang Linglong Baoda dimmed. Even a supreme Xiantian treasure could be taxed by the Zhuxian's might. Yuanshi was in an even worse state, his gaze laden with venom. Tongtian had publicly shamed him, and Yuanshi's face had been cut deep. Hatred swelled like a tide. The 4 Zhuxian swords and the Zhuxian diagram streamed like light and sank into Tongtian's body. Only then did the assembled masters realize to their horror, aside from the 4, Donghuang Taiyi, Jun Laozi, and Yuanshi, none of the other masters who had entered the Zhuxian Jianzhen had emerged. Without doubt, they had perished within the array. The complexion of the 4 altered again. Ruthless. The Honghuang masters who had previously charged into the array numbered 7 or 8, each at quasi-saint level. Now they lay reduced to ashes. Many present felt a cold dread and were grateful they had not gone in, otherwise they might have shared the same fate. Tongtian swept his gaze across the crowd. Those who caught it involuntarily bowed their heads. Who would dare to snatch now? A single life was precious. A death here meant no resurrection. Guided by Kunlun, the assembled masters promptly turned and left. The Xiantian Hulu Tung had already recognized its master. Even a Xiantian treasure's worth could not compel them to seize it from Tongtian. They had all seen what the Zhuxian Jianzhen exacted. Dying within it condemned even a would-be reborn to oblivion. Tongtian's heart lightened. These Honghuang masters were generous indeed, delivering experience to him. He gathered the remnants of the 8 perished masters' cultivations to refine later to bolster his own might. Now his Jiuzhuan Xiangong had reached its 7th turn. His flesh had entered the quasi-saint tier. Many of the Dadao rules were also at quasi-saint. What he lacked now was sheer arcane power. He intended to amass that power and place it firmly in the quasi-saint realm. Within Hundun Zixiao, Gonghong Jun Daozu watched everything with a troubled shadow across his eyes. Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun were hopelessly inept. They were like clay that could not be saved. Hongjun had secretly aided their recovery earlier by his saintly measures of the Tian Dao Donghuang Taiyi, and his brother would not have detected the help. Otherwise, given the wounds Tongtian had inflicted upon them, there was no way they could have healed so quickly in a mere 1,000 years. All his efforts now seemed wasted, having only served to aggrandize Tongtian. The Xiantian Hulu Tung was no ordinary innate root. Its 7th black gourd contained a nascent Hundun microcosm, and if the chance permitted, could reverse into a Hundun spirit treasure. Such treasures did not necessarily outrank Xiantian artifacts in immediate force, but their chaotically intrinsic nature allowed them to grow by devouring Hundun power. By contrast, the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, and the Hundun Zhong had been cleaved from the opening axe and were fixed as Xiantian treasures. They could not grow further. Hongjun had planned to wait and seize the last black gourd that harbored a Hundun world, but that patience had come to nothing. Taiji too, the 36th grade Zhaohua, Qinglian, the Xiantian Hulu Tung, the Zhuxian Jianzhen. Unknowingly, Tongtian now possessed 4 supreme Xiantian treasures, and alongside the Hongmeng Liantian Qi and a Luo Jian Tai, 2 peerless postnatal killing implements, plus the Qiankuan Ding, a singular Xiantian relic capable of transmuting the postnatal into the innate. Hongjun Daozu felt a distinct stifling vexation. A Daozu like himself and yet not as wealthy as Tongtian. In terms of treasures, he had been thoroughly outstripped. Boom. At that moment, the sun star above the Honghuang trembled violently. A vast shadow flashed past. All eyes turned upward. Mouths fell open in disbelief. Donghuang Taiyi and Dijuan's faces drained of color as they screamed, 12 Zhu Wu, you court death. They had gone mad. From their quasi-saint perspective, it was plain what had befallen the star. The 12 Zhu Wu had not come for the Xiantian Hulu Tong, but had struck the Taiyang Xing, an outright raid upon their homeland. Who did not know that Donghuang Taiyi and Dijuan were born from the Taiyang Xing as the Sanzu Jinwu? The Sunstar was their bastion. Now their stronghold had been assaulted. The yoked Yaozu left on the Sunstar were no match. Ordinary demon folk could not resist the Wuzu. The 10 great Yaoshun had still not healed from wounds suffered at Zhixiaogong 1,000 years ago. They were no match for the 12 Zhu Wu. They had been outfoxed. The Wuzu's cunning had snared them unawares. Dijuan and Donghuang Taiyi ground their teeth and vowed vengeance. If their citadel were taken, they would obliterate the Wuzu home. Yet when they thundered to the foot of Bugong Mountain, they found not a single sign of the Wuzu. Every member had vanished without trace. Donghuang Taiyi howled fury, tearing him apart. Clearly this had been premeditated. The Wuzu's people were likely already ensconced within the Pangu Temple. For all their might, Dijuan and Donghuang Taiyi could not be sure they could even locate the Pangu Temple, let alone breach it. It was no ordinary edifice. Without hesitation, the two tore through the void toward the Taiyang Xing. They could not afford delay. If the Wuzu were not made to pay dearly, Donghuang Taiyi and Dijuan would be utterly disgraced, the Yaozu would be shamed, and their faces forever lost. Tongtian was equally taken aback. When did the 12 ancestral witches become so astute? They had even learned to raid homes. No wonder there was no sign of the witch clan on the unending mountain despite the emergence of such a treasure. They were clearly preoccupied with grander schemes. Such a scene had never occurred in the annals of primordial history, and without a doubt it was yet another butterfly effect brought about by Tongtian. How could he possibly miss out on such a grand spectacle? He immediately pursued them, marking what could be considered the first large-scale war between the witch and demon clans. The other primordial beings looked at each other in disbelief before swiftly making their way to the Sun Star. They were acutely aware of the conflict between the witch and demon clans, and now that the witches had breached the demonic stronghold, it was a monumental event. It was conceivable that the witch clan might deal a catastrophic blow to the demons, shattering their foundation and leaving them utterly weakened, unable to contend with the witches ever again. They could vividly imagine the scene that would unfold after the 12 ancestral witches stormed the demonic stronghold in the absence of Emperor Jun and Donghuang Taiyi. It would be nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Many primordial beings began to sense that the witch and demon clans could very well become the future overlords of the primordial world, akin to the previously dominant 3 innate clans. If the witches achieved a sweeping victory, it could significantly alter the trajectory of the primordial world. You witches deserve to die. When His Majesty the Demon Emperor returns, he will exterminate your remnants, ensuring you can never be reborn. No. Kill. Slay these witches. His Majesty will avenge us. Where is His Majesty the Demon Emperor now? Why hasn't he returned? We can no longer hold them off. Near the Sun Star, the demons faced a relentless slaughter at the hands of the witches, with none able to withstand the onslaught. Inside the Sun Star, the 10 major demon deities, still recovering from their injuries, were once again overwhelmed by the 12 ancestral witches. The carnage was beyond description. It left listeners heartbroken and brought tears to the eyes of those who heard it. Truly a sight too gruesome to bear. The Sun Star houses the ancient Fusong tree, one of the 10 innate roots. It is said that Emperor Jun and Donghuang Taiyi were born from this tree. If we seize it, we can present it as a gift to Brother Tongtian. Zhu Jiaoyin, take your men and empty the demon clan's treasury. Leave not a single hair behind. Hurry, we must be swift. Di Jiang issued orders with calm authority, moving directly towards the Fusong tree, intent on uprooting it. The value of the Fusong tree, one of the 10 innate roots, was not lost on Di Jiang. He wanted to claim it as compensation for Tongtian's loss of the Chaos Bell. Ancestral witches, you are courting death. Dong. The sound of the Chaos Bell echoed instantly, suppressing the fabric of time and space. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiaoyin roared in unison, shattering the oppressive force of the Chaos Bell. Suppressing time and space with the Chaos Bell depended on the user's strength. In Tongtian's hands it was effortless against Quasi-Saints, but Donghuang Taiyi lacked that power. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiaoyin each wielded the powers of the Dao of Space and the Dao of Time, making it no simple feat for Donghuang Taiyi to impose his will. Kill. Demon warriors, slay these witch beasts. Donghuang Taiyi was driven to madness, swinging the Chaos Bell at Di Jiang with ferocity. Not only had they invaded their stronghold, but now they sought to uproot the Fusang tree as well. Donghuang Taiyi could no longer tolerate it. He vowed to eliminate every last one of these witches. Emperor Jun's expression was stormy, filled with rage at the audacity of the witches. They had to be exterminated. Upon their return, the chaotic demonic forces immediately rallied behind Emperor Jun and Donghuang Taiyi, who swiftly protected the 10 major demon deities, each crucial to the clan's foundation, ensuring they suffered no losses. Although the situation appeared dire, as long as their primordial spirits remained intact, the demon clan could still recover. Emperor Jun promptly set up the He-Tu and Luo Shu formations, safeguarding the nearby demon members and preparing to counter the witches. However, the demons had already sustained heavy losses from the witches' onslaught, making any counterattack exceedingly difficult. With that, Emperor Jun rushed towards Zhu Jiuyin. They could not allow the witches to plunder their treasury entirely. The stakes were higher than mere loss. Their future development would face severe setbacks. The battle at the Sun Star had undoubtedly captured the attention of countless primordial beings, all astonished that the witches had managed to breach the demonic stronghold, leaving the demons utterly humiliated. Tongtian had approached the vicinity of the Sun Star, but refrained from getting too close. This marked the first great showdown between the witches and demons, and given the current circumstances, the witches held the upper hand. Even with the timely return of Donghuang Taiyi and Emperor Jun, reversing the tide seemed nearly impossible. Unless a few more quasi-saint-level powerhouses emerged from the demon clan, they had little hope of turning the situation around. But could that even happen? Tongtian glanced towards the direction of the chaos-purple cloud palace outside the primordial realm, wondering if Hong Jun would take action. A decisive defeat for the demons could lead the witches to pursue total annihilation, seizing control of the primordial realm entirely. Such a fate would contradict the future development of the heavenly Dao and Hong Jun's plans. Tongtian sighed inwardly. With the increase of his own power, the butterfly effect of his actions was becoming ever more pronounced. Any small gesture could potentially spark a tempest within the primordial realm. In the primordial world, major trends remain constant, while minor ones may shift. Tongtian's actions had subtly influenced certain developments within the primordial power dynamics. However, as long as he refrained from overtly intervening, neither the heavenly Dao nor Hong Jun could touch him. As expected, just as Tongtian had anticipated, although Emperor Jun and Donghuang Taiyi temporarily stabilized the situation, the overall trend continued to deteriorate. "I want you to die." Boom. Donghuang Taiyi unleashed a furious roar, causing flames throughout the Sun Star to surge violently. The Fusang tree lifted from the ground, crashing towards Di Jiang, an avalanche of radiant sunfire engulfing him. Di Jiang attempted to employ the power of space, but in the next instant the chaos bell immobilized him. In that fleeting moment, he was injured by the blazing sunfire. Had it not been for the witch's formidable physical strength, Di Jiang would have been reduced to ashes, utterly obliterated. The Fusang tree, now shrunk, landed in Donghuang Taiyi's grasp, radiating immeasurable sunlight, resembling a miniature sun. Donghuang Taiyi has refined the Fusang tree into an innate treasure. Numerous primordial beings were astonished, and Tongtian too was taken aback. No one had anticipated that Donghuang Taiyi had been hiding such a powerful secret. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. "Well done, you demon wretches." Hutu arrived, shielding Di Jiang behind her. "Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but next time luck won't be on your side," Di Jiang shouted defiantly. The witches engaged in battle showed no hesitation in retreating, choosing not to prolong the conflict. The witches' vulnerability was evident. None of the 12 ancestral witches had achieved quasi-saint status. If all 12 remained uninjured, they could easily contend with Donghuang Taiyi and Emperor Jun. However, with Di Jiang severely weakened, continuing the offense could lead to his potential demise, a loss they could not afford. Time was on their side. They would have plenty of opportunities in the future. While the witches retreated, none of the demons bore expressions of joy. The losses they had sustained were immense. Upon tallying, they found that 1/10 of their rank below the Deluo level had perished. The casualties among those below the Golden Immortal level were even graver. It was a tragedy of monumental proportions. Moreover, Zhu Jiuyin had pilfered nearly half of their treasury. Had it not been for Emperor Jun's timely arrival, the entire demonic treasury might have been entirely looted. The ramifications of such a loss would have been catastrophic. Donghuang Taiyi, gripping the chaos bell in one hand and the Fusang tree in the other, seethed with rage, vowing to eliminate the 12 ancestral witches and annihilate the witch clan. This was the greatest humiliation for the demon clan. If the witches were not eradicated and the 12 ancestral witches not slain, they would never be able to swallow this bitter pill. The primordial beings gradually dispersed, shocked that the first decisive battle between the witches and demons had concluded in this manner. Donghuang Taiyi had concealed his strength too well. Had Di Jiang not targeted the Fusang tree, the outcome might have been uncertain. Yet this was perhaps the best outcome. Following this battle, the enmity between the witches and demons would be irreconcilable, though any prospect of reconciliation had vanished. In the chaos, Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Jun let out a sigh of relief. Donghuang Taiyi and Emperor Jun were not entirely hopeless after all. They still had some means. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, Donghuang Taiyi's insidious ploy to refine the Fusang tree into an innate treasure caught us completely off guard. Zhurong fumed, realizing it was a miscalculation that had led to Di Zhang's unexpected injuries. Nonetheless, although we did not completely annihilate the demon clan, we dealt significant damage that will leave them weakened for thousands of years. Our witch clan can consider this a resounding victory. Di Zhang spoke solemnly. However, this battle revealed our shortcomings. Both Emperor Jun and Donghuang Taiyi have reached quasi-saint status, while among us only Hudu has reached the late stage of the Luo Golden Immortal level. We still have a considerable gap in upper-level combat power compared to the demons. Just like today, if any one of us among the 12 ancestral witches were to falter, the entire situation could collapse. Therefore, our immediate task is to diligently cultivate and elevate our strength to the quasi-saint realm. Di Zhang recognized the flaws within the witch clan. If they could not reach quasi-saint status, they would likely face a counteroffensive and a full invasion from the demon clan in the future. The 11 ancestral witches felt this keenly. They had already sensed their own power disparity today. Had it not been for Hutu's support, they might have faced disaster, the consequences of which would be unthinkable. Since you all are aware of your shortcomings, that is indeed a positive development. Tongtian emerged from the void, causing the 12 ancestral witches to startle before greeting him warmly. Tongtian pointed out the shortcomings of the 12 ancestor witches, leading them to sudden enlightenment. What a pity. I originally intended to seize the Fusang ancient tree to gift to brother Tongtian, but unexpectedly that crafty bird Donghuang Taiyi had already refined it. Di Zhang lamented bitterly. If it weren't for the Fusang ancient tree, they wouldn't have ended up in such a manner. Once the Fusang ancient tree was forged into a congenital spiritual treasure and combined with the true fire of the sun from the solar star, its power became inconceivably immense, capable of even scorching Di Zhang's true witch form. Tongtian speculated that Donghuang Taiyi refined the Fusang ancient tree into a congenital spiritual treasure precisely because he had lost the chaos bell. In the original history, the Fusang ancient tree was later transplanted to the Tang Valley and had not been refined by Donghuang Taiyi, remaining one of the top 10 congenital roots. Due to Tongtian's influence, certain aspects of the primordial history shifted once more. However, it was not without gain. Di Zhang said, handing Tongtian a bag he took from Zhu Jiuyin. This was seized from the treasure vault of the demon tribe. It contains nearly half of their accumulated wealth. Consider it a gift for you, Dao friend Tongtian. Di Zhang was quite generous, naturally keeping some treasures that would aid their witch clan's cultivation. The remainder, while not useful to them, represented a significant wealth for Tongtian. He hadn't expected the witch clan to be so generous. This collection would indeed serve him well. Since the witch clan was so magnanimous, Tongtian felt he should reciprocate. The most pressing issue for the 12 ancestor witches was their short cultivation time, which hindered them from catching up to Donghuang Taiyi and the others. Refining their physical forms and comprehending the laws of the universe was far more challenging than what Donghuang Taiyi faced. It seems what you lack most now is time. If I can grant you an additional 600,000 years, could you reach the quasi-saint realm? 600,000 years. Hotu's expression immediately changed, quickly realizing Tongtian had mastery over the laws of time, allowing him to distort the flow of time. Given my current situation, I would only need a maximum of 500,000 years to enter the quasi-saint realm. Indeed, I am the same. I'm slightly behind. I estimate it will take about 1,000,000 years for me. The 12 ancestor witches each expressed their circumstances, and Tongtian did not hesitate. In that case, for the third sermon apart from Ho2, the other 11 ancestors need not attend. This way we can gain an additional 3,000 years. For Di Zhang and the others, whether or not they attended the sermon was inconsequential. It would be more effective to cultivate diligently in the Pangu Divine Hall. All 12 ancestor witches nodded in agreement. If it weren't for considering Ho2, they would have long since lost interest in attending the Chaos Zixiao Palace, as it was merely a change of venue for them to sleep. Then let's proceed in the Pangu Divine Hall, where it is safer, free from the threat of demon incursions. Tongtian nodded. Ding dong. Please proceed to the Pangu Divine Hall for your second check-in. Completing this task will reward you with 3 drops of Pangus Essence Blood and an upgraded version of the 12 Capital Heavenly God Array. Tongtian silently marveled at the system's reliability. The rewards arrived right on time. At that moment, the demon tribe had likely not yet created the great array of celestial stars. Otherwise, Donghuang Taiyi and the others would have revealed it during their previous battle rather than keeping it hidden. If the Witch Clan learned his upgraded version of the 12-capital Heavenly God Array, what would the outcome of the future war between witches and demons be? Tongtian couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. It seemed worth a try. Upon entering the Pangu Divine Hall, the system immediately confirmed his check-in. The rewards were deposited into the system warehouse. Although this was not his first visit, Tongtian still felt an overwhelming awe. Truly, the Pangu Divine Hall, formed from the heart of the great god Pangu, possessed power comparable to a congenital supreme treasure. It was unfortunate that the 12 ancestor witches had not refined it. With this thought, Tongtian's expression changed slightly as he instinctively asked, "Di Jiang, have you ever attempted to refine the Pangu Divine Hall? I believe it is unique. If refined and controlled, it would be no less than a congenital supreme treasure, significantly enhancing suppression of the Witch Clan's fate or serving other purposes." Indeed, Tongtian thought this way. The spine of the great god Pangu had transformed into the unyielding mountain, supporting the primordial universe with unparalleled might. Even saints would not dare underestimate it. The eyes of Pangu transformed into sun and moon wielded power equal to that of a congenital supreme treasure, perhaps even greater. A heart filled with righteous energy could manifest auspicious clouds across the heavens, resisting the attacks of the god-slaying spear. There was no reason that the heart-transformed Pangu Divine Hall would lack strength. Di Jiang shook his head, saying, "We once contemplated refining the Pangu Divine Hall, but failed. This hall resembles a boundless vast universe beyond our capabilities to refine." Di Jiang smiled wryly. They were well aware of the Pangu Divine Hall's immense power, but were powerless to exploit it. They sat upon a treasure mountain, but could not utilize it, leaving them deeply frustrated. Tongtian refrained from further inquiries and set up a region within the Pangu Divine Hall that distorted the flow of time by 300 times. A 300-fold acceleration meant that 1,000 years in the primordial world could be utilized, as if it were 300,000 years here. Di Jiang and the other ancestor witches were filled with excitement. What they lacked most was time. Refining their physical forms was not as simple as cultivating magical powers, which only required absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. More importantly, it required a substantial amount of time for gradual refinement, a painstaking endeavor that could not be rushed. Tongtian nodded, suddenly remembering that although Ho Tu's primordial spirit was somewhat weaker, it was still significantly stronger than that of Di Jiang and the others. He wondered if she could cultivate the complete version of the 9 transformation mysterious art. With this thought, Tongtian quickly approached Ho Tu to share his idea. As for Di Jiang and the others, they need not consider it. Their primordial spirits were too weak, and even the complete version of the 9 transformation mysterious art would not salvage their situation. Perhaps I could give it a try. Ho Tu expressed some interest. The 9 transformation mysterious art passed down among their Witch Clan was merely a fragment of the complete version, only suitable for physical refinement, perfectly aligned with the characteristics of the Witch Clan. However, they could not grasp the portion meant for cultivating the primordial spirit. Good. Tongtian, eager to experiment, imparted the complete version of the 9 transformation mysterious art to Ho Tu. Almost immediately, her not-so-strong primordial spirit radiated a brilliant light, but before long the glow began to dim. It's no use. Even the complete version of the 9 transformation mysterious art can only slightly enhance my primordial spirit. It cannot fundamentally change my current state. Indeed, Ho Tu sensed that her primordial spirit was strengthening, but the effect was very limited and could not achieve a true transformation. Tongtian fell into silence. As expected, strengthening the Witch Clan's primordial spirits was no easy task, fraught with difficulties. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden system task. Assist Ho Tu in giving birth to a normal primordial spirit. Upon completion, rewards include 1 drop of Hongmeng Purple Qi, 10 million Great Dao Merits, and an upgraded version of the 9 secrets of the former characters. Tongtian's eyes brightened. The rewards for this task were considerable. The Hongmeng Purple Qi was invaluable, and having already secured one, receiving another meant he would have 3 drops of Hongmeng Purple Qi, including the one he would eventually obtain from the Heavenly Dao. As for the Great Dao Merits, while valuable, Tongtian had accumulated so many that they barely stirred his emotions anymore, having become little more than a mere number to him. The 9 secrets of the former characters were quite promising, specifically aimed at cultivating the primordial spirit and capable of foreseeing future events to avoid danger, proving useful to him. However, assisting Ho Tu in birthing a normal primordial spirit was no simple task. The difficulty was substantial. Tongtian recalled that in the original primordial history, after Ho Tu evolved the 6 paths of reincarnation, she had seemingly given birth to a primordial spirit, transforming into Lady Pingxin, after which Ho-Tu ceased to revive. How did Ho-Tu give birth to a primordial spirit at that time? Merit. Tongtian immediately connected the dots. Ho-Tu's evolution of the 6 paths of reincarnation supplemented the primordial rules, earning immense merit from the heavenly Dao. Under the catalysis of this merit, Ho-Tu successfully birthed her primordial spirit. I have a solution. Tongtian, who lacked for nothing in terms of Great Dao Merit, was undeterred by the prospect of investing $1 million. He was confident that assisting Ho-Tu in manifesting her primordial spirit would not deplete his resources. Ho-Tu was immediately excited, her beautiful eyes fixed on Tongtian with great trust. However, it requires some trouble. We must shield the heavenly secrets to prevent the heavenly Dao from discovering it. This was crucial. Even if Ho-Tu could manifest a primordial spirit, it had to be during the late stages of the war between witches and demons. It was absolutely not permissible now. The heavenly Dao would not allow it. Hongjun would not permit it either. Ho-Tu quickly informed Tongtian that the Pangu Divine Hall possessed a function to shield heavenly secrets. Even the powers of the heavenly Dao could not infiltrate. As long as Ho-Tu remained inside, the heavenly Dao would remain unaware. All right, let's give it a try. Tongtian waved his hand, channeling 1 million Great Dao Merits in a Ho-Tu's weak primordial spirit. In the primordial realm, merit could be likened to a universal remedy, or whatever it was applied to, its effectiveness would surge dramatically. If merit were infused into a weapon, it would instantly transform into a merit treasure that bore no karmic retribution. Thus, in the primordial realm, merit was highly sought after, functioning as hard currency. Ho-Tu was stunned by Tongtian's grand gesture and deeply moved. 1 million Great Dao Merits held immense value. Great Dao Merit was rarely seen after the opening of the heavens and was even more precious. Yet Ho-Tu had no time to ponder this. Once the Great Dao Merit entered her primordial spirit, she immediately felt it expanding, strengthening, and growing. She was becoming increasingly powerful. Tongtian nodded. Indeed, merit had a transformative effect on the primordial spirits of the witch clan. 1 million Great Dao Merits should suffice to turn Ho-Tu's primordial spirit into a normal one. However, merely having a normal primordial spirit feels a bit unsatisfactory. Tongtian contemplated, after all, the reward for this task was 10 million Great Dao Merits, and investing just 1 million seemed somewhat unjust. With this thought, he channeled another 1 million Great Dao Merits into Ho-Tu's primordial spirit. With 2 million Great Dao Merits, the effect would surely be even greater. The enhancement of Ho-Tu's power would also significantly benefit him. Now the witch clan had completely aligned themselves with Tongtian. Strengthening the witch clan was tantamount to strengthening Tongtian himself. Ho-Tu fell into complete silence, unable to find words to express her current emotions. Compared to the Great Dao Merits, the treasures their witch clan had previously gifted Tongtian were worth far less. Di Jiang and the others were equally stirred. The aura of merit emanating from Ho-Tu was overwhelmingly intense, and the fluctuations of her primordial spirit excited all the ancestor witches to the point of trembling. They understood what it all implied. The greatest weakness of their witch clan was their feeble primordial spirits. While ordinary witches might fare slightly better, the 12 ancestor witches, having absorbed the thick earth's evil energy since their birth, were fated never to evolve primordial spirits. Especially for the earlier born ancestors like Di Jiang, it was even more impossible. Xin Ming and Ho-Tu fared a bit better, as by the time they came into being, the earth's evil energy had diminished considerably. But now Ho-Tu had changed. Her primordial spirit was visibly growing at an astonishing rate, likely to reach a strength comparable to that of ordinary practitioners' primordial spirits in no time, and perhaps even surpassing many. Why were the 3 pure ones so powerful in their roots and talents? It was precisely because they were born from Pangu's primordial spirit and had inherently strong primordial spirits, an immense advantage that the 12 ancestor witches could not compare to. Without a doubt, all these changes were brought about by Tongtian. They were acutely aware of the value of Great Dao Merit, which was far more precious than heavenly Dao Merit, holding immense significance. An ancestor witch with a powerful primordial spirit would undoubtedly alter the future of their witch clan. Di Jiang and the others were no fools. Tongtian's considerable investment could not have been offset by the meager treasures they had previously offered, which were far too insufficient. Even if they brought the entire demon tribe's treasury along with their witch clans, it would still be nowhere near enough. Now the 12 ancestor witches were fundamentally tied to Tongtian, united in purpose. With this realization, Di Jiang wasted no time, swearing an oath in the name of the great god Pangu, acknowledging Tongtian and pledging allegiance to him, vowing never to betray. Zhu Jiuyin and the other ancestor witches nodded in agreement and swore their oaths as well. Undoubtedly, the 12 ancestor witches had directly bound their witch clan to Tongtian's fate. If Tongtian truly wished to harm the witch clan, merely this oath would ensure their eternal damnation, leaving no chance of redemption. The entire Wu clan was bound to Tongtian, or were the 12 ancestor witches foolish? They were not, for those who could become leaders of a clan could never be considered simpletons. Tongtian had paid an immense price, altering the constitution of the Earth Mother, which potentially changing the future of their clan. The impact was monumental, and the gratitude was overwhelming. How could the Wu clan repay such a debt? It seemed impossible, unless they caused the fall of the Earth Mother, to repay with their lives. But obviously that was out of the question. Or directly killing Tongtian would be even more impossible. Thus forming an alliance with Tongtian, binding themselves completely, was the best choice. This would be beneficial for both Tongtian and the Wu clan. In the Pangu Temple within the area where time flowed differently, 10,000 years quickly passed. The Earth Mother opened her eyes, and suddenly her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Boom. Just as Dijiang prepared to step forward, an immense force erupted from the Earth Mother instantly, sending him flying backward. A smaller version of the Earth Mother appeared at her brow. This was her true spirit. It was done. Late stage de Luo Golden Immortal. Complete de Luo Golden Immortal. The laws of the earth trembled, penetrating the Pangu Temple and merging into the Earth Mother's body. Initial stage of the Quasi-Saint realm. In this moment, the Earth Mother achieved the Quasi-Saint realm through the laws of the earth. Wonderful. The ancestor witches rejoiced, filled with excitement. Now the Earth Mother had not only birthed her true spirit, but had also attained the Quasi-Saint realm. This was a tremendous occasion. The Earth Mother's situation could be described as a dual cultivation of law and martial prowess. Moreover, with the potential of the 12 ancestor witches, once they became Quasi-Saints, their combat prowess would reach terrifying heights. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a hidden task. Rewards have been dispatched to the system warehouse. The reward was in. Feeling her newfound strength, the Earth Mother was exhilarated. She felt that she could now defeat her former self with a single punch. How powerful! From now on, you are our clan's eternal ally. The Earth Mother was already aware of the oath made by Dijiang earlier, and she acknowledged it willingly, eager to facilitate this bond. Earth Mother, your true spirit has successfully evolved. However, this means that during the next lecture in the Zixiao Palace, you will not be able to attend. Given Hongjuan's strength, once they exited the Pangu Temple, he would undoubtedly discover her without the cover of fate, a situation that was far from ideal. Now the Earth Mother can hide temporarily, staying within the Pangu Temple to focus on her cultivation. When the time comes, she can surprise the Demon Clan and incapacitate them. Tongtian held no fondness for the Demon Clan, considering that in the original history they had slaughtered humanity to forge the Slaughtering Witch sword, nearly leading to humanity's extinction. Given the current trajectory, humanity would inevitably face the same fate at the hands of the Demon Clan, a scenario that Tongtian would absolutely not permit. After all, in his previous life, he was of the human race. Tongtian took out the Hongming measuring ruler and handed it to the Earth Mother. You cultivate the laws of the earth, which are profound and weighty. The Hongming measuring ruler forged from the primordial yellow energy is perfectly suited for you. Receiving the Hongming measuring ruler, the Earth Mother was deeply moved. It was the first treasure of offense and defense, incredibly valuable. In comparison, the Wu clan had so little to offer Tongtian, an utterly disproportionate exchange. The ancestor witches felt ashamed, all silently vowing not to let Tongtian down. Tongtian smiled. This investment was certainly not in vain. The Wu clan's voluntary binding to him meant that the more benefits they gained, the greater his own profits would be. The strength of the Wu clan was closely tied to his own. Moreover, Tongtian possessed an overwhelming number of treasures, whether for defense or offense, he had an abundance. He was eager to see just how terrifying the Earth Mother's strength would become after her dual cultivation of law and martial prowess. Donghuang Taiyi had the Chaos Bell, while the 12 ancestor witches relied on their formidable bodies for resistance. Now, with the Earth Mother wielding the Hongming measuring ruler, a postnatal treasure, she would undoubtedly bring great surprises to Donghuang Taiyi and Dijuan. It could be said that from the moment the Earth Mother manifested her true spirit, her fate had irrevocably changed along with the fates of the 12 ancestor witches. The descendants of the Pangu great god possessed immense potential. The three purities could attain sainthood, and logically the 12 ancestor witches could also become the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortals. Even if their true spirits were weak, they could still walk the path of the laws to attain enlightenment. However, in the previous life, the 12 ancestor witches did not succeed, not only due to the machinations of several saints, but also because they were given too little time. The path of the laws itself required an extensive amount of time. It was incredibly difficult to traverse in a short span. When the calamity of the Wu and Yao erupted, the 12 ancestor witches could not succeed. By the way, your clan is numerous. In the future, you can help me keep an eye on the 10 innate spiritual roots. Tongtian aimed to gather the 10 innate spiritual roots, but they were difficult to find. The Wu clan, being one of the protagonists of this calamity, had immense fortune, and if they truly sought the traces of the 10 innate spiritual roots, it would naturally be easier. The 12 ancestor witches nodded in agreement. This was the first request made by Tongtian, and they would ensure it was fulfilled, determined not to disappoint him. The 10 innate spiritual roots. They would definitely lay claim to the ancient Fusang tree. Next time, they would seize it from Donghuang Taiyi and Jun, those two feathered rascals. Originally, Tongtian planned to let the Earth Mother contemplate the laws of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but after reconsideration, he abandoned the idea. Without a catalyst, attempting to grasp the laws of reincarnation casually was not an easy task. It would merely waste time. In the original history, the Earth Mother had evolved through the laws of the Earth, and with the aid of the heavenly Tao, she successfully manifested the 6 paths of reincarnation, eventually comprehending the law of reincarnation. According to Tongtian's predictions, if the Earth Mother could first master the laws of the 6 paths of reincarnation, she would not need to sacrifice herself to open the cycle later on. If the Earth Mother did not fall and the 12 ancestor witches remained intact, whether in forming the 12 Daitian divine formation or in resurrecting Pangu's true form, they would be incredibly powerful, capable of dominating the demon clan. In the history of his previous life, the failure of the Wu clan was also linked to the Earth Mother's fall and the evolution of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which led to the incompleteness of the 12 ancestor witches. Although some eventually compensated for it, there was still a significant gap compared to the true Earth Mother. At the critical moment of the Wu Yao War, the Earth Mother actually sacrificed the Wu clan for the so-called beings of the wilderness. Haha. Tongtian felt an unmistakable hint of conspiracy in this. It was too obvious. If the Wu clan were considered family, then the beings of the wilderness were outsiders. Sacrificing one's kin for outsiders was something that someone might do, perhaps even that old ancestor Hanyun. However, the Earth Mother was definitely not one of them. Thus, at that time, she was undoubtedly schemed against. Those who plotted against her were either the heavenly Dao Hongjuan or both. The 12 ancestor witches continued their closed-door cultivation, while Tongtian did not waste time sitting cross-legged in the area where time flowed differently. Concealing himself with the Chaos Pearl, he began to examine the fragments of the creation jade plate. This was truly a valuable item, potentially giving him an enormous surprise. The shard of the creation jade disc, though no larger than a fingernail, radiated a shimmering white light, drawing one irresistibly into its depths. The ancient tea tree rooted behind Tongtian exuded the profound essence of the Tao through its 3,000 ancient leaves, subtly resonating with the shard of the creation jade disc. Tongtian became immersed in the experience, and after a long time, he opened his eyes, revealing a complex expression. I never expected this to be the truth of proving the Tao through power. Indeed, within this shard of the creation jade disc, there was no record of anything else, only a method for proving the Tao through power. Hongjun had stated that proving the Tao through the laws was indeed a form of proving it through power, yet the reality was far more intricate. Proving the Tao through laws is one thing, while proving it through power stands entirely apart. Although there is some connection, the difference between the two is immeasurable. Proving through power means breaking through everything with absolute might, unparalleled physical strength, and terrifying primordial spirit, thus attaining the supreme Tao. It does not rely on the laws of the Tao, nor on merits, nor on anything else. Even if the heavens collapse, chaos shatters, and the 3,000 laws of the Tao fall silent, one can remain immortal and undying, existing eternally. This is the true essence of proving the Tao through power, achieving equality with the Tao. No matter how many laws exist or how boundless the divine abilities, with a single punch I can shatter everything. This is the true power to break all laws. Before the creation of the world, Pangu and the other 3,000 chaotic beings had already reached the realm of the primordial golden immortal, transcending the heavenly Tao, unaging and indestructible. So why did the great Pangu forcefully open up the heavens and create the primordial world? The reason was simple: to achieve the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of mystical power, testing his path of proving the Tao through power. Indeed, the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of mystical power is precisely the method of proving the Tao through power. Once successful, the great Pangu would transcend the realm of the heavenly Tao, surpass the primordial golden immortal, and stand alongside the Tao, realizing the immortality of body, power, and spirit simultaneously. However, regrettably, the great Pangu ultimately failed. Although he did succeed in opening up the primordial world, he fell at the final hurdle. Proving the Tao through power is simply too difficult. Even the Tao would not permit it. The Tao, like a monarch, allows no rivals, hence it would never allow Pangu to succeed. Within this shard of the creation jade disc, not only was the method of proving the Tao through power recorded, but it also bore Pangu's insights and reflections from his cultivation of the 9 transformations of mystical power along with his understanding of proving the Tao through power. Father must have anticipated the difficulty of proving the Tao through power when opening the heavens, which is why Tongtian discovered that this small shard of the creation jade disc had broken away from the larger disc, likely not merely due to the pressures of creation, but possibly because Pangu deliberately shattered this fragment to prevent Hongjun from obtaining the complete creation jade disc. The depths of this primordial world were proving to be far more intriguing than he had imagined. Behind even seemingly simple events lay enormous secrets. The shard of the creation jade disc glowed brightly as Tongtian became absorbed in its brilliance. On the Sunstar, Jun and Donghuang Taiyi suppressed their hatred for the witch clan deep within their hearts, yet they did not give up. The deeper the hatred was buried, the more violently it would erupt when it finally surfaced. After witnessing the terrifying might of the extermination sword array, both Jun and Donghuang Taiyi cultivated the idea of creating an unparalleled grand formation. Their demon clan was not lacking in manpower. Since individual demons could not contend with the witch clan, they would leverage the power of formation to unify the strength of countless demons and suppress the witch clan. However, although we have opened our demon treasury following the wounds of the 10 great demon gods, restoring them will not be easy. It may be quite difficult in the short term, Donghuang Taiyi said through gritted teeth. If they harbored the deepest hatred for Tongtian, then the 12 ancestor witches would undoubtedly rank a close second. On the plaza outside the Zixiao Palace, the 10 great demon gods had been defeated not once but twice. This left them on the verge of despair. What we need now are top-tier masters. We can invite the Kunlun from the North Sea, and also Fuxi and Nuwa from Fengqi Mountain. Fuxi and Nuwa are on good terms with Tongtian. They are unlikely to agree. Donghuang Taiyi gritted his teeth. Both Fuxi and Nuwa were formidable standing at the Quasi-Saint level, but unfortunately the brother and sister duo maintained a strong relationship with Tongtian. In the primordial realm, it's all about interests. If they are willing to come, we can promise them the title of Demon Emperor, enjoying the blessings of our clan's fortune. Jun spoke grandly, leaving Donghuang Taiyi astonished. Brother, the price for such a promise is too steep. With the unification of the demon clan, Donghuang Taiyi and Jun realized that the gathering of great fortunes significantly enhanced their cultivation. If Fuxi and Nuwa agreed to join, they would have to offer up 2 imperial positions, thus relinquishing nearly half of their clan's fortune. A cost far too great. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Daijin's eyes sparkled. The 6 enlightenment lotus seats in Zixiao Palace surely hide great secrets. The Tao ancestor has preached 3 times, aiming to spread the teachings of the mystical Tao, which means he is surely recruiting disciples. The ancestor of the Tao would not be alone. He would need numerous disciples to disseminate his teachings and gather the fortune of the primordial world. No one is foolish. The guests of the red dust in Zixiao Palace could clearly see some of Hongjun's intentions. As the first saint in the primordial world, it was only natural for Hongjun to propagate his mystical Tao lineage, and many powerful beings welcomed this. Indeed, Hongjun cannot possibly take every single guest as a disciple in Zixiao Palace. There must be distinctions. Perhaps those 6 enlightenment lotus seats are the symbols of the Tao ancestors' disciples. Donghuang Taiyi immediately connected the dots, regretting not having fought for a position earlier, as he observed 2 shameless figures obtaining one of the enlightenment lotus seats in the Western world. However, it was too late to express regret. If those 6 enlightenment lotus seats truly represented the 6 disciples of Hongjun, then when Hongjun proclaimed, "The positions will remain unchanged," it likely sealed their fates. If that is the case, perhaps it is worth a try. A disciple of a saint is certainly a valuable ally. Moreover, they did not believe that Fuxi and Nuwa could genuinely refuse the temptation of the demon clan's imperial titles. Furthermore, this plan would also serve to sow discord between Fuxi, Nuwa, and Tongtian, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jun immediately dispatched someone to Fengqi Mountain, while he and Donghuang Taiyi began devising a grand formation. Wansend Island, an overseas fairy island, was not initially named as such. It was renamed after being occupied by the East King. Here the East King established a celestial court aiming to unify the primordial male immortals and become the true immortal sovereign. Armed with the title granted by Hongjun, he managed to recruit numerous wandering cultivators and powerful beings from the primordial world, crowning them as celestial lords. In no time, the power of the celestial court grew immensely. Besides the East King himself, a quasi-saint, there were 10 top-tier primordial golden immortals under his command, a truly formidable force. Thus, the East King's ambitions expanded further. In his eyes, since Hong Jun had appointed him as the foremost male immortal, it implicitly authorized him to lead the primordial realm. West Queen Mother. The East King's gaze sharpened. He was born from the primordial yang energy, while the West Queen Mother derived from primordial yin energy. The interplay of yin and yang should naturally unite, reflecting the essence of the heavenly Taoist operation. Moreover, as the foremost male immortal and the West Queen Mother as the foremost female immortal, this further emphasized their destined union. If he could cultivate with the West Queen Mother, the fusion of yin and yang might enable him to break through the quiescent midstage barrier in one fell swoop. Tongtian. At the thought of this, the East King gritted his teeth. While his plan was grand, the interference of Tongtian made it impossible. Unless the West Queen Mother willingly chose to part ways with Tongtian, he could not force the issue. Tongtian, one day I will kill you. As the years flowed by on this day, Hong Jun's voice once again echoed through the primordial world, marking the beginning of the third lecture at Zixiao Palace. Countless powerful beings of the primordial realm set off, flying towards the chaotic void beyond. Tongtian opened his eyes. The third lecture was finally commencing. Soon the entire primordial realm would be engulfed in the calamity of the witches and the demons, marking the onset of the saintly era. The Dao ancestor would merge with the Dao, and the six saints would ascend to suppress the vast realm of the primordial world. Ding. Please proceed to Zixiao Palace for the third attendance. Upon completion, you will receive rewards upgraded 6 paths of reincarnation, Fist 1, and 1 million merit points 10. Task failed, no penalties, no rewards. Boom. A thunderclap resounded in Tongtian's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. He hadn't expected the system to be so considerate, bringing him what he needed so quickly. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist was a supreme martial art from a top-tier fantasy world, embodying the true essence of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. For Tongtian, it was a timely boon, as this technique could help Hutu comprehend the laws of reincarnation. It would allow her to establish the 6 Paths of Reincarnation using great power rather than undergoing personal reincarnation, thus freeing Hutu from her witch heritage. The arrival of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist is incredibly timely. This means I won't need to alter my plans. However, I should study it in depth to avoid any unnecessary mistakes. So Tongtian summoned the 12 ancestor witches. The third lecture at Zixiao Palace is about to begin. Jun and Donghuang Taiyi and the 10 great demon gods will undoubtedly attend. This will be your opportunity. Zhurong and Gongong's eyes lit up. I understand. Oh, we can seize the moment to launch a surprise attack on the demon clan's stronghold. The teachings at Zixiao Palace can last for 3,000 years, shielding us from the outside world. Perhaps we can wipe out the elite of the demon clan, seize the ancient Fusang tree, and empty their treasury. Bang! Bang! As expected, Zhurong and Gongong were sent flying by Tongtian's fists, and 2 mountains formed from the essence of heaven and earth materialized, suddenly crashing down upon them. Tongtian, why are you suppressing us? Regardless of how much Zhurong and Gongong struggled, it was in vain. Whenever you figure things out, that's when you can come out. Their words left Tongtian utterly exasperated. How could they even conceive of attacking the demon clan during Hong Jun's lecture? Such an act would be a blatant provocation against Hong Jun's authority and a challenge to the saints. At that point, if Hong Jun were to become furious, the witch clan would likely suffer severe losses, far worse than the demons had previously. Remember, during Hong Jun's lecture, small-scale conflicts between the witch clan and the demon clan are permissible, but the 12 ancestor witches must absolutely not intervene, and neither can the great witches. However, if conflicts can be avoided, do your best to prevent them. Although Di Jiang and the others did not fully understand Tongtian's rationale, they nodded in agreement, recognizing that Tongtian would not harm them. Also, during the lecture, which lasts for 3,000 years, you must completely unify the witch clan. Hutu, you will be responsible for this. I have prepared some plans for the future of the witch clan. You only need to follow them. Once everything is in order, you can pledge your loyalty to the Dao and the Father God, establishing the witch clan to manage the primordial realm and maintain its order. Then use the Pangu Temple to suppress the fortunes of the witch clan. The 12 ancestor witches nodded vigorously, sensing the immense benefits this would bring to their clan. After ensuring everything was set, Tongtian left the Pangu Temple and headed towards the chaotic Zixiao Palace. The Pangu Temple shrouded the heavenly secrets, and the Chaos Pearl concealed all. He had faith that neither Hong Jun nor the heavenly Dao would uncover his small maneuvers. This was his first official test of Hong Jun and the heavenly Dao. In Tongtian's calculations, this step posed no significant issues. Although neither Hong Jun nor the heavenly Dao wished to see this unfold, they could not prevent it. This was in accordance with the heavenly Dao. In the original narrative, this scene would have occurred naturally, yet Tongtian had merely expedited it, and by a considerable margin. Originally, the demon clan should have established their celestial court first followed by the witch clan. A single misstep leads to further delays. The fortune of the primordial world is finite. The first to seize the opportunity would undoubtedly reap the greatest rewards. When the witch clan was established, it would merely command the land of the primordial world, not the entirety of it. A significant distinction. In the plans Tongtian had written, he had essentially determined the future development of the witch clan, which merely needed to follow his guidance. Tongtian aimed to use the witch clan to leverage the future dynamics of the entire primordial world. In this catastrophe, the witch clan would play a principal role bolstered by the great fortune of the primordial realm. As long as they did not commit any egregious acts, even the heavenly Dao could not directly confront them. Moreover, in the midst of calamity, anything could happen. With the heavenly secrets concealed, the possibilities for maneuvering expanded significantly. Throughout this process, the witch clan could also gain substantial advantages. Driven by the immense fortune of their race, the 12 ancestor witches might even achieve enlightenment. Witch clan, do not let me down. In the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian sat cross-legged on the Dao understanding mat. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been deposited into the system warehouse. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He had obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The subsequent plans could now unfold one by one. Daoist Tongtian, not long ago Donghuang Taiyi and Jun sent people to invite me and my brother, saying they wanted us to join the demon clan, promising us 2 imperial thrones of the demons. Niwa suddenly spoke up, catching Tongtian off guard, though not entirely unexpectedly. Did you accept their offer? The allure of the demon clan's imperial throne was immense, akin to the previous life, with the positions of Shi Huang and Niwa sharing the great fortune of the demon clan. Before Niwa could elaborate, Fushi interjected, "My sister has already declined." The envoy sent by Jun and Donghuang Taiyi was beaten to a pulp. Niwa nodded with a smile. It was quite disrespectful that the duo had merely dispatched a Taiyi golden immortal. However, what Fushi and Niwa did not realize was that all the demon gods above the Luo golden immortal realm were currently in seclusion to heal their wounds due to the witch clan's influence. Even if Donghuang Taiyi wished to send a Luo golden immortal, he would find none available. Moreover, Tongtian had already warned them beforehand, indicating that he had likely foreseen this scenario long ago. Despite the temptation of the 2 imperial thrones, the siblings still chose to decline. They trusted that Tongtian would not harm them. The demon clan appeared powerful, seemingly poised to become the protagonists of an era, yet as long as Tongtian was present, a massive mountain would forever weigh down upon them. Furthermore, the witch clan had Tongtian's support behind them, causing Fushi and Niwa to have little faith in the demon clan. After all, they were innate deities born of heaven and earth, not merely members of the so-called demon clan. Tongtian was somewhat surprised by the resolute choice made by Fushi and Niwa, who declined without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, the butterfly effect brought about by his actions was subtly threatening the trajectory of the primordial world. Without Shihuang, the demon clan would lose a significant portion of their support. It was said that the great array of the stars was perfected due to Fux's involvement. Now, without Shihuang, could the demon clan still create the array smoothly? Without Niwa's participation, the demon clan would undoubtedly lose a formidable pillar of support in the future, directly diminishing their ability to confront the witch clan's top-tier combat strength. I believe your choice is the most correct one. The demon clan is nothing but a fleeting brilliance, Tongtian remarked with an inscrutable smile, which caused a chill to run down Fushi and Niwa's spines as they sensed a bone-chilling killing intent in his words. They couldn't help but mourn for the demon clan, realizing that offending someone like Tongtian, the most ruthless entity of the primordial world, could very well spell doom for their future. At that moment, a voice entered the ears of Fushi and Niwa. Because of this, Daoist, you 2 siblings have not joined the demon clan. Though you will miss out on the demon clan's great fortune, Fux's future will change as a result. I believe this is something you both would wish to see. As compensation, I will bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity. Instantly, waves of astonishment and elation surged through Fushi and Niwa's hearts. They knew that when Tongtian spoke of a grand opportunity, it would undoubtedly be something exceptional. They realized that following Tongtian would never lead to any detriment. In the distance, Jun and Donghuang Taiyi watched Fushi and Niwa exchange glances with Tongtian, their anger mounting. Donghuang Taiyi gritted his teeth in frustration. Not long ago, Fushi and Niwa's response had clearly been a slap in the face to the demon clan. Though they were furious, there was little they could do. Both Fushi and Niwa were at the Quasi-Saint level, and retaliation would have to wait. Curious, Niwa asked Tongtian why Hudu had not arrived. As one of the few top goddesses in the primordial world, Niwa had a decent relationship with Hutu, especially before she had joined the demon clan. Tongtian replied, "You will know soon enough." The demon clan is likely to experience a tremendous surprise. Daozu has arrived. The voice of Hao Yan resounded as Hong Jun appeared on the high platform, shrouded in light obscuring his expression from view. Hong Jun's gaze fell upon Huda's Dao understanding mat, and he directly asked Tongtian why Hudu had not come. Tongtian simply replied that he did not know. Hong Jun stared deeply at Tongtian, refraining from asking further. However, in that instant Tongtian felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an overwhelming terror. Could it be that this old fellow Hong Jun intended to target me? In that moment, Tongtian vaguely sensed Hong Jun's killing intent. He quickly mobilized the power of his Dao Merit, dispelling the terrifying sensation in an instant. Hong Jun, if you wish to move against me, then come and try. On the high platform, Hong Jun's expression remained impassive, but his face twitched fiercely. Another display of Dao Merit. Hong Jun's mind was raging, questioning where this guy had acquired such immense Dao Merit. The Pangu Temple could obscure celestial secrets, and even Hong Jun could not discern the outcome. During the previous 2 teachings the 12 ancestor witches had attended, yet this final session saw Hutu absent, fueling Hong Jun's ominous premonition. His intuition warned him that a significant event was about to occur. Could the 12 ancestor witches be planning to attack the demon clan during the 3rd lecture? At this thought, Hong Jun was instantly alarmed. While others might not dare to act, the temperaments of the 12 ancestor witches suggested that they might indeed go directly to assault the demon clan. Without Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun, and with the 10 great demon gods absent, the demon clan could very well be wiped out by the 12 ancestor witches. This absolutely cannot happen. Thus, during the lecture, the primordial world is not to engage in large-scale warfare. A booming voice suddenly resonated throughout the primordial world, startling many. In the Pangu Temple, the 12 ancestor witches exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the proclamation. It seemed that Tongtian had indeed predicted this, for Hong Jun would not allow them to act. Gong Gong shouted angrily, "That old codger Hong Jun is truly despicable. This is clearly a deliberate targeting of our witch clan. Having occupied the world created by our father god is one thing, but now he dares to suppress us." The expressions of Dijiao and the other ancestor witches were equally grim. They could naturally discern Hong Jun's intentions behind his words. "Very well, Hong Jun, we shall remember this. Everyone prepare well. There are still 3,000 years left. If something goes awry this time, even if Brother Tongtian says nothing, we witch clan will have no face left to meet him again." This time the 12 ancestor witches resolved to act decisively. Since Daozu Hong Jun did not permit them, they would not hold back. The witch clan had always revered Pangu, disrespecting the heavenly Dao and saints, regarding Hong Jun with only a fear of his immense power. Within the Zixiao Palace, the great powers of the primordial world were unaware of the happenings outside. They were also curious why Hudu had not arrived, wondering if they could take the vacant Dao understanding mat as their own. If it remained unused, it would indeed be a waste. However, soon the 3rd lecture began. All immersed themselves in the teachings, which this time focused on the path of saints. Hong Jun elaborated on the 3 methods of proofing the Dao, the first being to prove via power, namely the proof through principles. The second was the method of severing the 3 corpses, and lastly the proof through merits. He pointed out that while the proof by power, which refers to principles, was the strongest, it was also the hardest. So far, only the great sage Yangmei had succeeded and attained the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal realm. The method of severing the 3 corpses ranked second, while the merit proof was the weakest. Naturally, Hong Jun primarily focused on the method of severing the 3 corpses, as it was his main objective to spread his Xianmen lineage. During this process, he also made it clear that he himself had attained the Dao through the method of severing the 3 corpses. However, this method required the 3 corpse bugs to be entrusted to innate spiritual treasures, preferably of the same origin. Immediately, the many great powers of the primordial world who had been wavering found a direction. Boom. Laozi was the first to directly sever his good corpse, quickly followed by Yuan Shi, who severed his evil corpse. Nuwa Fushi Jiejin Zhuani Dijun Donghuang Taiyi Kunping Mingi Donghuang Shi Wangmu and numerous other primordial powers also severed a 3 corpse bug. In an instant, the aura of many great powers surged. Although the method of severing the 3 corpses had its flaws, one cannot deny that it was indeed powerful. The severing of the 3 corpse bugs allowed individuals to align more closely with the heavenly Dao, thereby accelerating their comprehension of the Dao's principles. Soon many sets of eyes turned towards Tongtian, for among the many great powers present only, he had not severed any 3 corpses. "May I ask, Daozu, can the 3 corpses that are severed ultimately merge?" Tongtian suddenly inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. He was particularly interested because, to his knowledge, even Hong Jun had not managed to achieve the merging of the 3 corpses. Hong Jun gazed deeply at Tongtian, surprised that he had pinpointed the most significant flaw in his method of severing the three corpses. The three corpses can merge, but only if they are entrusted to spiritual treasures of the same origin. Otherwise, due to the conflicting characteristics of the spiritual treasures, the merging will fail, potentially leading to the demise of the three corpses. At best, a significant decline in power, at worst death and loss of the Tao. Instantly, a collective gasp echoed among the primordial great powers. They were rendered speechless, realizing that within the primordial world there were very few innate spiritual treasures of the same origin, a mere handful. The Chaos Bell, Pangu Banner, and Taiji diagram were all transformations of the heaven-opening divine acts, thus sharing the same origin. However, one was in Donghuang Taiyi's possession, and the other in Tongtian's, neither of whom could be provoked. As for the Pangu Banner, they did not even know where it currently lay. Another option was the innate gourd vine with 7 innate gourds, each a top-tier innate spiritual treasure perfectly suited for severing the three corpses. Unfortunately, all were in Tongtian's hands and had transformed into innate supreme treasures, leaving them with no chance to contend for them. As for the 4 extermination swords, while they were also spiritual treasures of the same origin, their excessive killing intent rendered them unsuitable for entrusting the three corpses. The remaining choices were the innate 5 directions flag and the treasures formed from the chaos green lotus seeds. There was indeed a Western plain simple cloud flag in Shi Wangma's possession, but that was a gift from Daozu, and no one dared to seize it. The scarcity of innate spiritual treasures of the same origin implied that many would be unable to complete the final merging of the three corpses. The law does not pass to the six-eared. Suddenly Hong Jun coldly snorted. While many great powers in the Zixiao Palace were puzzled, Tongtian understood what was happening. A familiar scene in the primordial world unfolded. The law does not pass to the six-eared, referring to one of the 4 great spirit monkeys, the six-eared macaque. At that moment, somewhere in the primordial world, the six-eared macaque was eavesdropping on the lectures in the Zixiao Palace, using its 6 ears' divine ability, when it suddenly let out a piercing shriek. Its aura plummeted, soon becoming a monkey devoid of any cultivation. In punishing the 6-eared macaque, Hong Jun did not merely sever its path towards seeking the Tao, he directly nullified its years of cultivation. One must admit that was truly ruthless. However, this was nothing extraordinary. The law should not be lightly passed, and the Tao should not be lightly bestowed. The 6-eared macaque's eavesdropping on Hong Jun's teachings was inherently a form of disrespect, and should Hong Jun choose to kill it, few would voice objections, believing it to be well-deserved. After all, the teachings in the Zixiao Palace could only be attended by those with fate. Those who could not enter were naturally deemed to lack such fate. Cheating by eavesdropping was simply unacceptable. Observing the commotion below, Hong Jun furrowed his brow, surprised that Tongtian's single remark had triggered such upheaval. Hong Jun understood the concerns of the primordial great powers, but there was little he could do, as even he had not achieved the merging of the three corpses. The merging involved more than just the issue of same origin innate spiritual treasures, yet there was no need for him to articulate this. Silence. Instantaneously, the previously noisy Zixiao Palace fell silent. The 3rd lecture in the Zixiao Palace has concluded. Henceforth, this Taoist shall merge with the Tao. Until the heavenly Tao reveals itself, Hong Jun shall not appear. Under the heavenly Tao there should be 7 saints. Under this Taoist there shall be 6 who can attain sainthood. 6 achieve sanctity. All eyes were drawn to the 6 Taoist meditation cushions at the front. As expected, Hong Jun announced that these cushions represented 6 sacred positions, a predetermined fate. Instantly, the purple cloud palace erupted in a clamor, with countless gazes mocking Laozu Hong Yun. Regret gnawed at him. He had relinquished a sacred position. Staring at the Taoist cushion beneath Jane, he yearned to reclaim it. Zenyuanzi glanced at his old friend and sighed deeply, at a loss for words. The loss was immense. 1 sacred position. Jane and Zhuanti seemed to sense Laozu Hong Yun's gaze and immediately fortified their defenses, wary of his potential moves. Upon entering the purple cloud palace, they had already discerned the extraordinary nature of the 6 cushions, but little did they expect these represented 6 sacred positions. They had struck gold. Both Jane and Zhuanti were laughing maniacally in their hearts, yet their faces remained impassive, betraying no excitement. May I ask, Master, what distinguishes a heavenly Tao saint from a primordial supreme golden immortal? Laozu spoke, voicing the question that weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Earlier, Hong Jun had mentioned 7 saintly positions beneath the heavenly Tao distinct from the primordial supreme golden immortal, and they could sense the difference. A heavenly Tao saint is a primordial supreme golden immortal, yet a primordial supreme golden immortal is not necessarily a heavenly Tao saint. The crowd of powerful beings from the primordial world understood immediately. May I ask, Master, how does one achieve sanctity? Yuan Shi eagerly followed up, unable to contain his curiosity. Despite the distinctions between a heavenly Dao saint and a primordial supreme golden immortal, the chance to become a heavenly Dao saint was undeniably appealing. After all, even Hongjun Daozu was merely a heavenly Dao saint and not a primordial supreme golden immortal. Within the entire primordial world, only Yangmei Daxian had attained the status of a primordial supreme golden immortal, a feat exceedingly difficult to achieve. Since they had already resolved to pursue the path of severing the three corpses to attain enlightenment, they saw no need to dwell on the differences between the two. To become a saint, one requires the primordial purple qi, the foundation of the Great Dao and the cornerstone of a saint. Without the primordial purple qi, one cannot attain sanctity. Hongjun then revealed that he possessed 7 strands of primordial purple qi in total. Tongtian Yu are the manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit endowed with great merit for the creation of the heavens. Do you wish to become my eldest disciple? Countless envious gazes converged upon Tongtian. The title of Deus's eldest disciple, along with the attainment of a saintly fruit, filled them with jealousy. Laozi and Yuan Shi at this moment were seething. They were Tongshan's elder brothers. If Tongtian became Deus's eldest disciple, would that not mean they would be demoted? However, in the presence of Daozu, they dared not voice their thoughts, opting instead for a facade of calm. Ding dong. Congratulations on triggering the hidden system task. Agreeing to become Hongjun's disciple rewards you with the heavenly Dao Saint fruit position while reducing the probability of becoming a Great Dao Saint to 10%. All currently diverted destinies will revert to their original trajectories. Refusing to become Hongjun's disciple grants you 1 Great Dao Saint fruit with a 100% chance of attaining the Great Dao Saint status. Furthermore, you will receive a scheme from Hongjun Daozu, which may turn to ashes in the future. Tongtian thought I knew the system would stir trouble. Nevertheless, he had already made up his mind. Everything he had done both overtly and covertly was aimed at altering his past fate. Now he had undoubtedly become an anomaly within the heavenly Dao, and his future destiny was unpredictable. With his current foundation, even if he did not become a heavenly Dao saint, he could still attain the status of a primordial supreme golden immortal, enjoying true freedom. If destiny reverted to its original course, all his previous efforts would be in vain, a burden Tongtian could not bear. As for the possibility of harboring resentment from Hongjun after rejecting him, Tongtian was unconcerned. In the previous timeline, he had been Hongjun's disciple, but his fate had been disastrous. At the climax of the Fengshen calamity, he had contended against the 4 saints with the Zhuxian sword array, shattering the primordial heavens and refining the elements. What was the outcome? He had been forced by Hongjun to swallow the saint's fatal pill. From then on, he had truly become a pawn of the heavenly Dao, unable to escape. That was not the fate Tongtian desired. I refuse. Tongtian declared, leaving the powerful beings of the primordial world in shock. That was the eldest disciple of Daozu. Upon acceptance, he would be untouchable in the primordial realm. They could not fathom why Tongtian would refuse. Laozi and Yuan Shi stepped forward, reprimanding him harshly, urging him to comply. Were they truly looking out for Tongtian's best interests? Not quite. As the 3 pure ones, they were fearful that Tongshan's rejection would bring Hongjun's resentment, jeopardizing their fortunes. Such a loss would be untenable. Hongjun said little, merely casting a deep glance at Tongtian, seemingly unsurprised by his decision. Tongtian had already rejected him once prior. The path of the primordial supreme golden immortal is fraught with challenges. Apart from Yangmei Daxian, no one in the primordial world has succeeded yet. Hongjun understood Tongshan's motivations well. The heavenly Dao Saint had significant limitations reigning supreme within the primordial world. However, if one ventured beyond, the boundless chaos would become the domain of the primordial supreme golden immortal. Hongjun had once aspired to become a primordial supreme golden immortal, but fate had led him astray, and he had been ensnared by the heavenly Dao, walking the path of the heavenly Dao Saint instead. I have no regrets. Tongshan's expression was resolute. Although the road to the primordial supreme golden immortal was challenging, it was not insurmountable for him. This was something Hongjun was unaware of. Hongjun did not press further, sighing as he produced a strand of primordial purple qi, sending it flying toward Tongtian. He informed Tongtian that if the path of the primordial supreme golden immortal proved too difficult, he could still use the primordial purple qi to attain sanctity. This made the gathered powerful beings of the primordial world envious, their eyes turning crimson. Daozu was exceedingly generous to Tongtian. Even after being rejected, he still bestowed upon Tongtian the foundation for sanctity. They were filled with envy. Tongtian did not refuse. Although he knew this was the heavenly Dao's primordial purple qi and bore flaws, it was still a rare treasure. He did not need it, but that did not mean others wouldn't. He could offer it to his disciples in the future. Now with the reward from the system, Tongtian had 3 strands of primordial purple qi in his possession. Hongjun then began to take disciples distributing the primordial purple qi. It was unclear what Hongjun was thinking. Although Hutu did not arrive, he surprisingly granted her a strand of primordial purple qi without taking her as a disciple. This surprised Tongtian, but was somewhat expected. Did Hongjun wish to give Hutu the primordial purple qi? Probably not, for he understood what her future would entail. Once Hutu acquired the primordial purple qi, she could directly attain sanctity after evolving the 6 realms and would not be bound within the underworld. This outcome would result in the emergence of a top-tier saint within the witch clan, a consequence with immense implications. Once the underworld was established, it would stand equal to the heavenly Dao, capable of matching Hongjun's authority. Yet Hongjun found himself in a dilemma. The appearance of the 6 Taoist cushions symbolized 6 strands of primordial purple qi and 6 sacred positions embodying the rules of the heavenly Dao's operation. Hongjun harbored deep resentment towards Tongtian, though had it not been for him, he would not have faced such difficulty. After 3 lectures in the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun's alignment with the heavenly Dao deepened, making it increasingly hard to resist its assimilation. As the primordial purple qi flew out of the chaotic Purple Cloud Palace, it was halted by the forces of the Pangu Temple. Feeling a stirring in her heart, Hutu reached out, and the primordial purple qi entered her body. What is this? Xianming was taken aback, sensing an overwhelming power from that strand of purple qi. Primordial purple qi. Hutu exhaled softly, her expression complex. Xianming was astonished. Is this the primordial purple qi Tongtian spoke of? The one that can lead to sanctity. Previously, Tongtian had already revealed the secret of the primordial purple qi to Hutu, and the 12 ancestor witches were now aware of it as well. Hutu nodded, surprised at how accurately Tongtian had predicted events. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, Nuwa became the senior disciple, receiving the map of mountains and rivers and the red thread ball. Hongjun informed her of a great merit she was to undertake, declaring that only she could attain sanctity through great merit, leaving many powerful beings in despair as the path to sanctity through merit had been closed off. Emperor Jun and Donghuang Taiyi exchanged glances, both regretting their earlier decisions. Had they known, they would have gone to Fengqi Mountain themselves. With Daoist disciple destined to attain sanctity through great merit, Nuwa's value had skyrocketed, becoming a significant support for their demon clan. Although the brothers harbored great ambitions, they were not lacking in intelligence. They had already perceived that the primordial world was on the brink of entering the age of saints. Without saints to maintain order, what fate awaited their demon clan? It was evident that the saints would not wish to see their clan grow stronger. We are not without opportunity. The path to the primordial supreme golden immortal may be arduous, but with great fortune propelling us, we still have a chance. Donghuang Taiyi nodded vigorously. The auspices of their race would also significantly enhance their cultivation speed. Laozi and Yuan Shi naturally became Hongjun's 2nd and 3rd disciples respectively. Yuan Shi, not surprisingly, received the Pangu banner, a treasure of innate quality that left him ecstatic. However, he failed to notice the flicker of resentment in Laozi's eyes, for Hongjun had only bestowed upon Laozi an 8 scenery palace lamp, a mere top-tier innate spiritual treasure, dwarfed by the Pangu banner. Hongjun noticed Laozi's change in demeanor, but said nothing more, feeling his own bitterness. The Taiji diagram, which should have rightfully belonged to Laozi, had been taken by Tongtian, and there was no way to reclaim it. He could only temporize for now. At this point, 5 strands of primordial purple qi had already been distributed, leaving 2 remaining. Jane and Junti were anxious, not hesitating to bow and plead with Daozu for a foundation for sanctity. The other powerful beings of the primordial world quickly followed suit, discarding any sense of pride in the face of the opportunity for sanctity. Finally, Hongjun sighed and reluctantly accepted Jane and Junti as nominal disciples, granting them only 1 strand of primordial purple qi and a divine pestle, along with other items like the 12-grade merit golden lotus. Through Tongtian's maneuvering, the 3 lectures in the Purple Cloud Palace resulted in significant changes. Not only had their status shifted, but Jane and Junti were now left with only 1 strand of primordial purple qi, destined to become the Western Saints. In the original timeline, neither Jane nor Junti possessed great merit, so what could they do? They had to make grand vows, borrowing from the heavenly Dao to secure the merits required for their saintly positions. The eventual actions of Jane and Junti, which appeared to promote the prosperity of the West, were in fact merely repaying debts to the heavenly Dao. Tragic for the 2 saints. Now, with 1 strand of primordial purple qi missing, Jane and Junti found themselves with only 2 choices to seize the primordial purple qi from others. Currently, the only feasible target was Laozu Hongyun. Their second option was to borrow more merit from the heavenly Dao. If Jane and Juni truly embarked on the latter path, they might remain indebted to the heavenly Dao's merit until the end of time, unable to repay their loans. This act of making grand vows to borrow merit from the heavenly Dao wasn't simply a matter of lending and repayment, it carried interest. Such interest was far more terrifying than usury. Tongtian felt that Jane and Junti were doomed. The strand of primordial purple qi in Hongyun's possession already had an owner destined by fate, making it impossible for them to seize it. As anticipated, Hongjun declared that the final strand of primordial purple qi would be awarded to the fated one. After a chaotic dance, the primordial purple qi settled upon Hongyun. Hongyun immediately rejoiced and expressed his gratitude towards Hongjun. Tongtian's gaze turned pitying. Hongyun was finished. You are no longer a disciple of Daozu. Previously, you voluntarily relinquished a sacred position, and with your current strength, how could you not provoke the murderous intent of others upon obtaining the foundation for sanctity? Yet lost in excitement, Hongyun remained oblivious to this dreaming of his own chance at sanctity. Xinyuanzi, however, realized the gravity of the situation, feeling a headache coming on. That strand of primordial purple qi was likely not a blessing, but a calamity. Donghuang Taiyi, Emperor Jun, Kunpeng, Dongwenggong, Mingi Laozu, and even Jane and Juni all scrutinized Hongyun, their intentions clear. Next, the scene of dividing treasures unfolded. The moment Hongjun's words fell, Tongtian's figure vanished without a trace. Having been forewarned by Tongtian, Fushi and Nuwa swiftly exited the Purple Cloud Palace. Seeing this, the many powerful beings of the primordial world erupted in curses, hastily rushing out. If they were late, all the treasures would likely be snatched away by Tongtian. He was simply too cunning, already possessing so many innate treasures, yet still so greedy, truly ungrateful. At the same time, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft gathered the entire witch clan into the Pangu Temple, silently following the path of the Buzhou Mountain, and arrived at the so-called 33 heavens, discovering the location of the heavenly court. This deepened their admiration for Tongtian. In this primordial world, few things were unknown to him. Such a concealed sacred place, without Tongtian's guidance, they would never have discovered. Who could have imagined that beyond this primordial world lay 33 layers of heavens, connecting the primordial realm with the endless chaos? The combined area of these 33 heavens was nearly 1/5 the size of the primordial world, immensely vast. During this process, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft discovered that a faction of the demon race had already found this place. Without hesitation, they swiftly killed the demons Taiyi, Golden Immortal. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, if the demon race had occupied this place, it would have been extremely unfavorable for our witch clan. Zhurong expressed, still shaken at the discovery of the 33 heavens. Realizing the significance of this place, the heavenly court gathered great fortune. The other ancestors nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiment. We cannot waste any more time. We must quickly set up as Tongtian advised. We have little time left and must accomplish our task before Hongjun Daozu completes his sermon, they said with serious expressions. Fengbao Rock, a colossal stone, stood in the chaotic void, enveloped by an enormous formation. As Tongtian arrived, he immediately noticed the dazzling array of treasures atop it. All were innate spiritual treasures. Although there were some postnatal treasures, they were merely a few, yet all were exquisite. Tongtian grinned. No wonder there were so few innate spiritual treasures in the primordial world. All had been scoured clean by this old man, far surpassing the locust plague that he himself had unleashed. As the first saint of the primordial world, it was trivially easy for Hongjun to gather treasures. There was no difficulty at all. With a sweep of the Taiji diagram, a multitude of innate spiritual treasures flew down from Fengbao Rock, captured by the diagram. However, Fengbao Rock was immense. Realizing this, Tongtian took out the 4 swords of Zhuming and the Zhuming formation diagram, activating them to sweep away another large batch of innate spiritual treasures. Fushi and Nuwa rushed over, witnessing this scene with twitching corners of their mouths. Tongtian was ruthless. After just these 2 actions, about half of the treasures atop Fengbao Rock had been whisked away. Seeing this, they dared not hesitate, quickly joining in to seize treasures for themselves, fearing that if they delayed even a moment, they might end up with nothing. In the Zixiao Palace, upon witnessing this scene, Hongjun's expression twitched violently. He pointed down, and Tongtian instantly realized that he could no longer collect treasures from Fengbao Rock. He quickly understood that it was Hongjun's intervention. Nevertheless, Tongtian was unconcerned. He had already collected most of the high-quality treasures, leaving the remaining ones for others to divide. When the mighty beings of the primordial world arrived, their eyes widened in shock. They could not afford to curse Tongtian. They needed to gather treasures urgently. Since Hongjun had imparted the technique to eliminate the 3 corpses, innate spiritual treasures had become incredibly scarce, and no one would ever complain about having too many. Once all the treasures atop Fongbao Rock were collected, the Taiji diagram suddenly flew out, covering Fongbao Rock and forcibly taking it away. I was careless. Fongbao Rock is also a rare treasure. Many mighty beings of the primordial world quickly realized that a rock capable of holding so many treasures must not be inferior itself. Now that Tongtian had taken it, they could do nothing but watch in frustration. Tongtian, my friend, that Eastern Green Lotus treasure flag has connections with my western side. I wonder if you could part with it. At that moment, Juanti approached Tongtian with a sincere expression. Jane stepped forward as well, claiming that the Eastern Green Lotus treasure flag had karmic ties with them and hoped Tongtian would hand it over. The mighty beings present were astounded. These two from the west were audacious enough to ask Tongtian for treasures. Did they not know that it was always Tongtian who asked others for treasures? Everyone prepared to watch the spectacle unfold while secretly calculating in their minds whether they could imitate this if Tongtian actually agreed. After all, nearly half of the treasures atop Fongbao Rock had already filled Tongtian's pockets. Juanti and Jane were in a desperate situation. Their western side was impoverished, and the Eastern Green Lotus treasure flag originally belonged to their realm. However, with Tongtian's intervention, that destined connection had been severed. Tongtian smiled widely. I see that the 12-petal golden lotus of merit in your hands has a connection with me. Perhaps you could part with it to establish a good rapport. His smile was radiant, but it caused Juanti and Jane to instinctively shudder. This was bad. Tongtian had set his sights on their 12-petal golden lotus of merit. My friend Tongtian must be joking. This 12-petal golden lotus of merit was bestowed upon us by the Dao ancestor. How could it possibly have a connection with you? Juanti forced a smile, secretly placing hundreds of restrictions on the 12-petal golden lotus of merit to prevent it from being snatched away by Tongtian. This treasure was essential for suppressing fortune, and the two brothers planned to establish a great teaching. Without it, they could not control the fortune of their sect. I'm not joking with you too. Tongtian's expression darkened immediately. I possess the 36-petal creation green lotus and the 12-petal purifying white lotus. In a two-tone comparison, your 12-petal golden lotus of merit naturally aligns with me. The 36-petal creation green lotus and the 12-petal purifying white lotus appeared before the gathered mighty beings of the primordial world, igniting their fervor. They wished they could snatch them away immediately. How incredibly rich. One was an innate defensive supreme treasure, and the other was an innate top-tier spiritual treasure, both formed from the seeds of chaos green lotuses. Immensely valuable. While they recognized the value of these treasures, they also understood that they were unrelated to them. The two audacious figures from the west were about to meet their misfortune. Two shameless individuals encountering a ruthless one whose strength surpassed theirs would surely lead to disaster. What do you think now, my esteemed friends? Jane and Juanti regretted their actions deeply. They had never anticipated that Tongtian would be even more shameless than them, attempting to turn the tables and take their 12-petal golden lotus of merit. Had they known, they would never have spoken up, and now they had brought trouble upon themselves. All of you come to the Zixiao Palace. At that moment, Hangjun's voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. Jane and Juanti seized the opportunity like a lifeline, turning without hesitation and rushing toward the Zixiao Palace. Tongtian was unconcerned. One could dodge the first day of the new year, but not the 15th. He had set his sights on that 12-petal golden lotus of merit. Hongjun might save them this once, but he could not rescue them a second time. Upon arriving at the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian immediately sensed that the aura of the heavenly Dao emanating from Hongjun had grown even stronger, seemingly embodying the essence of the heavenly Dao itself. Not only Tongtian, but everyone else felt an immense pressure. The 3 sermons of the Zixiao Palace have concluded. I, the impoverished Taoist, have fulfilled the karmic ties with the primordial world. Today I shall merge with the Dao to replenish the heavenly Dao. From now on, the heavenly Dao shall not manifest, and Hongjun shall not emerge. Everyone was taken aback, exclaiming in unison about the kindness of the Dao ancestor. With the Dao above, Father God witnessed this. Today our witch clan, sensing the chaos and endless slaughter in the primordial realm, shall establish our foundation in the heavenly court and suppress fortune, with the Pangu Temple governing the primordial heavens and earth. Witch clan, arise. Boom. The voice of the ancestor Witch Hutu resounded throughout the primordial world, causing all beings to instinctively look up at the sky. A colossal projection of the 33 heavens appeared in the void, leaving countless onlookers dumbfounded. The Pangu Temple radiated boundless light, descending upon the Luo heaven and suppressing the fortune of the Witch clan. The formidable fortune of the primordial world combined with the fortune of the 33 heavens surged toward the Witch clan. The heavenly Dao trembled, seemingly provoked by this action of the Witch clan, as the cold and merciless eye of the heavenly Dao materialized, fixating on the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. The terrifying purple cloud thunder brewed within the eye of the heavenly Dao, poised to strike down at any moment. All beings in the primordial realm trembled in fear of the authority of the heavenly Dao, prostrating themselves on the ground. However, the witch clan, enduring immense pressure, gritted their teeth and refused to kneel. The witch clan stood tall, revering only Pangu and not the heavenly Dao. How could they bow to the heavenly Dao? Boom. At that moment, the Dao sensed the situation, and boundless merit descended, with 60% landing on the 12 ancestors of witchcraft and the remaining 40% falling upon the members of the witch clan. In an instant, spurred by the merit of the Dao, countless members of the witch clan broke through their limits. The Dao had already bestowed merit, acknowledging the establishment of the witch clan. Could the heavenly Dao still impose punishment? Clearly not. Amidst endless reluctance, the eye of heavenly punishment closed once more, vanishing into the void. Witch clan, arise. In the chaotic Zixiao Palace, the voice of Hutu resonated again, followed by the projection of the 33 heavens, leaving the entire primordial world in shock. Witch clan, how dare you? Donghuang Taiyi immediately roared in anger, astonished that the witch clan would choose this critical moment to establish themselves. Did this imply that the demon race would also fall under the management of the witch clan? This was an extremely awkward situation. After losing a crucial opportunity, the demon race now found themselves in a very precarious position. Then they saw the boundless merit of the Dao, causing every mighty being present to drool in envy. There was so much. If only that merit could belong to them. However, such thoughts could only remain in their hearts. Voicing them might get them beaten by the witch clan. Unavoidably, many mighty beings of the primordial world turned their gazes toward Tongtian Jiaozhu on the high platform. Previously, Hongjun had mentioned that only Nuwa had a significant merit to achieve, which could lead to her becoming a saint. It was clear that the saint she could become was the heavenly Dao saint, and the merit was naturally of the heavenly Dao. Yet now the witch clan had established themselves and received Dao merit, a quantity that was evidently substantial. If accumulated, it would be enough for one of the 12 ancestors to become a saint. At this moment, Hongjuan's expression also turned exceedingly grim, his aura becoming somewhat chaotic. He had not anticipated that the witch clan would establish themselves at this juncture and discover the 33 heavens locating the heavenly court. None of this was particularly important. What mattered was that the witch clan had sworn allegiance to the Dao and had received a response from the Dao, which was an astonishing feat. Since the primordial world was opened and the Longhan catastrophe concluded, the heavenly Dao had officially revived and the Great Dao had retreated. Gaining a response from the Dao was as challenging as becoming a saint. Yet now the witch clan had achieved what was nearly impossible. Hongjun found that the once clear heavenly secrets had become utterly chaotic at this moment. The heavenly secrets did not reveal themselves. Not long ago, Hongjun had foresaw the future development of the heavenly Dao. The establishment of the witch clan would occur after the demon race, and the heavenly court was the foundation of the demon race. The demons held the heavens while the witches held the earth. But now everything had turned upside down. The witch clan directly incorporated the entire primordial world under their jurisdiction, claiming all of heaven and earth as their own. If it were the heavenly Dao of the primordial world, it would never agree to this. However, since the witch clan swore their allegiance to the Great Dao, there was nothing to be done. The response from the Dao forced even the heavenly Dao to reluctantly recognize this. The chain reaction this caused was terrifying. The fortune of the primordial world was already limited. Now, with the witch clan establishing themselves early, managing the primordial heavens and earth on behalf of Pangu, it made complete sense. In doing so, the witch clan directly seized the majority of the fortune available during this calamity. Even if the demon race established themselves now, they would only obtain a meager portion of the remaining fortune. Thus, the two factions were significantly distanced at the starting line. With the intellect of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, it was impossible for them to conceive such a strategy. Therefore, the only possible mastermind behind it must be Tongtian. Hongjun's gaze fell squarely upon Tongtian, fixating on him, as if attempting to see through to his very essence. If this entire scheme was indeed orchestrated by Tongtian, it would imply that he had foresight into the future developments of the primordial world. But was this truly possible? Hongjun himself had only come to perceive the future trends of the primordial realm after the onset of his own enlightenment. What right did Tongtian have to such insight? As for divination, that was utterly beyond his capabilities, given his current cultivation. Hongjun felt perplexed, unable to fathom the reasons behind this situation. He was no fool, and questioning Tongtian was futile. The latter would never admit to any involvement, rendering the inquiry pointless. Looks like I've caught his attention, Tongtian mused to himself. He sensed Hongjun's gaze, but paid it little mind. Even if Hongjun had indeed deduced his involvement in this matter, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Hongjun did not dare to take action against him under the present circumstances. The witch clan had already established itself, and the demon clan would undoubtedly not sit idly by. They were likely to form their own faction soon. When that happened, the calamity of the witch and demon tribes would be fully unleashed, ushering in the era of the sages. Without Tongtian, this sage era would lack a crucial element. Once causality unfolded, even Hongjun would find himself in a quandary, as it would significantly affect the evolution of the heavenly Dao, a burden he could scarcely bear. Jun and Donghuang Taiyi could no longer contain themselves. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Hongjun, they rushed out of the Zixiao Palace, hurrying back to the Primordial Realm. They could easily imagine the chaos that had erupted within the demon clan. The sudden maneuver by the witch clan had indeed taken them by surprise. They needed to carefully consider their next steps, as the witch clan had now seized the moral high ground, an alarming predicament. Inside the Zixiao Palace, the expressions of many powerful beings shifted unpredictably. The witch clan's abrupt actions had instilled immense pressure upon them. With the management of the primordial realm now in the hands of the witch clan, would they impose restrictions upon the others? This was the most pressing concern. Fuxi and Nuwa, being more contemplative, glanced at Tongtian only to meet his enigmatic smile. A sense of unease gripped the siblings. They quickly realized that Tongtian must have had a hand in the establishment of the witch clan, possibly orchestrating the entire event. How terrifying. Fortunately, their relationship with Tongtian remained amicable, and they had previously rejected the demon's invitation. Thankfully, they had made the right choice. Exchanging glances, Fuxi and Nuwa could see relief and apprehension reflected in each other's eyes. They could easily envision the immense pressure the demon clan would face following the witch clan's establishment, causing their fortunes to plummet, an unfathomable loss. The demon clan was doomed. The witch clan has become too audacious. Do they think they can command the sages? Such arrogance is beyond comprehension. They should be reduced to ashes. Laozi and Yuan Shi wore grim expressions. The witch clan's arrogance did not bode well for them, as it signified that even if they achieved sage status in the future, they would still be under the witch clan's dominion. Of course, by that time the witch clan would be reluctant to offend them. Nevertheless, the unwarranted burden was discontenting. Laozi and Yuan Shi's sentiments echoed the thoughts of many present. Hongjun shared their concerns. The witch clan was indeed too bold to actively alter the primordial order. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene. From the moment the witch clan proclaimed its establishment, the primordial realm had already entered the calamity of the witch and demon tribes. Even as a sage, he could not easily descend to alter the course of events. Moreover, this calamity was intrinsically the domain of the witch and demon tribes. They were the destined protagonists of the primordial world, and the witch clan's current actions were in accordance with the heavenly mandate. It was merely a slight deviation in the process. Hadn't he observed how furious the heavenly Dao had become, yet was still powerless to act? Under the suppression of profound merit, unless the witch clan committed acts that would invoke universal ire, neither Hongjun nor the heavenly Dao could currently challenge them. The establishment of the witch clan is an inevitable trend in the primordial realm, Hongjun remarked, before permitting the other powerful beings to leave. However, he retained Laozi, Yuan Shi, Nuwa Jian, and Junti, indicating that this final millennium was reserved for Hongjun's disciples. Thus, the decade of teachings reached its culmination. As for Tongtian, Hongjun did not permit him to stay, clearly signaling a form of punishment for Tongtian's previous actions. Since he was not Hongjun's disciple, he would not receive special treatment. Hongjun harbored his own interests and emotions, making it impossible for him to be completely selfless. Upon exiting the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian smiled, appearing unperturbed, almost dismissive of the situation. He understood Hongjun's intentions, but felt no need to worry. In this final millennium, Hongjun's discourse mainly revolved around aspects of the technique for severing the three corpses and his insights gleaned during the cultivation of said technique. For Laozi and Yuan Shi, these insights were invaluable, but for Tongtian, they held little worth, as his path to enlightenment did not hinge upon severing the three corpses. Upon entering the primordial realm, Tongtian directly ascended to the 33 heavens. At this moment, the 33 heavens were evidently under strict martial law, with strong members of the witch clan stationed at every checkpoint. However, upon seeing Tongtian, the witch clan members did not obstruct him. Instead, they respectfully ushered him inside. After the establishment of the witch clan, Di Jiang and the others had long since disseminated Tongtian's likeness, ensuring that every member of the witch clan could easily recognize him. Haha, brother Tongtian, we truly owe you a great debt this time. Without you, our witch clan would not have gained such an advantage. Di Jiang exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Tongtian having gathered with the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. This time, in locating the 33 heavens and establishing the witch clan, the benefits accrued to them were monumental. Under the immense catalysis of the great merits, all 12 ancestors of the witch clan had ascended to the Quasi-Saint realm, a phenomenal leap akin to soaring to the heavens. Moreover, the great fortune of the primordial realm combined with that of the 33 heavens had converged upon the witch clan and subsequently empowered the 12 ancestors, yielding tremendous benefits. In normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly challenging for the 12 ancestors to reach the Quasi-Saint realm. After all, the witch clan cultivated not just laws, but also their true ancestral forms. This dual cultivation demanded vast amounts of time and resources. This was why until the calamity of the witch and demon tribes concluded, Jun and Donghuang Taiyi had already attained the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, while the strongest among the 12 ancestors, Jiang, had only recently entered the late quasi-saint stage. Though his combat prowess was formidable, there remained a disparity in realms. If all 12 ancestors were to reach complete quasi-sainthood, unless a sage from the primordial world intervened directly to aid the demon clan against the witch clan, it would be impossible for the two factions to achieve mutual destruction. The demon clan would likely be annihilated by the 12 ancestors, leaving them forever unable to recover. Now, with the 12 ancestors strengthening their might, history would proceed much more swiftly, and they would grow even stronger. As long as the witch clan did not seek their own demise, they had secured a substantial advantage. During this calamity, the demon clan was doomed to failure. During the time of the Dragon and Han calamity, had the three innate clans not sought their own destruction by inciting universal wrath, they would still be the eternal protagonists of the primordial world. The ancestral dragon, the primordial Qilin, and the original phoenix would have become the primal Great Dao golden immortals under the influence of their clan's great fortune. However, the excessive bloodshed among the three innate tribes had led to the Dragon and Han calamity, intertwining them in causality and resulting in their rejection by the heavenly Dao. With his guidance, the witch clan would surely not tread that treacherous path again. Jiang recounted all that had transpired in meticulous detail, prompting Tongtian to reflect with gratitude. Had he not acted first, the heavenly court might very well have fallen to the demon clan, just as in the original history. Tongtian could vividly envision that had the demon clan discovered this place first, even if they were subsequently attacked by the witch clan, Hongjun would invoke the authority of the heavenly Dao to force the witch clan to withdraw, restoring the heavenly court to the demon clan. This was a certainty. After all, in the original history, the witch clan had indeed laid siege to the heavenly court, nearly obliterating the demon clan. However, Hongjun had intervened at that moment, forcibly suppressing the witch clan and issuing a decree forbidding them from waging war for a millennium. Undoubtedly, this was a deliberate attempt to buy time, granting the demon clan an opportunity to strengthen itself. Such blatant bias was unmistakable. This time, however, even if Hongjun wished to favor one side, he would find no opportunity to do so. Seeing the witch clan develop steadily according to his plans, Tongtian felt satisfaction as long as they did not engage in self-sabotage. Subsequently, Tongtian entered the Pangu Divine Hall with the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. In the chaotic Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan, who had been observing all of this, suddenly wore a grim expression and let out a cold snort. Indeed, everything the witch clan had done was connected to Tongtian. Truly a prodigy of the heavenly Dao, they had already progressed this far. One could only wonder what the repercussions would be. In Hongjun's view, the best path was for the heavenly Dao to develop along its natural trajectory, as this would place everything under his control, allowing him to orchestrate events from behind the scenes. Hongjun also had his own motives. Merging with the Dao was a last resort for him, as he too sought to escape the control of the heavenly Dao. Hearing Hongjun's disdainful snort, Laozi and the others felt a shiver run through them, though they could not discern the cause of Hongjun's discontent. Tongtian, Hongjun has bestowed upon me a strand of primordial purple qi. How should we proceed with this? Hutu inquired, producing the strand of primordial purple qi. Having attained her primordial spirit, she could now discern the terrifying heavenly Dao laws contained within this essence. Just a brief contemplation had already revealed substantial progress in her understanding of the laws of the earth. Jiang and the others all turned to Tongtian, seemingly awaiting his decision. In an unspoken way, Tongtian had become the anchor for the 12 ancestors. Primordial purple qi is indeed a remarkable asset. It serves as the foundation for sagehood and contains the essence of the heavenly Dao's laws. By harnessing the primordial purple qi, one can more swiftly comprehend the great principles. However, this resource has its flaws. Should you rely on this primordial purple qi to attain enlightenment, even if you pursue the path of the primal Great Dao golden immortal, you will inevitably become ensnared within the confines of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao was straightforward. I have provided you with benefits, yet I have also transparently conveyed its limitations. Whether you choose to utilize it is entirely up to you. The power to decide rests solely in your hands. Yet how many could resist the allure of the sage's fruit? None. Tongtian took the strand of heavenly Dao primordial purple qi from Hutu's hands without hesitation. Hota made no attempt to stop him, seemingly indifferent to the matter. I will take this primordial purple chi for now, but when you attain enlightenment, I will present you with something even better, Tongtian stated, choosing not to elaborate further. The more he said, the greater the risk of exposure in the future. After all, the 12 ancestors were not like Tongtian, who possessed the Chaos Pearl to obscure his secrets. If Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao uncovered his plans, it would spell disaster, leading to unforeseen complications, an outcome Tongtian wished to avoid. Recently, Hongjun has also distributed sage positions within the Zixiao Palace. Soon the primordial realm will undoubtedly enter the era of sages. Although the Witch clan has seized some initial advantages, altering the established Heavenly Dao trend will not be easy. The challenge is immense. The trend of the Heavenly Dao resembled a roaring torrent. The Witch clan's recent actions represented merely a branching path within this current. Unless their branch could grow sufficiently to completely alter the original flow of the Heavenly Dao, it would inevitably be merged back into the original waterway, albeit with a slight expansion. The arrival of the Sage era with 6 sages ascending to the skies will undoubtedly solidify the previous order of the Heavenly Dao, forbidding any alterations. Therefore, the Witch clan must produce a primal Great Dao Golden Immortal. Tongtian declared resolutely. Even if a sage emerged from the Heavenly Dao, it would be of no use. The sage's primordial spirit would be anchored within the void of the Heavenly Dao, rendering them incapable of resisting its overwhelming current. They could only allow it to unfold. Only a primal Great Dao Golden Immortal operating outside the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Dao could secure the branch path that the Witch clan had forged. The Witch clan needs a sovereign. Wuzu's sovereign. 10 birds in the woods are worth less than 1 bird in the hand. That was Tongtian's assessment. The Wuzu had always been formidable, and with the Shire Zuwu approaching the threshold of Shengrenhud, their strength had seemed boundless. At that juncture, the Wuzu could have easily overwhelmed the Yaozu. Yet with the advent of the Age of the Sage, that particular edge had been blunted. The Wuzu's foremost task now was to marshal the power of the entire people and forge a Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, one of the highest orders of cultivation. Moreover, it had to be an apex Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian. After Tongtian's exposition, every member of the Shire Zuwu nodded in agreement. His reasoning was sound. They had felt the crushing power of the sage. A single Hongjun could render the 12 ancestral witches helpless. If 6 more sages were to arise, the Wuzu's present advantage would vanish entirely. Then let our eldest assume it, said Di Jiang. As the first of the Shire Zuwu and a steward of their people, no one would object to Di Jiang becoming the Wuzu sovereign. The other 11 ancestral witches concurred. Tongtian, however, shook his head. Di Jiang is unsuitable, he said. Instantly all eyes turned to him, puzzled. Di Jiang appeared the obvious choice. Though Di Jiang is your elder and enjoys great prestige within the Wuzu, he does not have the best chance of swiftly attaining the Dao. His Yuanshan is deficient. If he relies solely on lawcraft and the strength of his body, his path will be interminable. Ho-Tu, by contrast, is different. Her Yuanshan has already been formed, and she is destined to perform a titanic deed of merit. If she succeeds before others reach enlightenment, that merit will perpetuate and gather vast chi for the Wuzu, opening an alternative path for our entire race. If Ho-Tu can attain the Dao early, her chances of accomplishing that deed will increase dramatically. This was Tongtian's stratagem from the outset. The greatest hope lay with Ho-Tu. Among the Shire Zuwu only she could evolve the law of the 6 paths samsara. The others were not suited by nature. By harnessing the Wuzu's collective chi to propel Ho-Tu into comprehension of the Earth's law and the 6 paths rule, she might attain enlightenment and evolve the samsara, an approach of utmost economy. Persuaded by Tongtian's argument, the Shire Zuwu consented. Compared with Ho-Tu, their own paths to enlightenment were far more arduous. Very well, Di Jiang decided at once. The plan posed no harm to their people, rather it might condense the Wuzu's fortune and achieve true unity. They dispersed to arrange the preparations. Choosing a sovereign for the Wuzu was no trivial matter. The preliminaries were many. After they left, Tongtian touched Ho-Tu's brow. An upgraded version of the 6 paths samsara fist art imprinted itself upon her sea of consciousness. Ho-Tu's eyes widened. The technique harmonized with her in an instant. Within its patterns of the 6 paths, she faintly traced a peculiar cosmic principle. Her intuition told her that mastering this samsaric law would assuredly enable her to attain the Dao. Tongtian. Ho-Tu was stunned by the magnitude of Tongtian's gift. It felt like bestowing upon her a chance at sainthood. She was overcome with gratitude that could scarcely be repaid. Do not think beyond the present, Tongtian cautioned. Your immediate task is to comprehend the 6 paths law. Everything else can wait. Ho-Tu nodded fiercely, a resolute light in her gaze. Leaving the celestial court, Tongtian went directly to Buzhou Shan. A chime rang in his mind. Please proceed to the summit of Buzhou Shan to sign in. Completion rewards 1 upgraded Zuzi Mi 1 million Dao Merit 1 to Wuxing Shu. Failure yields no reward and no penalty. Tongtian halted, bewildered at first, and then exultant. The upgraded Zuzi Mi was invaluable, a divine skill for composing formations. Even within the Honghuang world, an upgraded Zuzi Mi was a peerless art. It would be a tremendous boon to Tongtian's designs. He already possessed many of the world's supreme formations, the Wanxian de Jun, the Zhuxian Jian Jun, the Shire Du Tian Xinsha de Jun. Only the Zhou Tian Xingdou de Jun of the Yao side remained. The upgraded Zuzi Mi would complete his scheme. Tongtian intended to fuse these top-tier killing arrays into a single harmonized whole and bind them to himself so that he alone could unleash them. Imagine the devastation if the 4 greatest killing arrays of the Honghuang world converged in one vessel. In the old chronicle, Tongtian recalled even the Zhuxian Jianzhun driven by a single will had nearly sundered the world. Had the clash between the Shire Du Tian Shinshao array and the Zhou Tian Xingdou array not been halted by timely sage intervention, the Honghuang world might likewise have been overturned. The Dao Wuxing Shu had come from a pure realm whose laws rivaled the Honghuang world's. It was the Dao condensed into technique. By invoking the 5 elements, it could confound the heavens and earth, rolling primordial qi back toward nebular chaos. Tongtian already commanded the Dao rules of fire and earth. This Dao Wuxing Shu was providential. Do not mistake the commonness of the 5-element arts for weakness. Any single element, when perfected, wielded terrible power, let alone their unification. The 5 elements formed the substrate of all material existence. As one of the world's foundational principles, how could their art be feeble? Tongtian lifted his gaze to the summit of Buzhou Shan. He had reached only halfway before. This time he resolved to press all the way up. As the spinal pillar of the world, the backbone of Pangu, there must be treasures upon the summit. Whether Hongjun had already seized them, he could not say. After becoming Xingren Hongjuan, steps toward the summit would not have been difficult. Pangu's will, diminished by the primal calamity of creation, could hardly bar a sage. A millennium earlier, a thunderous proclamation had echoed through the Honghuang world. I sense the Dao of the Honghuang world incomplete. I will merge with the Dao and consummate its deficiencies, seeking a sliver of life for the myriad. Henceforth the Dao shall not manifest, Hongjun shall not appear. At once the world brightened, celestial petals rained, golden lotuses sprouted from the earth, and the density of spiritual qi rose a grade. Countless beings of Honghuang knelt and bowed toward Hundun Zixiao Gong, crying that the Dao ancestor was merciful. Hongjun had merged with the Dao. From the summit of Buzhou Shan, Tongtian perceived a colossal fortune erupting from the world and pouring into Hundun Zixiao Gong, accompanied by a vast merit that vanished into the palace. That merit was the Dao's reward. Hongjun, by uniting his being with the Dao and repairing its deficit, had done a deed of immense merit. Hongjun never misses a calculation, Tongtian muttered. At such a critical juncture, Hongjun had schemed to appropriate the Honghuang world's fortune. Those who traveled to Hundun Zixiao Gong to receive the Dao inevitably surrendered a portion of their own qi as payment. This was the cost. In the weave of cause and effect, there is no such thing as a free boon. Every great power's deeds conceal their own ends. Even Tongtian's sermons were not without design. They too harvested Dao merit. Yet Hongjun Siphon could not seize Tongtian's vast fortune. Shielded beneath the suppression of the Hundun Zhu, even the Dao could do nothing. The Shire Zhuwu, acting on Tongtian's counsel, had withdrawn within the Pangu Shindian and likewise avoided having their collective fortune leached by Hongjun. Tongtian saw the Pangu Shindian blaze atop the loftiest tier of the 33 heavens, its light suppressing the Wuzu's fortune beneath, immovable. The Wuzu's celestial court remained as potent as a dragon untouched. Hundun Zixiao Gong sank back into the boundless chaos, disappearing from sight. Hongjun, in his semi-merged state, suddenly opened his eyes. Where cold, impersonal Dao should have resided, surprise, then anger, flickered. Tongtian's and the Wuzu's fortune had evaded him. Hongjun seethed. Since he had begun treading the path of Daohood, he had calculated nearly every eventuality, when to act, and to what degree. Yet Tongtian's anomaly had produced deviations even in his meticulous plans. Tongtian carried many treasured artifacts of defense. Hongjun knew he might glean limited fortune from him, but never had he imagined it would be utterly denied. What treasure does Tongtian possess? Hongjun raged. Nothing seemed capable of blocking his harvest, not the Taiji diagram, not the 36-grade Fate Lotus, not the 4 execution swords of Zhuxian. Even the innate gourd vine, a heaven-born treasure, enclosing a small chaos, was insufficient. Only one relic could be responsible, the Hundun Zhu. A brilliant light flared in Hongjun's eyes. Though half of his being had already fused into the Dao, he wrenched himself partially free. The Dao's inexorable gears unfurled behind him, trying to swallow him whole. The Zhaohua Yudi shone jade-bright, scattering 3,000 Daoic patterns as it strove to resist the devouring mechanism. Among the 4 primordial chaos treasures, Ka Tian axe that split into the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner and Hundun bell, and the collapse of the chaos lotus into myriad innate treasures, the Zhaohua Yudi was broken and remains unrepaired. Only the Hundun Zhu is most mysterious, existing beyond the Dao's ken. Even Pangu's creative might could not wound it, it remains intact. Hongjuan's radiance intensified. The vestiges of Hundun Zixiao Gong, which should have merged into the void, reasserted themselves in the chaotic expanse. A violet luminescence suffused the gray chaos like an ocean of purple. It might be a shard of the Zhaohua Yudi, he mused, but I possess that artifact's main body. A fragment cannot bar my harvesting. Only the Hundun Zhu could achieve such concealment. At last Hongjun understood why Tongtian had become a celestial anomaly despite his ordained fate. Tongtian had somehow obtained a complete Hundun Zhu within which a proper chaos world had gestated. No mere pocket chaos as in the innate gourd vine, but a full self-contained chaos equal to the surrounding Hundun. Pangu himself had once sought the Hundun Zhu but found its concealment impenetrable. Even Pangu ultimately yielded. No wonder Tongtian's destiny had been utterly obscured beneath the Hundun Zhu's veil. Even the Dao could not extrapolate his path. Hongjun admitted to himself that jealousy colored his fury. He too had a primordial treasure, Zhaohua Yudi, but it was shattered, its rank had dropped to that of a chaos spirit treasure. He longed to seize the Hundun Zhu and escape the Dao's snare, to dwell in the liberty of a Hunyuan de Luo Jin, Xian, unfettered by the Dao's restraints. Fury seethed, but the Dao's gears behind Hongjun accelerated as if sensing his intent. The Zhaohua Yudi's light waned and was swallowed by the Dao. Pushed on one side by the world's ascending fortune and on the other by the Dao's devouring maw, Hongjun was soon subsumed. He fused utterly with the Dao. Thus the Dao did not manifest and Hongjun did not appear. Hongjun had merged with the Dao. The great powers of the primordial world reacted in varied ways. Yuan Shi Laozi and the other heavenly Dao sages all breathed a collective sigh of relief. With Hongjun fused into the Dao, the celestial way no longer manifested, and Hongjun no longer appeared, an outcome perfectly suited to them. Above their heads there need be no greater presence to oppress them. Now their foremost business was to cultivate the Hongmeng Ziki and attain sainthood as soon as possible. On Shifang, Zimishan Jian and Zhuan Ti prostrated themselves and chanted for mercy, bowing with devout sincerity. Once the oppressive aura had completely dissipated, they rose without hesitation and resumed their meditation upon their lotus seats. Junior brother the master has already merged with the Dao. From now on, the age of saints in the primordial world will belong to those of us who will follow. Yet when senior brother was comprehending the heavenly way, just now he suddenly realized we owe Hongyun Laozu an immense karmic debt. Until that debt is resolved, I fear catastrophe will befall the two of us. Jane said, his face, already lined with sorrow, now made even grimmer. They had not noticed that debt in Zixiao Palace before. With Hongjuan's fusion and the subsequent corrections of heavenly fortunes, they immediately perceived it. Relinquishing a position in Zixiao Palace. This was a tremendous karmic consequence, a sanctified seat debt of unpayable weight. Zhuan Ti's brow furrowed. A savage gleam creased his features before vanishing, replaced by a feigned compassion that hid a lethal intent. Senior brother, suppose Hongyun Laozu were to die, would this sanctified seat karmic burden still need to be repaid by the two of us? You, junior brother. Senior brother, you may calmly devote yourself to the comprehension of the Dao and hasten your sainthood with the Hongmeng Ziki. Leave this matter to me. I shall ensure that this terrible karmic knot is unraveled. Zhuan Ti's ferocity melted into an apparently benevolent countenance, yet the murderous resolve was palpable. The Hongmeng Ziki was a treasure of transcendence. Hongyun was neither disciple of the Dao nor sustained by a sanctified seat, and he lacked the strength of Tongtian. What right did he have to possess such a foundation for apotheosis? Having spoken, Zhuan Ti no longer masked his true ambition. The strand of Hongmeng Ziki in Hongyun's possession had already become his focus. After all, Zhuan Ti also sought sainthood, but there was only one strand of Hongmeng Ziki. Hongyun had already yielded his seat in Zixiao Palace in favor of the two brothers. Why not also cede the kernel of his path, the Hongmeng Ziki, to Zhuan Ti? What a felicitous arrangement that would be. Jane closed his eyes. Junior brother, do as you must. Leave the subsequent affairs to this elder brother. Our West is barren, the East has 4 saints. If we of the West are to endure, both of us must become saints. On the Taiyang star, Jun and Donghuang Taiyi wore unsettled expressions. The Dao ancestors' self-merge was in many ways advantageous, yet it also carried peril. Brother, though the Dao ancestors said that one might attain enlightenment by comprehending the laws themselves, it is an arduous path. According to Hongjuan, those who possess Hongmeng Ziki will soon become saints. When that time comes, our situation may prove dire. Moreover, the Wuzhu have already seized the heavens and organized themselves. We Yaozhu have fallen far behind. My brother and I must hasten our own ascensions, or not only the future age of saints, but even the Wuzhu alone may deprive the Yaozhu of any foothold in this primordial world. My younger brother means that. Dijun was no fool. He grasped the crisis their people faced. The Wuzhu's sudden strike had caught them unawares. Once entrenched, the Wuzhu's momentum would be terrifyingly swift. They would leave the Yaozhu in their wake. They might repel the Wuzhu once, but could they do so again? Under the current inundation of Daoic merits, the 12 ancestral Wu strength had likely already approached the Quasi-Saint tier. Dijun and his brother had clashed with the Wuzhu too often not to understand the threat. Once the 12 attained Quasi-Sainthood, their advancement would be catastrophic. Without sainthood, the future of the Yaozhu would be untenable. Donghuang Taiyi fixed his gaze past the Taiyang star to the border between east and west, into the Wanshou Shan Wuzhuangwen. Hongjun never said Hongyun possessed a sanctified seed, and Hongyun is not a disciple of the Dao ancestor. How could he merit the Hongmeng Ziki? Even Ho Tu already possesses a strand. As leaders of the Yaozhu, my brother and I certainly deserve a strand of Hongmeng Ziki. But before that, we must formally establish our tribe. The longer we delay, the greater our disadvantage. On Wanshou Shan, Dong Wangong's eyes glittered as he marshaled troops. If the brutish Wuzhu could gain Hongmeng Ziki, then, as the Dao bestowed head of the male immortals, he ought to possess one as well. Hongyun had already voluntarily renounced his seat in Zixiao Palace, and thus was unworthy of a treasure that could found sainthood. Dong Wangong's gaze pierced the 33 heavens and rested covetously on the celestial court. If only his immortal court had secured the heavens instead of the Wuzhu. Now the Wuzhu's occupation made his own position painfully awkward. Since the Wuzhu could petition heaven to receive Daoic merits, his court could do likewise. He, as the foremost male immortal of the primordial world, bore a divine fruit position that should hasten cultivation. Yes, Dong Wangong thought, with Daoic merits and grand fortune, his strength could take great strides. From the northern sea, the Kunlun soared, its keen gaze set upon Wanshou Shan. Tongtian had merged with the Dao. Now it was time to seize the Hongmeng Ziki from Hongyun Laozu. What right did a mere Hongyun have to such a treasure? Across the boundless blood sea, Mingi, guardian of the 12th grade karmic fire Red Lotus, also turned his attention toward Wanshou Shan. The Hongmeng Ziki was desired by Mingi Laozu as well. In that instant, Hongjuan's self-mergence acted like a fuse, drawing the covetous eyes of numerous primordial powers to Hongyun Laozu. The Hongmeng Ziki was the hinge of apotheosis. No one could withstand such temptation. Upon Mount Buzhou, Tongtian's expression shifted repeatedly. The sudden murderous intent he had perceived earlier left him chilled with sweat. The threat had been abrupt and terrible. In the present primordial realm, only one could stir such dread in Tongtian Hongjun. Could Hongjun have detected the Hundun Zhu within me? Tongtian murmured, and the realization came quickly. He had acted too boldly and brought suspicion upon himself. Hongjuan's large-scale harvesting of primordial fortunes relied on special means. Tongtian had not let any fortune leak outward. That fact would arouse Hongjuan's scrutiny. In this boundless world, the only thing capable of such concealment was likely the Hundun Zhu. Anyone less perceptive than Hongjun would eliminate alternatives and find their target. Tongtian did not overly concern himself with exposure. If the situation had been earlier, he would have been anxious, but there was no need now. Hongjuan, having merged with the Dao, could not immediately appear to slay him and seize the Hundun Zhu. Such an act would be forbidden by the heavenly way. Hongjun would not manifest in the near term. Yet according to the previous thread of history, when the Yaozhu stood on the verge of defeat, Hongjun would re-emerge to prevent the cataclysmic war between the Wuzhu and Yaozhu, thereby allowing the Yaozhu more time to grow. In both the heavenly way's design and Hongjuan's plan, the Wuzhu could not be allowed to dominate. The eternal protagonism of the world required that the Wuzhu and the Yaozhu share a fate, as with the earlier 3 primordial clans. Still, this current line of history was no longer the same as before. Tongtian sighed. When Hongjun next revealed himself, he would be astonished. By then it might be the moment Hutu attained the Dao. Tongtian climbed on. The closer he drew to the summit of Mount Buzhou, the more oppressive the pressure became. Not merely physical strain, but an assault upon will. That mental pressure, however, was not entirely detrimental. As Tongtian ran the Jiuzhuan Shuangong, he discovered it tempered and refined his spirit, purifying and fortifying his thoughts and rendering his primordial spirit ever brighter. Tongtian was unhurried. The era of saints lay distant. Nuwa had not yet begun to fashion humankind. In the old history, Nuwa was the second to attain sainthood after Hongjuan, inheriting the great fortune of humanity and the Daoic merits. Subsequently, other saints borrowed part of that human fortune to attain their paths. In a sense, without the emergence of humanity, the age of saints could not arrive. Crucially, the three essentials for creating humanity remained in Tongtian's custody: the Jiutian Shirong, the Songguang Shinshui, and the Xiantian Hulu Tong. Without them, humanity could not be made. This was Tongtian's leverage. So long as he refused, even if some obtained Hongmeng Ziki, they would still be unable to become saints. Meanwhile, preparation within the celestial court by the Wuzhu had reached its final stage. The altars were erected, and they were poised to proclaim Hutu as the Wuzu's common sovereign, thereby monopolizing the Wuzu's greatest tribal fortune. Then Hutu summoned Dijian and the others. After conferring, Dijian and his companions once more hurriedly departed the Pangu Shindian, leaving observers uncertain of their intent. A century later, Tongtian neared the summit of Buzhou when a mighty voice thundered down from the 33 heavens, reverberating across the primordial world. The Tao upholds it. Father God bears witness. Today I, Hutu, as common sovereign of the Wuzu, take the title Wudi to lead the Wuzu and govern the primordial world. The primordial realm shook. Great powers were astonished beyond measure. None had expected the Wuzu to choose a single sovereign, and none expected that sovereign to be Hutu, the youngest among the 12 ancestral Wus. Why had the Wuzu acted thus? Before anyone could form a full reply, Hutu's voice rang again. By the title of common sovereign, I hereby confer upon Pangu Tongtian the office of Wushu, the tribal god of the Wuzu, to share in the Wuzu's grand fortune. May the Tao witness it, may the Father God witness it. The announcement was earth-shattering. Tongtian had been made Wuzu to share the Wuzu's tribal fortunes. Why would the 12 ancestral Wus make such a concession? Even if Tongtian's relations with the 12 were close, and he was nominally a descendant of Pangu, he remained an outsider to the Wuzu. Yet they were willing to distribute their own tribal fortune. This required more than boldness. The title of tribal god was not merely honorific, it conveyed tremendous authority. If Tongtian chose to act against the Wuzu, they would be powerless to resist. They had entrusted their species' fate to an outsider, who could fathom the 12's reasoning. Thunder rolled from the depths of chaos. The Tao responded to the Wuzu's petition, and a wave of Daoic merits descended, leaving countless primordial powers green with envy. To select a single sovereign and enshrine a tribal god, and thereby receive such merits. How effortless it had been. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi plucked a strand of white beard and stiffened. He preserved an outward calm, but fiery jealousy seethed within, an inferno that threatened to consume him. Tribal god of the Wuzu. Though Laozi scorned the Wuzu as bodiless brutes who lacked primordial spirits and relied only on brute force, he coveted their tribal fortune, especially now that they occupied the heavens. In Hongjuan's final teachings within Zixiao Palace, he had been explicit: with great fortune and Daoic merits, one could accelerate comprehension of the Hongmeng Ziki and become a saint. After apotheosis, one's power would expand even more swiftly. Once he had derided the Wuzu, now he envied them utterly. If he could not partake of the Wuzu's prosperity, at least he had thought that the united fortune of the three pure ones would offset some envy. Yet as realization dawned, Laozi's visage hardened. Within their triple-fused fortunes, Tongtian's fortune stood as firm as a rock, immutable. Although their fortunes were linked, Tongtian's share could not be reallocated to Laozi or Yuanshi. Rather, Tongtian could share with them, but not vice versa. This revelation shattered Laozi's composure. Tongtian, the very thought made Laozi's hair bristle. Given Tongtian's temperament, how could he willingly distribute his fortune? Under the suppression of the Handan Zhu, not even Hongjun could harvest Tongtian's fortune. How much less could Laozi? Even though the three pure ones stood united, if Tongtian refused, nothing could be gained. Yuanshi felt much the same. Jealousy erupted within him like a great consuming blaze. Wuzu, Jun and Donghuang Taiyi sat heavily upon the Taiyang star, stunned into silence. To enshrine Tongtian as tribal god placed him squarely alongside the Wudi. How dare the Wuzu do this? Tongtian was now bound to their chariot. If the Jiaozhu attacked the Wuzu, Tongtian would be compelled to defend his new tribe. If Jun and Donghuang Taiyi sought vengeance upon Tongtian, the Wuzu would not stand idly by. The brothers pictured the slaughter that would follow and felt their minds tilt toward madness. Their composure unraveled. They could feel viscerally the immensity of the Wuzu's fortune. With that fortune, Tongtian's cultivation would accelerate exponentially. Any hope of retribution by Jun and Donghuang Taiyi grew ever more distant. It was an intolerable outcome. On Shifang, Zumishin Jian and Zhu and Ti exchanged a look heavy with dread. Atop Buzhou, Shan Hutu's words left Tongtian equally astonished. Immediately a pillar of meritorious clouds materialized above him, and an